Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7 Deci Seconds Chapter 201 Geisa Current. Hearing the laughter, Smoker was shocked and then walked in. As soon as I walked in, I saw a guy with goat horns and purple lipstick. He was holding a test tube, looking at it with fascination and laughing strangely. Oh, what an unexpected gain. Geisa Current. Looking at the test tube in his hand, there is a ball of green gas in it, which is obviously not a good thing. At this time, a bearded researcher nearby came forward and looked at the test tube with a worried look on his face. Mr. Guy, unfortunately, the experiment failed again. Fail? Guy saw Kalang withdrew his gaze, his body turned into gas and disappeared, and suddenly appeared from behind the bearded man. Shush, Magia, what nonsense are you talking about? Thanks to this genius, our experiment was a great success. Look at this. This tube of number 73 gas is enough to kill dozens of people. It's a great masterpiece. Swoosh. Magia's bearded researcher swallowed and looked at the test tube with fear in his eyes. But, Mr. Geisa, Mr. Vegapunk wants us to make nutrient gas. This way, seriously injured patients who are unable to eat can take in nutrients and medicine through breathing. Guy was dismissive. Vegapunk. Magia, ignore that boring guy. Lethality is the axiom of this world. Look, this is the ultimate weapon that can change the world. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Not necessarily, who? Geisa Kalang turned his head sharply and looked over, and Smoker and Hay came over from the corner. Oh, Marine Vice Admiral, humph, guys like you who are all about muscles, how can you possibly understand such a genius design? In the world government's territory, the Marine's position is indeed awkward. But Smoker was not angry. He raised his hand and threw a flying finger pistol, breaking the test tube. The highly toxic gas spread instantly. Magia yelled and rushed out. Smoker pulled Hay back a few steps, then waved his hand violently, creating a gust of wind that completely dispersed the poisonous gas. Look, your poison gas is indeed powerful, but if you want to use it on the battlefield, you need to consider the space and wind force. And with such an obvious color, the enemy won't just stand there and wait for the poison gas to spread. Advertisement guy saw Current look down at the broken glass, his brows deeply furrowed, and after a while they suddenly relaxed. Hoo ha 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 ha, thank you for your advice, Mr. Marine. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about poison gas. Smoker nodded. Thank you. Of course there is research. In the main storyline, the slime that guy worked so hard to research didn't poison anyone. By the way, what's your name? Do you have any suggestions about my poison gas weapons? My name is Smoker, the new head of the Marine Technology Force. Please deal with these poisonous gases first. I think you have the ability to do it, right? Swish, so easy. As a user of gas fruit ability, he can assimilate and absorb all poisonous gases. Guy used his ability and the gas spread rapidly. When he tried to retract the gas, the highly toxic gas had already been captured by him. He raised his hand, and there was a green gas in his palm. Since they are failed products, these must also be disposed of. Magia came forward with a bottle. Please put it in the bottle. Mr. Guy, we have too much waste gas, and we have to dispose of it harmlessly. Hearing the words, harmless disposal, Guy frowned. Over the years, he has researched a lot of things. During this period, a lot of highly toxic chemical waste such as waste gas and waste residue were naturally produced. Vegapunk strictly forbids random discharge, so Geisa can only seal them up. According to regulations, these things must be disposed of harmlessly after a period of time. But in Guy's eyes, this is a waste of time and effort. So, he just dumped the toxic waste in the warehouse and never took care of it. This gave Magia a headache. Every time I go in and out of the warehouse, looking at the dazzling array of highly toxic substances, I always feel my scalp tingling. But he was just an assistant, with little influence and no authority to apply for processing privately. So I can only nag Guy whenever I get a chance to get rid of it as soon as possible. No need to bother. Smoker stepped forward. Leave it to me. After saying that, he stretched out his hand, and a black hole appeared, swallowing up all the poison gas in Guy's hand. Geisa, Magia. Guy stuttered. Smoker. Jun, what is this ability of yours? No, is this ability of yours effective against highly toxic substances? Smoker thought for a moment and nodded. Anything is fine. The main body will be hurt if it comes into contact with the poison, but it will definitely be fine if it is absorbed by darkness. Advertisement guy's eyes suddenly lit up and he slapped his thigh excitedly. Great, Smoker-kun, I still have some stuff here, can you help me get rid of it? Smoker nodded. No problem, it's normal for a guy like Geisa to keep poison. Guy happily brought Smoker to a huge sealed iron door. As soon as the door opened, Smoker went numb. A huge secret room that is 100 meters square, with countless shelves. The shelves are filled with various containers, containing solids, liquids, and gases of various colors. Smoker's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at Guy and said, "What are these?" Guy's face turned red. Well, count them all. No, when was the last time you did a harmless disposal? Last time. Naturally it was last time. Magia came over. Mr. Guy has never dealt with it. Guy. Smoker sighed helplessly. Okay. Then release darkness, covering the entire ground. The shelves seemed to be stuck in a swamp, slowly sinking into darkness. Soon, the huge secret room was empty, with only a vast expanse of space left. Guy was naturally ecstatic. Magia was even more overwhelmed, feeling like he had escaped death. At the same time, he found an opportunity to secretly make a phone call. After a while, Smoker and Geisa Current sat at the table. There were 2 bottles of strong liquor and a bottle of peanuts on the table, and both of them had red faces. Oh, I didn't expect that the Marine that Garen just mentioned was you. Although our research directions are different, I still approve of him. It's not easy to get praise from that guy. Thank you, Guy Sajin. I'm just offering some suggestions from a user's perspective. Your ability is so interesting, it's really good news for scientists. Thank you so much this time. You're welcome, you're welcome. If there's anything that's hard to deal with in the future, just leave it all to me. Shish, that's great. By the way, Guy Sajin, I have some ideas that need to be verified, but I'm not a scientist, so I don't have the conditions. See. What does Smoker-kun think? It must be very interesting. I'll take care of it. Ahahaha, don't say anything. It's all in the wine. I've drunk it. Do whatever you want. Shish, that won't work. I did it too. Chapter 202 The Hand That Can Touch the Sun. Smoker and Geisa Current had 3 rounds of drinks. Both of them had flushed faces and dazed eyes. The topic ranged from adventures to strange stories, and then talked about Gaisa's research. Guy burped loudly. Smoker, you don't know how frustrated I am here. It's obvious that the world government could have weapons of mass destruction and easily wiped out the pirates, but Vegapunk insisted that it was immoral. What kind of morality is this? What kind of morality is this when you have to fight an enemy that you have to kill each other? Guy saw Kalang's moral level is very low. Even in the pirates' world, it is at the bottom level. Using children as experiments, anyone who can do such a thing can no longer be called a human being. But I can't deny that what he said makes sense. When dealing with hopeless enemies, killing to stop killing is the most compassionate method. Let's not talk about faraway things, let's just talk about the guy in front of us. He's going to make a big bang in the future. How should we deal with it normally? Or just kill yourself and die as a token of atonement. Either keep a strict watch on them or work them until they die. But how does the world government do it? He was arrested and imprisoned, but he found a chance to escape and somehow joined Brother Ming. After escaping, Guy is still researching weapons of mass destruction. However, the beneficiaries are no longer the world government, but the dark underground forces. When Jack attacked the Minx, he used the poison gas bombs made by Guy and almost wiped out the entire Minx. If Luffy and the others hadn't just happened to show up, the entire Mink tribe would have gone hand in hand to meet Odin. And Luffy's greatest achievement was defeating this scientific madman. Imagine if there was no Luffy. After Kaido tasted the sweetness of success from the Minx, he will definitely deploy poison gas bombs on a large scale. Given his personality, he would definitely start a war if he got new weapons. By then, the ones who will die will be the pirates and the civilians. So, Luffy defeated Geisa Clown. It seems like just defeating a little Karami, but in fact it saved thousands of marines and civilians. Smoker's attitude towards Geisa is very clear. Advertisement. Either imprison, subdue, or just kill. Of course, although he has a bad character, his abilities are still great. You can easily upgrade Chopper's 3-minute blue ball to 30 minutes. For this alone, he deserves the title of genius. This kind of guy, there's no telling when he might be useful. Just as the two were drinking, there was suddenly a noise outside and the sound of metal hitting the floor. Smoker looked over curiously, and Hay also stood up vigilantly. Suddenly, a short old man with a Mediterranean hairstyle rushed in. I heard Smoker is here. Where's that liar? Smoker looked at him, stunned for a moment. The person who came was none other than Garen Gang, the pirate scientist whom he had led G12 to arrest, the leader of the Jet Pirates, also known as the War Fortress. I knew he had joined the Marine Science Corps, but I didn't expect to run into him here. His image has changed drastically now. He is wearing a white scientific research coat and mechanical glasses. The original metal backpack is gone, replaced by 4 long metal tentacles, winding and twisting like a giant python. The sound just now was the sound of the tentacles walking and hitting the ground. Open black lens bracket Jong. Dr. Octopus. Close black lens bracket. As soon as Garen saw Smoker, the mechanical tentacle flicked out and jumped over, grabbing Smoker and shaking him hard. You be asterisk 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 D. Didn't you say you would find alloy for me? I've been gone for a year. Where's the alloy? The mechanical tentacles were very powerful, and Smoker had to work hard to get rid of them. That's not what I said. I just said I'll find a way for you. What's the method? Where? Smoker took out the munch fruit unhappily. Hey, this is it. Garen Gang took the fruit, looked it up and down, and looked at Smoker with suspicion. That's it? You didn't confuse me, Smoker? Everyone present was amazed. Huh? It's amazing? Galen Gang closed his eyes, feeling something and chewing non-stop. This is the Paramecia munch fruit. The user can eat anything and turn it into a part of the body, or synthesize new things. Of course, making alloys is no problem. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. Don't even think about it. Garen Gang's mechanical tentacles flashed and he flew far away, holding the munch fruit and began to eat it in big mouthfuls. Advertisement. The originally hard steel seemed like soft cake in his mouth. He bit a hole in it with one bite and swallowed it easily after chewing a few bites. Matter, unknown. Galen Gang looked around, picked up a piece of steel plate, hesitated for a moment, and bit it. With this capability, you can try different ratios at will, and then find a way to mass produce it after you find the right formula. You old man really don't know the value of gold and jade. Smoker walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Smoker slammed the table. After a long while, he put down the instrument and crystal and let out a long sigh. Thank you, Smoker-kun. I'm so satisfied with this ability. I'm 100% satisfied. Ah. Smoker. How about it? Do you want to try it? Galen Gang's eyes lit up. He took out an instrument from his arms and started testing, muttering to himself as he measured. Insulation, poor thermal conductivity, non-magnetic. Then he looked up and down at the mechanical tentacles behind Galen Gang. Is this the hand that Vegapunk guy was talking about? The hand that can touch the sun? After saying that, he started to grab it. Hardness and elasticity, the same as steel. The texture and taste are surprisingly good. At this moment, he could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart and released his emotions without restraint. After a while, a brick-sized crystal was spit out with a poo sound. Shish. After eating a few bites, a layer of steel plate slowly emerged on his chest. Upon closer inspection, it was found that it had grown directly from his body. It seemed that it had assimilated the steel plate. Burp. It tastes terrible. Garen Gang grabbed Smoker's hand and laughed. It is translucent, but not as transparent as glass, and feels heavy in the hand. I never thought that synthesizing new substances would be so easy. Transparency, slightly worse than pure glass. Guy floated closer and said, wonderful, really wonderful. Garen Gang's eyes were shining. He didn't care about the changes in his body, he cared more about the alloy. Although Galen Gang is a pirate, he is also a scientist with very simple thoughts. Seeing an empty fish tank, it picked it up and bit it. Soon, the entire glass fish tank was also in its stomach. Chapter 203 Untitled, The Hand That Touches the Sun? Smoker was also very curious when he heard this. Shish, this is a confidential project, do you really want to tell me, Dr. Galen Gang? Guy glanced at Hay, who looked calm and composed while speaking. Hay suddenly shuddered and looked around. Hey, who's calling me? Here I come. As he ran away. At the same time, he did not forget to touch the fruit in his pocket, preparing to find a quiet place to show it off. Galen Gang. No, did anyone call him? Smoker. If you are sincere, your wish will come true. Don't worry about the details, just tell me. Garen Gang. This? Keep it secret. There are 2 red lines in the Institute, safety and confidentiality. Guy said carelessly. Shish, that's great, let me tell you, I love keeping secrets. After that, he began to introduce the sun. It turns out that the so-called sun is not the sun in the real sense, but a flame like the sun. Vegapunk has been researching how to create eternal energy since he was young. Inspired by the sun, he wanted to study a high-temperature flame that would never go out, whether in a vacuum or in water, or even without fuel. This flame could provide free energy to the entire world, thus eliminating war once and for all. After listening to Guy's introduction, Smoker was startled. Isn't this the later Holy Mother of Fire? It turns out that research has started now. Speaking of which, when Vegapunk was in his hometown, he was studying how to warm the Winter Island. It seems that the Holy Mother of Fire is the answer. However, Guy is somewhat dismissive of Vegapunk's dream. Shish, the eternal flame, what a great and naive ideal. That guy Vegapunk thinks that the wars in this world are only caused by the lack of supplies and energy. As long as this problem is solved, the world will be at peace. Shish, this is wrong. Very wrong. It is human nature to pursue war. When things are scarce, people will fight to get them. When things are plentiful, they will fight to distribute them. Plus, there are countless ambitious people on this ocean. As long as there is desire, there will be war. As long as there is desire, there will be war. HH. Advertisement Smoker smiled helplessly. Although Geisa is a despicable person, his understanding of human nature is much deeper than that of the naive Vegapunk. Isn't the tragedy of the Agricultural Institute the best example? Even agriculture, a technology that benefits all people and poses no threat, has been shelved, not to mention the flame of the Virgin. In the future, the facts are just as Guy expected. After the research on the Holy Mother Flame was successful, it did not benefit all mankind, but instead became a weapon of national destruction in the hands of IM. Smoker sighed. Forget it, let's talk about this hand touching the sun. What does that mean? Garen Gang extended his huge mechanical tentacle in front of Smoker. That's it. Smoker touched the giant tentacle curiously. Very heavy, very powerful, being entangled by these tentacles, not even the rear admiral can escape. And these tentacles are very sensitive. Smoker applied a little more force, and the mechanical tentacle retracted like a living thing. That's great. The previous mechanical arms were weapons, and they were mainly aimed at power. Not only are the tentacles stronger now, but they are also much more stable and precise than before. Galen Gang looked very pleased with himself. Of course. My mechanical tentacles must be able to carry equipment weighing several tons and operate precision instruments. Lousy is a genius in metallurgy and mechanics, and together with Vegapunk, they were able to complete this equipment. Then what is the relationship between this mechanical tentacle and infinite energy? The infinite energy now is just a ball of dangerous, unstable and uncontrolled flame. It has a very high temperature and can vaporize metal instantly. It also has strong magnetism and high radiation. Ordinary equipment will be scrapped if it gets close to it. So we made this set of tentacles out of a special alloy. Not only are they very strong and tough, they are also resistant to high temperatures, heat insulating, anti-magnetic, and insulating. Forget it, you won't understand if I tell you too much. Anyway, this set of tentacles is the only device in the laboratory that can touch the Virgin's flame. Smoker couldn't let go of the tentacles. Can this be mass-produced? These mechanical arms are extremely powerful, much like the tentacles of Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man. Once bound, even Rear Admiral cannot easily break free. Moreover, there are interfaces on the tentacles that can be directly connected to guns and cannons. If the Marine can be equipped on a large scale, its strength will increase explosively. It wasn't possible before. Garen Gang pointed to a round discus on his back. Advertisement. This is the energy box of the mechanical tentacle, made of a special material. This substance was discovered by accident. There is no formula, so it has never been replicated. Therefore, the quantity is extremely rare. But now that I have obtained the munch fruit, I can definitely try to replicate this substance. As long as we can mass produce it, not only the mechanical tentacles, but also the warships, guns, fortresses, all can be incredibly powerful. Smoker took a deep breath, his eyes sparkling. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Galen Gang. After the two of them finished talking, Guy floated over. Smoker. Just now when we were having dinner, you mentioned a new type of gas. What did you mean? Smoker slapped his head. Oh, I almost forgot. Then he stretched out his hand, and two glass bottles emerged from his palm, which contained the silencer gas and high flammable gas obtained from Sky Island. Smoker briefly explained the characteristics of these two gases to Guy. Sure enough, Guy was very interested and held the two bottles in his hands as if they were treasures. Shish, thank you so much, Smoker. A new variety of gas. This gift is so precious to me. He unplugged the plug and two gases came out. Guy elementalized his body, enveloping it in two gases. Soon, his body shape changed and turned into two types of gas. Smoker asked curiously, hey, you copy these two gases so easily? Shish, for this genius, copying the same natural substances is as easy as pie. Just like this genius gas fruit, combined with my research over the years, it can already release dozens of different gases. Smoker suddenly realized. In the main storyline, Guy absorbed the kingdom of death and the color of his entire body changed. It turns out that it is not just absorbing poison gas, it is also a kind of replication. Smoker watched Guy speak and secretly admired him. This is probably the fate of gas fruit. Both Guy Saw and Gas from Sky Island are scientists who are obsessed with research. Although their strength is very weak, in the eyes of the strong, they can even be said to be powerless. However, they have used the technology they have mastered to develop their abilities to a very outrageous and strange level. Similar substances. If we are bolder, the essence of gas is poisonous smoke, does that mean that Hina can also copy these poisonous gases? And the Holy Mother Flame, it's just a special kind of flame after all. If I get the Mara fruit, can I also copy the Holy Mother Flame? When the time comes, my eyes will be wide open and my legs will be silky. The more he thought about it, the brighter Smoker's eyes became. Chapter 204 Arrival at the Marine Science Corps. After bidding farewell to Geisa and Garen Gang, Smoker came to the Marine Science Corps under the leadership of Hay. In fact, according to his original idea, the one he wanted to get to know the most was Vegapunk. Vegapunk is on the same side as world government on the surface. In fact, it is just the research funding provided by the world government. He secretly has close ties with the Revolutionary Army and the Giants. One of the important purposes of his coming to Punk Hazard this time is to connect with the Revolutionary Army. In fact, it is easiest to go directly to Garp, but Yilong definitely knows what kind of person Garp is. Given his cautiousness, he might not trust Smoker even if his biological father introduced him to him. A lot of time will be wasted while pulling each other. So Smoker plans to directly connect with the Revolutionary Army through the Vegapunk line. Given Vegapunk's identity and the secrets he holds, once the world government discovers his betrayal, they will not let him live even a second longer. Therefore, it should be easy for me to gain Long's trust through this channel. Only with trust can we cooperate with confidence. In Smoker's eyes, to destroy the rule of the world government. It is far from enough to rely solely on the internal erosion of Marine and CP. The external force of the Revolutionary Army is also needed. Although the current Revolutionary Army is far from threatening the rule of the world government. But Smoker knows the plot, and the future Revolutionary Army will be a major threat to the world government. Only by cooperating with them from within and without can we slowly weaken the foundation of the world government. Let the world government gradually weaken until it is killed with one blow. As for whether the world government will cooperate with Marine, Smoker is still somewhat optimistic about this. The Revolutionary Army and the world government each have their own positions, and this ideological confrontation is the most brutal. Therefore, the two sides can be said to be mortal enemies, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. The only ending can only be a life and death struggle. But Marine is different. Advertisement. The reason why we listen to the world government is mostly because we are eating the world government's food. Therefore, Marine is more like a knife, sharp and without any thoughts, but now the handle of the knife is in the hands of the world government. But under Smoker's activeness, the knife handle gradually slipped from his hand. The world government is at a loss as to this. Smoker stopped when he was about to reach Vegapunk's laboratory. I do have a lot of things to talk about, but there is no rush. After all, it is a game, which is inevitably accompanied by differences in status and division of interests. If you try so hard to find it yourself, you will be at a disadvantage. Anyway, with Stussy in hand, Vegapunk will definitely come to find me. By then, I can talk to him from a stronger position. So, he let Hay take him around in circles. We also visited several research institutes, CP bases, and various facilities. Finally, we turned into a remote corner and arrived at the Marine Science Corps base. As soon as he arrived at the base, Smoker couldn't help but frown. Could it be that I have stayed in Sabahadi for too long? Why is this damn place so shabby? Other laboratories and facilities are either brightly lit or magnificent. The Marine base focuses on simplicity and plainness. The building is tall, but there are patches of Madara on the walls. If you look closely, you can see signs of damage and then recent repairs. The port and playground not far away, although repaired, still have a sense of disrepair. What's going on? Oh, no, Mr. Smoker, please take a seat. Then follow them to the meeting room. Several Marine officers received the news and waited at the door early. Hay sent Smoker here and left. Vice Admiral Brugalus, I have heard of your great name for a long time. Even the celestial dragons couldn't resist the honey from Smoker, let alone Brugalus. Did they dress up specially to welcome me? I don't think so. Advertisement. When I entered the conference room, a dozen officers were already waiting there. There were a few more people behind me, including Mizimi, Kadi and Hama, who were exploring Sky Island with me. With a brave general like you here, we feel like we have a backbone. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward and shook her hand. He was a colonel back then, and now he is a rear admiral. Brugalus was a tall, spirited old lady with a temperament somewhat similar to that of a crane, with a bowl-shaped hairstyle and pigtails. There are several pieces of paper on the table in front, all of which are information about the base. Smoker looked around and saw several familiar faces. She has been the vice admiral for many years. In fact, she is high-ranking enough to be the base commander here. Seeing these people, Smoker had a clue in his mind. Brugalus also turned around and sat slightly to the side next to him. Yes, she is the old lady with the night-night fruit on Bullet Island. Judging from Oda's character, she must have been a beauty when she was young. As for the others, they all sat in the seats below. She was immediately overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. Smoker didn't hesitate and sat down on it. Faced with such seniority and such polite words, Smoker naturally would not be arrogant. Smoker Vice Admiral, thank you for your hard work. It's such a pleasant surprise to be able to work with you. Seeing Smoker come in, Brugalus stood up with a smile and stretched out his hand. Please move to the conference room. Vice Admiral Brugalus and others are waiting for you. But she lacked strong fighting power, and he had no ambition in this regard, so Sengoku went with the flow and asked Smoker to come over. According to your request, we are not letting everyone greet you together this time. Welcome, Smoker Vice Admiral, we've been waiting for you. As he spoke, he ushered Smoker to the main seat. Smoker nodded and smiled. Okay, thank you for your hard work. One of the people sitting in the front row was the Double-Blade Mantis, who had fought with Garp when Smoker was brought to the headquarters. Seeing Smoker coming, he hurried to greet him. Your Night Fruit has made great contributions in countless naval battles. Your glorious deeds have spread throughout the Marines and the world. Chapter 205 Marine in an awkward position. Smoker came here because of Sengoku's arrangement. The reason why we chose this place far away from the battlefield and even far away from the naval headquarters is that it is for transition, or to put it on ice. You don't need to achieve any outstanding results, just peace and happiness are enough. Smoker himself understood that although G12 and the Marine Science Corps were at the same level, there was a huge gap between the two sides. The G12 branch was established by Smoker, in addition to the original base commander Eamon. All the senior executives are either Smoker's classmates or recruited by him. Even Eamon himself is a guy with a straightforward character and a simple mind. As for further below, whether it is middle or low-level officers or ordinary Marines, they all made a lot of money from the large-scale development of Sabahadi. They were all very grateful to Smoker. Therefore, in G12, Smoker can be said to be omnipotent. It is no exaggeration to say that it's possible that he would betray the Marine one day and pack up and move the entire G12 away. But it's different here. I am a complete outsider, a dragon from across the river. And Brugalus, the second in command who is on the same level as me but has much more experience than me. The most important thing is, this is under the jurisdiction of the world government, and it is difficult for the naval headquarters to intervene. Even many middle and lower-level military officers were directly sent in by the world government. After so many years, who knows how much sand is mixed in it? This feeling of losing control also makes Smoker feel very uncomfortable. Forget it, let's understand the situation first, then talk about other things. The most urgent thing is to get familiar with these guys first. Smoker slapped the table, suddenly stood up, his face solemn, and slowly glanced at everyone. Everyone was stunned and confused. He was fine just now, why did he suddenly slam the table? Smoker has awakened Conqueror's haki, and after years of fighting, his eyes are filled with a kind of breathtaking majesty. Any officer who was swept by him felt uncomfortable, even if he knew they were not enemies. Everyone straightened their bodies unconsciously, and even their breathing became lighter. However, Smoker did not try to assert himself, but just laughed. Everyone, some of you know me, and some of you are meeting me for the first time. Let me introduce myself first. Advertisement: I'm Smoker, and I'll be the base commander here from now on. From today on, we're comrades in arms who will live and die together. Suddenly, he used his ability. A darkness filled the entire conference room. Before anyone could react, the darkness quickly dissipated. Everyone found that in front of them there were fine wine, cigarettes, fruits, cakes, and even tableware and wineglasses that looked exquisite and expensive. Such a scene left everyone stunned. Smoker picked up a bottle of wine and opened it, first pouring it for Brugulas next to him, then raised the bottle. Everyone, these are the gifts I brought for you. They're all rare goods. I brought them for you to try. Today is not a meeting, let's just treat it as a tea party, let's eat and chat. I will need your support for my future work. I will do it first. Please feel free to do as you like and have fun. After saying that, he tilted his head back and poured most of the remaining bottle of wine into his mouth. Of course, once the drink entered my mouth, it disappeared directly into the darkness. This is a skill she learned from he. Every time she drinks, she washes away her drunk. Ever since she got the shishi fruit, she has never been drunk. The Marines are a group of rough guys, even the officers are no exception, and the ethos is very heroic. At first, everyone seemed a little reserved because they didn't know Smoker's background. Now I see Smoker, drink first to show my respect. He was stunned at first, then he cheered loudly, then raised the bottle and started blowing along. Brugulas, in particular, stood up and put one foot on the table. Hey guys, Smoker Vice Admiral is so open, can we please embarrass ourselves? Cannot. Then why are you still standing there? Drink it. Brugulas immediately opened a bottle of wine and drank it down in gulps. Others, whether they were from the Marine Corps or the government, also felt their blood boiling and rushed to drink. As a result, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became lively. In this way, the tea party lasted for more than 3 hours. Smoker holds a drink and chats with this one and that one. Under the catalysis of alcohol, a lot of information that should be mentioned or not mentioned, or things that are difficult to say when sober, are all said out. When everyone got drunk, Smoker had a general understanding of punk hazard and the Marine Technology Force. For world government, punk hazard's technology is the future, so it goes without saying that they attach great importance to it. Except for senior military officers, no one else is allowed to enter the island without permission. Violators will be charged with leaking state secrets. The lowest level is naturally the Marine. Advertisement. The latter also enjoys a high voice due to Penultimate's technological capabilities. The highest levels are CP and Vegapunk. The Internal Protection Force is CP. After all, the entire punk hazard exists because of him. I used my observation hockey to sense that there was no Den Den Mushi being monitored. Especially Mantis. The former, as the incarnation of world government and the mouthpiece of celestial dragons, naturally has a lofty status. They don't have much say, but they are not looked down upon either. Of course, Marine had already placed many spies around those monsters. When I followed Garp before, even when facing celestial dragons, I had never suffered such a humiliation. The next level is scientists and senior Marine officers. They are completely treated like cattle and horses. Not only do they have the worst supplies and the lowest authority, but they are also often ordered around by the CP. The people on this island can be roughly divided into 3 levels. Smoker didn't respond, but just smiled and told him to calm down and not say that. I wonder if Morgans dares to publish this kind of news. They roam around various laboratories to prevent infiltration, sabotage, or rebellion. That would be fine, but many people with worse tempers are often labeled and punished by those CPs. CP, that's great, let's add some information to Nika. If they really want to attack Punk Hazard, the naval headquarters can receive the news and send reinforcements even if they are hundreds of kilometers away. They have 2,000 Marines and dozens of warships of various sizes. But he still cautiously released a few Den Den Mushi to block the signal. Several officers were drunk, and their words were full of dissatisfaction with the CP bastards. Mainly to prevent harassment from pirates or other forces. Therefore, the world government has specially set up 2 layers of internal and external defense forces. However, the Marine can only be stationed outside the island. The outer force is naturally the Marine Technology Force. As long as monsters like Whitebeard and Kaido don't attack, we can handle it. Even the 5 elders have to take his words seriously, not to mention CP. The world government has set up an office in Punk Hazard, which contains dozens of CPs. Smoker returned to his assigned apartment. Now that I'm drunk, I'm almost calling names. Overall, life is pretty comfortable, after the tea party. Chapter 206. Unparalleled Loyalty to the World Government. For the next week, Smoker did nothing. He delegated all training and administration to others. I was either looking through various documents or wandering around, chatting with the Marines. Ask everyone what they need and what difficulties they have. Please tell us what you think about the Marine Science Corps. Looks like a Soviet commissar. Over time, the Marines also got to know Smoker. They all have a good impression of this base commander who smiles every day and is particularly generous in distributing cigarettes. During this period, Hay also came secretly several times and gave Smoker a lot of information. Also tell Smoker, once, he used his enhanced hearing to monitor Hong's phone call. This guy said that he would teach Smoker a lesson after he recovered from his injury. Of course, considering his injuries, it will take at least a few weeks. Smoker didn't bother to pay attention and continued to do his own thing. Soon, Smoker discovered that it was not Mantis's fault for cursing. The Marine Science Corps is really no match for those CP bastards. All the hard work has been done, and military funds are often misappropriated. The key is that the world government has not yet gotten a good result. In fact, there was once a stubborn Marine who couldn't stand the CP's tyranny and confronted them directly. But Marines are all warriors and are not as eloquent as CP. Many times, what is reasonable becomes unreasonable. Plus the world government always takes sides, so the Marine always suffers. As time went by, Marine gradually became numb to CP's bullying and eventually became what he is now. In fact, there are many bases where CP and Marine are jointly stationed. But the Marines there weren't that miserable. Smoker thought for a long time and finally got the answer, that is, the Marine Science Corps is too useless. How to say it? What are the duties of the Marine Science Corps? It is to defend against enemies and prevent attacks on the Institute and scientists. However, normal pirates would never approach Punk Hazard unless they were lost or walked into it by mistake. Advertisement, all they want is treasure. What do scientists and science and technology have to do with me? The ones who really need technological power are the big pirates who dominate one side. For example, Kaido. But these guys are not something the Marine Science Corps can handle. As soon as they set out, the naval headquarters would come to support them early, and they wouldn't have to take any risks. As for the infiltration of underground forces, that is the responsibility of the CP. Therefore, it is actually very difficult for the Marine Scientific Forces to achieve convincing results. As a soldier, no military achievements, no battle records. Naturally, I can't prove my strength and value. Faced with CP's questioning, they really couldn't say anything. It's difficult. That day, Smoker was sleeping soundly in his office chair after walking around. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Smoker wakes up. Who? Come in. The person who pushed the door open was none other than Mantis. Smoker, Vice Admiral. Oh, you're here. Come in and sit down. How's the thing I asked you to do going? Mantis closed the door and took out a list. I have investigated, and the people here are trustworthy. These days, Smoker is busy with one thing besides traveling around. That is to find out who is from the world government and who is from the Marine. You don't need to investigate thoroughly, just know who is trustworthy. This task was given to Garp's old subordinate, Mantis. Smoker carefully investigated Mantis's resume. When I returned to the headquarters, I was promoted to Commodore. Given his strength and achievements, this is a natural thing and there is nothing much to say. After the promotion, Mantis did not relax and continued to travel all over the country to eliminate pirates. Of course, it is to show the utmost loyalty to the world government. Smoker nodded slowly. Smoker gave him a task to help him select a group of trustworthy people. Advertisement. Smoker was curious. Oh, why? Smoker looked at the piece of paper with 40 or 50 names on it. 40 or 50 people is actually still too few. Mantis' eyes lit up and he stood at attention and saluted. Mantis's eyes turned gloomy. Their families and friends have all been hurt by the world government to varying degrees. 3 years ago, he was on vacation and the town he was in was attacked by pirates. Mantis also has a bad temper. After following Garp for a long time, how could he possibly take CP seriously? As a result, conflicts broke out repeatedly between the two sides, but they always suffered the most. But what Smoker has to do is not to go out to fight, these people are barely enough. Facing the vicious pirates, he single-handedly resisted the entire Supernova Pirates group, fought to the death, and protected thousands of townspeople. In the past few years, he has been living a very depressed life here. You guys, are you willing to help me give those bastards a slap? It turns out that with Garp, every day is either training or fighting. There is no need to think too much. Life is simple and happy. If it weren't for Brugalus's mediation, his title of Rear Admiral would have been stripped away long ago. Mantis. After arriving here, Mantis felt very uncomfortable. I see. Why? In your mind, Brugalus is not trustworthy either? Didn't she help you? Due to this achievement, he was promoted to Rear Admiral and transferred here from Garp. And the people on the list have a very firm attitude towards the world government. I am very grateful for the help of Vice Admiral Brigera, but unfortunately, she still sided with the government. From Commodore to non-commissioned officers, the 3 guys he knew on Sky Island were also among them. Excuse me, what do you need us to do? They stayed in Marine just for justice. Mantis. I am very dissatisfied with the current situation of the Marine Science Force. When Smoker arrived, he immediately went to him. No other reason, just because he used to be Garp's subordinate. CP is just a dog raised by celestial dragons, and you dare to show your teeth to us. But now, CPs pop up to find faults at every turn. Smoker chuckled. It's all up to you. Chapter 207 Disciplinary Action. Gaw, 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 gaw. A flock of seagulls flew by, dropping newspapers. Whether it's Sengoku, Zephyr, Crane at the naval headquarters, or Garp sailing outside. Looking at the newspaper headlines at this time, I was confused. Especially Sengoku, holding Smoker's report on applying for a ton of gold. Although I approved it readily, I still couldn't figure it out. What the hell is Smoker doing? A week ago, Marine Technology Force Base. Smoker convened a meeting and deployed his first task since taking office. The content of the mission surprised all the Marines. That is to carry out disciplinary actions at the Marine Technology Force Base. Disciplinary actions are not uncommon for the Marines, and they even have a special disciplinary unit. But previous disciplinary actions were aimed at dereliction of duty, corruption, violations of military discipline, etc. But this time it was different. Smoker said with great sorrow that many Marines only knew how to fight and train, and had forgotten that the Marines' greatest responsibility was to protect celestial dragons. The highest belief in their hearts was their immense respect for celestial dragons. Smoker expressed his deep sorrow about this and asked all Marines to always keep celestial dragons in mind. He first took 100 kilograms of gold and cast a batch of flying dragon hoof badges, and issued 2 to each Marine. All the Marines were holding the heavy badges, too shocked to speak. Then he used his own money to make thousands of flags with flying dragon hoof prints and put them everywhere on the base's playground. Finally, a screen wall was built at the main entrance and exit of the base. On it is a flying dragon hoof print made of gold, which looks glittering and magnificent. Smoker requires that Marines salute this sign when entering or leaving the base. Every morning before the Marines drill, they line up and chant, "Give your heart to the celestial dragons, and be loyal to the world government." At first, all the Marines were confused, but no one raised any objections. Who the hell dares to say that worshipping celestial dragons is wrong? If this is heard by someone with ulterior motives, not to mention making progress, you might not even be able to save your life. What's more, Smoker offered to cover all the costs, since he himself didn't know how much money he had anyway. This expense is just a drop in the bucket. At first, the Marines suffered terribly. Either they forget the slogan or they forget to salute. In response, Smoker was not polite and imposed heavy penalties directly. Advertisement under this high pressure, everyone gritted their teeth and persevered for a few days, and finally formed a habit and would not cross the red line inexplicably. Moreover, once you get used to saluting, shouting slogans, and the like, they are no longer a burden. Immediately, Smoker contacted Morgan's and asked it to send someone to do an exclusive interview, preferably one that would make the front page headlines. Morgan's was very unhappy about this. The World Economic News Agency is the only global media in the pirates' world. In terms of information dissemination capabilities, it is even stronger than the world government. Its front page headlines have always been major events that shock the world. Many times, it can even directly affect the life and death of a country or influence the world situation. I didn't expect that today I would report on the disciplinary action of a mere Marine branch. Normally, for such a small matter, leaving a piece of tofu would be considered special consideration. Unexpectedly, Smoker was so determined that he insisted on making the headlines. Morgan swore to never obey, but could not resist Smoker's coercion and inducement, and finally had to obey with tears in her eyes. Morgan's looked at the new newspaper with tears in her eyes and felt dirty. But what he didn't know was that this boring news would cause a huge disturbance within the world government in the future. The Holy Land of Maranchoa. Nika is putting together today's briefing for the 5 elders. This was his original mission when he entered CP0. Although I am now in charge of checking the internal affairs of CP and I'm very busy. But he did not give up this responsibility and insisted on writing the briefing himself every day. As the highest authority in the world, the 5 elders have at least 800 different materials reported to their residents every day. There is so much intelligence information that I can't even read it all. We can only ask CP0 to sort and organize them first, pick out the most important ones and compile them into a briefing. The most important of these is the front page of the World Economic News Agency. When Nika saw today's newspaper, his pupils shrank suddenly. After thinking for a moment, he dialed the phone. "Hey, it's me. The Marine Science Corps disciplinary action, do you know what's going on?" Interview: "I understand. I will find an opportunity as soon as possible." Second: "I have an idea. Why not increase the number of admirals and add new admirals who are close to the government? In half a year, the 3 of them will be officially promoted to admiral. By then, the power structure of the Marines will be Sengoku leading those 3 brats." Advertisement: "I see, so we can train Smoker to be an admiral? He does have the potential. If you promote again, you will become admiral, but the 3 admiral candidate positions are already filled. Winning over. Only half a year, it's too late. Second: we should learn from the lesson of Zephyr. It is not enough for the marshal to obey us. We cannot ignore the admiral either. That's a solution. Let's add an admiral quota. What about letting CP assassinate him, just like what happened with Zephyr? In this way, even if those 3 guys inherited Zephyr's ideas, 1 marshal plus 2 admirals are enough to control the situation." Second: "Her? That's fine. Then we can add 2 more admiral positions? We need to proceed step by step. Once Smoker and Hina have grown up, we can make a final decision." Second: "There's more than one. There's also the female Marine named Hina. She always follows Smoker's lead and is also a chess piece that can be trained. If you want him to work openly, the position of Vice Admiral is too low. Should we promote him? The Marine Science Corps is the most powerful corps under the control of the world government. We should take this opportunity to reward it and set an example for the Marines to obey the world government." Interesting, Smoker. I didn't expect him to be so aware. It's not an option to change people. The admiral position is under everyone's attention. If we change people hastily without a proper reason, it will be hard to convince everyone. Later, between the rights. As for Smoker, I originally wanted him to replace Rat, but now I think it's more in our interest to have two pawns, one bright and one dark. The 5 smart guys looked at each other in bewilderment as they held the briefing. Second, although this move is a bit immature, this loyalty to celestial dragons is still worthy of recognition. Second, no, we were dealing with the admiral's wife and children, which was completely different from dealing with the admiral. The risk was too great. Operation Discipline. Donate your heart to celestial dragons. What do you think? Then what should we do? Win them over, replace them, or eliminate them? After hanging up the phone, Nika hesitated for a moment, then included the news in the briefing. Sengoku may not be from the world government, but he's still respectful. But those 3 brats. They're Zephyr's apprentices after all. Second, promotion is necessary, but not now. Promoting too quickly will attract the attention of Sengoku and Suru. Chapter 208 Conflict. The 5 smart ones are also decisive and swift. Once I made up my mind, I quickly put it into practice. First, a circular was issued within the world government, which praised the marine technology forces with lavish words. That's right, it's for Sengoku to see. The meaning is very clear, look, learn from it. Then, through a special channel, a special Den Mushi is sent to Smoker. This Den Mushi has the authority to communicate directly with the 5 elders. Although in most cases, the person who connects the phone is not the 5 elders himself. But with the authority of this Den Mushi, even if Smoker snores, the CP must be reported to the 5 elders as it is. Smoker holds Den Mushi. I know in my heart that 5 elders is treating me as a hidden stake. And listen to what he meant. The standard of my secret agent is very high, and he has almost the same authority as CP0. That's a good thing. Since they are so trusted, I have to reveal some explosive information to live up to their expectations. Time flies, and half a month has passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Smoker was slacking off in the office when he suddenly received a phone call. What? Okay. Got it. After hanging up the phone, Smoker hurried to the gate of the base. I saw a dozen CPs standing at the door, looking arrogant and haughty. Next to them was a group of indignant Marines. Brugulas was among them, looking somewhat embarrassed. Smoker glanced at CP. Hong, who had been beaten up by him before, was also among them, staring at him with a malicious smile. It turned out to be this guy, I almost forgot. Brugulas sighed, walked over to Smoker and whispered something. It turned out that CP came over today to discuss official business. The leader of the team was the commander of their base. His name was unknown, only his codename was Bai. Normally speaking, Brugulas personally came to greet him, which was already enough respect for him. Unexpectedly, this guy actually named Smoker and asked him to go out and greet him personally, otherwise he would turn around and leave. This is a tactic they have used before. When delivering some non-urgent orders, he deliberately found faults and humiliated the Marine. Advertisement Marine accepts, so I'll step on Marine's face. They refused to accept it, turned around and left, and came back to say that the Marine refused to accept the mission. Although the means are low, the world government is biased and always attacks the Marine without thinking twice. In the end, it is Marine who has to be humble and bear the brunt of the trouble. Many officers, especially those like Mantis, had already had countless conflicts with them. But there is no way, the referee is on their side. Even if you were right, people can still say that your tone is wrong. Hey, what did I think it was? After hearing this, Smoker was not angry but laughed out loud. CP officer, come here. As a Marine, it's my duty to greet you, I'm the one who was rude. Please come in. After hearing what Smoker said, a smile appeared on Bai's face. Hong had a look of smugness and disdain on her face. She said nice things to him that day, but now she has to beg for mercy? It's too late, it's too late. I will not stop until I get a piece of meat from Marine today. Seeing this, many other Marines showed anger. Smoker runs to the front of the egg. I'll lead the way, please come this way. Shiro nodded in satisfaction and followed Smoker into the Marine base. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a screen wall engraved with the hoofprint of a flying dragon. Smoker stood at attention and saluted. All the Marines saluted reflexively. After all, 3 weeks have passed and muscle memory has been formed. But it was the first time for CP to come here, so they were a little dazed. Mantis was hiding not far away, holding up a Den Mushi and taking pictures. Smoker pointed to the shadow wall and said with a smile, this is the hoofprint of the flying dragon created by our base. Bye. Ah, I've heard of it, it's pretty good. Smoker. We, the Marines, have tightened our belts and saved money to create this mark, just to remember our loyalty to celestial dragons. Bye. Ah, I understand, thank you for your hard work. Smoker's smile grew even wider. You know all that? Bai was a little confused, but could only nod. Ah, I know. 1/10 of the total amount is equivalent to 1/3 of the current funding. 1%, right. Advertisement, ah what, since you've agreed, you can get out now. Someone, show us out. When CP limped away, Brugulas came over with a worried look on his face. The funds for the Institute, CP, and Marine are allocated uniformly, and will be redistributed by CP when the time comes. When Bai climbed out of the ruins panting, damn Marine, you. Other CPs saw their boss being beaten. It turns out that Punk Hazard is a big spender of world government. Over the years, the funds nominally allocated to the Marine Corps have only reached 30% to 40% of the total. Smoker's smile suddenly faded and he kicked Shiro hard in the chest. Yes. Smoker snorted coldly and disappeared. "A-hole, what are you doing?" "This time, I want to deduct another 10%. His men were bleeding from their heads, foaming at the mouth, and lying on the ground twitching. The next second, he appeared behind Hong, grabbed his ankle, swung it like a meteor hammer, and rushed into the CP to attack. "What's going on? Wasn't it fine just now? Bye, ah." The standards for CP and Marine are the same, and both are given based on headcount. Everyone was stunned. The Marines were all shocked, and, secretly happy. The worst suffered was Hong, whose leg was torn off and he fainted from the pain. "Give me 30 seconds to tell me what you are here for." Bai was shaking all over and told Smoker tremblingly. Brugalus's jaw dropped in shock. Why did he suddenly turn hostile? According to regulations, the Institute has the most sufficient funding. Several Marines ran over excitedly, dragged Bai's men out of the base and threw them next to him. Before he could finish his words, Smoker appeared in front of him, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. They were stunned at first, then they reacted and rushed forward to fight desperately. But in actual practice, CP always finds various reasons to deduct Marines' funds. "Smoker, you've offended CP, how will this end?" The kick used considerable force, and Bai was caught off guard. He flew out of the base like a sack, and hit the wall heavily, with his whole body embedded in the wall. Smoker smiled coldly. "Prepare paper and pen, I need to write a letter of apology." Smoker chuckled. "No problem, I accept." Chapter 209, Apology. World Government, the CP communications officer in charge of communications is bored. Suddenly, an emergency communication Den Mushi screamed. He quickly answered the phone and received a telegram. When seeing the title, the self-proclaimed knowledgeable CP was stunned. CP Punk Hazard Base Emergency Report on Marine Science Unit attacking CP members and causing many serious injuries. He flipped through it quickly and his eyes almost popped out of his head. Punk Hazard CP placed the Marine base according to normal working procedures. During this time, he was beaten by the base leader Smoker? All members were seriously injured, and the most seriously injured CP0 was disabled? Reverse Tiangong. So cold. But before he could finish his indignation, another Den Mushi started howling, also an encrypted Den Mushi. This Den Mushi is from Naval Headquarters. Could it be related to this incident? The CP communications officer suppressed his anger and quickly answered the call. Soon a piece of information was transmitted. The title is 3 big words, Letter of Apology. "Humph, damn Marine. How dare you attack CP? Are you thinking of apologizing now? It's too late. Open black lens bracket, only the death penalty awaits you." Close black lens bracket. The CP communications officer opened the report and his pupils trembled. He hurriedly read it carefully. The more he read, the more solemn his expression became, and by the end he was sweating profusely. Smoker's confession is roughly divided into 4 sections. The first paragraph admits the mistake. "I, Smoker, hit someone, I was wrong. Marine is fighting CP, this is unacceptable, this is a great sin, and I cannot forgive it. I also ask the superiors to punish me severely, compensate me if I should, and punish me if I should. I will never frown." Second paragraph explanation. "I hit people purely out of righteous indignation. Our Marine salutes when seeing the Celestial Dragon's logo, but what about those CPs? I told him several times that this was the hoofprint of a flying dragon, but he just said, 'I know,' and remained indifferent. Seeing someone trampling on the dignity of celestial dragons, the subordinates became hot-blooded and could not help but take action. Advertisement: I am guilty and I admit my mistake, but I don't regret it." The third paragraph of thoughts. "Dear leaders, I think. Punk Hazard CP, I mean them, not all CPs, haha. Have you been slacking off? Logically speaking, CP is the Celestial Dragon's confidant, with high moral character, both civil and military, and each of them is an elite selected from thousands. It shouldn't be that they lose to our Marine in this aspect. Of course, I am not saying that they are incapable, they just have some ideological slippage. As long as you have the right thoughts, you will definitely be able to unleash infinite fighting power." The fourth paragraph is supplemented. "Punk Hazard CP wants to cut our funding. Even if we tighten our belts, we will still support CP's work. But as the old saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. We really have nowhere to get money. There is no other choice but to take down the flag with the flying dragon hoof print this year. This is not forced by CP, it is our own incompetence. But don't worry, the screen wall and the badge are still there. Marines' reverence for celestial dragons and obedience to world government will never slacken. Next year we will take stock of our expenses and see where we can save money, and try to put the flag back in place." After reading this letter of apology, the CP communications officer was completely numb. "This is the first time in my life that I have seen such a tea-like official document." Compared with CP's dry report, Smoker's confession is illustrated with both text and pictures, and there is also a photo inserted in it. In the photo, Smoker saluted the hoofprint of the flying dragon with a solemn and pious expression. Behind and beside him, all the Marines, regardless of their rank, saluted. The couple next to them either looked confused or looked around, looking vulgar no matter how you looked at them. What's even more amazing is that this photo uses the contrast of light and shadow very well. Smoker and a Marine stand in the sun, with a sense of holiness. The CP dressed in black stood in the shadows, looking like a group of thieves. The CP communications officer was angry and anxious. He had seen conflicts between Marine and CP many times before. Although the husband has his own reasons and the wife has her own reasons, the world government takes sides and the Marine always suffers. But Smoker doesn't play by the rules. Didn't you bribe the referee? Lousy directly locked the field and lit a fire. Not only that, in order to report this letter of apology as soon as possible. Advertisement Smoker specifically used the channels of the Naval headquarters. The powers of the Naval headquarters and the branches are completely different. If it was posted from Punk Hazard, the CP communications officer could have just suppressed it for a few days and then rejected it on the grounds that it did not comply with the procedures. This back and forth will take at least a week. The CP communications officer could use this time difference to tip off the enemy and do something good. At least it can allow Bai to prepare, but it is the Naval headquarters that is issuing the article now. Even if the CP communications officer had more courage, he would not dare to suppress this letter of apology. The CP communications officer had an uncertain expression, but he still gritted his teeth and reported it. Soon, the 5 smart guys got CP's report and the fatal letter of apology. Several people passed it round to read. For a moment, the atmosphere among all the powers was dead silent. Saint Satan held 2 documents in his hand, exerted force, and a stream of hockey gushed out, shattering the documents into powder. What do you think? The thread of events is very clear. CP was disrespectful to Celestial Dragons and Smoker attacked CP. These are indisputable facts. Smoker's case is easy to handle. His behavior is rebellious, but there are reasons for it. Whether it is severe punishment or generous reward, it is all excusable. The real trouble is, CP, I didn't expect the Celestial Dragon's shield to rust like this. CP0's internal cleansing has produced results. Last time, Duelu and his men violated the will of Celestial Dragons and secretly attacked Zane. I thought it was just an accidental act by some rebellious people, but the situation is not optimistic. Direct disobedience of orders or acting without orders is indeed rare, but there are many cases of seeking profit in the name of missions or concealing or underreporting. From this incident, we can see that it's not just CP0, all CPs have problems. This high-ranking hawk seems to have forgotten where his rights come from. So, how do we deal with Punk Hazard's CP base? It would be easy if it were just them. The problem is how to ensure the loyalty of the CP organization. Smoker's disciplinary action seems to be a good reference. Who should take the lead then? Smoker definitely can't do it. He's not a CP member and can't get involved in such a top-secret task as the CP list. G or Nika did an excellent job in the internal cleanup of CP0. Why not let him take charge? Second, it's decided. CP internal cleanup operation. Chapter 210 Vegapunk's invitation. The wind-sweeping CP is silent and fierce. Smoker keenly discovered that Punk Hazard CPs were getting worse and worse. Many arrogant yet familiar faces are gone, such as the cold and aloof Bai and the rebellious Hong. There are some new people. Although they still have the stubbornness that is unique to CP in their eyes, their words and actions have become much more disciplined. When facing Marine, he no longer looks down on people, and even becomes a little cautious when meeting someone holding a Den Mushi. At the same time, the punishment for Smoker was also handed down. Attacking CP is an unforgivable crime. We must conduct a thorough review, cancel the year-end performance appraisal, and deduct job allowances. Smoker was determined to establish himself in front of the world government, showing great remorse and sincerity. I wrote a self-review that is both profound and warm, profound and emotional. The words are full of loyalty to Celestial Dragons and world government, as well as boundless regret for attacking CP. The feelings are so deep that even the couple connected to the file feel a little sad. The world government is naturally very satisfied. Suppressing Marine every day, isn't it just for the sake of face? I didn't expect Smoker to be so tactful. He is indeed a man worthy of the 5 elders' eyes. Such a good comrade must not be allowed to suffer any injustice. Therefore, the world government allocated a special fund to make up for the military expenditure that had been withheld by the CP. They also specially added funds from eBay to allow Smoker to put the flag back in place as soon as possible. Smoker readily agreed. Not only did they put the flag back, they also repainted the base's exterior wall, painting a large flying dragon hoofprint on it. Install a few large spotlights and scan the hoofprints all night long, which makes it look particularly imposing. Especially at night, the hoofprint can be seen from far away on the sea, like a lighthouse. Smoker also published a special article. The seal of God is our lighthouse, was praised for a while. On formalism, I am definitely the most truth-seeking and pragmatic. That day, Hay came to find Smoker. He followed a Marine to Smoker's office. Smoker has a very good impression of his sensible family member. Congratulations, Hay, you've become a high-ranking member of the CP base so quickly. Hay's position was not originally high, otherwise he would not have become Smoker's contact person. However, the CP base has recently undergone a major reshuffle, with the original veterans either being transferred or directly arrested. Advertisement as the so-called last remaining old man, Hay was promoted twice and became the deputy base commander. In terms of level, it is only one level lower than Smoker. However, facing Smoker, he remained as humble as ever. Master Smoker, please stop laughing at me. He knew very well that I can avoid this storm, and even go further. In addition to thanking Nika for his operation, I would also like to thank Smoker for the fruits he has given. Through his super senses, he can easily detect the investigation and surveillance of him, and can even monitor the plans of the inspectors in real time. This is how we can prepare in advance and escape the disaster. Smoker lit up a cigar and threw one to Hay. Why did you come to me suddenly? And so openly, it seems like you have new instructions. Black nodded. Yes, I will convey the order from the world government first. Your recent performance has been recognized by the 5 elders. In the name of celestial dragons, they have awarded you the title of model base. The plaque will be delivered later. I'm telling you in advance, so be prepared. Having this plaque is equivalent to having the approval of the celestial dragons. Smoker nodded. That's really good news. This plaque is equivalent to the 5 elders personally recognizing Smoker as a good comrade. In the future, Smoker can do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't offend celestial dragons directly. Even if CP0 wants to attack him, they have to think carefully. You're so anxious to see me, it's not just this matter, right? Hay nodded, his voice lowering a bit. Lord Nika said that he is now in charge of this CP discipline inspection. Once I'm done with Maranjoa, I'll be touring CP bases around the world, so I can come to Punk Hazard to see you. Smoker chuckled. That's great, I have a lot to tell him. Even though Nika is in a prosperous and glorious state now, it also means that there are countless eyes staring at him from behind. I have to give him the devil fruit as soon as possible. It can not only help him improve his strength, but also help him gain a firm foothold and go further. If the critical moment really comes, maybe I can save his life. Is there an approximate time? At least 1 month, at most 2 months. I'll let you know again before he comes. Yes, this is the spy that CP had planted in your base. After I became the deputy base commander, I have the right to review this document, and I also copied a copy for you. A few days later, advertisement that's almost a quarter. In Smoker's eyes, these traitors are a much bigger threat than CP. But there are too many people in the base, and these undercover agents are hiding very deeply, so progress has been very slow. Until now, Smoker finally felt in control. Okay, you've worked hard. Therefore, Smoker has not dared to make any big moves. If the deputy of the base is from the world government, then it will be unplayable. With that, the list slowly fell into darkness. Well, now is the best time to do it. Let's go meet this world's #1 genius now. Lead the way. A base of only 2,000 people, unexpectedly, he actually sent the list. This is really timely relief. Smoker said in a sigh of relief. Thank you, this information is very important. The only thing that made him feel relieved and surprised was Brugalus, who seems to be very close to the world government, is not one of them. Could this be? If we don't clean this up, I'm afraid that I'll sleep in the morning and the world government will know about it in the afternoon. Smoker Vice Admiral, Mr. Vegapunk, please come over when you have time. Master Smoker, this list concerns my life and property. Please hide it well. Don't lose it, and don't let others find it. Smoker opened it and was stunned. Yes. There are nearly 100 Marines with government backgrounds, and another 200 or 300 have been bribed and corrupted by them, plus those who have a favorable impression of the government. Smoker smiled. After a quick glance, I took a deep breath. Mantis came over suddenly. I have not been idle during this period, and have been urging Mantis to investigate everyone's background. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. Hay took out a booklet from his arms and placed it carefully in front of Smoker. Smoker quickly opened the roster and looked through it. Smoker was stunned, then smiled slightly. Don't worry, the last thing you're going to lose is that. Smoker is looking at documents in the office. One last thing you might be interested in. Chapter 211 Conversation. Smoker originally wanted Mantis to take him to see Vegapunk. Unfortunately, Mantis does not have sufficient authority to enter Vegapunk's laboratory. There is no other way. I have to trouble Hay to be the guide. Hay took Smoker into a base built by hollowing out a mountain. Smoker looked around curiously. There is no mistake. This is where Luffy and the others are in the main storyline. Guy Saw is here to make sad and research weapons of mass destruction. Close black lens bracket. Hay took Smoker through layers of checkpoints and gates, and finally arrived in front of a door. The back is Vegapunk's exclusive laboratory. Without his order, not even the CP can enter. I'll send you here. Smoker smiled and nodded. Yeah, hard work. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. There were all kinds of experimental instruments in the room, light buttons flashing constantly, and chemical reagents of various colors. A man with a huge head stood in front of the instrument with his back to the door. His height was almost as tall as a giant. Needless to say, it was the man with the world's best brain, Vegapunk. Vegapunk heard the noise, turned around and saw Smoker, and came over with a smile. Oh, sorry, Smoker Vice Admiral, I should have come to see you earlier. Before, I was busy with my research and I didn't leave the lab. They didn't dare to come in and call me. That's why I was negligent. Please forgive me. Punk Hazard owns 3 agencies. The Institute is responsible for scientific research, and its leader is Vegapunk. The CP base is responsible for administration and internal security, and its leader is Bai. The Marine Science Corps is responsible for external security, led by Smoker. According to normal etiquette, as soon as Smoker arrived, the leaders of the three families should meet him to communicate anything. As a result, Vegapunk did not come forward because of the research. Smoker only saw CP, after a cordial and friendly exchange between the two sides. When Vegapunk came out, CP's world changed. Smoker doesn't care about these etiquette things. It doesn't matter. You are responsible for the future of mankind. Even if God comes, he will not interfere with your research. Thank you for your understanding, you are such a thoughtful person. The two chatted for a while, and it was just simple greetings. Advertisement. After a while, Vegapunk ordered them to leave. Smoker Vice Admiral, it was a pleasure talking to you today. I still have a few experiments to do, so I'll excuse myself today. We can talk again some other day. After saying this, he bowed slightly, turned around and walked towards the experimental equipment. Smoker was a little surprised and quickly called out to him. Dr. Vegapunk, don't you have anything else to say? For example, Stussy. That's a precious experimental subject. Vegapunk paused. Smoker Vice Admiral, I am grateful to you for sparing Stussy's life. But you said one thing wrong. Stussy is indeed the first clone I successfully created, but she is not an experimental subject, but a human being and my friend. Back then, she chose to infiltrate CP for me, and I was prepared for her to encounter unexpected events every day. Now I am only in prison for something as trivial as disobeying orders. This is far beyond my expectations. That day, Smoker and his friends let Stussy go. When she came back, as the only survivor, she would naturally face a lot of interrogation. Fortunately, she handled it properly and didn't expose anything. But there was no getting away with disobeying orders. Fortunately, the leader Duelu took the blame and was only imprisoned in the end. Smoker chuckled. You admitted your relationship so easily, aren't you afraid that I will report you? Vegapunk was also dismissive when he heard this. This is the laboratory with the highest confidentiality standards in the world. All the Den Mushi, whether they are video, audio, or photo, none of them work. Once we get out of this door, I won't admit anything, and don't even think about getting any clues from Stussy. Smoker chuckled and nodded in agreement. That's natural. After all, he is a clone of Bakingome Stussy. I'm not that naive. But does the world government need evidence to do things? As long as it's exposed, whether it's true or not, it's enough to make you suffer, right? Humph, with my status, how could the world government touch me just for a mere suspicion? What's more? Vegapunk stared at Smoker with a playful look on his face. Since Stussy and I lost contact, no one has come to investigate me. The only explanation is that you didn't report the incident at all. Advertisement, what exactly is your purpose? A righteous marine who was personally commended by the 5 elders. Smoker suddenly laughed, letting the tension ease. Of course I have a purpose, but don't worry, I don't want to become your enemy. As for Stussy, let's just say it's a token of our loyalty. The couples are so mixed up right now, let her bear with it for a while. After this storm is over, I will try again to see if I can release her. After all, on the surface, she is just following orders. Vegapunk breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. That's good. But his expression was still rather distant. After all, the two sides have different positions and there is no trust at all. Smoker was well prepared for this. He walked forward, leaned close to Vegapunk's ear, and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Ohara, Dragon, Historical Text, The Great Flood. Vegapunk shuddered all over and looked at Smoker in disbelief, almost unable to speak. It's no wonder Vegapunk is nervous. Regarding planting spies in CP, 5 elders might find evidence. But when it comes to the main text of history and revolutionaries, it is absolutely better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. Whoever touches them will die. In the eyes of the 5 elders, ruling the world is much more important than transforming the world. Let them know that Vegapunk has been blank in research for 100 years. Even if it is just a rumor, they will kill this world's #1 genius without any regrets. What's more, all the evidence is in Punk Hazard. Normally, these materials are hidden in the underground secret room, and the CP cannot find them. But once CP gets serious and searches everywhere, the information can't be hidden at all. Smoker waved his hand. Calm down, Dr. Vegapunk. It's time to trust my sincerity. Vegapunk nodded, his tone softening. I can see that you came to Punk Hazard for a purpose. Could you please tell me? Smoker nodded quickly. Of course I have to tell you. You're the most crucial link. Vegapunk was confused. Let's talk about the most important purpose first. I hope to contact Monkey D. Dragon through your channels. Why? Chapter 212 Artificial Devil Fruit. After hearing what Smoker said, Vegapunk looked around nervously even though he knew the lab was closed. Do you know what you are saying? How could I possibly know such a dangerous guy? Oh, Smoker said innocently, don't you know him? Didn't you meet him again after the Ohara incident? Before he could finish his words, Vegapunk rushed over and covered his mouth. Shut up, you be asterisk 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 D. No, how do you even know this? Smoker pushed Vegapunk's hand away. It's not convenient to reveal this, but don't worry, the world government and the Marines definitely don't know about it. Seeing Vegapunk's skeptical expression, he moved closer. Then let me reveal more. It doesn't matter even if the senior management of Naval Headquarters finds out about this. You know what I mean. Sure enough, after hearing this, Vegapunk was shocked. The look he gave Smoker was full of shock. After a long while, he slowly nodded. I understand. Although I work for the world government, I have to say, this is really good news. Smoker smiled slightly. So, from this perspective, there is no conflict in our positions. Now, Vegapunk finally relaxed. In fact, ever since Stussy was arrested, he has been worried. In theory, Stussy will not betray me, and the world government will not blame me. But who knows, what unexpected things might happen. These days I'm hiding in the lab. This is not only to speed up the research progress, but also to use heavy experiments to force myself not to think too much. Now with Smoker's explanation, even a gesture of goodwill. He finally doesn't have to worry about this anymore. As for Stussy, as long as his identity is not exposed, at most he will suffer some imprisonment. Suddenly, a machine in the lab started beeping. Vegapunk's face changed, and he ran over in a hurry without caring that Smoker was right next to him. Smoker was curious, and since the other party didn't chase him away, he followed him. To be honest, he is also very interested in Vegapunk research. Vegapunk opens a machine, and with a puff of white smoke, reveals the devil fruit inside. Advertisement however, the appearance of this fruit is very strange. It is shaped like an apple, dark red all over, and the pattern on it is orange and yellow circles. Smoker saw the clue immediately. Artificial devil fruit? Has the research reached this level? Vegapunk took the fruit out and placed it on another instrument. Start the instrument, and several probes will continuously scan the fruit. Numbers will appear on the LCD screen next to it and keep jumping. 0%, 4.5%, 28.8%, 57.2%, 95.0%, 96.1%, 98.9%. Just when it was about to be full, the number suddenly stopped at 98.9% and failed to reach 100%. Vegapunk fell to his knees, pounding the ground and crying loudly. How can I repair it? Failed again. This is already the 37th test piece. What went wrong? Why can't it reach 100%? After saying that, she continued to cry loudly, which made anyone who heard it sad and listened to it cry. This time, he was in seclusion, studying this artificial devil fruit wholeheartedly. It took more than 3 months, and I forgot to eat and sleep. I thought it was perfect, but it still failed. Family members, who understands? The more Vegapunk thought about it, the louder he cried. After he vented a little, Smoker walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Number 37. Does that mean 37 failures? Vegapunk nodded with a sob. I have improved everything that could be improved, but why did I still fail? I don't even know which direction to take to improve it next. Smoker smiled as bright as the sun. Failure? How did you fail? Vegapunk raised his head and looked at Smoker with a confused expression. Bro, are you blind? Dr. Vegapunk, you didn't fail 37 times, you mastered 37 ways to fail. I don't know how realistic those artificial devil fruits made by Guy are. He wiped his nose and said, sorry, Smoker-kun, I made you laugh. Advertisement, this is so far away, excuse me. Wait. Dr. Vegapunk, may I ask what the prototype of this fruit is? Originally, after eating this fruit, the transformed form is dark green. For example, what's the difference between this fruit and the original one? Smoker was a little surprised. How big of a difference will a 1% error make in the fruit? After crying for a while, Vegapunk finally calmed down. Vegapunk showed a shocked expression. I understand. In scientific research, the road to pursuing truth is bright, but also tortuous. I don't know how many times it will take to succeed, but I know it only takes one more time than failure. Although Vegapunk has many secrets, he is just a simple scientist. Smoker waved his hand dismissively. Smoker's body trembled. He grasped Smoker's hand, moved to tears. Don't even mention 98.9%. Even 99.9%, 99.999% and 100% are not the same concept. When I hear someone asking about technological issues, I immediately start to tell them everything I know. You are such a saint. Then, Smoker began to beat around the bush. Vegapunk put his hands behind his back and looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. By the way, why didn't this devil fruit succeed? 98.9%, in my opinion, is close to perfection, and it's not an exaggeration to say it's a success. Oh, fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form. I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. Are the requirements for artificial devil fruit so strict? What? Vegapunk's eyes widened after seeing the bowl of chicken soup. The difference of 2% is two completely different things. But look at its strange appearance now. Although I don't know what color it will be after the ability user changes, it will definitely be a warm color. Smoker. No, science cannot tolerate any carelessness. This is the truth. Mr. Smoker, your understanding of scientific research is so profound. He already knew that this value was the degree of restoration of the original fruit. Chapter 213. Only 30%. Looking at the artificial devil fruit in front of him, Smoker felt his heart beating in his throat. He really wanted to slap Vegapunk. I just devalued this fruit and thought it was just an ordinary test product. I didn't expect this was the one Momonosuke ate. What a failed product. The only difference between it and the original one is the paint job. Barbie Pink is indeed not as good as the blue hockey, but it does not affect its strength. If I hadn't asked one more question, I might have missed this god-level fruit. Vegapunk held the fruit, walked to the wall, and pressed the buttons on the wall for a while. The wall slowly rose up, revealing a dark room. Inside is a row of artificial devil fruits with number tags on them. From number 1 to number 36, it seems to be a previous experiment of Vegapunk. The smaller the number, the stranger it looks. Some have strange shapes, like a lizard head growing on an apple. Some patterns only cover a small half, and the back half is still an apple. Some of them seem to have a jelly-like texture and become flat just by being left there. It seems that these are all previous failures. If Momonosuke had found these things, he would have starved to death rather than eat them. Suddenly, he noticed a large glass jar next to him, which contained green liquid that was bubbling. It looks a bit like the green blood of Seraph. It's a bit like the sad made by Guy. Smoker looked at the devil fruits curiously. Why is it just here? Do you want to keep it for further research? Vegapunk shook his head. That's not the case. We have already mastered the technology of these failed products. In fact, they can be completely destroyed. But artificial devil fruit is not a natural thing after all. If it is destroyed casually, we don't know what adverse consequences it will cause. So, I'll just leave it here. Artificial devil fruit also has the advantage of not being corrupt. Smoker's eyes lit up when he heard this. Dr. Vegapunk, if you don't mind, I can help you get rid of these things. I used my ability to help Galen Gang deal with a lot of poison gas before. Poison gas? Vegapunk was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, that B**************** D is secretly doing these dangerous research again. How did you deal with it? It won't have any effect on you, right? It won't pollute the environment, right? Don't worry, it won't. Smoker elementalized his palm, and a can filled with poison gas emerged, then slowly sank into the darkness. Advertisement: my dark space is infinite and isolated from the real world, so I don't have to worry about pollution. Even if I die, these poisonous gases will forever sleep in the darkness, and even the next person with the ability will not be able to remove them. Vegapunk was overjoyed and scratched it with his hand. That's great, Smoker-kun. Please get rid of all this stuff. This includes the latest artificial fruit, number 37. Smoker suppressed his excitement and released darkness, absorbing all the devil fruits in the row, and also sucked in the piles of information on the table. Seeing that the surroundings were quite messy, Smoker controlled his ability and cleaned up the entire lab. Vegapunk didn't hold back either. He has a brain developed from the brain fruit, which can store unlimited knowledge. I have memorized this information by heart and will never forget it. He just stood there quietly, continuing to think about future research directions. Artificial devil fruit, no matter how it is restored, can never reach 100%, which means this research idea is a failure. How about making the bloodline factor into a medicine and injecting it directly? It is theoretically feasible, but it will put a great burden on the receptors. Without a strong physique, it is impossible to withstand the impact of the drug. Open black lens bracket. Think again, think again. Close black lens bracket. While Vegapunk was daydreaming, Smoker had already cleaned out the lab, even sucking up all the dust in the corner. Looking at the newly renovated laboratory, Vegapunk was both surprised and delighted. Oh, Smoker-kun, your ability is truly amazing and worth studying. By the way, what is this ability of yours? Smoker's ability actually comes with its own space. If it can be copied, doesn't that mean there will be an unlimited amount of trash cans for discarded experimental materials? Smoker did not hide it. This is dark fruit, Logia. When he heard it was Logia, Vegapunk's face immediately fell, with obvious disgust in his eyes. Ah, Logia. Oh, forget it. He has just figured out Zone. Although Paramecia is more difficult, it is not out of reach. On the contrary, Logia is far beyond his current technical level. Even if there are samples, no results can be obtained from the research. From a scientific point of view, Logia is really useless. Mr. Smoker, I have a request. Go ahead. Punk hazard generates a large amount of waste experimental products every year, and the cost of harmless disposal is very high. In fact, 30% of our institute's annual funding is spent on waste disposal. Smoker took a breath. 30%. Although I admire Vegapunk's move to protect the environment, the cost is too high. Advertisement, and there are many scientists who have this idea. Normally, it takes a lot of effort to ask the world government to add 10% or 50% of funding. Smoker was also very happy. Although Vegapunk used his superior position to enforce this requirement, he was actually under a lot of pressure. Only 30%. In this way, some projects that have been shelved due to lack of funds can be restarted. In his eyes, it was just throwing money away. The huge head dropped down, like a wall pressing down on Smoker. No wonder Guy is so unhappy. This is a question for Smoker. Dr. Vegapunk, why is devil fruit so difficult to replicate? Okay, I agree, but I'm usually very busy and can only come once in a while. In theory, as long as Vegapunk has a demand, whether it is devil fruit or a person with special abilities, the world government can bring a truckload. And why is it based on the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form? Is it a coincidence? Suddenly, Smoker asked. For example, Geisa, Quinn, Kaji. Smoker's move is equivalent to a 30% increase in funding. Smoker shook his head. So why was Kaido's fruit ultimately used as the prototype? It is rare to find someone like Vegapunk who cares about the people and advocates peace. Vegapunk held up 3 fingers. Smoker was shocked. What? Or is there any other reason? Oh, that'll be enough. After saying this, he bowed deeply. Vegapunk looked excited. Vegapunk sighed. Smoker was startled and quickly supported him. Deep down, he was still happy to be friends with Vegapunk. Smoker-kun, it's not like I haven't tried other fruits before. Do you know what the degree of restoration is? Scientists in the pirates' world are not good, but most of them are villains who have advanced knowledge. No. Can you use your ability to help us deal with experimental waste in the future, please? Vegapunk studied the bloodline factor first, and then caught Kaido. Chapter 214 Azure Dragon, Phoenix, and Smoker was shocked to hear the data. What? 30%? That's the maximum, doesn't that mean it's a failure? Vegapunk shrugged. Isn't it? I have done animal experiments and found that if you eat this devil fruit, there is only a 1 in 20 chance of gaining power. Even if he gains power, he won't be able to switch between 3 forms like a normal zone user, but will permanently transform into a deformed half-human beast. What's even worse is that regardless of whether or not you can gain power, there will be the side effect of losing control of your emotions. Smoker. Isn't this the smile guy spreads? It's just that the chance of success has doubled, and the side effect of losing control of emotions is that you can only laugh. Vegapunk naturally didn't notice Smoker's psychological changes and continued to do science. Mr. Smoker, you don't know. The ability of the devil fruit is passed on through bloodline factors. And the so-called artificial devil fruit is to extract and copy the bloodline factor in the devil fruit and stabilize it in the form of fruit. But the bloodline factor is extremely fragile and can be easily affected by the outside world. Whether it is copied or extracted, it will cause upgrades and collapse. So, the success rate of artificial devil fruit is very low. Even if it succeeds by chance, it will be accompanied by strange upgrades. And the most critical indicator for measuring the quality of artificial devil fruit is the degree of restoration of the bloodline factor. Smoker suddenly realized that he had no feelings when watching anime. But according to Vegapunk, it is indeed very difficult to cultivate artificial devil fruit. But you still raised the restoration degree to nearly 100%. Vegapunk's face fell. That's not my credit, but devil fruit's credit. Devil fruit has its own will. Different fruits have different bloodline factors. The bloodline factor of each fruit is basically the same as the animal it represents. The greatest characteristic of the Azure Dragon is its unparalleled toughness. It is precisely because of this characteristic that the bloodline factor can withstand repeated experimental impacts, allowing me to continuously improve my technology. Advertisement Smoker expressed his understanding. Research requires a large number of samples. Other devil fruits are as brittle as soap bubbles and break at the slightest touch, so there's no point in researching them. Only Kaido's fruit is strong enough to support repeated experiments and accumulate sufficient data. Looking at it this way, Geisa doesn't seem to be such a waste after all. Look at what his smile prototypes are, there's not even an ancient species. Suddenly, Smoker thought of something. You said that the reason why this artificial devil fruit has a high degree of restoration is because its bloodline factor contains the toughness of the Azure Dragon, right? Vegapunk nodded. Yes, that's right. As expected of a vice admiral, his brain is much smarter than an ordinary marine. Although the bloodline factor of ordinary zone fruits is fragile, compared to Paramecia and Lobia, it is already very stable. The Paramecia devil fruit is much worse, but at least it has a stable shape and can still be caught. Although Lobia is the most powerful, it has no fixed form at all. Its bloodline factor is naturally the most unstable, and even extraction is difficult. So far, only Zone Artificial Devil Fruit has made a breakthrough. I see. Smoker, stroking his chin, paced back and forth. Dr. Vegapunk, in fact, in order to make the bloodline factor resist erosion, it is not necessary to rely on toughness, recovery ability should also be able to do it, right? Just like Wolverine in Marvel. Although the adamantium metal has been eroding his body, he can completely ignore it because of his self-healing ability. Vegapunk was stunned at first. He quickly ran to a computer, picked up the keyboard and started typing. He muttered to himself while typing. Yes, this is also an idea. After knocking for a while, the screen suddenly flashed green light with a huge, yes, in the middle. Advertisement, success, the deduction was successful. Vegapunk jumped up excitedly at first, but then calmed down. That's not right. Azure Dragon is the most powerful among all the mythical beasts, so its recovery ability is naturally excellent. Where can we find a specimen with a higher recovery ability than it? Smoker walked up to him and pulled out a photo from his pocket. The photo shows a young man with a yellow pineapple head, but his arms have turned into wings wrapped in blue flames. Whitebeard Pirates, Phoenix Marco. In terms of recovery ability alone, he is better than Kaido. The above is an understatement. When it comes to self-healing, the Phoenix is far better than the Azure Dragon. In the Onigashima battle, Kaido's injuries recovered in minutes, while Marco recovered in seconds before his stamina ran out. The blue bar never disappears, the red bar never decreases. Dr. Vegapunk, would you like to try this experiment again using the bird fruit Phoenix form? Smoker thought Vegapunk would agree immediately, but he unexpectedly fell into deep thought instead. After a long while, he slowly shook his head. Sorry, Mr. Smoker, I choose to refuse. First, based on the existing data, it is sufficient to prove that artificial devil fruit is a failed path. Even if the Phoenix's bloodline factor is used to successfully create an artificial devil fruit, it is only a special case and is not replicable. Once other samples are replaced, the result will be the same. Second, when extracting the bloodline factor, the user must remain awake. What does this mean? The other party must either cooperate or be arrested. I can't imagine that Marco, as a pirate, will cooperate with us. Kidnapping is even worse. This is tantamount to declaring war on Whitebeard. It was better when I was young. At that time in Mad, there was only one ship, and we would move to another place after firing a shot. Even if I really offended Whitebeard, the worst that could happen is that I would just run away. I wouldn't be as timid as I am now. Things are different now. With a big family and a lot of money, he doesn't want to destroy his old home for a project with no future. Smoker couldn't help but frown after hearing what Vegapunk said. He couldn't refute it, because every word Vegapunk said made sense. But, Phoenix, very tempting. Chapter 215 The Lowest Rules. According to Vegapunk's idea, he was ready to give up the artificial devil fruit. Countless experiments have proven that this is a failed path. Even if Kaido and Marco's fruit can be successfully produced. That is just an individual case based on the characteristics of the fruit and cannot be promoted through technology. But he couldn't resist Smoker, so he finally agreed. As long as Smoker can obtain Marco's bloodline factor, he can try to copy the Phoenix fruit for him. But there is a prerequisite, that is, never provoke Whitebeard. Especially don't mess with Punk Hazard. Vegapunk gave Smoker a specially made bloodline factor extraction device. In order to extract the bloodline factor, enough blood must be taken from the person with the ability while he is conscious. In other words, the other party either cooperates voluntarily or is arrested. Smoker took the instrument, learned how to use it, and then put it into the darkness. Smoker was about to leave immediately, but suddenly thought of a problem. Dr. Vegapunk, since artificial devil fruit is obtained by copying bloodline factors, can we mass produce the same fruit? For example, Kaido's fruit, can you make a few more? If we can mass produce it, with giant dragons all over the sky and flying dragons on our faces, how can we lose? Pirates directly enter the fantasy from high martial arts, so what are they afraid of? World government, ancient weapons. What are I am and the 5 elders? If you are obedient, I will accept you as my dog. If you are disobedient, my ashes will be scattered for you. Vegapunk shook his head decisively. Sorry, that's not possible. Devil fruit has unique characteristics. This is the most basic rule. Even artificial devil fruits must follow this rule. In previous experiments, whenever a fruit with a higher degree of perfection appeared, the previous fruit would lose its function and become an ordinary upgraded fruit. I have no idea why. So, those test subjects you disposed of before, although they all contained bloodline factors, they have lost their effect. Smoker was very surprised. Is there such a thing? Then my plan of flying dragons all over the sky would be doomed. Why? Strictly speaking, isn't it equivalent to having 2 fish fruits now? Vegapunk shook his head. That's not the case. Advertisement. You can think of devil fruit and artificial devil fruit as 2 tracks. The same fruit is not allowed on each track. But when crossing tracks, the same fruit does appear. But there will never be the same devil fruit or the same artificial fruit. I even doubt that it is impossible to create an artificial devil fruit with 100% restoration. Smoker pulled out an artificial devil fruit numbered 13 from the darkness. This fruit only has the devil fruit pattern on the upper half, the lower part is just an ordinary fruit. Vegapunk leaned forward to take a look. Oh, this fruit is an early result, and the completion rate is only 20%. Originally, after eating this fruit, the body would change, but after the appearance of fruit number 14, this fruit lost its effectiveness. Smoker's eye twitched slightly. So, the fruits I collected, except for the latest one, number 37, are useless. How can you say they're useless? They're also the crystallization of science and technology, and have high commemorative and scientific research value. Smoker sighed deeply. You said, even if we successfully copy the bird fruit, the mythical beast, the phoenix form, we can only have one at most? Vegapunk nodded firmly. Yes. Smoker. The two chatted for a while, and Smoker left with a resentful look on his face. But my brain is still spinning wildly. Vegapunk felt that this experiment had no prospects and was unwilling to continue. But Smoker doesn't think so. He knew very well that the replica of the fish fruit's mythical beast species blue dragon form had actually been successfully made. It's just the color, what does it matter? Being both feminine and strong is the right path. If the replica of the bird fruit, mythical beast, phoenix form can reach this level, then Marine will be able to obtain 2 mythical beast fruits immediately, and if used well, it can even add 2 grand prize level combat forces. Which force can resist such temptation? In fact, even if it is a defective product like Smile. In Smoker's eyes, it doesn't seem completely worthless. At least the 6 emperors, including Batman, Moth, Seagull and others with flying abilities are still very useful. In this ocean, being able to fly is enough to render 99.99% of your opponents helpless. For some guys with average talent, it is still very attractive. Promote it in Marine. Be open and honest, and be voluntary. Advertisement more or less, some people are willing to give up their looks for power. After all, many Marines are not better looking than the gifters. Of course, before that, we must improve our success rate. 10% success is ridiculous. He doesn't want a bunch of giggling guys in the Marine. But, you can give me CP. No, the research on artificial devil fruit cannot be put on hold. Some things are worthless just because they have not been excavated. It is easy to stop, but it is difficult to pick them up again. Open black lens bracket if you don't like doing Vegapunk. Close black lens bracket. Smoker's eyes lit up and he turned in a different direction. Shish. Geisa Current brought 2 cups of coffee, put one down next to Smoker, and floated to the sofa with one of his own cups. Smoker-kun, you haven't been here much lately. Smoker picked up his coffee and took a sip. It tastes very bad without milk or sugar. I guess it's just for refreshing. As you know, there was some unpleasantness between my CP and me, so I kept a low profile for a few days. I haven't been anywhere or contacted anyone during this period of time, because I'm afraid that CP will cause trouble for you. Guy Saw also showed an expression of sudden understanding. That's right, those mad dogs don't care who is right or wrong, they just catch them first. Although I don't dare to really do anything to the scientists, it's still very upsetting to be bullied for no reason. Smoker continued, how's your research on poison gas going? When this was mentioned, Guy smiled bitterly and shook his head. Shoo, Smoker-kun, I've been doing some research on this since you last suggested it. Poison gas concentration, confinement, and even whether it can be mass-produced. We have now made a breakthrough. Speaking of which, Smoker-kun, I was able to complete such a masterpiece thanks to you. Smoker smiled. You're welcome. I have always been very convinced of Dr. Geisa Kulin's research ability. I came here today because I want to trouble you with something. Chapter 216. You are technically savvy. Hearing Smoker say he had something to ask for, Geisa Current put down his coffee cup with a smile. It's really strange, Smoker-kun, that you would find me. I am just a scientist. Apart from scientific research, I am powerless to do anything else. Smoker. Don't worry, I chose you because of your scientific research ability. What I want to ask is, never mind, why don't you take a look at this first? After saying that, he took out a thick booklet. This is Vegapunk's research log for his artificial devil fruit. Record research progress in different periods, and some research ideas. Geisa Kalang saw that it was Vegapunk's research log and immediately became interested. He took it and looked at it with a surprised expression. Artificial devil fruit? You actually got this? He gave Smoker a suspicious look. If I remember correctly, this is a top-secret project classified by the world government. I have no right to participate in it, so how could it fall into Smoker's hands? But he didn't care about that and just continued to look through this rare diary. As for world government, with me JJ thing, soon, Geisa Current was immersed in it. So it's based on this theory. Yes, although it's wildly imaginative, it's very reasonable. This kind of data is amazing. Guy was so engrossed in watching that Smoker didn't urge him, but just waited quietly. After a long time, Geisa Current let out a long sigh and closed the diary reluctantly. Smoker-kun, is this the reward? I have to admit that I am very moved. Well, as long as it's not something too excessive, I can help you. Smoker smiled and shook his head. This isn't a reward, this is content. I want you to research artificial devil fruit. What? Guy saw Kalang's eyes widened. Are you kidding? The world government is keeping a close eye on this top secret project. But, so exciting. Smoker motioned for him to calm down. Vegapunk will soon report to the world government that the artificial devil fruit project has completely failed. I just came from his place. All the information and products have been destroyed. This log was secretly brought out. Advertisement, total failure, destroy the data? Guy saw Kalang was stunned. He opened the diary again, read it for a while, his face full of confusion. Isn't this already fruitful? Based on the current data, it can be transformed into a product with a little improvement. Smoker secretly complained. You don't consider the side effects at all. Sure enough, your reaction is the same as mine. But Dr. Vegapunk is different. He is a perfectionist. If the restoration degree is less than 100%, it is a failure in his eyes. Guy, would you like to help me continue my research along this path? Of course, you can also go to CP and tell them that the experimental results are not that pessimistic. Or you can be more extreme and just report me. After Smoker finished speaking, he picked up the coffee cup, took a sip, and darkness began to gather silently in his palm. As long as Guy reveals something to the world government, he will be dead in the next second. Even if Smoker himself does not research artificial devil fruit, we will never allow the world government to continue along this path. As for how to get away with murder, Smoker also has a ready-made reason. Geisa Current stole Vegapunk's research log. After all, he had both the motive and the ability to commit the crime, so no one would suspect anything. And it was justified for Smoker to kill him. As for Vegapunk, Smoker believes he won't say anything nonsense. Guy didn't realize that he was on the verge of life and death, and was still frowning as he read the last result of the log. Smoker didn't say anything either, just looked at him quietly. To be honest, Geisa Current has not committed any crimes yet, and he gets along pretty well with me. He didn't want to kill unless it was necessary. After a long while, Geisa Current closed the book. Shish. Is Vegapunk a genius or an idiot for giving up such a great research result? Smoker stood up, walked to Guy casually, and put his hand on his shoulder. So, Guy, what's your choice? His tone was calm, without any sign of abnormality. Shoo la la la, stupid question, of course I'll help you. Huh? Smoker was stunned and quite surprised. Let's not talk about how you helped me perfect the poison gas before, let's just talk about this matter. I am a scientist. I will only help those who know the value of things. Advertisement. Since the world government believes that the experiment has failed, it means that they are just a bunch of amateurs. Why should I help those idiots? Smoker patted his shoulder heavily. Thank you very much. There are some information and samples. I'll send them over when you find a suitable place. I'm not as strict as Vegapunk. In my eyes, as long as artificial devil fruit can improve combat power and doesn't have too many side effects, that's enough. Smoker also understood the guy didn't care about any side effects. But it doesn't matter. If the side effects are too great and cannot be improved, you can just sell it to pirates and make money. I just don't know how long this study will take. 2 years before Luffy went to sea, Guy caused a violent explosion at Punk Hazard and was arrested and imprisoned. A year later he returned to Punk Hazard and began collaborating with Doflamingo on SAD. After Luffy and the others beat up the Celestial Dragons, Mingo spoke to Disco, the owner of the human auction house, and claimed that this was the smile of the times. Considering that Kaido already had a large number of gifters under his command 2 years later, it means that he successfully developed artificial devil fruit in just 1 year. Thinking of this, Smoker asked, Guy, how long will this study take? Guy laughed a few times and his eyes rolled around. Mr. Smoker, scientific research is very expensive. I estimate that it must be at least 2 billion, oh no, 3 billion Baileys. In the main storyline, 2 of Punk Hazard's 3 research bases were destroyed. Many facilities had to be newly set up, and experimental chemicals had to be purchased anew, so the cost was extremely high, and Geisa had to cheat money from the ant. But now these things are readily available. As long as Guy does a good job of accounting, it can be done without spending any money. Smoker was also stunned when he heard the amount. How many? Guy lied. Well, 1.8 billion is not impossible to negotiate. Smoker took out a black card and slapped it on Guy. Here are 5 billion Baileys. Use them first. Tell me if you don't have enough. Guy was stunned. Well, Vegapunk is just completing theoretical research. In order to actually produce it, we need to do human experiments. What? Guy was panicking. No, we can use monkeys. Smoker took out a card and slapped it on Guy. This is the VIP card for the slave auction house. Just go to Sabaody Archipelago to recruit people. Use it first. Tell me if you don't have enough. But you are not allowed to use civilian slaves. Guy was shaking with excitement. Smoker-kun. No, brother Smoker. You are the one who understands technology. I will follow you from now on. Chapter 217. Cleaning. 10 days passed in a flash. That day, Smoker was sleeping soundly on his office chair. There were several books on the desk, covered with labels of different colors. There was a knock on the door. Smoker woke up with a start and quickly put away the documents on the table. Come in. The person who came was Mantis. Seeing that it was him, Smoker relaxed. Seeing the stack of files in his hand, he said calmly, Well, how's the investigation going? Some time ago, Smoker called Mantis to his office and asked him to investigate the spies that CP had planted in Marine based on the information given by Hay. When he first read the information, Mantis could hardly believe his eyes. In his impression, these Marines were a betrayal of justice. The Marine is huge, so it is normal for a few corrupt Marines to appear. But it is unheard of to see such a large number of traitors appearing in the Marine Technology Corps. So, he decisively took on this task. In fact, Smoker gave him this task simply because there was no one else available. The people under Garp always seem not to be very smart. Was he being fooled? Or was he exposed? But soon, Mantis slapped Smoker in the face with his strength. Although he, like Garp, is annoyed by CP, he also does not hesitate to express his dislike for CP. But when it comes to investigation, he can definitely be described as bold and careful. Smoker had to admit that he was narrow-minded, but think about it, a team can't be full of idiots from top to bottom. There has to be someone who understands to balance the IQ. Smoker guessed correctly. Garp's subordinates have been cleaning up his mess for years. Whether it's reaction speed or adaptability, they're all above average. At this time, Mantis looked angry. He slammed the file in his hand onto the table. Damn it, all the information Hay gave is true and reliable. There were so many strange accidents before, and now I finally know the answer. Those despicable guys are simply insulting justice. The Marine Technology Corps has been living a very frustrating life. Mantis himself has encountered several inexplicable misfortunes in the past 2 years. For example, it was the Marine Patrol that spotted the pirates. Just as he was about to attack, he was intercepted by CP, and all the military merit he had obtained was lost. For example, there were several times when the pirates hijacked Punk Hazard's supply ship. It was clearly CP's fault, but they always managed to point out the loopholes in Marine's defense and then pass the blame on to others. Although Marine was wronged, he had no choice but to defend himself because CP's argument was well-founded. The Marine Technology Corps has taken a lot of blame like this, which has caused them to be unable to hold their heads up in front of the CP. There is no way, the performance is there, it's just a pity. There was no emotion on Smoker's face as he looked through the information while persuading Mantis. Don't be angry, actually if you think about it you can understand. In most people's eyes, the world government represents the Marine. After all, it is our superior. Moreover, when it comes to infiltration, CP is the professional. In this regard, our Marines are indeed inferior. Mantis shook his head and smiled bitterly. I've never encountered this kind of trouble before under Vice Admiral Garp. He protected us so well that we thought the Marine was clean everywhere. Smoker put down the information. So, we have to take advantage of the chaos in CP and get rid of those guys completely. Deal with them? They are Marines after all, it's probably not appropriate to deal with so many of them at once? Mantis had a look of complete horror on his face. Smoker. What the hell are you thinking? You be asterisk 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 D. Why would I do such a thing? Mantis. Sorry, I was just overthinking it. Smoker was also speechless. There are several hundred people, all of whom are officially registered Marines. There is no desertion, no crime. How could he be executed simply for being two-minded? Even Akainu doesn't dare to do this, but what should we do next? There are so many of us, and they are so scattered. After so many years of development, these problems have been solved in the Marine, including officers, Marines, combat troops, administrative logistics. Advertisement, there are so many of them that it's hard to catch them all. But if we deal with it bit by bit, we might alert the enemy. Smoker lit a cigar. In fact, he already had an idea. Please call Vice Admiral Brugula's over here. Hey, what do you want her to do? You can't do anything with her around? Brugula's Vice Admiral is a veteran. His fighting ability is not very good, but his desire for power is very strong. No matter what Smoker does, she likes to get involved. During the last disciplinary action, Smoker did not inform her, which made her very unhappy. Although this guy has never sold out the interests of the Marine, he is an undoubted pro-world government faction. With her around, Smoker felt constrained no matter what he did. Not to mention mobilizing hundreds of Marines, but she is not really an enemy yet, so it is not easy to really attack her. Smoker said unhappily. I told you to scream, so you screamed. Why are you talking so much? Mantis snorted, waved his hand and left the office. After he left, Smoker opened the drawer and found a letter of commendation from the world government that he had just received. It said that the 5 elders were very satisfied with the disciplinary actions of the Smoker organization and expressed their approval. MD, I'll be your dog, so you'll accept it. A few hundred people. If they work together, they can't be underestimated. Instead of letting me fight you, why don't you raise the GU yourself? Since the 5 of you have commended me, don't blame me for using the tiger's skin as a banner to make a big move. After that, Vice Admiral Brugula's came over. Smoker immediately put on a smiling face and greeted him. He first talked about how successful his disciplinary actions were, and then took out the letter of commendation, which made Brugula's envious and jealous. Then the subject changed. Now that the 5 elders recognize it so much, our Marine technology forces must continue to work hard. During the last disciplinary action, you were busy with base management, so I didn't call you. I feel so sorry for you. Let's continue the disciplinary action, and make it bigger and longer lasting. What's more, you are the protagonist this time, and I, Smoker, I'm just there to set the stage. Brugula's was stunned. In the current world government system, discipline is an absolute hot topic, and many people with a keen sense of smell have begun to follow suit. It can be said that as long as some achievements are made, it will inevitably attract the attention of the world government, especially since the Marine Technology Force is the birthplace of disciplinary actions. Smoker's move is tantamount to giving away the ready-made credit. Brugula's didn't quite understand, but was still moved to tears. However, she wanted to do it, but she didn't know how to do it. So, Smoker gave some thoughtful suggestions. The world government likes discipline, so let's show how powerful a Marine force that strictly enforces discipline is. Brugula's eyes suddenly sparkled. A Smoker is not someone who just talks but does nothing. He first used all his connections to set up a separate office area in Punk Hazard, equipped with special warships and equipment. Then all the problematic Marines were thrown in to form a special squadron. There just happened to be enough Marines to cover all the positions and ranks required for a squadron. Smoker stated directly. The top commander of this special squadron is Brugula's. Except for being nominally affiliated with the Marine Science Corps, the rest is completely independent, which is equivalent to reorganizing a small base. Their mission is to explore discipline, so we must achieve results and produce results. Seeing Smoker's advice and help, Brugula's was very touched. Think about it, Marine's future lies in discipline, and personal progress also depends on discipline, so she held back her tears, handed over all the things in her hands to Smoker, and wanted to concentrate on discipline. Smoker naturally took over the matter left by Brugula's. From then on, the special squadron officially began to operate. What I do most every day is to study how to do a good job in discipline. What is discipline? It means formalization and proceduralization. Smoker was afraid that Brugula's wouldn't understand, so he brought out the plus version of the internal control management system he learned in his previous life. Budget process, attendance management, official document standardization, financial settlement, personnel files, document circulation, inspection and rectification. Everything you can think of has been arranged, then devise a series of titles and positions. What military theory study group, military discipline inspection group, military expenditure supervision group? What about officers and soldiers mutual aid teams, soldiers congresses, offices inspection committees? Everything you can think of has been arranged. Advertisement. There are more than 400 people, and each of them has several titles. Everyone is a manager, but everyone is also managed, even Brigareth is no exception. Initially, the situation was not too bad. Even because of so many rules and regulations, their appearance has improved. But involution is everywhere, it burns without fire. Soon, different groups and teams started to get involved. You organized study every month, and I held discussions every week. You produced briefings, and I produced booklets. You checked my financial assets, and I checked your personnel files. Soon, the internal competition turned into internal fighting. They spent less and less time on the warships and training grounds, and spent every day in the meeting room discussing and researching, arguing fiercely. And Brugulas just enjoys this feeling of being high above and in the center. Going to sea? Only fools would come out here, it's exhausting and dangerous. How nice it is to hold meetings here. These meeting minutes are also achievements. Soon, a month passed. Mantis witnessed the birth and changes of the Special Squadron. Smoker Vice Admiral, last time I sent documents to Vice Admiral Brugulas, some documents on the whereabouts of the pirates, she didn't even look at them. She was only focused on the commendations from the world government. Also, I heard that she has become very popular with the world government, and their systems have been sorted out and sent to the world government. The other guys are similar. Apart from reading documents and writing articles, they have given up everything else. Smoker smiled. That's not great, at least we have some peace and quiet. Just keep them under control and don't let them escape from the cage to us. Mantis frowned. But, I always feel that the current Special Squadron is weird. The Marines stage as the warship in the training ground, but they stay indoors every day. It's really outrageous. You said. Mantis swallowed his saliva and said, is this way of doing things with Feng Ji really okay? Smoker glared at him. Don't say this out loud. Then he looked in the direction of the Special Squadron. I'm surprised too, but it's my own choice, who can I blame? The regime given to her initially was already very harsh, just to drain their energy. I didn't expect Brugulas to raise the stakes himself, and the other guys followed suit, raising the stakes and squeezing more and more. The most important thing about systems is moderation. No matter how good a system is, once it is enforced twice, it will inevitably bring destruction. This. Mantis looked worried. Most of these systems were created by you, and I heard that many of them have been passed on to the world government. If there is a problem, will you be held responsible? Smoker chuckled. That group of people are all spies developed by CP. It would be strange if the news didn't get out. I did give these institutional plans to Brigareth, but that was a private consultation. Whether to use it, what to use, and how to use it are all up to her, so, what does the final result have to do with me? In fact, these systems all originate from memories of previous lives and there is nothing wrong with them. The size of the world government is large enough, and there are countless civilian staff. With just a little research, you will find that these systems are powerful tools to strengthen management. They discovered that these systems would not be enjoyed by themselves, but would certainly spread throughout the world government system. The first to be affected is the CP that has been plagued by negative news recently. Although the world government is very united in dealing with the Marines, they are also divided into different factions. Generally speaking, they are civil servants responsible for administration and logistics. And the CP agent who is responsible for carrying out the mission. Under normal circumstances, the CP is very strong and ignores civilian staff at all, and civilian staff have long been dissatisfied with this. However, they had no means of restraint and could only swallow their anger. Now, they suddenly found a bridle. How could they not quickly put it around CP's neck? But what do CPs do? They are all ruthless characters who are willing to go deep into the enemy camp and live on the edge of a knife. How can I accept your management obediently? As a result, the conflict between the two sides quickly intensified. Normally, CP is much stronger, but the disciplinary action was recognized by the 5 elders and CP was in a turbulent time. The civilians took the opportunity to rush forward and killed the CPs, forcing them to retreat step by step. Soon, the superiors discovered that the more you investigate, the more problems you find with CP. The more problems you have, the more you need to continue investigating. Today's CP is exhausted just dealing with various inspections and cleansings. As for the rest, I can't take care of it. Chapter 218 The War is Coming. Since the establishment of the Special Squadron, Smoker has felt that life has become much more comfortable. Without the constraints of Brigareth's Vice Admiral, without the spy trained by CP. I feel more comfortable doing everything, but the good times didn't last long. One day, Smoker was leisurely fishing when he suddenly received a phone call. Meh, this is Smoker. Hello, Smoker Vice Admiral, this is Qingyuan. Smoker was stunned. Qingyuan is the current base commander of CP Punk Hazard Base. When he first arrived, Smoker had come out to greet him, so the two of them were on good terms with each other. Especially after Qingyuan knew that his predecessor was killed by Smoker, he was extra polite to him. A major accident has occurred at the Human Research Institute. Marine support is needed. Please bring people here immediately. Smoker was a little confused, but he agreed readily. The Institute of Anthropology is a relatively unpopular research institute in Punk Hazard, dedicated to the study and transformation of human race. The long-armed people, the long-legged people, the dwarf people, the furry people, the giant people, the mermaids and the fishmen are all their research subjects. I even studied the legendary Lunaria and Bacchanaia tribes. Although this institute is small, the contents of its research are confidential among confidential matters. At least Smoker has never been in here. Smoker hurried to the Anthropology Research Institute, where Qingyuan had already been waiting, and it seemed that he had been there for some time. He and Smoker explained what had happened. It turns out that a researcher named Candy Riser from the Population Research Institute betrayed the world government and was ready to join the pirates. Last night, he left Punk Hazard with a lot of research materials with the help of pirates. Fortunately, CP responded quickly. I discovered their tracks early and chased after them. They chased him to a nearby island, and after a fierce battle, they finally captured the unknown pirates. But Candares had hidden somewhere on the island and her whereabouts remain unknown. Smoker frowned and asked, could that Candareser have already escaped? Qingyuan shook his head decisively. Impossible, we have surrounded the island so tightly that we can't fly away even if we have wings. But we don't have enough manpower right now, so we would like to ask the Marine to help us search the island together. Also, in order to prevent possible retaliation from the pirates, I hope the Marines can cooperate with us in keeping on alert. Smoker nodded. Okay, no problem. This is a normal business cooperation, not the previous kind of blame shifting. So Smoker didn't make things difficult for them. But who are those pirates? Pirates usually aren't interested in technology. Qingyuan took out a photo and handed it to Smoker. Advertisement. He's being interrogated. That guy is very powerful, but his identity is very mysterious. There's no information about him in CP's database. Besides, this guy's mouth is very stubborn. We haven't been able to pry it open yet. Smoker took the photo and saw a thin man covered in blood. His pupils shrank. Galen? Qingyuan was very surprised. Huh? What? You know him? Smoker looked at the familiar face in the photo and frowned deeply. A few years ago, the great pirates Ochaku initiated the Pirates Alliance, intending to restore the glory of the rocks. However, due to the lack of an emperor-level expert in charge, the plan was severely thwarted by the current Marine 3 admirals. At that time, Ji Yulun was lurking in this group of pirates as an undercover agent. Smoker once fought with him, but the two sides were evenly matched and left. This guy is an assassin from the Big Mom Pirates, a user of the bird fruit's crane form ability, and a very difficult taijutsu expert to deal with. Qingyuan nodded. If the fruits match, then it's correct. If there weren't two people with the ability to fly among us, we would have let him escape. Even so, it took several CP's sacrifice to capture him alive. Smoker was stunned. Two people with flying ability? But why would Big Mom do such a thing? Smoker was a little nervous. It's no big deal if a simple scientist defects. Although Punk Hazard is the world's #1 research institute, everyone has their own ambitions. There have been cases in the past where pirates have abducted or even kidnapped researchers, but they were simply captured and brought back. But this time it's different. The opponent is the Big Mom Pirates. They really value technology, and they have the ability to turn this emphasis into reality. Smoker. What information did this Candy Riser take away? Qingyuan looked back, and a researcher standing in the back row came forward. He took away the research data of the human gigantic experiment and the design drawings of Punk Hazard. Hundreds of years ago, the world government conducted experiments on human gigantism, hoping to create giant soldiers. But the experiment had long since failed, and all the data and results were sealed in Punk Hazard. The researchers continued their introduction. According to the requirements, the data on the giantization will be destroyed in the near future. It is probably for this reason that Candares chose this time to rebel. Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine, it's just some discarded information. The human giantization experiment has long been proven to have no chance of success. Big Mom may not be willing to waste time in Candares, so we can slowly search for the traitor. Smoker, however, looked solemn. He is very clear. Advertisement: the attraction of human gigantism experiments to Big Mom. Big Mom has always dreamed that everyone would be as big as her, and that everyone could participate in the Tea Party equally. Not to mention that the experiment just failed. Even if she had to start from scratch, she would never give up. Marshal Sengoku, Cake, the base commander of the G12 branch, would like to report to you as the new base commander. When is a convenient time for you? Didn't you hear what I just said? What are you standing there for? Move. As for the remaining guys, CP and Marine are enough to take care of them. Qingyuan was stunned. Here at the headquarters. After saying that, Smoker left without looking back. Soon, intelligence was transmitted back, and the situation was much more optimistic than expected. Smoker said calmly, "That's all I have to say. You better get your CP's security network up and running." Even the 4 desert generals all stayed on the island in order to stop Big Mom. Qingyuan's expression was uncertain, and after a while he yelled at his subordinates. But on second thought, we can't rely on Smoker alone. Sengoku was also shocked after hearing this and quickly contacted the warship monitoring the Big Mom pirates. Even if the enemy is finally defeated, Punk Hazard will probably suffer serious damage. Smoker Vice Admiral, that's not the case. Perispero and Owen are indeed not weak, both have Shichibukai level strength. Then, he called Sengoku and told him about Big Mom's possible attack. Hearing this, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Big Mom did not leave Toto Land due to her bulimia. The Big Mom pirates did send a fleet in the direction of Punk Hazard. No, the Big Mom pirates will never give up like this. We must now issue the highest level of alert signal and send out all Marines. I will also request assistance from the naval headquarters immediately. Yes, Sengoku's eyes lit up. Oh, Where is he? The team was led by Charlotte family's eldest son Perisparrow, fourth son Owen, and a dozen cadres. Smoker also hurried back to the Marine base and released all the Marines, even the special squadron. Okay then, tell him that there's no rush to report. Let him go to Punk Hazard right now and meet up with Smoker. Think about the main storyline. More than a decade later, Big Mom is still funding Galen to conduct human gigantic experiments. You can see her obsession. Marine cannot afford such consequences. If they split up into two groups, Smoker would be unable to cope with them. But the opponent is Smoker, so fighting 1 against 2 shouldn't be a problem. To be on the safe side, we should send a strong man to provide support. The CPs finally woke up from their dream and started running around. He hadn't decided on the candidate yet when a Marine knocked on the door. You should be aware of Punk Hazard's status in the eyes of the 5 elders. If something unexpected happens, can you take responsibility for it? Chapter 219 Foster Father. Sengoku immediately fed the information back to Smoker. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine if Big Mom doesn't come. As long as no Emperor-level strongman appears, we dare to challenge the 4 desert generals together. And when he knew that Kaji was coming, he was overjoyed. This is stable. Although Perisparrow and Erwin are strong, they're still far inferior to me and Kaji. They can definitely be easily defeated. As for the remaining cadres, they're just there to show their support and can be ignored. At this time, Brugalus walked up to Smoker. Smoker Vice Admiral, all troops and warships have been deployed, what to do next? Smoker hesitated for a moment. That's all for the defense of the outer seas for now. I remind everyone not to just focus on the sea surface, but also pay attention to the air and underwater. The Big Mom pirates have fishmen and people with flying abilities. And most importantly, notice to the entire island to throw all the mirrors on the island into the sea. Not a single piece can be left. Charlotte Brûlée can travel through the mirror world. Smoker doesn't want to be ganking in front and then have his crystal stolen in the back. Brugalus nodded and left with the order. Marines' warships are faster than the Big Mom pirates' ships. Punk Hazard is also closer to the naval headquarters than the Toto Land Kingdom. More than a day later, Cake's warships arrived. The warships came into contact with each other, and the 2 armies met. Smoker gave Kaji a big hug. Brother Kaji, it's been such a long time. You brat. You always run away. You should let Big Mom give you a lesson. How about I teach you a lesson first? Advertisement. Hey, you're getting serious? Do you believe me? I'll call Guion over and we'll kick you in the face? If I remember correctly, I've had a girlfriend longer than you. Smoker, you're such a jerk, thanks for the compliment. The 2 of them played around for a while, and Smoker looked towards G-12's warship. There were familiar faces on the boat, looking at him excitedly. Smoker saluted. Everyone, long time no see. Eamon, Ace and the others also stood at attention and saluted, saying in unison, long time no see, Smoker Vice Admiral. Although he was excited to see his old friend, Smoker had not forgotten his mission. He called the officers of the 2 armies together and began to deploy defenses. Kaji was about to say something, but Smoker stopped him with his hand and turned to ask the intelligence officer. Smoker nodded. Kaji's face suddenly fell. Kaji sighed, seemingly dissatisfied with the outcome of the battle. Really, Godfather? Smoker nodded. Kaji grabbed Smoker's hand, his eyes shining. Thank you for your hard work. Keep in touch with CP. I have some things to do. If there is any situation, you can report it directly to Brugalus. Smoker. According to the time, Zane is about to give birth. Smoker. Are you so brave? Before, I got this fruit on Sky Island, and I was reluctant to give it to an obedient adopted son. We competed a few times. In pure taijutsu and hockey, we were about evenly matched, at best 40 to 60. Advertisement, whether it is magma or ice, both have the ability to shape the battlefield. The longer it drags on, the more unfavorable the environment will be to you. Smoker signaled to Kaji with his eyes, turned and left the captain's room, and Kaji understood and followed him. Smoker snorted. But once he uses his ability, it won't work. In order to deal with the magma, he needs to consume several times the amount of hockey, and he can't hold on for long. Some time ago, Mr. Sakazuki went to the Sabaody archipelago for a vacation. Where is the Big Mom pirates? Any news from CP? Although the powerful hockey can resist magma and freezing, the price is terrible consumption. Kaji looked at the darkness that was constantly moving around him, feeling a little creepy, and said unhappily, Smoker, what are you doing so mysteriously? Are you going to do something to me? What's so worthy of your dirty tricks? I remember you often found good fruits. If you find good ones next time, remember to save them for me. The Marine officers and soldiers were all familiar with this kind of task and soon got busy with their respective duties. Kaji was stunned. This is. The intelligence officer said respectfully. Report to Smoker Vice Admiral, the Big Mom pirates have crossed the Red Wine Strait and will arrive in 1 day. I've decided that I'll try devil fruit if I get a chance. The 2 came to an empty room in a remote cabin. Smoker released darkness to seal the place, then lit a lamp, bringing a ray of light. But he had a cheerful disposition and soon became playful again. Smoker glanced at him with disdain. I heard that you had competed with him, so I invited him to a duel. This is the Logia Thunderfruit, known as one of the most powerful fruits in the world, at least not inferior to the 3 Admirals' fruits. The palm of the hand turned into an element, and a devil fruit with lightning-shaped spikes emerged. On the contrary, Smoker and Cake, the top officers, were free. Intelligence officer. Yes. Enough of the nonsense, Brother Kaji. How does your current strength compare to the 3 admirals? Chapter 220 Naval Battle. Suddenly, the Marines on the warship heard a noise. Very low, but heart-shaking, like a suppressed thunder. All the Marines were stunned. What's happening? Just as everyone was about to look for the source of the sound, Smoker and Cake came out of the cabin. Smoker. It's okay, it's all gone, it's all gone. Kaji kept thanking him. Smoker, thank you so much, this gift is so precious. Just now, Kaki ate the thunderfruit, and the two wanted to test its power. Then, Cake released a bolt of lightning in the darkness. In terms of fruit development, he who had just eaten the fruit was naturally far inferior to Enel. But in terms of basic attributes, he completely beats Enel, so his power is much greater. The power of the casual attack just now is already equivalent to Enel's trick. A bolt of lightning nearly pierced through Smoker's darkness. If Smoker hadn't quickly released a large amount of darkness to offset the thunder, the entire ship might have been pierced. Smoker smacked his lips. Thunderfruit is indeed the white moonlight in everyone's heart. It can attack, move, restore health, and strengthen the color of observation. Who wouldn't be confused by such a good fruit? Kaji also looked grateful. Although he often asks Smoker for free food and gifts, this time the gift is too precious, and even his thick skin finds it hard to bear. Smoker waved his hands impatiently. Okay, shut up. Since you called me godfather, I'll consider it as a gift from me as your godson. Kaji's originally grateful face suddenly fell, but soon turned into a shameless look again. Did I call you that? How come I didn't know? Who can prove it? Smoker calmly took out a den mushi. Godfather, please accept my humble respect. Kaji's face darkened. This B************** D actually had a recording phone bug. But he was not panicked at all. He raised his hand and a laser shot out, directly turning the den mushi into a pile of charcoal. Smoker held the pile of coke, his eyes twitching slightly. Very good, the next stage of training has been confirmed, which is to keep the observation hockey activated. Whether you are light or electricity, I will never give you a chance. The next day came in a flash. Big Mom's pirates fleet is heading towards Punk Hazard. The lead ship was the Queen Mother Anthem, followed by dozens of homie tart boats. Parasparrow walked to the deck and looked out at the sea view, holding a candy wand in one hand and a cup of black tea in the other. Owen was sitting on the side of the ship, looking a little bored, not showing any tension about the approaching war. Advertisement, Owen. How is Mom doing? This food craving attack really caught us off guard. Hearing his elder brother's question, Owen also sighed. Who said it wasn't? Mom originally said she would come over in person, but this time she had an urge to eat chocolate with a liqueur filling. Although the cravings have been eliminated, I fell asleep because I drank too much alcohol and I haven't woken up yet. Parasparrow calmly took a sip of his tea. It doesn't matter, just don't come, the two of us are enough. If I wait for my mother, maybe that scientist will be caught by the world government, which will be even more troublesome. Owen nodded and said nothing more. The Big Mom pirates have a powerful intelligence system. They have already investigated and found out that Punk Hazard's defense is not strong. Whether it is the older generation of Sengoku Garp Zephyr Crane or the new generation of Red, Yellow and Blue, none of them are in Punk Hazard. The Marine fault is very severe. In their eyes, except for the Admiral, everyone else in the Marine is just a gimmick. Suddenly, Owen remembered something. I heard that the Marine Vice Admiral here is Smoker. Although there is not much information, Kron said that his strength is quite good. He even avoided that guy during this operation. Should we pay attention? Parasparrow, however, looked disdainful. Just a piece of trash who failed the mission, always likes to make a fuss. I know this Smoker, he's just a rookie who just entered the new world. It's a good opportunity for this flower that grew up in a greenhouse to experience the cruelty of the new world, he. After hearing what his elder brother said, Owen didn't think any more about it. That's right. We need to teach him what the new world is, make him regret leaving paradise. Well said, he. Soon, the Big Mom pirates slowed down. In the distance, 3 Marine warships were looming. Owen was a little surprised. Oh, were they discovered from such a distance? Marine is really alert? Parasparrow. It seems that Kren has been exposed. Since he knows that the opponent is us, this reaction is normal. Suddenly there was a muffled sound. A puff of smoke came out of the warship, followed by the whistling of artillery shells. With a loud bang, the shells exploded near the pirate's ship, causing rolling waves. The Queen Mother Anthem was shaking constantly, and everyone was screaming while trying to keep the boat steady, while the egg tart boat was swaying from side to side, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. Parasparrow and Owen looked shocked. What? With this kind of range? When did the Marine equip itself with this kind of artillery? Some time ago, Garen Gang created a new alloy using munch fruit. The Gunnery Research Institute used this alloy, combined with Sky Island's air defense technology, to develop a new cannon with a range several times that of ordinary cannons. In the main storyline, most of Luffy's battles take place on land. But in fact, the sea is the main battlefield for pirates. This kind of cannon with an ultra-long range is definitely a powerful weapon in naval battles. Advertisement, damn Marine. Parasparrow cursed inwardly, then gave orders in an orderly manner. Ship homets, speed up and avoid the shells. Everyone on the boat, be ready to block the shells at any time, let's rush over. The red light shuttled underwater and hit the 3 warships hard. Before they could figure out what was going on, the warship suddenly shook and slowly stopped. Parasparrow raised his hand, and a tall wall of candy rose in front of the ship. The navigator and helmsman on the warship are excellent. There was a loud rumble of artillery fire, and large shells rushed towards the Queen Mother Anthem with sharp whistles. The 3 warships evaded and fired at the same time, using their range advantage to continuously consume the enemy. Several red lights like giant pythons emerged from his hands, and he plunged into the sea. The soldiers on the warship suddenly felt the temperature rise a lot. Damn it! Mizumi slapped the side of the boat hard, thought for a few seconds, and gave orders decisively. Mizumi gritted his teeth. The Marines looked solemn. Yes. Damn it, we're surrounded. Looking again, the surrounding seawater began to boil. Artillery squad, fire all the shells. After clearing the shells, push all the heavy artillery into the sea. Don't leave anything behind. The sea temperature suddenly rose, the rudder lost control, and the direction could no longer be controlled. Yes. Yes. All heavy artillery, aim at the pirates' main ship, fire. Soon, the warship was surrounded and could not break out no matter how hard it tried. Mizumi picked up the shield, walked to the bow, and stared at the pirates' fleet. What's going on? But for the huge pirates' fleet, this loss is not a big deal. After receiving the order, the ship's hostages quickly surrounded the warship. Don't fight head-on. Fight and retreat at the same time. Kill them by sneaking away. Buy some time for Smoker, Vice Admiral. But as the smoke and dust cleared, a scene that shocked the Marines appeared. The candy wall was still standing firm, without a single scratch. When the shells landed on it, there was a violent explosion, raising billowing smoke and waves. Soon, several of the egg tart boats were hit, emitting thick black smoke and becoming motionless. Parasparrow. My candy is stronger than steel. You are wasting your energy. Owen also stepped forward. Okay, we're close enough, explosive heat strike. But the ship homies is a living thing, with soul and thoughts, and its speed and flexibility are far superior to those of warships. Haha, what a waste of effort. On the warship, Commander Mizumi was giving orders. The 3 warships did not engage in a head-on confrontation, but ran away upon seeing the situation. More egg-tart boats began to flank. Everyone else, check your weapons and prepare to meet the enemy. Chapter 221 Brutal War. More than half an hour ago. The Marine flagship in the rear received information from Mizumi. The Marine intelligence officer quickly rushed over to find Smoker. Smoker Vice Admiral, Cake Vice Admiral, and Mizumi Commodore have discovered the enemy's tracks and both sides have begun fighting. Direction: 44 degrees northeast, distance, 247 nautical miles. The enemy's main ship is the Queen Mother Anthem, and there are also 34 egg-tart pirates ships. Smoker was stunned, his expression became serious. With this scale, how far is the nearest Marine ship from them? There are 3 reconnaissance ships 55 nautical miles away from them. They have already gone there to provide support. Smoker knew that the reconnaissance ship would be dead if it went there. Have the reconnaissance ship provide support from the outside. Don't get entangled with the pirates at close range. I will go to support them immediately. Smoker used his ability and flew out directly. Why? Kaji tried to call out to him from behind, but it was too late. Smoker had already flown far away. Hateful. It's definitely impossible to moonwalk over such a long distance. Just as he was struggling, he seemed to have thought of this, and looked up at the clouds in the sky. Then, his body suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning and shot straight into the sky. With a rumbling thunder, it disappeared into the sky along with Smoker. At this time, on the Queen Mother Anthem, Parasparrow was issuing orders. The Marine has already found us. We need to speed up. These guys have wasted too much of our time. Leave 10 homies egg-tart ships to finish off the team, and the others can continue on. Then the pirates' fleet began to split up. Most of the pirate ships circled and continued on their way, while the remaining pirate ships surrounded them with ill intentions. The 2 fleets approached each other while firing at each other. Advertisement: after the Marine had fired its shells, it threw all the heavy artillery into the sea, and everyone raised their swords and guns to fight the enemy. Soon, they were at face-to-face distance and the masters on both sides had already started to attack. Charlotte Bascardi, the 13th son, stood at the bow and sprayed a fireball at the warship, instantly igniting the sails and decks. Damn it! Hama rushed forward, raised the Gatling gun in his right hand and started firing. Seeing the fierce firepower, Pascardi did not resist but quickly jumped to avoid it, his movements as agile as a monkey. But Hama's mechanical eye had a tracking function, locking onto his figure, while his right hand kept firing bullets. At this time, Charlotte Zickett, 11th son, and Charlotte Sneyman, 16th daughter, came to support. The 2 men, one holding a knife and the other holding an axe, attacked Hama together. Just when they were about to succeed, several shells suddenly hit, and the violent explosion blocked the sneak attack. It turned out to be his younger brother Kati. You're just pirates, don't get carried away. The 2 brothers gathered together, looked at each other and nodded, then tore off their military uniforms and threw them aside. Both of them are semi-mechanical humans. After taking off their clothes, they reveal a dense network of gun muzzles. Get lost. You are very brave, then suffocate to death. Many people were cut in half, and an egg-tart boat was cut in half. But suddenly, he was not paying attention and his arm was chopped off by Charlotte Zicket's 11th son, axe. Before he could even scream, he was beheaded by another axe. Open black lens bracket cream. Close black lens bracket. Suddenly, there was a sound of thunder in the distance, getting closer and closer. Charlotte Garrett smiled with satisfaction and looked around. There were less than 30% of the Marines still able to fight. Several officers managed to dodge, but ordinary pirates were not so lucky. Not far away, a dozen Marines rushed towards Charlotte Garrett, 18 female. The one who made the move was Charlotte Opera, the fifth son of the Charlotte family and the minister of fresh cream. Advertisement. At this moment, a stream of white cream came like a wave. The two men were unable to dodge and were sprayed with cream. Open black lens bracket. It's thundering. Close black lens bracket. Don't underestimate the power of technology, Marine. Upon closer inspection, there were large burns on the body where the cream had touched it. Charlotte Snyman raised her sword to block, but was still knocked away by the huge force. She somersaulted several times in the air before stumbling to the ground. Marine quickly fell behind. Charlotte Garrett sneered, "It's a waste of effort." However, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. The two men opened fire at full power, with firepower even greater than that of an entire army, forcing Charlotte's children to panic. The butter quickly covered the dozen or so Marines. When the flames subsided, he slapped his shield and huge spikes appeared on the edge of the shield. Before the two of them could react, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his skin and couldn't help but scream. "Don't underestimate me, I'm the shield of the technological forces." A Marine wearing steam gloves rushed left and right, and each punch could knock a dozen pirates flying. "Humph, if you dare to go against the Big Mom pirates, even if you are a Marine, you will be destroyed." He is the user of the butterfruit, and the cream he releases can corrode the skin, causing it to become burnt due to sugarization. Mizumi raised his shield to block the flames, and did not retreat even though the flames burned him. After saying that, he threw the shield away, transformed it into a giant gear and rushed into the group of pirates. Mizumi raised his huge shield and charged at her like a bull. "Go to hell." Seeing their weakness, Charlotte Snyman rushed forward with a knife to kill them. Charlotte Bascardi stepped forward again and spit a fire snake at the three people. The Marines looked in pain and tried to struggle, but they were bound by the butter and could not move at all. Then transparent butter emerged from his hands, instantly controlling those Marines. Charlotte Garrett looked up at the sky. Chapter 222 Massacre. In the few seconds that Charlotte Garrett looked up at the sky, thunder was approaching rapidly. The white clouds above his head suddenly rolled up and quickly turned into a dark cloud with flashes of lightning. What is this? Is it a celestial phenomenon? Suddenly there was a loud thunder and a thick bolt of lightning struck the warship. Everyone felt that everything in their eyes was silvery white in an instant, and they could no longer see anything. Their ears were buzzing from the thunder. Many people sat down directly on the deck. Charlotte Jolly relied on her remarkable strength to stay awake. She shook her head vigorously and finally was able to see clearly again. The falling lightning did not penetrate the warship, but a tall Marine appeared. It was Cake. Kaji looked at the Marines who had suffered heavy casualties, and his expression, which usually showed a joking expression, became terribly gloomy. Kaji raised his hand and lightning flashed, shattering all her butter. The trapped Marines fell to the ground with a thud, coughing and gasping for breath. If he had arrived 2 minutes later, all these people would have suffocated to death. Seeing her butter cage destroyed, Charlotte Garrett angrily said, "Damn Marine, how dare you?" Before she could finish, Kaji interrupted her. "Before, I always felt that Akainu and Smoker's methods were too heavy-handed. Forget it, I was too naive." At this time, the surrounding pirates also recovered. A few pirates saw that Kaji was defenseless and roared and chopped at him with their swords. Kaji did not dodge or evade, and several knives stabbed into his body, but he was unharmed. Lodge? Before the pirates could react, a strong electric current flowed through the swords and into their bodies. There was a sharp sound, and they all turned into charcoal. Charlotte Zicket, who was standing nearby, exclaimed, "Jale, be careful, he's Logia." Jale said angrily, "So what, it's just Logia. It's not like the Big Mom pirates haven't killed him before." Buttercage. A line of transparent butter covered Kaji's body, leaving only his head. Kaji did not resist, but just looked at her indifferently. Jale covered her fist with armament hockey and punched Kaji hard in the face. Cake neither used his ability nor covered his armament color, and he took the punch head on, but he didn't even move. "I am a Logia user, but don't think I'm the kind of loser who only relies on the fruit." Then he exerted his strength and broke the butter cage into pieces. Open black lens bracket. What? Close black lens bracket. Charlotte Jolly was startled. Before she could react, Kaji's hand had already grabbed her neck. Advertisement and irresistible force surged up, causing her to roll her eyes. Kaji's eyes were exceptionally cold. "I don't have time to take care of you now, just die in peace." With a loud thunder and a shrill scream, Charlotte Carey turned into a pile of charcoal. As soon as Kaji let go, he fell to the ground and turned into a pile of black ash. When the sea breeze blew, he completely disappeared without a trace. Jale. The leaders of the Big Mom pirates are all brothers and sisters, and they were furious when they saw this. Charlotte Snyman attacked from behind, raised her sword and slashed at Kaji. Kaji didn't even turn his head and grabbed the sword with his backhand. "What?" Charlotte Snarman was startled and tried to draw her sword. But the sword seemed to be cast and could not move at all. Kaji pulled the sword and Charlotte Snaman fell towards him involuntarily. Then he backhanded an elbow and hit Charlotte Snaman in the stomach. Charlotte Snarman spat out a mouthful of blood, flew out, smashed the side of the ship and fell into the sea. With one move, Kaji easily killed 2 cadres, instantly intimidating all the pirates. The Marines woke up as if from a dream, and those who were able to move quickly dragged the wounded to Cake's side. The pirates' officers only had Kaji in their eyes and could not care about anyone else at this moment. As for the pirates, they just watched helplessly, not daring to make any move. After all, no one wants to be the one who is killed the moment he shows his head. Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky and Smoker finally arrived. Although Dark Fruit is not weaker than Thunderfruit, Smoker's fruit development is much better than Kake's. But in terms of speed, even if you beat him to death, he can't beat Kaji. This warship belongs to the Marine Science Corps and all the people on board are his subordinates. Seeing Smoker coming, everyone, regardless of the severity of their injuries, shouted in surprise, "Smoker, Vice Admiral." But Smoker couldn't care less about them at this moment. When he saw the miserable situation on the ship, especially the hundreds of soldiers who were already dead, his mind went blank. The next second, a powerful and majestic aura suddenly appeared. Black and red lightning exploded, and most of the pirates rolled their eyes and fainted. Although the remaining few cadres were conscious, they were also shocked. Hockey. Conqueror's hockey? Smoker stared at them. Additional. Advertisement? Catch them alive, don't let them die a painful death. Good. In the distance, the Queen Mother Anthem was leading a group of egg tart boats. Owen is holding a Den Den Mushi. The Den Den Mushi, Bulu Bulu, kept calling, but there was no response. He frowned. What's wrong with those guys? Why haven't they responded yet? Parasparrow stood at the bow with his arms folded. He. Maybe he was so excited after finding a new toy that he accidentally got too high. I can't stand those guys. They don't care about anything when they get angry. All right. Owen snorted coldly and put away the Den Den Mushi. At this moment, 2 figures landed heavily on the deck, creating a gust of wind that knocked down all the surrounding pirates. Even though the Queen Mother Anthem was extremely large, it was still crushed by the huge impact. Owen angrily said, "Who is it? Is this an enemy attack?" The people who came were Smoker and Cake. Smoker said calmly, "Parasparrow, Owen. It seems that you were the main force this time." Parasparrow saw that they were 2 vice admirals and didn't take it seriously. "Oh you know us. What an honor, but why did you 2 just rush over here? Are you so eager to die?" Smoker chuckled. "I'm not going to die, but I'm really here to give you something." After saying that, he waved his hand, and several spherical objects fell from the darkness, rolling to the feet of Parasparrow and Owen. Zicht. Snamon. Poscardi. Parasparrow and Owen's eyes were red with anger. "These are the heads of my younger brothers and sisters. How dare you be ****************. Seeing the 2 of them like this, Smoker's eyes flashed with satisfaction. "Ah. I'm so sorry, before I knew it, there were only a few complete ones left. As for the rest, they either become fish feed or turn into ash. But don't be sad, you will be with them soon." Chapter 223 Powerful Momentum. Parasparrow and Owen looked at the head on the ground and their bodies trembled. The expressions of these heads were all distorted, with bulging eyes, as if they had experienced horrible pain. Because Smoker and Cake didn't kill them directly, but let them suffer the pain of the Marine wounded. They were all tortured to death and then beheaded. "Damn you, I'm going to roast you alive," Owen roared, and his entire body instantly turned red, emitting hot steam. Scorching explosive fist. He rushed towards Smoker and smashed Smoker with his right fist with a temperature as high as molten iron. Smoker raised his eyebrows and rushed forward with his fist covered in armed color. The 2 fists collided, and the shock wave sent all the little pirates flying away. Then Owen flew backwards and crashed directly into the cabin. "Owen." Parasparrow looked over nervously. The next second, Owen jumped out again. "It's okay. He's more seriously injured," but as he spoke, his right hand trembled slightly, with several cracked wounds on it. However, the bleeding had stopped under the high temperature, and people were wearing gloves, so they didn't notice it. Pelos and Luo looked at Smoker and were delighted to see his right hand. Although Smoker had the upper hand in strength, his fists were charred, obviously from being burned by the high temperature. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, darkness wrapped around his fist, absorbing all the damage. Parasparrow. Owen. At this time, Kaji came to Smoker and said, "Smoker, what's going on?" Smoker smiled coldly. "These 2 have been tormented, so keep them as hostages. The rest are not needed." At this time, the other members of the Big Mom pirates also reacted. Many egg tart ships gathered towards the Queen Mother Anthem, and pirates with flying skills also swarmed towards it like flies. Kaji looked around and grinned. Okay. There was a roar of thunder, and Cake turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into the sky. The originally snow-white clouds began to roll and turned into a group of oppressive dark clouds, covering half of the sky. There were flashes of lightning in it, as if something was brewing. Parasparrow's eyes widened and he broke out in a cold sweat. This is, advertisement. This ability to change celestial phenomena has only been seen in Big Mom. Even Zeus, the thundercloud, did not put such great pressure on him. But Cake didn't give him much time to think. The next second, countless bolts of lightning roared and struck down, and the sky and the sea completely turned into a world of thunder and lightning. In the face of this catastrophic power, the egg-tart boats were as fragile as biscuits and were torn to pieces in just a moment. The pirates on the ship were not much better. No matter if they were Kadris or little Karami, they were all treated equally by the thunder and turned into dust. After a while, it seemed like a long time had passed. The lightning finally slowly dissipated, and the remaining lightning gathered above the Queen Mother Anthem. It recondensed into the appearance of Cake and fell onto the deck. Just now, he deliberately avoided the Queen Mother Anthem when he attacked, but the powerful electric current also dissipated the soul of the giant ship homies, completely turning it into a dead object. As for the pirates on the ship, although they were not directly struck by lightning, they were also burned to charcoal by the electric current. At this time, there was a cloud of black smoke and a black cover on the deck. After the thunder ended, the black smoke dissipated and Smoker walked out. Idiot Kaji. Don't use this kind of large-scale AoE before you've mastered the power of the fruit, or you'll hurt your companions. Kaji had just eaten the fruit, and although he could control where the lightning landed, he was powerless to stop the burst of electric current. Smoker was almost caught in the disaster and quickly used his ability to resist the lightning. Sorry. Cake responded with a wry smile and then looked at the man in the black mask. They both managed to pull it off. Smoker said coldly. After all, he is a senior cadre of the Big Mom Pirates, so he is still very tough. As he spoke, the black cover began to fade, quickly turning light green, and then cracks began to appear on the surface. With a crisp, karara sound, the cover completely shattered, and Parasparrow and Owen appeared on the deck. Both of them were panting and staring at Kaji. Owen looked frightened. Damn it, if it weren't for your protective shield, I would have been killed just now. Pelo's and Luo's expressions were also extremely ugly. The candy shield alone is not enough. In order to resist the attack just now, a lot of hockey was consumed. If I'm not mistaken, that guy got Logia's thunder fruit. What? Owen was shocked. Then what should we do? If it is a normal Logia, such as marsh fruit or smoke fruit, you can deal with it as long as you can use armament hockey. But thunder fruit is different. The user is charged with electricity, which naturally has a counter-injury effect. Even hockey can't resist it. Owen. Advertisement Pelos glanced at Smoker imperceptibly. Owen immediately understood. Although I don't know what this guy's ability is, it seems to be recovery. Although his eldest brother's licking fruit has average attack power, his ability to control the situation is first-rate. As long as we can catch this guy by surprise, we can make that sloppy-looking Logia user afraid to act rashly. Superior. Pelos yelled along with Luo, and they both acted at the same time. Owen raised the temperature to the highest level, covered in armament hockey and rushed towards Cake. He wanted to withstand the lightning strike and stop Kaji, and let his elder brother deal with the weak one. Pelos and Luo rushed straight towards Smoker, Candy Mummy. The candy cane in his hand turned into syrup, which directly submerged Smoker. Then the syrup solidified into a thick shell harder than steel, sealing Smoker inside like a spider in amber. Open black lens bracket success. Close black lens bracket Pelos accompanied Luo Daxi and came to Smoker. Surrender now, or... Before he could finish his words, there was a loud thunder. Owen fell to the ground with his body burnt, his eyes rolled back, and he had lost consciousness. After dealing with Owen, Kaji looked at Pelos and Luo with a smile. Seeing his reaction, Pelos Pei Luo's heart skipped a beat. Then Smoker was seen turning into a ball of darkness, gravity exploded, and the thick shell of the candy was swallowed up like a piece of paper. Parasparrow's eyes almost popped out of his head. No entity, you are also Logia? After a while, Pelos knelt with Luo and lay on the deck with Owen. Kaji. It's solved, take it away. Smoker took a step forward, ready to drag the two into the darkness. Suddenly, the deck turned into a soft white mass and swallowed the two of them in an instant. Smoker, Kaji. Suddenly, the two felt a tsunami-like momentum coming from behind them. Sorry dear viewers, my wife gave birth prematurely and I have no time to update recently. Once the confinement nanny arrives, we will resume updating as soon as possible. Thanks again Ors Chapter 224 Simplified. Dear readers, I am extremely sorry. My wife gave birth prematurely and I have been taking care of her in the hospital day and night these days. I have no time to update. I wanted to write a statement, but I couldn't post more than 1,000 words. I was discharged from the hospital today. Although the confinement nanny has not arrived yet, I finally have more time, so I will update a chapter and explain something at the same time. We will gradually resume updates in the future and make up for what we owe. I hope you, my readers, will forgive me. Just when Smoker and Cake were relaxing, a powerful aura came over from behind. Even though the two were very powerful, they still felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. Open black lens bracket Conquerors. Close black lens bracket Smoker and Kaji reacted very quickly, realizing that an extremely powerful person had appeared, and quickly jumped far away to create distance between them. Looking back, a huge figure appeared on the boat at some point. Pink clothes, pink hair and exaggerated makeup, it's Big Mom. And next to her were Katakuri and Brûlé. Brûlé. Mirror fruit. No wonder she came here so quietly. Smoker frowned and released Conquerors. Although not as strong as Big Mom's hockey, it was also extremely pure and pushed her Conquerors back. Big Mom was a little surprised and laughed. A marine with Conqueror's haki, how rare. Although I opened my mouth to laugh, but his face was gloomy and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Smoker believed that if she had the chance, she would kill herself without hesitation. Behind her, Katakuri continued to use his awakening ability. At this point the entire deck turned into sticky rice, firmly sticking to Smoker and Kaji's feet and then spreading upwards. Katakuri wanted to drown the two people with sticky rice, but this trick naturally could not defeat them. Lightning flashed on Kaji's body, and the glutinous rice around him instantly turned into a charred ball. The glutinous rice on his body also turned into a pile of charred charcoal and fell to the ground. Smoker even swallowed the glutinous rice directly. Brûlé was shocked. My brother's ability doesn't work? Katakuri also had a somewhat solemn expression on his face. He knew that his ability was not the kind that was invincible. But he was also confident that his abilities were well developed and sufficient to deal with ordinary enemies. I didn't expect that the two people in front of me could resolve my moves so easily. It's not easy. Sticky Rice Channel. Seeing that the sneak attack was ineffective, he turned around and concentrated on controlling Nuomi, sending Parasparrow and Owen to his side. Parasparrow and Owen were beaten so badly that they lost consciousness. Katakuri is a man of loyalty and righteousness. In his eyes, Big Mom's children. Advertisement regardless of their strength or weakness, or their character, they are all family members worth protecting. However, when faced with so many brothers and sisters, there are always some close and some distant ones. Among them, Parasparrow and Owen. One is the eldest brother who takes care of him, and the other is the same brother who accompanies him, so they are naturally the closest. Seeing the miserable state of the two people, Katakuri suddenly felt his blood boiling. A whole sticky rice Gatling. His hands turned into Gatling guns and he unleashed attacks towards Smoker and Cake. The sticky rice bullets hardened by the armed color fell like raindrops. Kaji was a little disdainful. Long-range moves are too easy to dodge. For the strong, compared with fancy special effects and AoE attacks, they prefer simple and unpretentious fist-to-flesh combat. But the next moment, he realized something was wrong. I want to dodge, but there are bullets in every path I take. I wanted to transform into an element to dodge, but I had just eaten the fruit and was not yet that skilled. Therefore, he could only cover his hands with haki to knock away all the sticky rice bullets. The power of these bullets should not be underestimated. As for Smoker, it was easy. He just transformed into an element in advance to avoid the bullets. Katakuri didn't care about Cake's response. After all, he was a powerful enemy who defeated his two younger brothers, so it was normal for him to have this ability. But when he saw Smoker's actions, he instantly lost his composure. Be careful. This white-haired guy should be able to see the same future as me, and his ability should also be able to transform into an element. After thinking about it, he added another sentence. The guy in the drab suit, armament haki, is not to be underestimated, and he seems to have the power of lightning. What? Bree was shocked and looked at Smoker's young face in disbelief. This guy actually has the same level of observation haki as Katakuri ni? Big Mom smiled contemptuously. Haha, so what? We can have as many attacks as you want that we can't even foresee or dodge. Zeus. Hi, Mom. Zeus appeared from behind Big Mom and turned into a huge black cloud. Thundernet. Zeus laughed strangely and released dense silver-white lightning. The lightning connected and entangled with each other, forming a huge and dense electric net, which covered the two of them fiercely. When faced with this kind of attack, most people either endure it or lie down. But it was a piece of cake for Smoker and Cake. The electric net fell on Kaji and disappeared like a drop of water falling into the water, without even a ripple. As for Smoker, advertisement dark fruit originally has the attributes of attack and special defense. You two, take these two idiots away. If the mission fails, we will come back to settle the score with them. The next second, a strong bolt of lightning struck the Queen Mother's anthem. See you later. If I continue talking, I might die at my mother's hands before those two pirates. Kaji understood what he meant and turned into lightning and rushed straight into the clouds. As for these two Marines, I'm going to break their bones myself. So he said, Mom, why don't I stay too, and we can join forces? Smoker grinned. Hole, don't think you can escape from me, Napoleon. After saying that, he signaled to Brûlé with his eyes, carried Parasparrow and Owen and left. Smoker heard the noise and suddenly stopped in the air. Big Mom's skull hat suddenly turned into a long sword, and it spun around and landed in her hand. Katakuri choked and sighed inwardly, huh? Although I have confidence in Big Mom, the two Marines in front of me are not that simple, so I'd better be safe. Big Mom was also stunned, a little confused. What the hell are you doing? Big Mom was immediately furious. What? Katakuri, do you think I can't take down these two little brats and I need your help? Yes, Mom. So he changed his words and said, Sorry, Mom, I'm leaving now. This year he continued to strengthen his defense against lightning, and his resistance to lightning was almost maxed out. Just as I was about to make a move, I suddenly felt something was wrong. Looking up, I saw thunderclouds rolling in the sky, flashing thick electric currents from time to time. Zeus' eyes lit up, revealing a salivating expression. Huh? Before she finished her words, Big Mom's eyes suddenly became extremely scary. Suddenly, the white clouds in the sky turned into black thunderclouds. Oh. That's interesting. After Katakuri and Brule left, Smoker signaled Kaji with his eyes. Are you kidding? The enemy is reducing their numbers themselves. You must be crazy to stop them. Looking at this scene, he nodded with satisfaction, pointed in the direction of the thundercloud, and turned and flew away. Katakuri was stunned. He was the type who was strong but not reckless. Although he was electrocuted, he didn't lose much blood. Big Mom also showed interest. After saying that, he used his ability and flew away. Smoker and Kaji did not interrupt the whole process. Chapter 225 Fight 1 The Queen Mother Anthem was struck by lightning and turned into a huge ball of fire. The raging fire destroyed the main body of the ship and even melted the steel bars. The flames detonated the explosives stored in the cabin, causing a violent explosion. Smoker chuckled. How is it? It tastes good, right? Although he was gloating over his misfortune, he did not dare to delay and flew away at full speed. Suddenly, the huge ball of fire swelled up, and then quickly collapsed, as if something in the middle was absorbing the flames. A few seconds later, Prometheus slowly floated up with Big Mom on its back. At this time, Prometheus has turned into a giant great fireball with a diameter of dozens of meters. There were also a lot of burnt spots on Big Mom's body and clothes, and she looked a bit embarrassed. After leaving the flame, she coughed twice and exhaled a few puffs of black smoke. Prometheus. Mom, are you okay? Big Mom wiped the corner of her mouth, stared at Smoker's direction with a gloomy face, and then let out a sharp roar. In an instant, an extremely violent Conqueror's hockey erupted. Even though he was far away, Smoker could still feel it clearly. It even made his skin tense and his hair stand on end. But there was no panic on Smoker's face, instead he could hardly hide his excitement. Ahahaha, 4 emperors, after all these years, we're finally going to fight the 4 emperors. Actually, I, a time traveler, am a complete blank slate. With neither system plugins nor noble blood, the only things he can rely on are intelligence and dark fruit. Compared to those who started the game by beating Kaido and sleeping with Auntie, it's really not good enough. It wasn't until the dark fruit awakened that he had the confidence to fight the 4 emperors. However, Smoker did not intend to fight her on the Queen Mother Anthem. That little broken ship was demolished in a few short hits, and then we could only engage in air combat. Smoker family knows their own business. Although he could use dark fruit to fly, this method of dragging himself lacked the most critical speed and flexibility. On the ground, Smoker was confident that he could still touch the old lady. If this were an air battle, I would definitely be beaten to death. As a person, you must know your position. Smoker knew that he did not have the deep background in heaven-defying luck of King Luffy. Just after being knocked unconscious by Kaido, he was sent to study further. Advertisement: if it were me, Kaido would have been killed and reborn. Therefore, he would not rashly challenge the 4 emperors without the assurance of a safe retreat, let alone use his own weaknesses to attack the strengths of the 4 emperors. Smoker was familiar with the surrounding waters and knew that there was an uninhabited deserted island not far away that was perfect for use as a battlefield. Letting Kaji strike the Queen, Mother, and Anthem with lightning was also to attract hatred and prevent Big Mom from killing Punk Hazard without a care. As for Kaji, he had already fled to a deserted island after his move. With the speed of Thunderfruit, even the ant can't catch up. At this moment, the ant's eyes were bloodshot, and Smoker was the only one in her eyes. She shouted, Prometheus, chase him. Yes, Mom. Prometheus suddenly accelerated, turned into a fireball, and chased in the direction where Smoker disappeared. The 2 men, one chasing and the other fleeing, caused the sea to surge and the sky to surge. Finally, just when Smoker was about to be caught up, he finally landed on the white deserted island. As soon as Smoker landed, he touched the ground with both hands and used the fruit awakening directly. In an instant, with him as the center, the white ground quickly turned black, quickly covering an area of several thousand meters, forming a dark area. Waves of darkness rose into the sky and condensed into black tentacles dozens of meters long, twisting continuously like living things. Then, Big Mom fell heavily like a meteorite, creating a big hole in the ground. Marine, you're desperate. Although his tone of voice was arrogant, his landing point was right on the edge of darkness, and his main point was not to take risks. Smoker frowned slightly. Even if she has turned into a crazy woman, she still maintains her fighting instincts. Then he raised his hand, and the dark tentacles on the ground instantly became excited. Dark 9-headed demonic dragon. The dark tentacles entangled with each other and transformed into 9 giant black dragons, roaring and rushing towards Big Mom. This is the move that Smoker used against Brogy in Little Garden. As the power of the fruit awakens, its power becomes at least 10 times stronger. The black dragon roared and rushed towards Big Mom, and the rocks on the ground that its body touched disappeared immediately. Big Mom has fought hundreds of battles and has a wealth of combat experience. He could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with these black dragons, so he immediately gave up the idea of using his physical body to resist and intimidate the enemy. Napoleon. Prometheus. Advertisement. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Napoleon jumped up and turned a few times in the air. Prometheus's flame attached to him, and the two combined to form a giant flaming blade, which fell into Big Mom's hands. The ant grinned and swung her sword fiercely. Flame blade. Break the mountain. A huge blade-shaped flame rushed towards the black dragon, and the next moment, the two attacks collided fiercely. Flames exploded, darkness surged, and in an instant, the entire island was dyed red on one side and black on the other. But the next second, the ant found something wrong. Although the black dragon was blocked, it did not disappear. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the flames. In just a few seconds, all the flames in the sky disappeared, leaving only a thicker black dragon. The black dragon seemed to be full, roared, and continued to rush towards the ant. Big Mom raised her eyebrows slightly. Oh, the type with restrained ability? Interesting. But you can't act arrogant in front of me with this. After saying that, Napoleon's sword suddenly grew longer, and powerful hockey surged on the sword. Tyrant slash. Slash the mountain. The ant held Napoleon tightly in both hands and swung it horizontally. A crescent-shaped white slash suddenly appeared, instantly covering the entire island. Several surrounding mountains were split apart in an instant, and several black dragons were not spared and were cut into two pieces in an instant. The giant dragon howled and turned into black smoke. The remaining body kept twisting and slowly shrank back into the dark realm. Seeing the dragon being defeated, Smoker remained calm. Dark Fruit is magic attack and special defense. Facing pure hockey attacks and physical attacks, it will naturally be much worse. Seeing that the attack was effective, Big Mom grinned and without saying a word, she made a flying slash at Smoker. This sword strike is unremarkable, and looks no different from an ordinary swordsman's, except that it's a little bigger. Just dodge it. But the next second he was surprised to find that even if he used the observation hockey that could foresee the future, he still couldn't avoid the knife. MD. What's going on? I don't remember this guy liking slashing so much. Smoker cursed in his mind, but his movements were extremely fast. The two fists collided, making a metallic collision sound, followed by a slashing blow. Fists and slashes collided, and bursts of black and red lightning suddenly exploded, tearing the ground and reefs apart. After a while, the slash lost its strength and turned into pieces under Smoker's iron fist, but he was also knocked back by this attack. Although his body was steady, his feet plowed deep grooves in the ground. Smoker shook his sore wrist and slowly walked towards Big Mom. The darkness surged like a tide, following Smoker. Chapter 226 Fight 2 Smoker walked closer to the ant and suddenly stretched out his hand. Dark water. Big Mom suddenly felt a huge suction force tearing her apart, and she couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it. What is this? But her strength was so great that she was able to withstand the invincible force of gravity with her brute force. Smoker was startled and continued to increase the gravity. Feeling the increasingly strong gravitational force, Big Mom turned around and inserted Napoleon into the ground. She manipulated the sword to extend 100 meters and penetrated deeply into the ground, managing to stabilize her body. However, Zeus and Prometheus next to her did not have such strong strength and were torn away screaming. Mom, save us. Tisk, useless stuff. The ant spat, but she would not watch the two precious homies being sucked away, so she loosened her grip and suddenly leapt towards Smoker, using the pull of gravity to move twice as fast as when she moved on her own. How dare you let me get close to you, idiot? Smoker caught Zeus and Prometheus and was about to devour them completely. But the ant's fist wrapped around hockey was already in front of him, so he had no choice but to let go of homies and punch against the ant's fist. The two fists collided, and purple-red lightning burst out. The two sides were in a stalemate for a few seconds, and then were blown away at the same time. After landing, the old lady turned over and stood up, continuing to rush forward like a bull. However, Smoker's arms were red and swollen, and the pain was unbearable due to the side effects of the dark fruit. Damn it, her destructive power comes from her body. Even if she is caught by the dark water, it does not affect her combat effectiveness. In terms of strength, I can still compete with her, but in terms of defense, I am really inferior to her. This crazy woman's talent is really terrifying. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage in a head-on fight, Smoker changed his fighting style. He raised his hand and created 7 or 8 black holes between himself and the ant. Chaos Source. These black holes released gravity from different directions, and the force field between the two people became extremely chaotic in an instant. If it were a normal person, he would probably be torn to pieces under such violent and twisted gravity, but Big Mom is the strongest tank in the pirates' world after all, so her defense was not broken. However, she was not feeling well at this time. She felt her body being torn apart by countless big hands. Her feet staggered and she was thrown far away. However, at the moment before she landed, she was caught by Zeus and Prometheus, who had broken free from the restraints. Mom, are you okay? Damn marine brat. The old lady cursed and then started laughing strangely. Well, your strength is unexpectedly strong, and you have a strange ability to manipulate gravity. No wonder my children lost to you. But you seem to be afraid of my power. In that case, Zeus, Prometheus, Napoleon. Yes, Mom. The 3 homies pounced on the ant. Napoleon landed on his right hand, covered with thick hockey, and instantly turned into a black long sword. Zeus landed on Big Mom's head, and her pink hair turned silver-white, twisting and winding like a living thing, with lightning constantly bursting out of its surface. Advertisement Prometheus fell onto her left hand. It started out as a raging orange-yellow fireball, then instantly shrank and turned into a dull reddish-brown. Haha, this way you can't take them away. With that, Big Mom rushed forward again, slashing at Smoker's head with her huge blade. Black Blade, Destruction Blade. Smoker foresaw the future and calmly dodged the powerful blow. But the next second, his body tensed up, and countless silver snake-like hair suddenly entangled him. Lightning burst out and engulfed Smoker's body. Smoker couldn't help but scream, and felt pain and paralysis all over his body. Faintly, he saw a reddish-brown fist hitting his head, and he was startled. He raised his arm to block it without using hockey in time. But the moment it touched the red fist, half of the arm disappeared instantly, and the flesh on the wound was all burnt. Ah! Smoker couldn't help but scream, and the ant kicked him out with a strange smile, and he fell far into the darkness. With just this little ability, you are not worthy enough to go against me. Well. Smoker trembled in pain. Such a terrifying temperature, even higher than Owen's heat fruit, this is no longer just a flame. Darkness surged in from all around, and after a few breaths, the wound on Smoker's broken arm disappeared, and a new arm grew out. He rubbed his arms and walked out of the darkness. The ant was laughing wildly, but when she saw this, her laughter stopped abruptly and her face was full of disbelief. The attack he just launched was not just high temperature, it was also mixed with hockey. Even if it was Lobia, it would not be ineffective. And judging from his aura just now, he was clearly injured. Why aren't you hurt? Smoker smiled coldly. In terms of defense, I am not as good as you, but in terms of recovery, you are far behind. Shave. Smoker disappeared in an instant and appeared behind the ant the next second. Dark Cave Road. A darkness suddenly appeared, and the ant felt her feet go empty, as if she was trapped in a swamp and began to slowly sink. Your ability to fly comes from homies, right? I won't let go of such a good opportunity. Before the ant could react, a huge dark hammer suddenly appeared and hit her hard on the head. Although the old lady was not injured, she felt dizzy and lost her balance, falling into the darkness. The dark hammer turned into a petroleum-like liquid and poured over the ant, completely covering her body. HMPH, such a powerful force. So what, just disappear into the darkness. Zeus landed behind Big Mom again and turned into a lightning cloak. Advertisement. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the darkness. Fortunately, the two homies burst out together and finally helped him out of trouble. The whole world seemed to have turned into a world of thunder. Hey, don't be lazy. The ant turned her head and saw that indeed, Zeus and Prometheus both looked a little listless, and their bodies were much smaller than at the beginning. Come on, let's continue. If there is no lightning, just create it. Hoo. Immediately afterwards, the sky was covered with dark clouds, strong winds arose, and countless electric snakes scurried around in the clouds. After a while, the electric snakes in the clouds gathered together and were all swallowed by Zeus. The old lady was panting, her eyes fixed on Smoker, her face full of fear. Open black lens bracket. No way. Close black lens bracket. UB ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* There are so many thunder and lightning in nature. Smoker looked surprised. Big Mom used Napoleon to take a picture of Prometheus. The next second, huge lightning and flames suddenly exploded, and huge energy directly broke through the darkness. He knew that Kaji was hiding there, and with just a word from him, he could disperse the thunder. Under Zeus's control, thunder from the sky fell like rain. Smoker sneered. It seems that your pet has consumed a lot of energy, you won't be so lucky next time. Then it attached itself to Napoleon's sword, and a blazing flame suddenly ignited on the black saber. Prometheus whispered, "Sorry, Mom." Smoker looked at the sky solemnly. Prometheus's flame may be difficult to replenish, but Zeus. The old lady also rushed out from the darkness and fell to the ground. But the feeling of being unable to move and breathe just now was too terrifying. But he had said before that he wanted to have a one-on-one duel with Big Mom, so without his signal, Cake would not interfere with his duel. Before he finished speaking, Zeus suddenly rushed into the sky. It hit the island, fell into the sea, and even hit the darkness released by Smoker. The ant laughed wildly. Zeus' body also became extremely large, covering a large area of the sky. On a deserted island like this, there is no place to replenish your fire and thunder. But the ant didn't care at all. Chapter 227 Fight 3. Big Mom jumped high and slashed at Smoker with her sword. Smoker predicted the position and dodged. The next second, countless thunderbolts followed Big Mom and struck down, instantly hitting Smoker. Electric snakes were running around, and even though Smoker had strengthened his lightning defenses, he was still electrified and charred all over, twitching constantly. Big Mom laughed strangely and took the opportunity to punch him away. The punch was so powerful that even though Smoker had amazing defense, he still vomited blood. Damn, this scale is no weaker than Logia, what a monster. Seeing that the attack was effective, the ant also laughed wildly and shrilly. Well. Attribute damage, physical damage, which one do you want to defend against? My attack has both. I forgot to tell you. Don't be fooled by my appearance, I'm actually a magician who controls the weather. As she laughed wildly, countless bolts of lightning fell on her, making her look like a god who dominated thunder. Smoker worked hard to recover from his injuries, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up again. HMPH, so what? As long as you can't defeat me with one blow, your attack is doomed to be in vain. I'll also give you a piece of advice. What I'm best at is a war of attrition. Big Mom laughed wildly, jumped high, and rushed towards Smoker. Well, really? Then let me see it for myself. Countless thunders followed behind Big Mom. In an instant, thousands of thunders seemed to condense into arrows, and the ant herself was the indestructible arrow. Smoker was not to be outdone. In terms of fruit quality, dark fruit is not inferior to any other fruit. He raised his hands, and darkness on the ground surged, transforming into black dragon heads that crashed into him. Thunder and lightning tore at each other, causing explosions in the air. Countless thunders were swallowed by the darkness, but Big Mom relied on her powerful Haki body to kill Smoker and cut off his head with a swing of the sword. "I'll take your head." Smoker used observation Haki to narrowly avoid the sword attack. Then he poured all his Haki into his fist and punched the ant in the abdomen. Ah! This punch is the pinnacle of Smoker's physical attack. The old lady screamed and flew backwards. After landing heavily on the ground, she stood up holding her stomach. Ahem. Well, it's been a while since I've seen Haki with internal damage like this. It's been a while since I've felt this much pain. You're really capable. Your fist reminds me of that B************ D garp, but it's too bad, it's not powerful enough. Smoker gasped and covered his arm. The powerful reaction force just now also fractured his bones. Fortunately, this injury healed in the blink of an eye. Damn it. The iron balloon is indeed worthy of its reputation. If I can't find a way to effectively hurt her, there will be no end to it. Advertisement: this isn't the Onigashima War, there's no way to cancel and throw her out. Seeing Big Mom rushing towards him again, Smoker's brain was spinning rapidly. If that doesn't work, I can only try that method. This is a move I prepared specifically for guys like Kaido and Big Mom who have SSS defense. Smoker clenched his fist tightly, and his fist turned black again. But this black is deeper than when it covered armament Haki before. Big Mom gathered lightning once again and rushed forward. She knew that Smoker could do no harm to her, so her attacks became particularly violent. It was a repeat of the last attack. Smoker dodged Big Mom's attack. Smoker seized the opportunity and hit Big Mom in the side with a liver-blasting punch. This punch was weaker than the previous one, but Big Mom's reaction was completely different. Her eyes were wide open, her whole body was trembling, and she took 2 steps back. Then he fell to his knees, holding his side, and screamed in pain and anger. "Ah! A-hole, what did you do?" Smoker didn't answer, but rushed forward and kicked her again, sending her flying dozens of meters away. Damn it, ahem, puff. Big Mom had just stood up in a panic when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her side, followed by a violent cough and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. She wiped her mouth and looked at the bloodstains on her palms, her face full of disbelief. "Blood. You actually hurt me." Then, she caught a glimpse of Smoker's fist and her eyes widened as she said, "No, this isn't pure Haki." Smoker just smiled coldly and didn't explain anything. In fact, his attack was not just the hardening of the armament Haki, but also the use of emission. In the original work, Luffy, who has mastered emission, can break Kaido's defense, so breaking Big Mom's defense will naturally not be a problem. Of course, emission alone does not have such a significant effect. This attack is the first time Smoker combines emission with his own abilities. It turns out that in order to defeat enemies with powerful armor, Smoker wants to try to create a black hole in the enemy's body. If this trick works, no one can resist it. At that time, Smoker excitedly conducted many experiments, but the results poured cold water on him. This trick is not practical. When facing the weak, there is no need to put so much effort, just do it. However, the strong ones have powerful bodies and Haki, which will hinder the use of their abilities and make it difficult for them to successfully condense a black hole. Originally Smoker had given up on this idea. I tried it today with my eyes closed, and I didn't expect the effect to be so good. It turned out that he used emission to break through Big Mom's defense. Although it was not a complete defeat, it could cause a momentary flaw in her invincible defense. Advertisement Smoker took advantage of this flaw and successfully created a black hole in Big Mom's body. Although it is only the size of a needle tip and only exists for a brief moment, it can cause direct damage to the internal organs. No matter how strong a person is, his internal organs are fragile. Even minor injuries that can usually be laughed off can be fatal if they occur to the internal organs. Smoker naturally didn't explain anything to the ant, but just sneered. "Now, we are on the same level." Then he rushed forward and launched a continuous attack. Big Mom finally got scared. She began to dodge Smoker's attacks and fought more carefully, but her long-standing fighting habits still made her less prepared. Soon, the liver, stomach, and spleen were damaged one after another. If it weren't for the focus on protecting the heart and brain, the battle would probably be over. Of course, Big Mom's counterattack also made Smoker feel very uncomfortable. Some of his injuries were much more serious than Big Mom's. If it weren't for the dark fruit to absorb the damage, he would have been killed long ago. After a long time, Smoker stood there panting. Big Mom on the opposite side was in an even more miserable state and could barely stand up. At this point she finally understood the problem. Well, attack the internal organs directly. What a cunning B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� like you. Smoker said coldly. "So what, you are no longer able to revolving heaven, Big Mom. After all, you are just a loser who relies on your talent. You will never be as good as Roger and Newgate." These words directly hit Big Mom's lungs. She roared and struggled to her feet. "What do you know, you B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** My dreams and ambitions are beyond the comprehension of a B************ D like you. You think you can defeat me with just these internal injuries? You are just a little brat, and you want to lecture me. You are 100 years too early. Then she raised her hands and several transparent balls appeared. Open black lens bracket soul. Close black lens bracket. Smoker was stunned and felt something was wrong. I give you souls. Revive my internal organs. Half of the soul sphere flew into Big Mom's body. Her internal organs began to wake up and return to normal in the blink of an eye. Ha, don't think you're the only one with the ability to recover. Then she stuffed the other half of the soul into her mouth. The next moment, his momentum suddenly increased, and his stature expanded rapidly, almost comparable to a real giant. Ha, you said that only a fatal blow can completely defeat you? Then let's try. A guy as dangerous as you is not worth sacrificing a year of my life. Chapter 228 Fight 4, Mom, Kill. Big Mom jumped high and slashed at Smoker fiercely. Although Smoker can foresee the future, he is still a little flustered when facing such an attack. He manipulated the surrounding darkness to condense into a giant hand, trying to grab the giant sword, and quickly jumped to the side. But the power of the ant at this time is incredible. The dark giant hand was easily chopped into pieces, and then the huge blade slashed on the ground. Under this powerful force, the entire island was instantly cut into two parts. The remaining force of the slashing blow had not yet dissipated, and it rushed into the sea again, causing huge waves that extended far into the invisible place. Smoker fell aside in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Damn it, this speed and strength are completely different from before. Is this the true strength of the royal pirates? This is really too exaggerated. In fact, she is now in the form of Big Mom's liver life, exchanging 1 year of life for a short burst of strength. This state is so powerful that even strong people of the same level have to temporarily avoid it. But it can't last long, and I will fall into a weak state for a while. The ant herself understood this and stopped testing him, giving it her all in every move. Don't even think about running away. Big Mom waved her hand towards Smoker, and several thick bolts of lightning struck him. Smoker reacted very quickly. He raised his hand and several dark dragons rushed into the sky, swallowing up all the lightning. But the next second, a slashing blow swept past, and all the dark dragons were beheaded. Big Mom lifts Napoleon again. Well, how long can you hide? Widewhoa, in this state, Wei state is 3 times stronger than usual. An attack wrapped in a massive amount of hockey blasted straight towards Smoker, and wherever it passed, all the sand and gravel on the ground turned into powder. Not good. Smoker was shocked. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only use hockey at his full strength to take the blow. The next second, a huge slash instantly swallowed Smoker. Smoker only felt a huge and violent energy that was madly eroding his body. Under this force, Smoker's bones crackled and broke continuously, and his internal organs were squeezed and twisted. Although the surface skin and flesh were hardened by hockey, they were still torn apart by the wind pressure, as if thousands of knives were cutting his flesh. Advertisement in just a few seconds, it seemed like several years had passed, and the slash finally ended. Smoker was not blown away directly, but his feet were inserted into the rock like wedges. But half of his head was collapsed, the arms that were blocking his body were strangely twisted, and there was not a single piece of healthy skin on his body. He was completely turned into a bloody man. Only his eyes were still blinking, as if telling the ant that he had not fallen down yet. Big Mom laughed out loud. Well, you said that the only way to defeat you is to kill you with one blow? In that case, I will grant your wish. After saying this, he raised Napoleon high and was about to chop him down. Suddenly, the island shook and even the old lady couldn't stand steadily. Suddenly, streams of dark matter burst out from the ground. Some of them gathered around Smoker, but more of them rushed towards Big Mom like a tsunami. Well, are they going to win by relying on a catastrophic scale? What a spectacular but useless attack. Let me show you what a natural disaster is, great perfection and free heavenly God. Thunder exploded in the sky, and thick bolts of lightning fell like raindrops, colliding with the darkness. The thunder and lightning were so loud that it almost blinded and deafened people. After a while, the darkness and thunder slowly dissipated. Smoker stood there panting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he used his ability to heal his wounds, but he looked tired. Seeing that the ant hadn't reacted yet, he quickly launched an attack. Shave. Smoker suddenly appeared behind Big Mom, gathered hockey, and punched her body. Speed and dodge are the only shortcomings of Big Mom. Smoker seized this opportunity and repeated his old tricks, using his abilities to destroy her internal organs. But this time it didn't happen. Big Mom seemed to be unharmed and punched Smoker with her backhand. Smoker was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time, so he could only use armed hockey to resist. The punch hit Smoker in the side, breaking several bones and sending him flying. Smoker rolled on the ground for a few rounds before jumping up, sweating all over from the pain. Damn it, it doesn't work. Even if the body size increases, you shouldn't ignore the damage to the internal organs. Big Mom laughed wildly. Advertisement? Well, your hockey alone can't break my current defense. Besides, my internal organs are all homies now. No matter if they are ruptured or pierced, they will heal with just a thought. Smoker was shocked, and his trick was completely wasted. Looking at the lively old lady, he couldn't help but sigh secretly, thinking that his moves still lacked explosive power. If you charge up your energy and use the dark fruit's gravity with all your strength, you should be able to break through the defense. But a battle-hardened girl like Big Mom, who is so afraid of me, how could she give me a chance to accumulate strength? Big Mom is approaching step by step. Marine, I admit your moves are very interesting. But this kind of opportunistic tactics will never win a real battle. After saying that, he rushed towards Smoker, and Smoker had no choice but to face him head-on. After a long time, the entire island had become a ruin. Big Mom breathed slightly while holding Napoleon. Smoker had no injuries on his body, but his expression was very depressed. The pain may go away, but the mental trauma it causes will still accumulate. Damn it, is there no limit to this monster's physical strength? During the Onigashima battle, he said he was tired after working all night. How come my endurance has become so strong? Just as Big Mom raised Napoleon, Smoker suddenly raised his hand. Okay, no more fighting, I give up. Big Mom almost sprained her waist because of this outrageous operation, and her eyes were immediately bloodshot. A-hole, are you kidding me? I won't stop until I grind you to dust today? Smoker's face turned cold. Big Mom, have you forgotten something? As he spoke, a thick bolt of lightning struck Smoker in front of him. The lightning dissipated and Kaji walked out with his hands in his pockets. If you still want to fight, then let me be your opponent. The auntie angrily said, so it's you, a piece of trash. I don't have time to care about you now. Get out of here. Zeus raised his hand and controlled a bolt of lightning to shoot towards Cake. Kaji sneered and took the blow without moving. Lightning flashed all over his body, but he was unharmed. It's rude not to reciprocate. Try mine too. Kaji raised his hand and a bolt of lightning several times thicker than the old one shot towards Big Mom. Chapter 229 Marine's Victory. What? Seeing the lightning released by Cake and feeling the violent energy contained in it, Big Mom was also shocked. Although she has a body like a steel balloon, she is not truly invincible. If the attack is too strong, you will also get hurt, such as in front of you. Big Mom shouted. Zeus, yes, Mom. Zeus rushed to Big Mom and protected her tightly behind him. Thunder struck Zeus. Zeus let out a sharp roar, and his body suddenly grew in size, changing from white to black, and then to bright silver. What? This feeling is so good. After a while, the lightning was completely absorbed. Zeus burped loudly, and landed in front of Big Mom with a satisfied look on his face. Well, thank you for your hard work, Zeus. The ant touched Zeus's head and then squinted at Cake. Logia, you Marines really have some amazing people. No matter whether it was the white-haired Marine just now or the Logia user in front of her, both made Big Mom feel difficult for the first time in a long time. Even his family's greatest masterpiece, Charlotte Katakuri, was not so difficult to deal with. Although Katakuri's dodge is already SSS, the damage is not enough and he can't hurt himself at all. On the contrary, these two guys in front of me have the ability to make me lose blood. The most important thing is not their strength, but their age. The guy with the wretched face looked to be in his 30s or 40s, and the one with white hair was only in his early 20s. At this age, he is still far from reaching the peak of his strength. If I leave it alone, in a few years, I won't have anything to do. These two guys must be eradicated as soon as possible. The ant took a deep breath and rushed towards Cake like a cannonball. Fiery Sun Red Fist. Prometheus attached to her fist, instantly generating high temperatures that could melt gold and break iron. Cake, who did not have the observation hockey that could foresee the future, was shocked by Big Mom's speed. By the time he reacted, the red fist was already close to his nose, and a burning sensation made his face dry. Fortunately, Thunderfruit's speed makes up for its lack of reaction. With a thought, he turned into a flash of lightning and disappeared, appearing behind the ant in an instant. 10 Fingers Thundergun. Kaji turned his hands into claws, with white lightning streaking from his fingertips, and stabbed at Big Mom fiercely. But the ant's reaction was also extremely fast. She slapped Kaji's hands with her backhand, and they collided. Advertisement: the two attacks collided, and Big Mom gained an absolute upper hand. The huge force directly knocked Cake away. But the lightning on Cake's body also has a counter-injury effect. Big Mom felt paralyzed all over. Although she was not injured, she could not chase anymore. Dark Whip. Smoker will not miss the opportunity. He raised his hand and released several dark whips, which tightly wrapped around the ant. Then a tide of darkness rushed over, ready to drag her into the darkness again. Even if you have an invincible defense, you can still suffocate to death. The ant was startled and quickly shouted, Zeus. Zeus pounced behind her and suddenly released powerful lightning. These lightning bolts were more than 10 times stronger than before. The raging silver snake tore through the darkness, and Big Mom took the opportunity to escape. Smoker was stunned. Is Zeus charging? Zeus opened his mouth and spit out a bolt of lightning at Smoker. Kaji hurried to Smoker and dispersed the lightning with a wave of his hand. But when he looked at Zeus, whose power was rising rapidly, he also had a constipated expression on his face. Smoker. That thundercloud seems to be able to devour your lightning to strengthen itself. Cake. It seems so. Smoker recalled that in the original plot, Zeus ate Nami's thundercloud and was controlled by the weather stick for a short period of time, and was pulled to attack Big Mom. Now that it ate your thunderbolt, can you control him? Kaji was stunned for a moment, then tried it and shook his head. No, it doesn't work. Smoker curled his lips. It seems that there is still an unknown difference between the lightning created by the fruit and the lightning created by technology. Kaji also felt a bit of a headache. In terms of physique and hockey, I can't compete with Big Mom. Now that she has devoured the soul and turned into a giant, the gap between the two has widened further, and even with Smoker, they are no match for her. But once you use Thunderfruit, you become Zeus's power bank. Not only will it not hurt Big Mom, it will make her stronger. Kaji never dreamed that Thunderfruit would eat such a strange thing. Smoker. What do we do next? Smoker manipulated the darkness and condensed it into several giant black dragons. What should we do? This is not something we can decide unilaterally. It seems that the crazy woman is not satisfied yet. Well, don't think that I'm some low-class pirate. Advertisement as for Big Mom. As she spoke, she slowly retracted Conqueror's haki. After saying that, Big Mom lay on Zeus and became completely motionless. It was unclear whether she was asleep or fainted. Zeus flew quickly with Big Mom on his back. Suddenly, Big Mom fell to her knees on the clouds. Her breathing became heavier and heavier, and her body continued to shrink until it returned to its normal size. Never mind. Anyway, judging from the result, Marine won this battle. Thank your fate. I'll let you go today, but I won't be so polite next time. But the two of them were also struggling, and no matter how you looked at it, they didn't have the upper hand. After saying that, without waiting for Smoker and Kaji to reply, he jumped onto Zeus and flew away. Smoker and Kaji were shocked. She has this kind of power? Smoker and Cake looked at each other. If Whitebeard or Rayleigh said this, it would be somewhat convincing. However, I had a lot of fun fighting you today. Since you fought so hard, I will show mercy and let you go. Rather than nipping off young shoots out of fear of threats, I prefer to destroy the enemies at the top and completely destroy their pride. Kaji also said coldly, don't pirates love to snipe lone marines the most? Now there are only two of us, and this opportunity will never come again. It's okay. It's just a side effect. Those two damn lil brats actually cost me so much. Big Mom suddenly burst into laughter, and Conqueror's haki raged between heaven and earth, almost covering up the light of the thunder and lightning. I didn't expect her to give up the fight so easily. Zeus, Prometheus, the rest is up to you. Zeus, Prometheus. Mom, are you okay? Smoker also frowned, but he was indeed a little confused. Kaji. Smoker, what does she mean? Is this still the famous and brutal pirate Charlotte Linlin? Suddenly, her body stiffened slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. Because it was only a moment, Smoker and Cake didn't notice anything unusual. Prometheus quickly turned into a fire blanket and covered her, while Zeus accelerated his flight. Big Mom was playing in a rather awkward manner. Smoker couldn't help but frown. What do you mean? Pirates can be so kind. Above sea level. At this time, Big Mom pressed forward again. Come on, everyone knows who you are. Why are you pretending to be a hero in front of me? I originally thought that even if I could escape unscathed, it would still be after a tough battle and at a considerable price. Well, Marine brat, no matter what you want to do in front of me, it's doomed to be in vain. Chapter 230 Reaction Smoker and Cake returned to Punk Hazard and informed everyone of all the intelligence. All Marine's emotions were like a roller coaster. Seeing the Big Mom pirates coming in force, Marine was already nervous. When they heard that it was the senior official Pelos who was coming to accompany Luo and Owen, their hearts were in their throats. But then they learned that Peros, Luo and Owen were killed, and everyone was surprised. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard that Big Mom had arrived in person. Everyone panicked immediately. Those are super big pirates. Without Admiral, there is no way to stop it. They even said that if she got to the vicinity of Dressrosa, even if two admirals came, they wouldn't be able to protect those research institutes. Haven't you seen the Golden Lion invasion a few years ago? Although he was defeated by Sengoku and Garp together, he also destroyed half of Marineford. Marineford is full of fortifications and ordinary buildings. If they are destroyed, they are destroyed. We can rebuild them slowly when we have money. Punk Hazard is different. Here's the most advanced wisdom of mankind. If half of this place is destroyed, the 5 old men in Mariajoy will have a brain hemorrhage. But then, they got the news that Big Mom was hit back. The entire Marine base was silent at first, and everyone was stunned. Then there was a huge cheer that almost blew the roof off the house. Defeat Big Mom. Such a record is really awesome. All the Marines were screaming and shouting, more excited than during a holiday. The news spread. Even those CPs that don't get along with Marine can only come and congratulate with a pinch of their noses. By the way, I want to inform you that the defected scientist is indeed missing. Smoker doesn't care about this. If you can't find it, then don't find it. Internal security is the responsibility of the CP. If Marine failed to hold off the Big Mom pirates, CP could easily pass the blame and say that the scientist was taken away by the pirates. Now the Big Mom pirates have been beaten back so far that they didn't even see any hair of the scientists. It's not Marine's turn to take the blame. Soon, the news reached Naval headquarters. Sengoku was shocked. Didn't they say that Big Mom is going crazy in Toto Land? How did he attack Punk Hazard without anyone noticing? What the hell are those bastards in the intelligence department doing? It would have been fine if it was just an attack, but the 2 vice admirals actually fought back. Is the current vice admiral title so valuable? Smoker is fine, but this guy always makes unexpected noises. What happened to the add-on? I haven't seen you for a day or two. How come you have become a Thunderfruit user? He quickly called a meeting of several new and old admirals, discussed for a while, and then called the two of them. Smoker, Cake, I didn't expect you to achieve such a brilliant performance. It's really unexpected. Advertisement, Kaji aside, Smoker, you don't have to stay in the tech unit anymore. I'll transfer you back to headquarters immediately. Smoker was thrown into the technology core before because we were worried that he would be promoted too quickly and be targeted by someone with ulterior motives, so we found a place to keep him out of trouble. Now that we have defeated the Big Mom pirates, why would we need to do this? It's not like he was promoted directly to Admiral, it's just Vice Admiral, who the hell dares to talk nonsense. If you don't agree, go and stop one. You don't have to stop Big Mom. If you can stop a general, Lousy will immediately give you the title of Vice Admiral. But what he didn't expect was that Smoker rejected his kindness outright. Sorry, Mr. Sengoku, I'd like to stay a while longer. Sengoku. Kaji. Sengoku hurriedly said, you don't need to worry, such a brilliant record, no one will say anything. Smoker smiled bitterly. He was not worried about gossip, but that some things here were not yet resolved. For example, artificial devil fruit. For example, Guy's research. For example, through Vegapunk and contacting the Revolutionary Army. As soon as I leave, these things will definitely be delayed. But, it's nothing, Mr. Sengoku. You know I don't like to show off. Please deal with the battle report and give all the credit for defeating Big Mom to Cake. As for me, just say that I was the one who killed those cadres. Kaji was about to say something when Smoker grabbed his shoulders and squeezed them hard, stopping him from speaking. Sengoku was stunned, he didn't expect Smoker to do this. Okay, since it's your wish, I can consider it. After the call ended, Smoker started to attack Gigi again, and after much persuasion, he finally agreed to take the credit for him. Smoker heard from Nika that 5 elders intends to add 2 admiral positions. To be honest, Smoker has no interest in the admiral position. I can only huddle up in Marineford and be watched no matter what I do. It's painful just thinking about it. I still want to be like Garp, with a high position but not much power, and I obey orders but not announcements. Eating donuts and playing pirates every day is so relaxing. As for Cake, now that he has eaten the Thunderfruit, his stats are no longer inferior to those 3 monsters. In addition, with his contribution in defeating Big Mom, he has a great chance of becoming an admiral candidate. Therefore, I did not change his ending, I just brought it forward. It's up to you to enjoy the blessing of Admiral. A few days later, Nut Island under Toto Land. A huge figure fell to the ground, causing all the surrounding houses to collapse. The Conqueror's hockey roared like a tsunami, causing a deafening roar. Apple pie. It turned out that the ant, who had been hungry for several days, had a food craving again. Soon, the news of Big Mom's return spread throughout Toto Land, and Katakuri and others finally felt relieved. Out of confidence in my aunt, when Katakuri and Brule retreated, they left neither Big Mom's lifecard nor Den Mushi behind. Advertisement said the ant has been completely out of touch these days. In addition, Marine spread the news that Big Mom was defeated. Although they didn't believe that Big Mom would fail, they were still very worried. Now that the ant is back, everyone is finally relieved. As for the outbreak of cravings, the Nut Island is almost completely destroyed, but that's not a problem. They are no longer surprised by this and are adept at handling it. Soon, Katakuri stuffed a huge apple pie into Big Mom's mouth and successfully awakened her consciousness. You are all my most powerful children. You have completely failed in this mission, losing the main ship and more than 30 egg-tart ships. The ant knew clearly in her heart that not only did Pelos accompany Luo and Owen, but even she herself suffered a small loss. The ant also suddenly became alert. In fact, this time is enough for the Admiral of Headquarters to be dispatched. More importantly, she realized she had been procrastinating for too long. The Big Mom pirates are a group of pirates connected by blood. It must be said that the bond between them is much deeper than that of ordinary pirates. The 2 guys in front of me are already difficult to deal with. If an admiral comes along, I'll be in big trouble if I don't die. The ant stared at the 2 of them without saying a word. You have been living a stable life under my reputation, but from now on it is no longer possible. You must all go out and fight and plunder like real pirates, become truly independent pirates. Originally I thought that, except for the Marine Admiral, no one in the Marine could be your opponent. Big Mom sits on the throne. More importantly, all 13 brothers and sisters who accompanied you in the operation died in the battle. Pelos, Luo and Owen all looked as pale as death and lowered their heads. What's with that expression on your face? The old lady snorted coldly. I'm not a fool. This time, my opponent is not someone you can handle. Everyone looked at each other, then said solemnly, yes. So the ant made a prompt decision, threw down a few nice words and ran away. Before he could finish his words, he was suddenly interrupted by the ant. Pelos, accompany Luo, Owen. But I was wrong. An unexpectedly strong person has appeared in the Marines, so, we can't just sit there and wait for death. If conditions permit, Naval Headquarters egg yolks will be shaken apart for you. What tender sprouts or not, it's all just talk, but you can't be blamed for this. Get up. In the castle, the ant glanced at her children. In fact, her evacuation at that time was not just due to physical reasons. From the time the Marine came into contact with the Big Mom pirates to the subsequent battle, it took most of the day. Below them were Peros, Luo and Owen, who were wrapped in bandages and looked dejected. Both of them shuddered and responded in a low voice, "Yes, Mom." Katakuri glanced at everyone and couldn't help but say, "Mom. Did you hear that clearly?" Suddenly, the aunt's voice came again. Katakuri, Smoothie and other senior executives stood on both sides of Big Mom. The atmosphere at the scene was so solemn that it was almost impossible to breathe. Everyone was shocked, and Pelos, Luo, and Owen looked up in disbelief. The greatest strength of the Marine is its huge size and rapid response. No matter where the battle occurs, reinforcements will arrive quickly. Chapter 231 Big News. Thank you all for your support. I have found a confinement nanny. I took advantage of these 3 days to drive back to my hometown and deal with some matters with relatives there. Because I left in a hurry and didn't bring my computer, I haven't updated yet. I just got home today, so I will update one chapter first, and will resume normal updates from tomorrow. After this busy period, I will slowly make up for what I owed in the past few days. I hope everyone can forgive me. 2 months passed in a flash. During this period, big news that shocked the world came one after another. Morgan's is so busy every day. The first big news was Marine's big victory over the Big Mom Pirates. Face the fierce invasion of Punk Hazard by the Big Mom Pirates. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Cake and Smoker teamed up to not only severely damage the fleet of the Big Mom Pirates, but also killed more than a dozen cadres. Even more incredible is that Big Pirates Big Mom personally took action, but was still defeated by them together. Especially Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Cake, who obtained the ability of Thunderfruit and became the most dazzling Marine star. If there was no reliable information, the defecting scientist was picked up by Charlotte Brûlé using the power of the Mirror Fruit. There is no doubt that Marine won this battle. The second big news is that the world government announced a new admiral candidate, Chatten, Cake. The news shocked the world, because this is the first time that the Naval Headquarters has added a new admiral candidate when there is no vacancy in the Marine admiral position. Many people speculate that the 3-admiral limit may become history. But for those who know the inside story, this matter has a deeper meaning. In the past, admiral candidates were nominated directly by the world government. That is to say, the admiral candidate may change. But in terms of procedures, it is completely controlled by the world government. The birth of T-Pig, Cake was completely led by Naval Headquarters from nomination to announcement. Advertisement. The third big news happened in the Seven Waters City. The world's #1 shipbuilder, Tom the Fishman, was sentenced to death for building the Oro Jackson for the Pirates King Gold D. Roger. During the trial, he proposed the idea of a sea train to the presiding judge, which moved the judge. The judge changed the death penalty to a suspended sentence and gave him time to build the sea train. If he succeeded, his merits would offset his sins. A month ago, Tom finally completed the sea train and was about to clear the crime, but during the trial, CP9 Spandam stole the warship invented by Frankie and attacked the judicial ship. Originally Spandam had done a very thorough job, and Tom had no way of defending himself, so he was ready to take the blame for his apprentice. Unexpectedly, Nika, who has recently become very popular in the world government and is responsible for inspecting discipline, happened to appear in the Seven Waters City and exposed Spandam's trick in public. And for some reason, the reporters acted very quickly this time. Before the government could issue a gag order, the news spread all over the world. In the eyes of the whole world, CP has always been a mysterious existence, and it is almost difficult for the outside world to get news about CP. The rare news of CP at this time immediately caused a sensation around the world. The 5 elders are furious. They are not against CP using dirty tricks. As long as it's for the mission, false accusations, fraud, coercion, and threats, it doesn't matter at all. But the problem is that in order to take all the credit, Spandam acted on its own without waiting for government authorization. Since it involves ancient weapons, there is no way the world government would disagree. Spandam thinks so too, so he plans to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later. Anyway, as long as the operation is successful, this procedural problem will naturally be harmless. But the problem is that the operation failed, and they were caught and exposed. The 5 elders would naturally not take the blame for him. He was immediately thrown into prison, ready to remove the only stain on the world government. Nika used the spring and autumn style of writing in his report. Exaggerated reports on how CP9 acted on their own and concealed the truth. The final conclusion was that, if anyone dares to deceive the public today, they will dare to undermine the government tomorrow, which made the 5 elders' blood pressure soar. TMD. CP, these bastards, are they going to rebel? How much of what CP gave us before was real and how much was fake? Fortunately, there are loyal subordinates like Nika. Otherwise, we have to tear down the CP organization and rebuild it to be at ease. Think about it, Nika is in charge of gathering intelligence while inspecting CP bases in various places. Although he lacks strength, he is always loyal and hardworking, and he completes all tasks perfectly without causing any trouble. Advertisement. The current CP0 captain has been in this position for many years, right? It's time to train a successor. When I come back this time, I will give you a heads up. Smoker crossed his legs, smoked a cigar and read the newspaper. Charlotte Smoothie, a former top leader of the Big Mom Pirates, and her sisters Charlotte Strong and Charlotte SNA left the Big Mom Pirates and reorganized the Smoothie Pirates. They conquered the affiliated country, the Principality of Shirahakusa. The latest bounties are 541.2 million Baileys, 111 million Baileys, and 93 million Baileys respectively. This is the 7th major incident caused by Big Mom's children this month. What is the aunt doing? Is she learning from Li Yunlong and letting the team run wild? Smoker was watching with great interest when he was suddenly awakened by the Den Den Mushi next to him. Meh, this is Smoker. Oh, Dr. Vegapunk. Okay, no problem, I'll be there now. Smoker hung up the phone, packed up, and hurried to find Vegapunk. When they arrived at the laboratory, Vegapunk did not keep anyone in suspense and took out a stack of information and stuffed it into Smoker's arms. This is the result of my new research. According to calculations, the success rate of the artificial fruit of the bird fruit, mythical beast species, phoenix form is no less than 87%, and the restoration rate of the bloodline factor can reach more than 90%. I have prepared all the medicines and test subjects. The only thing I need is samples. Smoker nodded, his palm became elemental, and the blood collecting instrument emerged. Marco's blood, right? That's right, Vegapunk continued. The zone fruit houses a soul, so the thoughts of the ability user will also affect the bloodline factor. You must extract no less than 2/3 of his blood on the premise that the ability user accepts that he can no longer resist, or is completely willing. Smoker's face darkened. 2/3? That much? Are you kidding me? If I take half of his blood, he will die immediately. I might as well just take away his ability. Vegapunk made a tisk sound. This is the minimum requirement. Otherwise, why do we say that these two fruits are the only ones that can succeed? Because only they can give the ability user strong vitality and ensure that he will not die after blood is drawn. Smoker looked helpless. Okay, let's try. Suddenly he looked at a devil fruit next to him. What is this? It doesn't look like an artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk looked at the fruit and sighed deeply. This fruit is one of the only 2 successful products in a failed project. No, it is the only successful product. Chapter 232 The truth about the slippery fruit. Smoker was stunned, looking at the pink fruit that looked like a peach. Is this an artificial devil fruit? It doesn't look like it. The artificial fruits are all in the shape of apples, with circles as patterns on them. The fruit in front of us, in both shape and pattern, is exactly the same as the real devil fruit. If it is really an artificial fruit, then its degree of completion is higher than the replica of the fish fruit that Momonosuke ate. Vegapunk. This is not a man-made replica, but the real devil fruit, Paramecia slippery fruit. Smoker was stunned. Isn't this the fruit that Alvida ate? This fruit doesn't seem like a big deal. Why does Vegapunk keep it here so solemnly? Vegapunk did not hide anything and told Smoker the whole story. It turns out that after Vegapunk discovered the devil fruit's bloodline factor, the world government secretly launched a project. By fusing the bloodline factors of different fruits, we can create fruits with complex abilities, thus breaking the limitation of only having one ability. And Vegapunk is the host of this experiment. He extracted the bloodline factor of the devil fruit and injected it into other devil fruits, thus successfully cultivating a new fruit with complex abilities. Smoker was shocked. I've never heard of this project. What happened to it? Vegapunk held the fruit. And then, the project was a success, but it can also be said to have failed. Smoker was stunned. What do you mean? I did succeed in creating 2 fruits with compound powers, but the problem was that the cost was too high. In total, more than 70 devil fruits were consumed. Even the world government could not afford this cost, so they had to stop the project. The corner of Smoker's mouth twitched slightly. More than 70 fruits, only 2 were successful. This wave of world government lost all its money. Smoker asked curiously, what fruit is success? Vegapunk. One is the fruit of childishness, which can turn a person into a toy and erase all memories of the other person in the world. I added the power of the fruit of commanded, which can turn the toy into an obedient slave. Smoker. The world government was very pleased with the fruit and took it away early on, but it was later stolen somehow, and several CP agents were executed for it. Smoker. Advertisement. The other one is this slippery fruit. I added the ability of the beauty fruit. Eating this fruit can turn you into a beautiful woman or a handsome man. However, the government doesn't like this fruit, so they kept it. Smoker. These abilities don't seem to be related, right? Vegapunk nodded. I have tried to combine different abilities to see if I can increase my success rate, but I have tried many abilities, some that complement each other, some that conflict with each other, some that are completely unrelated, but still nothing. Although further research will definitely yield some results, the cost is too high and we really cannot afford it. I see. Smoker expressed his understanding. A failed experiment would cost 2 fruits. Who could afford such a cost? So what are you going to do with this fruit? No matter what, just leave it here. This fruit is pretty and would be a good ornament. Smoker. After a while, Smoker said goodbye to Vegapunk and took the slippery fruit away. The devil fruit, which was regarded as a treasure outside, was nothing in the eyes of Vegapunk. As soon as Smoker opened his mouth, he didn't even bother to ask any more questions and just gave it away. Smoker looked at the pink fruit in his hand. No wonder Alvida was able to transform from a fat Madara woman into a stunning beauty after eating this fruit. This doesn't seem to be an ability that the slippery fruit should have. It turns out it's all because of Vegapunk. It seems that even if I don't ask for this fruit, it will leak out from here and end up in Alvida's hands. P.S. 2 years before Luffy went to sea, Punk Hazard exploded and the fruit leaked out. 2 years later, it fell into Alvida's hands, which is reasonable in terms of timing. Then, he felt the fruit of childishness in his body. Guy suddenly burst into laughter. Shish, of course. Come over here. I know it's not the agreed time yet, but at least there are some results, right? The room looked ordinary, with some miscellaneous items piled inside and several drains on the floor. However, I never expected that I would accidentally collect the only 2 successful experimental products. This also means that these bastards will never get out in their lifetime. Smoker also turned into a ball of black smoke and went in. Unexpectedly, this drain was unexpectedly deep. After that, he led Smoker to a secluded room. After that, he took Smoker to a closed cell. Advertisement: this is the secret basement that Smoker dug for Guy using the dark fruit ability. Smoker glared at him unhappily. Shish, that's right, and with these test subjects, I feel we can go even further. For Logia, this palm-sized passage is no different from a wide road. As the client's father, Smoker sat down on the chair Guy had laid without any hesitation. Guy turned into a ball of gas and went into a drain. Of course, I have carefully selected the test subjects strictly according to your requirements. They are all evildoers. Instead of letting them live in prison without worries about food and clothing, why not let them come here to contribute to science? Dozens of arm-thick passages that are 100 meters long are connected to the outside, but sound and light cannot be transmitted at all. Show, Smoker Kun's expression is so interesting, please follow me. Fortunately, I have never used this fruit, otherwise it would definitely attract the attention of the world government. These experimental subjects are all villains with blood debts. Smoker used his ability to bring them in without anyone noticing. Some contained half-human, half-animal monsters, and some contained people huddled in corners. Slayer Lean, Heart-Eating Ghost Muzen, and Boiling Water Lex, 3 of them succeeded. It seems that you have thoroughly understood Vegapunk's research results on artificial devil fruit. Smoker did not go back directly, but went around and came to Geisa Kalang's laboratory. As if he noticed Smoker's look, Guy suddenly laughed. Dr. Guy, is there any progress in the experiment on whether devil fruit and artificial fruit can be taken at the same time? Guy turned into a cloud of smoke and floated over. Shish. The cell was equipped with a heavy iron door, but the door was full of dents and bumps, and low roars could be heard from inside from time to time. The two went down hundreds of meters before reaching the bottom, and found it was another huge basement. Mr. Smoker, this is an unprecedented great experiment. It's normal for it to take a little longer. On the entire island, no one can enter here except Smoker and Guy from Logia. Smoker nodded. Tell me whenever you need anything, but you should know what I care about most. Come on, Smoker-kun, take a look. This is an unprecedented dual fruit ability user. The basement is very spacious. It not only has a basement, but also dozens of prison cells. If this guy had good character, I wouldn't have anything to worry about. The problem is that he has a history of cheating on funding. Advertisement Chapter 233 Coexistence of Abilities. Smoker came to the iron gate and opened a small window the size of a palm. As soon as it was opened, a stream of blazing flames gushed out from inside. Smoker reacted very quickly and turned his head to avoid it. The lava-like flames burned through Guy's head and burned a big hole in the wall behind him. The iron door was specially made, and although it was burned red, it did not deform. Smoker. Are you okay? Guy's head gathered again. Shish, no problem, you're really a violent guy. Wait a moment. After saying that, he injected a stream of gas into the room through the window. There was a sudden scream of pain in the room, and then it became quiet again after a while. This is my anesthetic gas, let this guy sleep for a while. Geisa Kalang opened the door while speaking. I saw a tall, strange-looking monster in the cell. It has a human body and a dragon head, ferocious dragon scales on its face, a pair of wings, and is covered with black feathers. Because it had already fainted, its wings slowly turned into arms and its feathers gradually faded away, but the dragon's head remained unchanged. Shish, this is Subject J37, originally the user of the bird fruit's crow form. After eating the artificial fruit with a restoration degree of 37%, the body changes and the ability of the second fruit can be used. Smoker nodded. Judging from the performance just now, after this guy fainted, the bird fruit can switch its form freely, but the dragon head remains unchanged. Guy took out a notebook and shook it, which was filled with densely packed experimental data. I have done 117 experiments and found some patterns. About the artificial fruit of the same kind. When the experimental subject eats fruits with different degrees of restoration, the effects will not be cumulative. Only the fruit with a high degree of restoration will take effect. What's even more interesting is that if a person eats a low reduction fruit, he will show his ability, but when someone else eats a high reduction fruit, his ability will disappear. It seems that there is a special mechanism that transfers the ability. Smoker was stunned. This was unexpected, but it seemed that there was a lot of room for maneuver. As for the different types of artificial fruits, they are very similar to the devil fruit. No matter how restored it is, if you eat two, your body will explode. And this experiment number 37 proved that devil fruit and artificial fruit can coexist perfectly, so he is now the only dual fruit ability user in the world. Advertisement. Smoker's eyes gleamed. Will there be interference between the two abilities? Guy shook his head decisively. Don't worry, according to the experimental results, artificial fruits and devil fruits are completely independent and will not interfere with each other. Are there any side effects? I see this guy is very violent and his brain doesn't seem to be working very well. Shish, This guy's brain just doesn't work well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught by slave traders because he was drunk after slaughtering the whole village. After all, he is the user of the bird fruit, and if he wanted to escape, he would be very difficult to catch. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Then he suddenly asked, by the way, how far have you progressed in your research on creating artificial fruit? In the original plot, Guy spent several years researching SIMLE with the remaining data of Vegapunk in the ruins of Punk Hazard. But now it's different. Smoker provided almost a complete set of research data and samples, and Punk Hazard's equipment and chemicals were also safe and sound. Guy's research progress should be much faster, right? Sure enough, Guy smiled smugly. Shish, that means there is obvious progress. He took Smoker to the outer room and opened a safe, inside which were 2 rows of 6 devil fruits. The top row contains 3 normal devil fruits, namely Zone's rabbit fruit, sheep fruit, and bird fruit rooster form. This is Smoker's old loot. Because the quality is so poor, I can't even give it away. I have had it for several years. I might as well leave it to Guy as a test subject. I won't feel bad even if it is destroyed. The second row consists of 3 artificial fruits, 1 black, 1 red and 1 blue. Shualalala, I have successfully copied these 3 Zone devil fruits. Although the degree of restoration is very low, the direction is fine. Smoker picked up a fruit and looked at it carefully, but he really couldn't see anything special. How far can the bloodline factor be restored? Forehead. Guy looked a little guilty. 7%. Maybe 5%. This level can only change the appearance of the ability user, and has almost no effect on their strength. Advertisement. Smoker smiled and patted Guy on the shoulder. It doesn't matter. As long as the direction is correct, all that's left is to take one step at a time. Although I am looking forward to your research results, I still understand that technological progress requires accumulation, so you don't have to be too stressed. Then you continue your research. I'll take these fruits away first. After that, Smoker put the 6 devil fruits into the darkness. Guy was originally worried that Smoker would dislike the slow progress of the experiment, but now after hearing what he said, he felt warm in his heart. But soon, he was shocked by Smoker again. Smoker pulled out a card. Thank you for your hard work during this period. This is 2 billion Baileys. It's a bit strange to call it a reward. You can spend it as you see fit. Whether you want to spend it on wine and women or subsidize experiments, it's up to you. Geisa burst into tears and trembled as he grabbed Smoker's hands. His lips trembled and he squeezed out a few words after a long time. Smoker. Smoker didn't say anything, just clapped his hands, and everything was said without words. Then, he suddenly asked, by the way, I heard that you were taught a lesson by Vegapunk some time ago. It seems that it was because you developed dangerous weapons? Hearing this, Guy's expression changed from one of being touched to one of gloomy and resentful. That's right. That naive B*************** D always said that weapons cause wars. How stupid. There are just as many people who die under sticks as under guns. Weapons are the most neutral force. Smoker lit up a cigar and took a puff, then said faintly, that's really harsh, but it's not wrong. But don't confront him head on. After all, he is above you in terms of position. If you want to do anything in the future, tell me first and I will help you persuade him. Geisa turned his anger into joy. Shoo, thank you so much, Smoker. It would be great if I could work under you. You are truly a scientist's blessing. Smoker's eyes lit up. This is not impossible. However, Smoker did not agree immediately. He chatted with Guy for a while and then left as Guy waved goodbye reluctantly. When I returned to the office, I suddenly found an envelope on the table. Such a familiar method. Chapter 234 Mythical Beast. Smoker curiously opened the envelope and found a piece of letter inside. There is no signature, just a few words. 3 days later at noon, Purple Light Island, South Beach. Looking at this familiar method of communication, Smoker's pupils first shrank, and then he laughed. You arrogant B************************************* D, we finally meet. I didn't expect that giving you a gift would be so troublesome. Then, he crushed the letter with his power. The most important thing right now is this. Smoker's palm turned into an element, darkness surged, and the nearly perfect artificial fruit slowly emerged. From the plot point of view, this fruit is almost the same as the original one. Such a perfect fruit was eaten by a thing like Momonosuke. What a tragedy for the devil fruit. Smoker looked around and saw that the room was too narrow, so he pushed the window and jumped out, flying high into the sky. When he reached a high altitude, Smoker ate the artificial devil fruit without hesitation, and ate it all. Artificial fruits are so unpalatable. Soon, the people on Punk Hazard discovered that something was wrong. One of the reasons why the world government built important laboratories here is because the climate here is stable. But today, the clear sky suddenly turned violent. The sky was overcast and the wind was blowing violently. The calm sea surface suddenly stirred up waves several meters high. The black clouds in the sky were like a huge curtain, covering the entire sky. From time to time, muffled thunder could be heard, and it seemed as if there were beasts roaring. Such a strange astronomical phenomenon is rare even in the Grand Line. Marine technical forces rushed to reinforce the buildings, and warships in nearby waters also hurried back to port to avoid the storm. Zigwang Island is an uninhabited island located in a remote alley, only a day or two's sail from Punk Hazard. 3 days later, Smoker came here alone on the pretext of patrolling at sea, and saw a figure in a suit standing on the beach from afar. Long time no see. It's really not easy to see you now. Smoker landed behind the man in the suit and complained rudely. The man in the suit slowly turned around, revealing a mask with black and white eyes. It was Ghoul Nika, who had not been seen for a long time. Advertisement. There's nothing we can do about it. This is how CP0 is. Being able to meet in person is already the result of my mediation. So, Mr. Smoker, stop complaining so much. Smoker looked Ghoul Nika up and down. Tisk tisk, I never thought that after such a short time, you've already become a big celebrity in the eyes of the 5 elders. Gel Nika's expression remained unchanged, as if he didn't care about the 5 elders' attitude at all. Everything I do is to make Hannah and Liz live happily. As for the rest, I didn't think too much. Liz? Smoker was stunned. Your daughter? Have you met Hannah? Gel Nika nodded. It was perfectly legitimate to pass by the naval headquarters during his inspection. Yes, thanks to Vice Admiral He's care, both mother and daughter are safe. Hannah is now a full-time employee of the Naval Headquarters Medical Department, specifically responsible for the health of senior Marine officers. She works and lives in the core area of the Naval Headquarters. It can be said that she is under the watchful eyes of several senior Marine officers 24 hours a day. This level of security was not even available to Zephyr's family back then. If anyone wants to target them mother and daughter, no matter if they are from the inside or outside, they must first consider their own weight. Suddenly, Nika fell silent, then spoke again after a while. Smoker-kun, Hannah has already told me about the transparent fruit. She is an ordinary person who has never experienced war and does not know what the transparent fruit means, but I know the value of this fruit very well. Smoker waved his hand to interrupt him. No need to say more. I promised to take care of them, and I will definitely do it. I gave her the transparent fruit just to give her the power to protect herself at the critical moment. This is all part of our cooperation. You don't need to feel any pressure. After all, you are not only my friend, but also an important partner of the entire Marine. Gel Nika nodded and said nothing more, but he knew in his heart that what Smoker had given had far exceeded the boundaries of cooperation. But there is one more thing I need to remind you. Smoker's tone darkened. The guy who killed Zephyr's family is still lurking in the Marines. I can drive away the external enemies, but I can't stop the internal traitors. To put it bluntly, if it was this guy who attacked your wife and daughter, even with the transparent fruit, I'm afraid. Gel Nika remained silent upon hearing this, and only spoke after a long while. Actually, I've been investigating that guy. We only know that he is a vice admiral who has been lurking in the Marine for more than 20 years. However, we cannot identify him based on this clue. Moreover, he is also the captain of CP1. With my current position, I do not have the authority to check his identity. In the entire CP system, I'm afraid only the CP0 captain has such high authority. Smoker nodded. I know it's not easy, and I'm not rushing you, by the way. Advertisement. Smoker suddenly threw a green fruit to Gel Nika. Gel Nika hurriedly caught it and asked curiously, Devil fruit? This is. Smoker said calmly. Bird fruit, mythical beast species, blue Luan form. This is the only mythical beast species fruit I have. I give it to you. Phantom beast? For me? Nika's eyes widened, his voice trembled, and even through the mask one could feel the shock on his face. Don't think that the appearance of Zone in the later part of the plot is a mythical beast, which makes it look very embarrassing, but in fact, mythical beasts are extremely rare. Even Nika, who is in charge of intelligence, knows only a handful of mythical beasts. It is assumed that Ghoul Nika does not know the abilities of the 5 elders yet. Smoker's expression was indeed calm, without any reluctance on his face. If you want to climb up, strength is indispensable. Eat. I'm waiting for you to become the captain of CP0 one day. Tell me who that B************* D is. Nika was silent for a while, and finally sighed. I really can't bear to refuse such a precious fruit. Don't worry, I won't eat this fruit for nothing. After saying that, he picked up the devil fruit and started eating it. This is CP's consistent rule, devil fruit must be eaten without leaving any bite. Nika had seen this several times and followed suit, eating up all the food. Vomit. After eating the fruit, Nika knelt on the ground, feeling both legs go weak. After taking a break, he slowly stood up and opened his arms. Suddenly, his arms turned into huge green wings 2 meters long. With a slight movement, his body floated up. Is this the devil fruit? Then a green light burst out from his body, and with a little force, he released several green wind blades. The wind blades sank into the reef without making any sound. The next second, a thin line appeared on the reef, splitting the entire coast in two, slowly sliding into the sea and being swallowed by the sea. Gel Nika slowly landed on the ground, his wings transformed into arms, but there was still a faint green light on the surface, as if a breeze was circling around his arms. What an incredible power. Mr. Smoker, I won't thank you anymore. Just let me know if you need my help. I will do my best and I won't refuse. Smoker chuckled. What a coincidence, I really need your help with something. Ghoul Nika. Chapter 235, Inquiring for Information. Gel Nika asked curiously, what's the matter? Smoker asked bluntly, do you CP have spies in the Whitebeard Pirates? Nika was stunned and shook his head decisively. No, no, don't say that. Although we wanted to, we failed after several attempts. Smoker was a little surprised by his answer. Don't you CP keep an eye on those big pirates? Such a large-scale pirates group, with hundreds or even thousands of people, can't they plant a few spies? Nika spread his hands. You're right. The world government has been trying to place spies around the big pirates and use this intelligence to suppress the pirates. The effect is quite good. But 20 years ago, ASB leader came to power in the CP and actually let the CP agents reveal their identities and personally capture Berndi Waldo. Although Berndi Waldo was arrested, the consequences were indeed disastrous. All the big pirates became alert. Not only did it become difficult to plant spies, but many of the nails that had been planted before were also pulled out. Looking at the angry ghoul Nika, Smoker was speechless. Berndi Valder, nicknamed World Destroyer, is an ambitious and powerful pirate. One time, he was surrounded by the Marines for attacking the ships of the world's nobles. Originally, they were evenly matched, but he was thrown into impelled down due to the conspiracy of CP agents. Previously, CP agents had always worked in secret, and the big pirates only regarded them as rats in the gutter, so they never took these things to heart. But the arrest of Berndi Waldo was like a slap in the face to those big pirates. The CP lurking around them are not rats, but hungry wolves. As long as they reveal any flaws, they will swarm over them. At this point, the big pirates couldn't sit still. After all, no one wanted to become the next Berndi Waldo. So they carried out a brutal purge. Pirates are not Marines, but no matter whether it is an injustice or not, whether there is evidence or not. If you have any doubts, kill them. In a short period of time, almost all the spies that the CP had worked hard to plant for many years were wiped out, and many people were also affected and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Speaking of this, Nika seemed to open up and introduced one by one how difficult those big pirates were to deal with. Rock's Pirate, once the strongest pirates group, is a group full of fighting and scheming among its members. After a CP spy enters, if he shows his strength, he will gain status and be targeted by others. If he hides his incompetence, he will not only fail to obtain intelligence, but will also be treated as a soft persimmon. Advertisements so CP spies can't stay in Rock's Pirate at all. Besides, the Roger Pirates group only has a few members, and they all know each other well. Roger invited them all. Faced with this elite group of pirates, CP can only stare blankly. As for the Lone Red, Barurik Redfield, that goes without saying. A Lone Ranger, without even a follower. The Whitebeard Pirates have a large group of people, but they regard themselves as a family and are almost inseparable in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Everyone's every move is under the eyes of others, and the CP spies have little room to operate. The only possible group is the Golden Lion Pirates, which have enough people and are diverse. But this guy is too cunning. He floats in the air every day and keeps the Den Den Mushi running all year round. CP is like a bird in a cage. Even if they get information, they can't send it out. As for the newly emerging Big Mom Pirates and Beasts Pirates, they each have their own methods. Big Mom is now building her pirates' empire based entirely on blood ties. As her children grew up, she gradually abandoned many of her old subordinates who had helped her conquer the world in the early days. Unless Big Mom's children are developed into spies, CP has no way of intervening. As for the Beasts Pirates, they are similar to the Golden Lion Pirates. Isolated overseas and under information shielding all year round, CP spies are completely unable to play a role. Smoker also found Nika's introduction very interesting. In the plot, these big pirates all look stupid and rough, either foolish or reckless. But in fact, when it comes to matters of life and death, these heroes are more shrewd and cautious than each other. Smoker. So you guys are just going to leave it alone? Ghoul Nika. Of course not. Although we cannot directly place spies, we have deployed surveillance ships to keep track of their actions at any time. The first one is Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard Pirates. Nika. Don't worry, when I finish my work, my next stop will be Punk Hazard. I will stay for a while and we can communicate anytime if there is any news. That's enough. Ghoul Nika. Is that all? Okay, I'll keep an eye on it for you. It's hard to get any confidential information, but it's no problem to monitor the movements. Now the two of them may not have the chance to talk to each other even once a month. Smoker. So how are we going to get the message across next time? Advertisement Teach is an intern in the same batch as Marco and Joe's and a veteran in the White Group. Who would have thought that CP had no idea of his existence? Well, help me keep an eye on one. No, two people from the Whitebeard Pirates. But Punk Hazard is originally a government territory, and there is a CP base there. No matter when I go there or how long I stay, it is legitimate. Seeing Smoker so confident, Nika felt a little relieved. Then he thought for a moment and added, it doesn't matter if there are companions around, as long as Whitebeard isn't around. After all, my fruit ability also needs to be trained. If you find this guy alone, remember to tell me. Smoker smiled confidently. Don't worry, he will definitely agree to this deal, and he will definitely keep it a secret from Whitebeard. Even if Nika really had information about these two people, by the time I find out, the flowers will probably have withered. Marshal D. Teach, Smoker chuckled. Don't worry, I just have business to discuss with him, but it's inconvenient for Whitebeard to know, so I want to talk to him alone. Who? Nika was stunned. It's good that you know the number, but who is the other person? Smoker was a little surprised and said, oh, you can move so freely? This time it was Smoker's turn to be surprised. This guy hides it well enough. Smoker suddenly realized. I see, that's really good news. Ghoul Nika. Who? No matter what you want to do, don't conflict with the Whitebeard pirates now. The world government's attitude towards the Whitebeard pirates is to let them go. If you cause the situation to become tense, the world government will never let you go. With Smoker's current strength, in the entire Whitebeard pirates group, only Whitebeard himself can make him feel intimidated. It's naturally inconvenient to go to other places. Smoker felt relieved. In fact, he wanted to have a fight with the strongest man in the world, but now was not the right time. In that case, I'll leave it to you. How is that possible? What are you thinking? Marco is Whitebeard's most loyal subordinate. Do you think he would hide this from Whitebeard just for a marine like you? Nika nodded. This is easy, but I have to say something first. Marshal D. Teach, a member of Whitebeard's second team, is a tall guy with missing front teeth, good at using steel claws. Chapter 236 Whitebeard Pirates. The meeting between Smoker and Ghoul Nika was very secretive. The two did not stay long. They exchanged information and then parted in a hurry. After a while, CP0's inspection team suddenly visited Punk Hazard. Faced with this inspection team that looked like the East Factory, the CP, Marine, and scientists were all shocked. The CP base in particular was in chaos for a while. Because this group of guys had been abusing people along the way and had caused countless invisible bloody storms. After the inspection team arrived, they conducted an unprecedentedly strict inspection. The first is to conduct a retrospective investigation over the past 10 years and require the provision of all information over the past 10 years. The second is to expand the scope of investigation to include not only the CP base, but also the Marine and Research Institutes. The third is to expand the scope of investigation, including intelligence, security, materials, property, and research progress. In particular, the newly established Discipline Unit is the focus of the focus. According to team leader Ghoul Nika, Punk Hazard is a valuable asset of the world, a jewel of the world government, and deserves more time and effort. Even if you stay here for a year, you must eliminate all hidden dangers. This made a lot of sense and everyone was speechless for a moment. The whole Punk Hazard became particularly depressing. Everyone was silent, afraid of saying or doing something wrong and being caught by these bastards. Only a few people like Smoker and Hay remained calm. Distant seas. On the Moby DK, Whitebeard was wearing salt water and drinking wine. Suddenly, a giant bird with blue flames all over its body flew over from a distance. The giant bird flapped its wings a few times and landed on the deck. It was the Phoenix Marco. Seeing Whitebeard drinking, Marco complained in dissatisfaction. Dad, why are you drinking again? You are not in good physical condition right now. I'm not asking you to stop drinking completely, but at least be moderate. This is the doctor's advice. Whitebeard burped. Advertisement, Kulala. What nonsense are you talking about, stupid son? Wine is a good medicine for all injuries and illnesses. If you can't drink, what's the point of being a pirate? You might as well just retire. Marco didn't say anything more, it would be useless to say anything. He looked at the dense bandages and IV tubes on Whitebeard's body and couldn't help but sigh secretly. At this moment, Whitebeard is undoubtedly the strongest man in the world. But this name also means countless battles, fights, and pains. Over the years, Whitebeard has had thousands of old injuries, big and small. When he was young, he relied on his strong physique and never cared about it. But since the past few years, old injuries have flared up one after another, and even Whitebeard can't bear the torture and can only rely on drugs to relieve it. The point is, these old injuries and ailments cannot be cured even by regenerating flames. Damn it, if only my medical skills were higher. As if seeing what Marco was thinking, Whitebeard laughed. Don't act so embarrassed, Marco. Lousy is Whitebeard, he won't take such a minor injury seriously. By the way, how's the matter I asked you to investigate going? What's going on with Cashew Island? Ha 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 ha, Dad, please let me go. I don't have such ambitions. Whitebeard raised the wine flask and took a sip. I remember there was a town on the island. Bully? Drumcrow. It's them. The two pirates groups are applying to join Whitebeard's army, and their attitudes are very earnest. Therefore, he neither agreed nor refused, but prepared to observe for a while. Dad, we'll be back soon. Whitebeard said nothing, just drank his wine and watched them disappear. Teach, you are a veteran of the second team. With your ability, you are qualified to be the captain. Don't you have any ideas? Huh? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not an attack by foreign enemies? Could it be our own people? Teach. Oh, thank you so much, Captain Marco. It's great that you're willing to help. Marco nodded. Yes, but this time it's a little complicated. The two warring parties are the bully pirates and the Drumcrow pirates. Advertisement. After that, Marco turned into a phoenix, grabbed Teach's shoulders with his two claws, flapped his wings, and flew away. Whitebeard was thoughtful for a while, then continued. Cashew Island, the second team should be in charge. Call Teach over to me. But Whitebeard's instinct told him not to agree. Whitebeard did not talk directly about Cashew Island, but talked about other things. At this time, Marco said, Dad, why don't I go with Teach? I've been feeling pretty bored lately. If those guys don't know what's good for them, I can help them out. Marco nodded, yes. Marco and Teach's voices came from afar. After a while, Marco came to Whitebeard with a simple-looking Teach. For me, staying in bed and eating delicious soccer peach pie every day is enough happiness. Marco first told Teach about the situation on Cashew Island, and then Whitebeard issued an order. Speaking of Cashew Island, Marco's expression became serious. Let's get going without further delay. However, these two pirates are very good at climbing up the ladder, and they both claim to be Whitebeard's subordinates. Teach nodded. No problem, Dad, leave it to me. Teach, go to Cashew Island now and tell them that the Whitebeard pirates do not welcome them. Tell them to stay away from Lousy's territory. Whitebeard observation hockey has not declined yet, and he can see clearly how strong Teach is. The island closest to our territory was attacked. Who is so bold as to do this? I should have ordered that all the pirates under Whitebeard's name are one family and are not allowed to fight among themselves. Really? Whitebeard nodded. It's up to you then. I need you to handle something right now. Dad, we've investigated it thoroughly. Strictly speaking, it's not an attack by a foreign enemy. Whitebeard naturally would not refuse. Fine, whatever you want. Teach grinned and said, Dad, do you want to talk to me about something? Yes, Dad. Teach nodded immediately and said, Dad, you tell me. Chapter 237. First meeting with Blackbeard Gel. Nika has always been keeping an eye on Whitebeard's territory, so naturally, what happened on Cashew Island could not be hidden from his eyes. Soon, Smoker got the news that the pirates attacked Cashew Island. He was so shocked that he didn't even bother to gather his troops and used his ability to fly out. Cashew Island is right next to Whitebeard's territory. There is no marine base around it at all, and the surrounding warships are all intelligence units with very poor combat effectiveness. Although there is a closer marine branch, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Not long after Smoker flew away, Gel Nika also left on the pretext of something, found a quiet place, transformed into a blue phoenix and followed. The man and the bird rushed towards Cashew Island at full speed. Cashew Island is right next to Whitebeard's territory, and they have never sought refuge from Whitebeard. Of course, Whitebeard will not harass them for this reason. On the contrary, thanks to Whitebeard's reputation, very few pirates came. Therefore, the trade on Cashew Island was very active and gradually a prosperous town was formed. But at this time, Cashew Island had turned into a purgatory. The once prosperous town turned into a burning ruin, with the smell of burning and corpses everywhere. The only things that are intact are the houses at the east and west ends of the town. The bully pirates and the drum crow pirates each occupied one end and used it as their base. Most of the townspeople had died, leaving only the young women imprisoned. At the east end of town, the base of the bully pirates. Captain Bully and his men were sitting around a campfire, eating and drinking. In the next room, pirates come in and out. From time to time, the shrill cries of women and the wild laughter of the pirates could be heard. The same scene is seen at the other end of the drum crow pirate stronghold. Bully gulped down a glass of wine and burped. Guys, work harder and take down the drum crow pirates tomorrow. All the pirates raised their glasses and cheered. Oh, kill those scums. Bully laughed. I originally wanted to join the Whitebeard pirates and use Whitebeard to kill them, but I didn't expect that B************ D to have the same idea as me. He really deserves to be my nemesis. According to Whitebeard's rules, everyone who joins the Whitebeard pirates is a brother, and all previous grudges must be written off. So, that B******** D drum crow asked me to fight to the death here. The loser will be speechless, and the winner will take everything. The pirates around laughed. That's right, those bastards almost killed me last time. I must kill them. I don't want to be a brother, it's disgusting to hear it. At this time, a pirates popped up. But, boss, why did you attack this island? Didn't you want this island before? Now it's in ruins? Bully slapped him. Idiot, why did you become a pirates? Advertisement. Lousy wanted to get this island before, wasn't it for the money? He was just afraid that if he made too big a move, he would upset Whitebeard. Since there is a chance to take it all, why hold back? The pirate was embarrassed and said with a wry smile, you are worthy of being the boss. However, if we burn the island now, will Whitebeard be unhappy? But Bully was dismissive. Why are you unhappy? There is no flag of his flying on this island. Besides, he is so rich, but he doesn't seek Whitebeard's protection. Even if Whitebeard doesn't say anything, will he feel comfortable in his heart? I am venting his anger for him. In the end, he will have to thank me. Ha 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 ha. Once we kill Drum Crow and join the Whitebeard pirates, we'll be one of them. He won't make things difficult for us just for a broken island. So, guys, before you join the Whitebeard pirates, make sure you make some money. According to the rules of the Whitebeard pirates, the treasures obtained before joining them are considered private property and can be disposed of by them at their own discretion, but after joining, the treasures obtained are divided equally. I haven't officially joined yet, so what I grab is my own. Upon hearing this, the pirates' eyes suddenly glowed red, they raised their swords and guns, and let out strange cries of greed. Bully looked at the treasure piled up like a mountain, glanced at his fanatical subordinates, and smiled brightly on his face. After I kill the Drum Crow pirates, and then you guys, all the wealth will be mine. With wealth and Whitebeard's protection, a wonderful life is beckoning. Under the influence of the wine, his consciousness became increasingly blurred, his eyelids became heavier, and he vaguely heard screams from all around him. He struggled to open his eyes, only to see everyone running around, and the surrounding ruins seemed to be cut into slices by an invisible blade. While I was half asleep, I saw a big bird in the sky. Open black lens bracket. What's this? Close black lens bracket. Before he could wake up, he was ruthlessly swallowed by the windblade in the next moment. The other end of the island. Drumcrow wasn't drunk, but his fate wasn't much better. He and his crew struggled in the dark. Accompanied by screams and the sound of breaking bones, the Drumcrow pirates completely disappeared into the darkness. The next day, the sun rose and light once again enveloped Cashew Island. But the townspeople did not wait for this belated light. Smoker and Ghoul Nika rescued the surviving girls and healed their wounds. But for them, the pain in their bodies is the most insignificant. On the seaside cliff, Ghoul Nika was talking on a den mushi while Smoker was standing quietly behind him. Yeah, okay, got it. Gore Nika hung up the phone. There is news. You are a lucky guy. Your two targets, Marco and Teach, are separated from Whitebeard's main force at the same time. Smoker was shocked. Where are they? According to the intelligence, they happen to be together, and they are flying in our direction. Marco, despite holding onto the tall and fat Teach, was still moving very fast. After just half a day, we left Whitebeard's territory and could see Cashew Island in the distance. Advertisement. Looking at the black smoke filling the island, Marco's face darkened. Open black lens bracket. Those two bastards. Close black lens bracket. Suddenly, Marco's heart tightened and he quickly looked up at the sky. Higher up, a huge bluebird was flapping its wings, staring down at him condescendingly. Then, countless wind blades poured down. Not good. Marco reacted very quickly, folding his wings to protect Teach under him and taking the attack head on. Each of these wind blades is no weaker than the swordsman's attack. Dozens of wind blades almost completely tore Marco's body apart. But Marco is known as the Phoenix and has heaven-defying recovery abilities. In just a few breaths, the green flame flickered, and all the wounds that would be fatal to others disappeared. Then he flapped his wings, releasing a ball of green fire, which smashed into the big bird in the sky. The big bird knew it was powerful, so it flapped its wings quickly. Several wind blades collided with the green fireball, and after the violent airflow, they cancelled each other out. With the cover of this air current, Marco dived rapidly towards the sea. Seeing the bluebird catching up, he quickly threw Teach into the sea. Teach, swim to shore, I'll take care of this guy. What the hell? Teach was thrown into the sea with a confused look on his face. He choked on the water several times and finally floated to the surface. MD, this bluebird is a person with special abilities. What is his origin? Never mind, let's get ashore first. This place was not far from the island, so Teach quickly swam towards it with his arms. Suddenly, a gravitational force came, pulling him towards the shore. Wah! Teach screamed and flew to the beach. Suddenly, gravity disappeared and he fell heavily to the ground. He was dizzy for a while. Ahem! I struggled to get up and suddenly saw a horrifying scene. There was a huge mountain of corpses on the beach. Hundreds of bodies were piled together, and the blood dyed the beach red. Judging from the attire of these corpses, they should all be pirates. But such a scene also made him feel secretly cold in his heart. On top of the pile of corpses, Smoker was smoking a cigar and staring down at Teach. Whitebeard Pirates, Marshal D. Teach, is ambitious, but he can endure loneliness and stay hidden for years. It's a pleasure to meet you. Teach's face changed drastically. Hole, what are you talking about? Who are you? Smoker chuckled. You may not know me, but you must know this. After saying that, he raised his hand, and his palm turned into a ball of darkness. Teach's pupils trembled when he saw this. Chapter 238, Undoubted Defeat. Seeing Smoker displaying the power of his fruit, Blackbeard's expression kept changing like a dievat. Shock, anger, frustration, disappointment, disbelief. This feeling is like the goddess that you have been secretly in love with for more than 10 years but never see, and when she appears in front of you again, all 3 of her babies have been weaned. Smoker walked down from the pile of corpses with a smile on his face. He stood in front of Teach, with his arms open, looking evil and crazy, but also scary and mean. Marshal D. Teach, you have seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and you must know this dark fruit. Infinite gravity, perfect control of all devil fruits, and even taking away other people's abilities. With your special body, you can also become an unprecedented multi-fruit ability user. What a great ability. Suddenly, his expression changed, became indifferent, and his voice became cold. What a pity, this fruit still fell into my hands. Looking at your expression, you really want to kill me, right? This is a good opportunity. Marco is entangled. Even if you kill me, your strength will not be exposed. But it's a pity. Even if you kill me, dark fruit will just randomly regenerate. Your previous life, ambitions, plans, forbearance, all of it was in vain. Marshal D. Teach, people's dreams will never end, but unfortunately, your dream has been ended by me. Teach was originally unable to figure out Smoker's true colors, so he was shocked but chose to endure it. But after listening to Smoker's words, his defense was completely broken. I'll F*********** G kill you. Teach roared and rushed towards Smoker, raising his steel claws and stabbing Smoker fiercely. Iron body armament. Smoker raised his arm to block the steel claws. However, Teach's strength should not be underestimated. The steel claws broke through Smoker's hockey defense and cut deeply into his flesh. Smoker's expression remained unchanged as he kicked Teach away. Then black mist filled his arm and the wound disappeared instantly. With that kind of power in hockey, it's more than enough to deal with a Shichibukai. No wonder he was able to scratch Shank's eye. It's a pity that so many years have been wasted for dark fruit. Have you ever thought about what you would be like now if you didn't rely on the dark fruit, fight well, and train well? Smoker's kick was so powerful and fast that Teach had no time to defend. He lay on the ground in a mess, trembling all over, and it took him a while to get up. A-hole, what do you know? The longer you stay with Whitebeard, the more you understand how terrifying those monsters are. Without dark fruit and multiple abilities, I would never reach the top. Smoker approaches step by step. Why, you want me to praise you for being self-aware? Advertisement, forget it, your fate is already determined. Since you like hiding so much, then hide until you die. Smoker sighed inwardly. There are naturally many benefits to following the strongest man in the world. The most obvious thing is that the current Smoker will definitely not kill him. But at the same time, without strong self-confidence and determination. When faced with overwhelming strength, one will unconsciously feel like a towering mountain in awe, and this will slowly tear apart the courage to catch up. This problem is not limited to the Whitebeard pirates. Many of Big Mom's children and Kaido's subordinates are just showing off their power by relying on the Four Emperors brand, and there are few real pursuers. A-hole. Teach's veins bulged, his eyes were bloodshot, and he tried desperately to release the hockey on his body. Under the coverage of hockey, his steel claws turned into thick, pitch-black blades. Smoker grinned. That's a bit true. If you keep this awareness, you won't necessarily lose to Shanks. What a pity. After that, he slowly walked towards Teach. From time to time, dull sounds were heard in the distant sky, and the celestial phenomena became strange. Suddenly, green flames burst out in the sky, dyeing the white clouds into green and yellow, and then an invisible force tore the clouds apart. High up, two huge blue birds, one surrounded by blue flames and the other surrounded by wind, were fighting in the air. The phoenix that Marco transformed into screamed and rushed straight towards the blue phoenix that ghoul Nika transformed into. Qingluan did not dare to be careless and flapped its wings hurriedly, and a high-speed rotating tornado appeared in front of it. Wind and rain jade, the blue phoenix flapped its wings. Countless invisible winds suddenly shot out from the tornado, like a shotgun, firing fast and dense bullets at Marco. Marco snorted coldly, without dodging or evading, he went straight forward. There was only a burst of puff sounds, and the wind left hundreds of transparent holes on the phoenix. But in just a moment, the green flames blazed, all the wounds recovered as before, and then a ball of green flames was released. Nika cursed inwardly, and his armament hockey covered his sharp claws, tearing the blue flame into pieces, then rushed towards the phoenix. Two bluebirds intertwined. Qingluan groaned, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. There were several deep scars on the phoenix's back, but they recovered in the blink of an eye. Nika gritted his teeth secretly. Damn Smoker, you didn't tell me to deal with such a tough guy alone. Advertisement. He controlled the wind around him, and suddenly Qingluan's speed increased several times, turning into a blue lightning that circled around the phoenix, either attacking with its sharp claws and long beak with wind blades, or bursting out powerful elemental attacks from time to time. But Marco was also quite proficient in observation hockey, and he was able to dodge most of the attacks. Even if he couldn't dodge them, he wouldn't lose any health at all. It is obvious that in the battle between the two mythical beasts of the bird fruit, Marco is still more skilled. After all, Marco and Smoker are the same type. As long as you can't kill or control it in seconds, the battle is doomed. On the island, the battle between Smoker and Teach has come to an end. Teach lay on the ground, panting, his body covered with wounds, and every time he coughed, he would spit out large amounts of blood. Although he has strength that is not inferior to Shichibukai's level, Teach's strength is still far behind the current Smoker. Especially after Smoker ate the knockoff version of the fish fruit, the mythical beast, the blue dragon form. The zone fruit can improve the physical fitness of the person with special abilities. Although there wasn't a drastic improvement because Smoker's foundation was so good, there were still visible changes. As the physique improves, hockey naturally increases as well. Smoker easily defeated Teach without even using his fruit power. Here is the setting. Teach without the fruit is Shichibukai level, so Whitebeard suggested him to be the captain several times, and he is indeed qualified. After eating the dark fruit, he reached the strong Emperor Vice, so it was not easy to defeat Ace, but was completely beaten by Whitebeard with a little health, referred to the amnesiac ant beating Quinn. When he just ate the shock fruit, it was probably equivalent to the current kid-in-law. The whole group rushed forward to fight Garp and Sengoku for a short time, but did not dare to go head-to-head with Akainu. After 2 years of training, he firmly became an Emperor-level powerhouse, dared to recruit Aokiji, and obviously had the upper hand in the duel with Law. He walked up to Teach and sat on him. Ah, damn it. Cough cough, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Daddy won't let you go. Smoker stared at him and suddenly burst into laughter. How ironic. A guy who has no loyalty to Whitebeard is relying on Whitebeard to survive. Suddenly, his smile slowly faded. You're right. Now is not the time to attack Whitebeard, so I can't kill you or even disable you. When Teach heard this, although his face was still a mask of pain, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. You be asterisk 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 D. Lousy will definitely kill you by any means necessary. As long as you die, dark fruit will regenerate, Since we can wait for more than 10 years, we can wait for another 10 years, or even 20 years. Lousy's dream and ambition will never stop. Looking at Teach's flickering eyes, Smoker could easily guess what he was thinking. However, since Smoker wanted to attack him, how could he be unprepared? Darkness surged in his hand, and a devil fruit emerged. You like devil fruit very much, right? Today I will grant you your wish. Teach's pupils trembled violently, and he finally showed a panic expression. What? What do you want to do? 8 Seconds Chapter 239. Full card slots. Teach was lying on the ground, his hands and feet sucked by 4 black holes in the ground, and he couldn't get free no matter how hard he struggled. Smoker stepped on Teach's neck, forced him to open his mouth wide, and then stuffed the mushroom-shaped fruit into his mouth. Then the hands like steel clamps clamped his mouth tightly. Teach's eyes were red with anger, and he shook his head desperately to resist. But facing Smoker's overwhelming power, all resistance is futile. With a wriggling in his throat, Teach swallowed the fruit whole. You've seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. You should recognize this as the human fruit, right? Smoker was smiling when he spoke, but in Teach's eyes, he was nothing less than a demon. He no longer cared about forbearance at this moment, and he struggled and yelled. You be asterisk 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 D. Let me go, I'm going to kill you. Smoker flipped his hand and took out another devil fruit. Not satisfied. Well, change it. After saying that, he did the same thing again and stuffed it into Teach's mouth. Zone rabbit fruit. Don't look down on any fruit. This fruit can greatly increase hearing, and it can also dig holes. After Teach swallowed the fruit, he retched a few times and continued to curse. Smoker ignored his impotent rage and just looked at him with a smile, considering whether to feed him more. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. In the comics, Blackbeard still only has 2 fruits. I don't know whether he didn't find one he liked or he could only eat 2. If you accidentally feed too much, it will be embarrassing. Taking up 2 of Teach's skill slots is enough to keep him quiet. Smoker snapped his fingers, and the black hole that trapped Teach disappeared. Teach struggled to get up, no longer caring about forbearance, and let out a desperate and angry roar. Damn it, Marine. I will never let you go. I will tear you into pieces. Not only you, but all the people important to you. I will not let anyone go. After hearing this, Smoker's eyes turned cold. Oh. You are so weak, yet you dare to say such things in front of me. Do you think I dare not kill you? After venting for a while, Teach regained some of his sanity. Although he regretted revealing his murderous intentions, now that things had come to this, he would no longer hide it. He laughed sinisterly and cruelly. Ha 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 ha. This is the convenience of being the world's strongest pirates. As long as you have the Whitebeard pirates behind you, even the Marines won't dare. Before he could finish his words, Smoker suddenly disappeared, then appeared in front of Teach, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Advertisement, puff. Teach felt suffocated and could not utter a word. He desperately grabbed Smoker's wrist, and when he saw Smoker's face again, his pupils suddenly trembled. At this time, Smoker's height increased by half, and his figure became much more muscular. It has horns on its head, a tail behind it, and its entire body is covered with pink scales, like an indestructible god. Except for the color, it looks exactly like Kaido in human animal form. You, Smoker said coldly. Do you think that you are the only one who can possess the multi-fruit? He slammed Teach to the ground, creating a deep crater in the ground, and Teach couldn't help but scream. I admit that I have mixed feelings about Whitebeard. Logic tells me that it's best not to provoke him now, but I also want to test the weight of the world's strongest man. What should I do? Why not gamble with your life? After seeing Smoker transformed into a dragon, Teach had completely lost the will to resist and was shaking all over. What do you want to do? Smoker returned to human form, and 3 artificial fruits appeared in his hands. These are the rabbit fruit, goat fruit, and bird fruit in rooster form that were recovered from Geisa. Without waiting for Teach to react, he stuffed the pills into his mouth one by one. Ah! Teach screamed in pain and his body changed. First, colorful feathers began to appear all over its body, and a huge rooster head grew on top of its head. Then the 2 legs turned into the slender legs of a rabbit, and the mouth turned into 3 petals. Finally, his hands turned into goat horns. You're such a lucky guy. The success rate of artificial devil fruit is not high, and you have won the jackpot 3 times in a row. Teach looked at his hands tremblingly, then touched his face and let out a desperate wail. It seems that you were really as rumored, able to carry 3 devil fruits. Excluding this feature, whether it is devil fruit or artificial fruit. If you can carry 3 artificial fruits, you can carry 3 devil fruits. Since there is still 1 skill slot left, let's fill it up. At this moment, a loud shout came from a distance. A hole. What did you do to Teach? Smoker was stunned, only to see Marco finally find an opportunity to get rid of Ghoul Nika and rush over at an accelerated speed. From a distance, I saw Smoker did something and turned Teach into a monster. Advertisement. Smoker looked at Marco and said to Teach, Marshal D. Teach, you should really thank Whitebeard, whom you wanted to betray. After that, he produced a 3rd devil fruit and stuffed it directly into Teach's mouth. Teach was caught off guard and nearly choked to death. Cough cough cough. You be asterisk 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 D. At this time, Marco also flew to the coast. Seeing this, Teach finally collapsed to the ground due to weakness. Marco hurried to his side, standing guard while nervously checking his body. Are you okay, Teach? Wake up. At this time, Qingluan also flew over, landed next to Smoker, and turned into the appearance of Nika. His body was covered with wounds, and it seemed that the battle just now was not easy. But it's normal. In the main storyline, Nika and his companions fought 2 vs 1 against Izo, and one of them was killed. Not to mention facing the more powerful Marco alone, who can arm wrestle with the Emperor in a short time. Even if Nika ate the mythical beast fruit, it would not be enough to deal with Marco. I'm sorry, Smoker, I couldn't stop him, it doesn't matter. I've already met everyone I was supposed to meet, and everything I wanted to do is going smoothly. I have 2 main purposes this time. The first one is to put an end to Teach's thoughts on dark fruit. Because of the fear of Whitebeard, we cannot kill or cripple Teach directly now. So Smoker directly cut off the source of the problem and gave him 3 devil fruits and 3 artificial fruits. Directly fill up all skill slots. As a result, Teach is doomed to never have dark fruit in his life. The second purpose is naturally the business with Marco. Smoker stepped forward. You must be the Phoenix Marco, I have something to talk to you about. Before he could finish, Marco interrupted with an angry roar. You be asterisk 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 D. What on earth did you do to my companions? As he was speaking, he suddenly heard Teach's weak voice, Captain Marco. Marco hurriedly said, I'm here. Teach woke up slowly and tried hard to raise his body. But when Marco saw his appearance clearly, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was full of disbelief. Teach, you, how did you become like this? Teach. Chapter 240. Agree. Looking at Marco, who was looking at him in shock, Teach was filled with despair. My life is ruined, my dreams are ruined, my path to becoming stronger is cut off, and I've turned into a stitched monster. I just tried it, and I couldn't control the changes in my body at all. What did this Marine just say? Artificial fruit. Intense anger, humiliation, and regret made Teach clench his fists, his nails piercing his flesh and causing bright red blood to flow out. Wait, nails? Teach shuddered and quickly looked down at his hands. I don't know when my hands returned to their original state. It's not sheep horns anymore, but real human hands. It would not be accurate to say that it has returned to its original state. Because of years of fighting and training, his hands were originally thick and dark, covered with calluses, scars, and dirt. Now all these things have disappeared, the whole hand is white and slender, the palm is long, and the skin is so delicate that it even slightly glows. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Teach stood up with an incredulous look on his face. His clothes became much looser and all the feathers and fur on his body were removed. Marco's eyes widened. Teach, you're so handsome? Teach was stunned. What does that mean? Smoker pulled out a mirror and threw it in front of him. In the dark space, there are always various household hardware and daily necessities available, and mirrors and other items are common. Look for yourself. Teach picked up the mirror doubtfully and was immediately stunned. The originally rough and ugly face became exceptionally delicate, with fair skin, neat beard, deep eyes that were exceptionally bright, lips with clear lines that were slightly open, and messy hair that became exceptionally charming. Teach was so scared that he threw the mirror away and yelled at Smoker. What is this? What did you do to me? Same action, same anger. It used to look crude, but now it feels elegant. Teach, calm down. Marco quickly interrupted Teach's question. Although I don't know the other party's identity, nor do I know what kind of devil fruit the other party fed to Teach. But he must not be a bad guy to make Teach so handsome. Your attitude is a bit ungrateful, but we still have to ask clearly what needs to be asked. Marine, what fruit did you give Teach to eat? Why did Marine give pirates devil fruit? What Smoker fed him was the slippery fruit. Advertisement. Because Vegapunk added the power of beauty fruit. It not only allows the user to become smooth and frictionless, but also allows the user to become the most beautiful state they can achieve. Thanks to this function, all the ugly things caused by artificial fruits disappeared. As for why Smoker fed him the slippery fruit, since Teach won the bet with his life, Smoker no longer had any interest in killing him. Since we are not going to kill him, there is no point in letting him become a monster. If Whitebeard goes crazy and sends his men to attack the Marine, it would be more trouble than gain. Anyway, after the deal with Marco is over, I can find a chance to kill Teach and take the devil fruit again. However, Smoker couldn't talk to them about devil fruit right now. Smoker pointed to the ruins on the island in the mountain of corpses. Are these guys your people? Marco just remembered this mission, and looking at the tragic situation on the island, his face looked extremely ugly. Not to mention that they just wanted to join the Whitebeard pirates. Even if they were really members of the Whitebeard pirates, this kind of massacre would not be allowed. Marco snorted. Of course not. How could the Whitebeard pirates accept such scum? The purpose of our visit this time is to make them get out. Seeing the pile of corpses, Marco didn't want to talk about devil fruit anymore and ordered them to leave. Since you gave me the Teach devil fruit, I will pretend that you never showed up. You guys can leave now. Marines are not welcome in the Whitebeard pirates' territory. Teach stood by and said nothing. Although I hate Smoker to the core, I have calmed down now. The opponent not only has a strong physique in hockey, but also has the dark fruit and the fish fruit mythical beast species blue dragon form. With this configuration, they can fight Whitebeard head-on, let alone the two of them. Marco said and was about to leave, We have to hurry up and report to Whitebeard. As for those two scum pirates groups, they were destroyed. Even if Smoker didn't take action, Whitebeard would not spare them. After all, many of the specialties from Whitebeard's hometown are sold here. You can't just walk away after eating my devil fruit. Marco stopped walking. Oh, Marine, what do you want to do? Normally, I would let your Marines chase me around. This is right in front of my house. How can you, a Marine, bully me? Nothing, I just have a business I want to discuss with you. Sorry, the Whitebeard pirates don't want anything to do with Marine. It's not the Whitebeard pirates, it's you, Marco the Phoenix. Smoker smiled faintly and said nothing. Advertisement. But he was still unforgiving in his words. No matter who it is, once they show signs of decline, they will be torn to pieces by their opponents immediately. You. Today, I came here to see you mainly to obtain your blood for research. Smoker secretly complained. After the scene was cleared, Smoker extended his hand and a darkness spread. Smoker interrupted rudely. If I could treat him, would you still say that? Smoker took a few steps forward and walked in front of him. The same goes for Smoker. Marco frowned and looked at Smoker. Me? I have nothing to talk about with you guys. Marco suddenly became nervous. I hope you won't lie to me, otherwise, you know the consequences. Whitebeard never concealed his physical condition from his crew. Following his eye signal, Teach could only reluctantly walk away. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. If you agree, then follow me. If you don't agree. If the person with the ability doesn't cooperate, we can only change him. Soon, concern for Whitebeard outweighed concern for his own safety. This sea is full of the law of the jungle. The consequence is another summit war. As payment, I can use the power of the dark fruit to help Whitebeard return to health. Marco's brows were furrowed, obviously trying to weigh the credibility of Smoker's words. After all, this guy's ears are not ordinary now. I promise. I can cooperate with you in any experiment. Phoenix Marco, allow me to introduce myself. I am Smoker from the Marine Technology Corps. Allow me to introduce my abilities. But for other forces, this is top secret. As the ship's doctor, wouldn't you like to talk about your captain's health? Really? Although Whitebeard has not aged, Marine is no longer the Marine we remember. Is the Marine's infiltration ability already so unreasonable? Marco's pupils trembled. Just as he was about to speak, Smoker continued, the rest of this conversation is between you and me. How about it? Marine, what are you talking about? I know my father's health best, and I don't need you to talk nonsense here, otherwise, I will. Nika came up to Teach and stared at him. Marco hesitated for a moment and nodded. After the introduction, he also stated the purpose bluntly. Advertisement Chapter 241 Arrival at the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing that Marco agreed to his proposal, Smoker felt relieved. Okay, the experimental materials are available. The two men discussed that Smoker could draw Marco's blood first, but he could not leave until he went with him to meet Whitebeard. So, Smoker took out the blood extractor given by Vegapunk, inserted it into Marco and started sucking it. Under normal circumstances, at least 1 liter of blood is needed to extract enough bloodline factors. Marco is just a normal human being. If an ordinary person had so much blood drawn, he would lose half his life if he didn't die. But he is indeed one of the most resilient beings in the pirates' world. Blood was spurting out here, and blue flames were burning to recover there. Seeing this, Smoker shamelessly smoked 7 or 8 liters in a row. But even so, Marco's face was still rosy and he didn't look like he had lost too much blood. What an amazing vitality. No wonder it is one of the first choices for fruit replication experiments. After a while, the instrument showed that 10 liters of blood had been drawn, and Marco finally started to yell in dissatisfaction. That's enough, that's enough. How much do you want to smoke? If it were someone else, he would have died several times. Smoker watched the pointer reach 10 liters, then he smiled awkwardly, put away the instrument, and waved toward the distance. Nika flew over quickly upon seeing this, and Teach quickly followed. The two just saw Smoker take out a strange-looking machine and insert it into Marco. But it didn't look like a fight, so I didn't go over to interfere. Nika was shocked to learn that Smoker was going to meet Whitebeard. Why would you, a Marine, go looking for the world's strongest pirates? Rebellion? No way. The CP inspection team is still in Punk Hazard. If you betray me at this time, I will be held jointly responsible. Smoker swore repeatedly that he would not betray him, and he reluctantly agreed. As for Smoker's safety, he didn't think much about it. Although he didn't know that Smoker was a dual fruit ability user, he was very confident in Smoker. With his strength and determination, he would not fall into desperate situation no matter what situation he encountered. As one of the few people familiar with the dark fruit's abilities, he knew all too well how disgusting this fruit was. As long as you can't kill it in seconds, you can't kill it. Even if Whitebeard did it himself, it would be the same. Advertisement, but Teach felt very uncomfortable. What do you mean? You tortured me so badly, and you still want to come back to my old nest with me? But Marco had already made the decision. According to the rules on the ship, he only needed to obey and endure the discomfort. So, Nika returned to Punk Hazard to cover up Smoker's whereabouts. Smoker followed Marco and the others to find Whitebeard. Teach was still held by Marco. Because his body shape had changed from fat to an inverted triangle, Marco felt a lot more relaxed. As for Smoker, he followed behind at a leisurely pace using his abilities. They were not far from the Moby DK. Soon, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet was seen in the distance. Although the Whitebeard pirates at this time were powerful and fearsome, they were not as large as they were during the Summit War. They only had the Moby DK and 2 other pirate ships. Marco is very conspicuous when flying in the sky. The lookout, standing on the mast, saw them from a distance. The lookout held up a telescope. Captain Marco is back. There are 2 strangers, one is a handsome guy and the other is Marine? At this time, Whitebeard was sleeping soundly on the deck chair and did not hear the lookout's words at all. As for the others, they were all shocked. They stopped what they were doing, went to the deck, and looked up at the sky. A few minutes later, the 3 landed on the deck of the Whitebeard pirates. When everyone saw Marco, they came forward to greet him with a grin. "Oh, Captain Marco, you're back so soon. Why did you bring the Marine here? Is he a prisoner, or is he here to surrender? Who's the handsome guy behind you? Is he a Marine too? By the way, where is Teach?" Looking at the crowd of people, Marco opened his puffy eyes and yelled in dissatisfaction. "Don't you have anything to do? What are you all crowded here for?" Mr. Marine is not an enemy, he has something important to discuss with Dad, except for the captain, everyone else clear out. He pretended to complain and walked back to his seat and sat down. He was the ship's doctor himself, so he knew very well that he must not offend the doctor. This is not fear, but a stress response when facing a strong person who can threaten your life. Whitebeard's external image has always been strong, stubborn and rough, but in fact, he is not only meticulous, but also very receptive to advice. Advertisement. Even though Smoker had seen many strong men, he felt numb all over at this moment and took a step back unconsciously. Whitebeard was tall, and with the momentum he had developed over the years, even if he was just walking slowly, he looked like a mountain pressing down on him. At this time, Marco hurried to stop Whitebeard. Whitebeard glanced at Marco in front of him, slightly surprised. "Is this Whitebeard?" Smoker smiled. Then his eyes were drawn to the giant who was sleeping soundly on the deck. "Oh, a Marine kid. Quite courageous. HMPH, boring." So he said this while trying to stop Whitebeard. "Save you." Smoker took a quick look and saw that they were all captains, but they were much younger than they were during the Summit War. Other captains. A hole. Everyone was shocked when they heard his words. Without caring about other people's jokes, they quickly scattered, leaving only a dozen people on the Moby DK. Whitebeard, who was sleeping soundly, happened to move. "Aside from Garp and Sengoku, it's rare to talk to Marine. What is your purpose here, kid?" Smoker stretched out his finger, and the tip of his finger condensed into a small black hole. He flicked his finger and shot it towards Whitebeard's shoulder like a bullet. Although Marco is the captain of the first team, he is actually the deputy captain and has extremely high prestige on the ship. He is a Marine and doesn't know the rules of pirates. Please forgive him this time. This time he not only brought back a Marine, but also for the first time ever, he made excuses for the young Marine. It seems that there is more to it than meets the eye. In Marco's eyes, nothing is more important than Whitebeard's body. Marco was shocked. "Hey." Then his snot bubble suddenly burst and he slowly opened his eyes, his sleepy gaze focused on Smoker. At this time, Whitebeard was leaning on the recliner with his legs spread out, snoring loudly, with a large snot bubble on his nose that kept expanding and contracting with his breathing. As his arm sank, the black hole flew past his clothes without touching even a hair. Marco is his best son, loyal, brave and resourceful. "Dad, calm down. This guy came here to discuss something important with us." Marco walked over to Whitebeard and scratched his head. "Aw, what a headache, Daddy is sleeping soundly." The commotion just now, coupled with the noise when the crew evacuated, did not affect his sleep at all. After that, he slowly stood up and walked towards Smoker step by step. Chapter 242 Treatment. "Oh, save me." Whitebeard leaned back in his seat. "Marco brought you here to heal my wounds, right? Otherwise, I can't imagine why he would bring a Marine back." "Humph, you are really nosy." Smoker was stunned. Whitebeard's reaction is wrong. According to his character, Kulala shouldn't have laughed 3 times. Then he said lousy is Whitebeard, and it's 100 years too early for you, a Marine kid, to save lousy. Fortunately, he had carefully prepared a lot of words to persuade him to seek medical treatment. Smoker didn't hide it. "Yes, Marco and I made a deal. Bring me here to treat you." Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly. "Transaction? What's the price?" "If the price is to hurt my family, then I can only sink this ungrateful Marine to the bottom of the sea." "Don't worry, Marco has already given me what I wanted. Once I help you heal your injury, this deal will be complete. From now on, the road will be wide open, and everyone will go their separate ways." Whitebeard and the other captains looked at Marco suspiciously. "No, we all use the same scale to divide gold and silver and sleep in the same bed. When did you become wealthy enough to hire a doctor without telling anyone? If it is to treat ordinary pirates, it may just be a simple medical treatment and the cost will not be too high. But treating Whitebeard is a major event that can affect the division of power in the New World. Although Whitebeard is not as ambitious as Kaido and Big Mom, who are not planning to take over this or that company every day, he can go wherever he wants and occupy wherever he wants, and no one dares to stop him. His greatest confidence is his strength as the strongest man in the world. As Whitebeard's old injury recurred, his physical condition was not optimistic. Those old wounds are like borers on a big tree, although the tree will not collapse directly, it will eventually wither. Strength is power. Although Whitebeard's decline was long. But whether visible or invisible, it is inevitably accompanied by blood and rain. Although the captains under Whitebeard didn't say anything, they were more or less worried in their hearts. If Smoker can really cure Whitebeard, it will be a big deal. Advertisement. Whitebeard didn't think too much about it. Marine, you are very confident. In that case, I'll leave it to you. Smoker was a little surprised. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so receptive to advice. I thought you would be very opposed to treatment. Kulalalala. What nonsense are you talking about? If you are hungry, eat meat. If you are thirsty, drink wine. If you are sick, go get treatment. What's so strange about that? Aren't you afraid that a Marine like me might plot against you? We are enemies? Lousy is Whitebeard. If you still take off his head on this Moby DK, it is Lousy's fate. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Lousy is very curious about your methods. Then I'll start. After saying that, Smoker stretched out his elemental hand and pressed it on Whitebeard's chest. A darkness spread out, like a black quagmire, slowly enveloping Whitebeard's huge body. Faced with this bizarre scene, Whitebeard just watched coldly, his expression not changing at all, as if he was not the one being swallowed by the darkness. But all the captains, even Marco who brought Smoker back, couldn't help but exclaim. Hey, Dad, how are you? Marine, what the hell are you doing? This is some bullshit treatment. Let go of Dad. Those with more aggressive tempers directly took out their ice blades. Smoker didn't bother to pay attention and continued to release darkness. However, when he saw the warrior with a gun pointed at his forehead, his heart was still moved. Yi Zhang, if I have a chance, I still have to go to Wanukuni to have a look. The people of Wanukuni deserve their suffering, but those few fruits must not be wasted. Suddenly, Whitebeard roared. Shut up, you stupid sons, do you want to embarrass Lousy? We invited the patient here, and Lousy agreed to the treatment. What are you arguing about now? Just watch quietly. If Lousy is harmed by him, you are free to seek revenge or escape, but before the treatment is completed, he is the doctor we invited and Lousy's benefactor. No one is allowed to touch him. Seeing Whitebeard getting angry, the captains immediately shrank their necks like quails, not daring to speak. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Smoker was full of vigilance, as if he would shoot him at any time. A few seconds later, Whitebeard was completely immersed in darkness. Whitebeard. What is this? The quality and quantity of this pain was no less than the one Zoro had suffered on the bark. After a few minutes, Whitebeard finally calmed down and restrained his hockey inabilities. Advertisement. Fortunately, the ball of light was suspended several meters high, otherwise there would be no place for them to stand. Smoker's palm elementalized, and he grabbed a walnut-sized ball of pain from it and threw it at Whitebeard. Open black lens bracket this. Is this the end? Close black lens bracket, it feels so good. You can try, Whitebeard roared wildly, and countless thick purple-red lightning burst out from his body and exploded, rushing straight into the sky, stirring the clouds into a vortex, and the calm sea surface was overturned in circles, and huge waves hundreds of meters high spread out in all directions. It's amazing. After so many years, Lousy almost forgot this feeling of power. There was only a huge black cocoon squirming on the sofa. An old sailor hugged the mast and looked at the godlike figure on the Moby DK with tears in his eyes. Whitebeard's eyebrows moved slightly, then he nodded and said, I see. Okay, my mission here is over. As for how to deal with this large group, it's up to you. I'll take my leave now. Want to leave? Kulalalala, that's not possible. Smoker secretly smacked his lips. Marine, thank you so much. Your name is Smoker, right? Whitebeard reached out to catch it, and the white ball instantly sank into his hand. The sky gradually cleared up and the sea returned to calm. Smoker was noncommittal. Don't be too happy too soon, it's only halfway through the treatment. These are the injury and pawn absorbed from your body. If you can't find someone to take it for you within 2 days, it will return to you. You have helped me a lot. No matter whether it is business or not, I owe you a big favor. Dad is happy. Is Daddy angry? Why did he suddenly release his ability? Although the people on Moby DK were staggering, they were still able to stand still. Whitebeard sank down in the armchair. My father's true strength can stir up the wind and clouds and overturn the sea with his joy and anger. A newcomer grabbed the cable, gasping and yelling. No, quite the opposite. On the other ships, the crews were in a state of distress and could only hold onto ropes or railings tightly for fear of being blown away by the waves. After a while, the darkness dissipated and Whitebeard reappeared. Zoro screamed and fell to the ground, but Whitebeard didn't even raise his eyelids. After saying that, he raised his hand, and a transparent ball of light emerged from his palm. It quickly expanded to a height of 100 meters, looking taller than the Moby DK. He slowly opened his eyes, stared at his hands, then touched his chest, his face full of disbelief. Chapter 243. Enduring the Pain. Smoker's heart skipped a beat. Oh, then what else do you want to do? Although his expression did not change, his heart was tense. If Whitebeard wanted to cross the river and burn the bridge, he would definitely transform and run away at the first moment. First avoid the attack range of shockfruit, then use the dragon's breath to target them from a distance, which will at least make most of your crew members feed on the fish. You treated my injuries, I can't just let you walk away like that. Our deal. What a bullshit deal, guys, get ready for the party. Whitebeard's crew obeyed and rose up in high spirits. The party took place on the deck of the Moby DK and lasted until late at night. Under Smoker's manipulation, the huge ball of light was lifted to the top of the mast. It looked like a big light bulb, illuminating everything. Smoker himself didn't know that this light bulb could be used in this way. At this time, most of the pirates were already drunk and fast asleep. Even Whitebeard and those powerful captains looked drunk. Smoker was in the pirates' den and didn't want to drink too much. But after a round of toasts, I got a little drunk without realizing it. Smoker looked up at the huge ball of light. In the original future, Bear would film Luffy's pain on the three-masted sailboat. That light ball was only about 10 meters in size, but the light ball in front of me was hundreds of times larger. This is the pain that Whitebeard has accumulated over decades of fighting. Smoker burped and pointed at the ball of light. Captain Whitebeard, this thing. Hiccup. What are you going to do with it? Whitebeard took a look. There are still 3 days left. Why don't you just catch a few pirates and let them take the brunt of the damage for me? Smoker shook his head. With so much suffering, ordinary small pirates can't bear it without tens of thousands of people. As for the strong and durable big pirates, it's not so easy to meet them. Whitebeard didn't care. If I can find one, I'll find one. At worst, I'll just have to bear with the rest. No matter what, it's easier than before. Don't worry, no matter what, Lousy will never forget your favor. Diamond Joe's next to him also said, Dad, it's okay, there are so many of us, just give a little to each of us. Advertisement. Although the Whitebeard pirates have a large group of people, their strength should not be underestimated. Even if it is just a small minion that only flashes by in the camera, he is still a dominant force in the world. When the other captains heard this, they all agreed. With their admiration for Whitebeard, they wouldn't even frown even if they died for him, let alone feel a little pain. HMPH, shut up, you idiots. Lousy isn't dead yet. It's not your turn as a bunch of snotty-nosed brats to take the blame for Lousy. Hey, Dad, you're going too far. That's right, what's wrong with each of us carrying a little bit? Listening to everyone's chatter, Smoker took a few sips of wine. Actually, you are all blinded by the light. Everyone was stunned and looked at him. What do you mean? You don't have to fight over it. There's someone with the best recovery ability among the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing this, everyone looked towards Marco. Marco was also stunned. Hey, is it okay? Smoker nodded. Sure, it's definitely unrealistic for you to endure so much pain all at once. But there are still 2.5 days left, so we can just take it step by step. Marco said excitedly. What are you waiting for? Come now. Then test the waters first. Smoker stretched out his palm and aimed it at the ball of light. In the surprised eyes of everyone, a ball the size of a water tank was sucked over and quietly hovered in front of Smoker. Are you ready? No problem, come on. After Marco agreed, Smoker pushed the ball onto Marco's body. Marco's body absorbed the ball like a sponge. The next second, Marco groaned, and a layer of blue flames burst out of his body unconsciously. Everyone was shocked. When Marco was injured, he would release a blue healing flame to heal. But now, although there was clearly no wound, blue flames appeared and were distributed very evenly throughout the body. The blue flame burned fiercely and then slowly went out after a few seconds. Seeing this, the people around gathered around. Captain Marco, how are you? Advertisement. Whitebeard also asked with concern. Marco, how do you feel? Marco touched his body and let out a long sigh. It feels very strange. It's different from being injured directly, but it doesn't matter. It's easy to recover. Whitebeard's expression relaxed slightly. That's good. The others cheered too. Great job, Captain Marco. Captain, there is still so much pain, please. Marco said enthusiastically. No problem. Then he said to Smoker. Mr. Smoker, I'm going to trouble you next. Whitebeard's pain is so great that even Marco cannot bear it all at once. He must divide it up and take it bit by bit. All the pirates looked at Smoker with burning eyes. Smoker picked up the glass and took a sip. I've eaten your food and drunk your wine, and it's inappropriate for me to say nothing, so I'll stay a few more days. Hearing this, all the pirates cheered and came up to toast him one by one, so enthusiastic that it seemed as if they could not see the military uniform on Smoker. Smoker accepts everyone who comes, but his eyes show neither joy nor sadness. He helps Whitebeard, but that doesn't mean his attitude towards the pirates has changed. A thief is a thief. The wine and meat we eat and drink here are all the blood and tears of innocent people. But we have to admit that pirates are also different. It is true that Whitebeard is a pirate, but compared to Golden Lion, Big Mom, Kaido and the like, he has neither the ambition to rule the world nor the interest in stirring up trouble. The only things he is interested in are his family and hometown. He is definitely a breath of fresh air among the big pirates. The current New World situation is completely different from the era in which Luffy lived. Summit War. Due to long-term illness, Whitebeard's strength has greatly declined, to the point where he can no longer use conquerors and observation hockey. The New World has also become a situation where the four emperors compete with each other, and other pirates of all sizes try to survive in the cracks. But now it's different. Whitebeard had just fallen ill, so his strength had not decreased much, but he still held his own against all the big pirates. Even the arrogant Golden Lion, before doing anything, you have to check with Whitebeard first and act according to Whitebeard's mood. The territory occupied by Whitebeard was like a circle of fences, trapping other big pirates. No matter how greedy or cruel they were, they dared not cross the line. So, instead of letting Whitebeard become ill and decline, and letting other great pirates stir up trouble, it is better to help him and let him continue to dominate the heroes. After all, time is on Marine's side. Chapter 244. I don't believe it. 2 days passed in a flash. Marco stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, his eyes closed, his brows slightly furrowed, his forehead covered in sweat, and his whole body surrounded by blazing blue flames. Whitebeard sat opposite him, and the others gathered around him, looking at Marco with concern. After a long time, the blue flames subsided and Marco slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were full of fatigue, but he couldn't hide his excitement. Dad, it's over. The ball of light has completely disappeared. Seeing that Marco was fine, Whitebeard relaxed a little, his eyes softened, and he nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Pa. Smoker clapped his hands and squeezed out. It's really shocking. You are worthy of being the Phoenix, Marco. The last wave of pain you endured was several times more than the first one. It seems that the suffering you endured these days was not in vain. Your abilities have improved a lot. This was the damage Whitebeard had accumulated over the years. If the timeline had not been long enough, Whitebeard himself would not have been able to bear it, let alone Marco, whose physique was far inferior to his. But in order to digest the pain within 3 days, Marco almost pushed himself to the limit of his endurance to bear the pain. Digest one wave, take a short break, and then digest the next wave. But unexpectedly, with each healing, Marco's physical strength and recovery ability have been significantly improved, and the upper limit of what he can endure is getting higher and higher. Especially the last time, if it was Marco 2 days ago, he would have been killed. Even the flame of rebirth can't save. Whitebeard looked at Smoker and said, You've been working hard these days, do you want to take a break? Marco endured the damage without sleep, so Smoker naturally couldn't rest either. He stayed on the deck all the time these days. But to his surprise, Smoker was in high spirits. It's okay. I've pushed all the fatigue from the past few days onto Marco. Now I'm full of energy. Whitebeard. Marco. Whitebeard shook his head helplessly. Forget it, it's up to you, but. He looked at Smoker with eyes full of admiration and stretched out his big hand. Smoker, your personality is really wasted in the marine, why don't you come to my ship and be my son? It just so happens that the second team has been vacant for a long time. If you come, you can directly become the captain of the second team. At this time, a pirates nearby whispered, Dad, the new guy will be the captain. What about Teach? Advertisement. Whitebeard Kulala smiled. Teach doesn't have that kind of ambition. Besides, he's a handsome guy thanks to Smoker, so he'd probably be happy to give up his spot, right, Teach? Teach next to him forced a smile and said yes. These days, besides Whitebeard's health, the pirates are most concerned about Teach. Originally everyone looked very sloppy, why did you suddenly change your style? Even Whitebeard was amazed. Most pirates don't care about their appearance. Even if they are ugly, it's not them who are disgusting. But being handsome is never a bad thing. Smoker helped him heal his wounds and also gave his son a facelift. Whitebeard was grateful and asked Teach to thank Smoker in person. Teach almost vomited blood, and felt bitter as if he had eaten bitter herbs. But he had so many secrets that he couldn't tell them. I could only put on a forced smile to deal with everyone's congratulations and gritted my teeth to thank Smoker. In order to cover up the secret of the user of multiple fruit abilities, he only dares to show the ability of the slippery fruit in his daily life. After all, this ability cannot be concealed. The human fruit is the same whether you eat it or not. Although he has mastered the rabbit fruit, he dare not show it in front of others. Once the news leaks out, without strong strength, you may be tied to the experimental table by CP at any time. Moreover, he had secretly tried it and found that the fruit had very limited effect on improving combat power. The only benefits are hearing and drilling. But he is a pirate's. 90% of the time we are on the boat, no matter where we drill a hole, if we exert a little force, the boat will probably leak. As for hearing, Whitebeard threw his head back and laughed. Regardless of his appearance, he could have been transformed into a beast to somewhat increase his combat power. Seeing Teach gritting his teeth and thanking him, Smoker smiled without saying anything, but in his heart he was secretly thinking about how to make him disappear. The most important thing is that this person is really generous. Kulalalala. As for the 3 artificial devil fruits. Advertisement. If you want to know something, just ask directly, there is no need to eavesdrop. However, since you don't like being a pirate, I won't force you. If you run into any trouble in the future, feel free to come to me. If there is anything difficult to deal with, the Whitebeard pirates will help you. If sold to females or male celestial dragons with special fetishes, they will surely like it. When Marines face pirates, they always choose to hang them. Smoker smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling. It's nothing like in the comics where they start fighting at the slightest disagreement. Although he knew that the other party was pirates, he had to admit that their bold and cheerful personality was very much to his liking. Oh, Whitebeard's promise, thank you so much. I'm curious about how terrifying the strongest man in the world who dominates the sea is. I am happy to do this favor. Even if you are a marine, Lousy likes you as long as he likes you. After all, we are marines and pirates, but we are in a relationship of mutual destruction. I hope you don't forget that. In other words, these two fruits are basically useless. Oh, tell me, as long as Lousy can do it, there will be no second thoughts. Sorry, Captain Whitebeard, I refuse. I still prefer to stay in the organization. ... After a few days of getting along, Smoker and Whitebeard became much more familiar with each other. Now Teach can only become a slippery person, a slippery rabbit, or a slippery bunny-eared man. Whitebeard was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. Apart from anything else, if a marine is chased by pirates nearby one day, at least he can use Whitebeard's reputation to protect himself. Unfortunately, due to the ability of the slippery fruit, all the upgrades on his body disappeared, and the 3 artificial fruits were eaten in vain. Captain Whitebeard, there is something I really want to ask you for help. He only cares about how much power he has in his hands. As for whether it is black or white, why bother about it? But Lousy is a pirate. He kills people he doesn't like and makes friends with people he likes. He doesn't care about their status. Whitebeard treats everyone equally. After Roger's death, you are the only gold medalist left in this ocean. Smoker did not reject Whitebeard's advances. After hearing Whitebeard's solicitation, Smoker decisively refused. Chapter 245 Guidance and Fighting. Faced with Smoker's challenge, Whitebeard agreed immediately and even seemed a little impatient. Ever since the onset of his illness, Marco has been refusing to do anything and has been driven mad. But 2 people with special abilities would certainly not have much fun fighting in the sea, so Smoker suggested finding a solid island nearby. This was exactly what Whitebeard wanted, so he suggested going to a spring island. Although it is a little far away, the environment is excellent and there is an army of ferocious and delicious wild boars living there. Whether it is for fighting or banquets, it is the best island. Smoker naturally had no objection, so he followed Whitebeard's fleet to the island. The few days on the road were not wasted for Smoker. After thinking for a long time, he shamelessly asked Whitebeard about Conqueror's entanglement technique. There's no way around it. Under the world government, few people have Conqueror's hockey. Sengoku is unique among Marines, but he also hasn't mastered Conqueror's coil. As for 5 elders, what are you thinking? Therefore, he could not get any guidance from friendly forces. To master this ultimate weapon, you must either hone your understanding through repeated battles or seek out pirates. I originally thought the latter was a fantasy. The number of pirates who mastered this trick can be counted on one's fingers. How could they possibly teach a marine? I originally thought it was a fantasy, but now I ran into Whitebeard and we all got along well, so I asked to try my luck. What he didn't expect was that Whitebeard was so generous and taught him all his knowledge. Judging from the reactions of the people around, no one was surprised. I guess they talked about this with their crew members every day. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard's advice is invaluable. In this sea, it is not uncommon to find people who have the potential to be a king. But most of them are trapped in front of the window of the tyrant, unable to enter, and don't even know that the tyrant exists. Now, Whitebeard helped Mog break through that window paper. All he had to do was wait for Smoker to gain enough proficiency and come to the window, where he could naturally see the scenery behind. Smoker didn't expect to be like Luffy, who just learned about tyranny and could fight Kaido who had practiced for decades. But the communication in the past few days can at least help him avoid several years of detours. As expected of the strongest man in the world, this kind of magnanimity is something that I have to admire even if I'm in a hostile position. Closing square bracket. Compared to him, both Big Mom and Kaido seem petty. A few days later, they arrived at a certain spring island. Everyone came to the center of the island, and suddenly there was a noisy sound all around. Advertisement. Smoker showed a surprised expression. He used his observation haki to sense that hundreds or thousands of powerful creatures were rushing towards him. The strength of their aura is no weaker than that of an ordinary marine commodore. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a group of wild boars with stripes on their bodies rushed over aggressively. Koolalala, let's warm up first. Whitebeard took a few steps forward, waited for the boar to get close, and suddenly released Conqueror's haki. Also Conqueror's, Whitebeard's haki was like a tsunami storm, sweeping across the island in an instant. The island suddenly fell into chaos. The weak creatures lost consciousness, while the powerful beasts and sea monsters fled away like crazy, as if they had encountered a natural disaster. As for the wild boars nearby, their eyes turned white, foam came out of their mouths, and they fainted. Smoker. Sure enough, Whitebeard was much weaker during the Marine Corps era. Otherwise, 90% of the 100,000 Marines would have fallen with just this one move. Koolalala, you guys go down first. Saki, prepare these ingredients. After the battle, we're going to hold the best bonfire party. The pirates cheered in unison, and Thatch rolled up his sleeves. Leave it to me, Dad. Then, the pirates dragged the wild boar away to make room for Whitebeard and Smoker. Whitebeard cut the clouds in half with one swing. Come on, Smoker kid. Please don't show mercy. Dark cave path, dark tide. Smoker released darkness toward the ground, which turned into a huge wave of darkness that pressed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard was stunned. Oh, these things can not only be used for treatment. Interesting. After saying that, he swung the Kusugano knife, and the pressure of the knife came like a hurricane, directly shattering the dark wave. Then, Smoker raised his hand, condensed a dark spear, and stabbed Whitebeard fiercely. Before he could react, Smoker grabbed Whitebeard's wrist with his right hand and punched him in the stomach with his left fist. Whitebeard. Ing. Smoker flew out for dozens of meters, changed his posture in the air, and landed steadily. Smoker was sweating profusely. If he could not foresee the future, he would have to take it with his face. Smoker crossed his arms to block the punch, only to feel like he was hit by a locomotive and sent flying. The shock fruit ability is activated, and crisp cracking sounds are heard around, and countless space cracks appear. Advertisement. There was only a sound of metal colliding. Whitebeard leapt out and was in front of him in an instant. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. Smoker quickly transformed into an element to avoid it. The light ball flew past his body and hit a mountain in the distance. In an instant, the entire mountain turned into rubble and powder. In that case, Kurarara, strength, ability, hockey, all are great. Marine has produced some talent, but it's still not enough. He elementalized his right hand, grabbed Whitebeard's wrist, and activated his dark ability to absorb the vibration power. Kulala. Well hidden. Smoker's fist hit Whitebeard, but he had covered his abdomen with armament hockey, so the punch didn't break his defense at all, and didn't even make him stagger. The sea seemed to be boiling. Huge bubbles emerged from the seabed, and huge waves hundreds of meters high were raised on the sea surface. As far as the eye could see, dark clouds rolled in the sky, the islands shook violently, and landslides and collapses were everywhere. Whitebeard had a lot of combat experience and had already seen that Smoker could prevent him from using his abilities, so he stopped trying and simply covered his fist with armament color and punched Smoker with his backhand. Seeing that the darkness had already covered his thighs, he snorted coldly, and a powerful aura burst out from his body, blowing away the surrounding darkness like a storm. Don't hold back at all. But now it was just a competition, a friendly match, and Whitebeard was curious about these things, so he let them come to his feet. Smoker didn't have time to look at the spectacular scene around him. A violent energy that could destroy the world rushed towards him and swallowed him up in an instant. But darkness is just a dead thing after all, even if it is broken into pieces, it still spreads on the ground. As soon as he landed, a huge ball of light flew towards him. It was Whitebeard's ability. Who knows what kind of abilities the other party has? Suddenly, Whitebeard's feet tightened. Whitebeard swayed slightly and dodged several dark spears, but those that he couldn't dodge were chopped into pieces by Kusukumo. A powerful force tried to drag him into the darkness, and he tried twice to pull his legs out without success. If it was a life and death battle, Whitebeard wouldn't let these weird things get close to him. Smoker was shocked. He didn't know how many bones he would break after being hit by this punch. It seems that I can only use my ability far away from you. So fast. And so heavy. He gathered the power of the shock fruit in his fist and punched it. Whitebeard strikes a classic pose and punches the air. Chapter 246. Unprecedented double fruit ability user. After a long time, the surroundings return to calm, with only the occasional flashes of lightning in the sky as witnesses of the horrific celestial phenomenon that had just occurred. Whitebeard's attack completely changed the topography of the island. The seabed was raised by dozens of meters, the seabed covered with coral reefs emerged from the water, and the area of the entire island expanded several times. If the Whitebeard pirates' ship had not retreated quickly, it would probably have been stranded by now. Whitebeard waved his cloud slasher, and a gust of wind blew away the smoke and dust. Kulala lala, Smoker, come out. The attack just now won't kill you. Just as he finished speaking, a huge rock was overturned and Smoker came out coughing. There was black smoke coming out of many parts of his face and body, and it was obvious that he had just suffered serious injuries. Cough, cough. As expected of the strongest man, this attack power is really too exaggerated. Although the magma of Akainu is also terrifying, at least it can be seen and touched, and if you can't block it, you can avoid it. Not only are earthquake waves powerful, they are also invisible and colorless. If you don't have a strong ability to see and hear, there is no way to avoid it. Whitebeard took 2 steps forward. Kuralala, it seems that you can deprive others of their fruit abilities. How interesting. Unfortunately, you have to touch the opponent with your main body for it to work. If the opponent's taijutsu and haki are better than yours, doing this is very dangerous. And the power you have been deliberately hiding, hurry up and use it, otherwise you won't be able to let Lousy use his full strength with your current performance. Smoker heaved a sigh of relief after recovering from his injuries. He is truly the strongest man in the world, much more difficult to deal with than the Big Mom I met before. If Big Mom is a charging mother bear, then Whitebeard is a fierce tiger. Not only does he possess terrifying power, but his combat experience and IQ are also unmatched. You're right, if I want to fight you, I need a stronger physique and haki. This is also the first time I use this power in battle. Suddenly, Smoker jumped high, and then his body changed, transforming into a pink dragon that was a kilometer long, flying into the clouds. In different sources, Kaido's transformed length ranges from 300 meters to 5,000 meters. Let's just use 1,000 meters here. Seeing this spectacular scene, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates all exclaimed in surprise. Dragon, that's a dragon. What's going on? Is Kaido here? Advertisement. No, the color is wrong, the aura is wrong, but it looks like Kaido. Even the knowledgeable Whitebeard widened his eyes in surprise. What a jerk. The pink dragon's body meandered in the air, disappearing into the clouds and then emerging again. Suddenly, Darkness covered the dragon's body, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a dark dragon. Captain Whitebeard, let's continue with the second round. Whitebeard finally showed an excited expression. Kurogiri pointed directly at Smoker, and his haki exploded all over his body. Hulalalala, this is interesting. Come on, kid, let Lousy see what else you can do. Smoker also felt full of strength all over his body, and the powerful animal nature made his blood boil. As expected, the zone fruit will affect the thoughts of the ability user. It seems that we need to strengthen our training. Never mind, let me try Kaido's signature move first. Smoker took a deep breath, and his whole body seemed to swell. Dragon breath. He opened his mouth sharply and spit out a pillar of fire as thick as a house at Whitebeard. From afar, a line of fire pierced the island from the sky. Whitebeard squinted slightly because of the dazzling firelight. The same moves as Kaido's kid. Are there such similar abilities in this world? Closing square bracket. Faced with this meteorite-like attack, Whitebeard remained calm. He waited until the pillar of fire got closer before punching the sky. This punch shattered the space, creating a huge shock wave, which collided with the flames in midair and caused a violent explosion. In an instant, smoke and dust swept up, and a cloud of smoke covered the island. Then, countless wind blades emerged from the smoke and slashed towards Whitebeard fiercely. Bad wind. The moves to clear out the small fish are useless against Lousy. This move is a large-scale attack. Countless wind blades fell, most of them hit the ground, leaving deep grooves, and the few that hit Whitebeard were easily deflected by him. Little devil, let me teach you a lesson. When facing a powerful enemy, the more concentrated the attack, the more effective it is. For example, Whitebeard raised Kusugawa Kire, and a huge white ball of light appeared on the blade. Advertisement. Smoker recognized this as the skill he used to clear soldiers during the Summit War, and secretly wondered how to use it. The next second, the white ball of light suddenly compressed to the size of a fist, and then Whitebeard swung his knife fiercely, and the ball of light shot towards Smoker like a cannonball. Smoker's pupils trembled violently. Although observation haki could clearly sense the terrifying aura contained within, it was too late to dodge. Smoker could only cover his body with armament haki and grit his teeth to take the attack. The next moment, a white ball of light hit the huge dragon's body, and a terrifying energy exploded instantly. Smoker screamed, and the dragon's scales that were harder than steel plates exploded. Streams of blood sprinkled from the air, as if it was raining blood. Suddenly, Smoker used his dragon tail to hit Whitebeard hard, sending him flying and knocking down several mountains before stopping. Countless huge rocks rolled down and buried Whitebeard underneath. Smoker fired a stream of dragon breath, the blazing heat melting the ruins into a ball of magma. A-hole, how about this move? Even Whitebeard couldn't be safe and sound. But the opposite happened. The next second, a burst of strong laughter came from the ruins. Hulalalala. Not bad, very good. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Suddenly, the whole island began to shake. The next second, all the boulders and lava were blown away, leaving only a deep pit in their place. Whitebeard's tall figure stood at the bottom of the pit, his clothes tattered but mostly uninjured. He swung his sword violently, as if raising a gust of wind, blowing away all the smoke and dust covering the island. Hulalala. Kid, this little spitting trick is useless. Come on, transform into a human animal form and play with me. Smoker. The next second, the dragon slowly descended. It shrank as it descended, and by the time it landed completely on the ground, it had turned into a human beast form. Pink scales, white hair, and only one pair of horns. However, his entire body was covered with flame-shaped dark lines, making him look particularly mysterious. Smoker slowly walked to a short distance in front of Whitebeard. As you wish. Chapter 247 Enjoy. Looking at Smoker in his human beast form, Whitebeard swung his sword. Come on, little devil. Smoker didn't waste any time and just rushed forward and punched him. Whitebeard raised his knife to block, and Kusanagi cut at his fist, the blade scraping sparks on the hard dragon scales. Although Whitebeard blocked the punch, he was forced back a few steps by the huge force of the punch. Kulala. That's right, that's it. After saying that, he exerted force on his hips, swung his knife violently, and threw Smoker far away. As soon as Smoker landed and hadn't yet stood firm, Whitebeard rushed to him as if teleporting, and his fist with vibration ability hit Smoker's face hard. If you get hit by this punch, your face will at least be disfigured. Fortunately, Smoker's observation haki sensed the attack and he quickly raised his hand to block the fist. The dark fruit was activated and eliminated the vibration ability. Oh, can two fruits be used at the same time? Closing square bracket. Whitebeard reacted extremely quickly, and when his attack failed, he struck back with a knife. Smoker hastily dodged the blade but was knocked away by it. Fearing that Whitebeard might charge at him, Smoker quickly activated his ability, Void Black Hole. Suddenly, several black holes appeared around Whitebeard, and the powerful gravity tore at Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard instantly covered his entire body with armament haki to resist the gravitational force that could tear apart steel, and then he shattered the black hole with a few slashes. Air shock. Whitebeard punched Smoker in the air, the space shattered, and a terrifying energy enveloped Smoker. In an instant, half of the island was covered by a circle of light with Smoker as the center. There was no movement outside the aperture, but within the aperture, no matter whether it was the mountains or the rocks, they were all shattered. Smoker crossed his arms, covered in armament hockey and thick dark armor, and tried his best to resist the vibration ability. After a while, the vibration disappeared. Everything within the aperture was shattered, and only Smoker himself stood there like a sculpture. He lowered his arms and felt a sharp pain all over his body. He was covered with wounds, many dragon scales were broken and fell off, and blood flowed out of the wounds. Whitebeard was a little surprised. Oh, you've got it. It seems your fruit is no worse than that brat Kaido. Smoker took a deep breath, darkness surged through his body, and he was soon healed. With the help of dark fruit, Smoker's recovery ability is only higher than Kaido's. Advertisement. Smoker wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Whitebeard with fighting spirit in his eyes. Captain Whitebeard, the power of a dragon lies not only in its physical body, but also in its absolute control over the elements. Smoker roared to the sky, dark clouds rolled in the sky, thunder exploded. Whitebeard squinted at the sky. Oh, another trick. Suddenly, bolts of lightning struck Smoker's left arm and were absorbed by it. After a while, the entire arm turned bright silver, with flashes of lightning bursting out from time to time. Then, the right arm also began to transform into elements, turning into a mass of wriggling dark matter. Then, Smoker spit out streams of dark red magma from his mouth. The magma covered his body, and his figure swelled rapidly, and soon became almost as tall as Whitebeard. In just a few seconds, Smoker turned into a dragon man monster with lightning in his left hand, darkness in his right hand, and his whole body covered with magma. Then he rushed towards Whitebeard with a roar. Whitebeard frowned slightly, concentrated his vibration power on the blade, and chopped it down fiercely. Smoker dodged the blade and held the handle tightly with both hands. The dark fruit ability is activated, eliminating the vibration attached to it. At the same time, the lightning traveled along the hilt of the knife to Whitebeard. There was a loud thunder and Whitebeard was hit hard. His whole body became stiff and black smoke came out of his mouth and nose. Then Smoker turned around, and the huge lava dragon tail swept Whitebeard away. Whitebeard landed on the ground and staggered back several steps before stopping. How about this move? Is it tasty enough? Whitebeard touched his chest and found a severe burn that caused a sharp pain. Hulalalala. I underestimated you. Smoker used his left hand to attract lightning and his right hand to create darkness, and rushed forward again. Using elementalization to make me untouchable. Whitebeard was not in a hurry, and he picked up the cloud and cut towards Smoker. Smoker repeated his old trick and reached out to grab the knife. Suddenly, he paused. It's not that he didn't want to catch him, but a huge force appeared out of nowhere and pressed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. The next second, he was knocked flying by this force, and after falling to the ground, he plowed a deep trench. Just as he was about to fall into the sea, Smoker slapped the ground and used the recoil to jump up, covering his chest and gasping for breath, with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Open black lens bracket a telekinetic attack. Close black lens bracket. Whitebeard did not pursue this time. Hulalalala. There are tens of thousands of people with strange special abilities in the world. Lousy has seen at least 80 people with special abilities who cannot be touched, if not 100. Advertisement. The easiest way is to attack from a distance, which is the conqueror's entanglement that you want to master the most. Watch it carefully. Whitebeard jumped high, wielding Kusugano Kiri, then held the sword with both hands and slashed at Smoker fiercely. Smoker could clearly feel that the thick hockey adhered to the blade, and after overflowing, it formed a brushed effect. If ordinary armament hockey is water, then Conqueror's entanglement is solid ice. The two are not on the same level at all. This attack looked ordinary, but in Smoker's eyes, it was as if the sky was pressing down. There is obviously no light pollution effect at all. Close black lens bracket. I won't lose. Smoker roared and released hockey with all his strength. Black lightning wrapped around him and the powerful energy caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. Iron body. Armor. Dragon scale. Dark armor. Smoker focused all his defense on his fist, ramming it hard into Whitebeard's blade. Still no touching this time. The destructive force squeezed and crushed the two of them madly, and black and red lightning tore all the surrounding rocks and trees into pieces. A huge shock wave spread out, all the clouds in the sky were blown away, and huge waves were raised on the sea by the strong wind. After an unknown amount of time, the island finally calmed down. But the clouds in the sky still condensed into a huge vortex, and lightning burst out from time to time. A large pit with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a depth of several tens of meters appeared in the middle of the island. Smoker lay on the ground, half buried in the sand, his hard dragon scale armor covered in tears. Whitebeard stood not far away holding Kusunokiri in his hand. Veins bulged in his arms and they were trembling slightly. Blood was flowing out of the wounds and down the handle of Kusunokiri to the ground. There was a huge claw mark on his chest, an inch deep. If it weren't for his huge size, he would have been disemboweled. Despite being seriously injured, Whitebeard showed no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he looked extremely excited. Kulala, this feels so good. Besides Roger and Garp, you're the first person to fight me like this. Smoker was about to open his mouth to say something, but suddenly he started coughing violently, with streams of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth. He understood that his injuries were not on his exterior but on his internal organs. Under Whitebeard's power, his internal organs were severely injured, and now he felt excruciating pain as if he were being burned by fire. He didn't care about anything else and quickly released the darkness to wrap himself. After a long time, the darkness dissipated. Smoker slowly stood up and stretched out his hand, and a huge ball of light floated in front of him. Where's Marco? Closing square bracket. Chapter 248 Return. Soon, the members of the White group gathered together. They were stunned to see the island almost wiped out from the sea. Especially when he saw that Whitebeard had suffered injuries that could not be ignored, his jaw almost dropped. It is no exaggeration to say that even if all the captains of the White group were added together, they might not be able to scrape off so much blood. Unconsciously, everyone looked at Smoker with a little more awe. At such a young age, he was able to fight Whitebeard head-on. If it gets out, it will definitely shock the world. Smoker looked at the bleeding Whitebeard and stepped forward to do him a favor. Captain Whitebeard, let me treat you. Whitebeard nodded. Thank you for your help. Although his tone was calm, the look he gave Smoker was somewhat meaningful. In the previous battle, I had the upper hand in terms of strength and hockey. But in terms of fruit ability, there is no doubt that Smoker, who has 2 top fruits, is better. Most importantly, Smoker has healing abilities. For top powerhouses, this is more attractive than simply increasing attack or defense power. Although this battle ended with Smoker falling. But in a life and death fight, is it really so easy for the opponent to fall? Whitebeard had a big question mark in his heart. Soon, Smoker rubbed the wounds on himself and Whitebeard into a ball of light and stuffed it into Marco. A few more days passed. The White group rejected Smoker's request to leave. Instead, he avoided the eyes and ears of the world government and sailed all the way to send Smoker to the vicinity of Punkhasa. Taking advantage of these few days, Smoker used his ability to suck out all the pain of the White group members. Finally, it was gathered into a huge ball of light and given to Marco. I am now extremely strong. Closing square bracket. After Smoker's treatment, everyone felt refreshed, as if a huge stone had been lifted off their shoulders, and they felt an indescribable sense of relief. Looking at his lively sons, Whitebeard was very pleased and became much more affectionate towards Smoker. Advertisement. After a few days of getting along, everyone's relationship became much more harmonious. When Smoker left, many pirates were reluctant to leave. Returning to Punk Hazard, the first thing Smoker did was to look for Ghoul Nika. Nika called him to a deserted place and started scolding him. You took so long to go to the Whitebeard pirates without bringing a den mushi or leaving any news. I thought you were killed. If you die and the world government really starts an investigation, I will be the first one to suffer. Officers above the rank of Marine Vice Admiral are equipped with dedicated den mushi. Compared with ordinary den mushi, it has better signal and higher security, and can be used for calls even in remote places. But this also means that you will be located by the world government and naval headquarters at any time. This is both a form of surveillance and a form of protection. In order to conceal his whereabouts, Smoker stuffed the den mushi into a dark space and never took it out. Smoker apologized with a big smile on his face. Sorry, brother Nika, this won't happen again. After coaxing Gel Nika, Smoker hurriedly called Sengoku, and as expected, he scolded him again. However, as his old leader, Sengoku's anger came and went quickly. After venting his anger, he started chatting with Smoker. Recently, the aunt sent all her children away. Although these guys are average in strength, few people dare to provoke them because of their aunt's background. So, they rampaged on the Grand Line, causing a lot of trouble and making Sengoku very annoyed. Mr. Sengoku, do you want me to take care of a few of them and keep them quiet? That's all. Those guys just want to make a name for themselves. Most of the time, it's dog eat dog. Let them be. Now is not the time to start a war. Smoker was a little confused. With Marine's current strength, it should be easy to deal with the Big Mom pirates, right? On top combat power, Marine has Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Kaken himself. Even if Gion and Hina are inferior, they are still much stronger than those vice captains. On the backbone force, because of Smoker's activeness, many generals and officers obtained devil fruit and their strength was greatly enhanced. On military power, with sufficient military funding, marine equipment has been updated and the Air Force has basically taken shape. With such a lineup, it would be easy for them to take down the Big Mom pirates. What is there to worry about? Could it be that there is a second generation of military personnel among the Ant's children? Advertisement. It's not that simple. A sigh came from the Den Mushi. The Big Mom pirates are no problem. But if the Marines show too much combat power, it will force those big pirates to unite. Although justice will prevail, the cost will be much higher. And those guys from the world government, once they find out that the Marine is getting out of control, they would rather cooperate with the pirates than attack us. Don't underestimate the world government. 800 years of experience is no joke. Time is on our side. What we need to do now is to hide. No, lie dormant, find the right moment, and decide the outcome with one battle. Smoker nodded helplessly. Although waiting is not without cost, slow development is indeed the best option at the moment. These few years have been the era of the rise of the big pirates. The battles at sea continued, and countless powerful pirates rose and fell. It wasn't until 4 years before Luffy went to see that Shanks became 4 emperors and the sea became peaceful again. Maybe I can speed up the process. Mr. Sengoku, I have some things to finish here. Please transfer me back after I finish. Oh, you figured it out. Great. Tell me as soon as you're done with that. Yes. Then the two ended the call. Seeing that Sengoku was so busy and angry, Smoker finally didn't mention the matter of healing Whitebeard's wounds, so he should stop causing trouble for him. After finishing his work, Smoker came to Vegapunk's laboratory and gave Marco's blood to Vegapunk. Dr. Vegapunk, I'll leave it to you. Vegapunk was so surprised when he saw the scale on the instrument showed 10 liters that his tongue stuck out. Smoker UB ******** D, did you kill Marco? How is it possible? How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? Smoker swore and swore for a long time, and was almost about to call the white group, and finally made Vegapunk believe that Marco was donating blood voluntarily. With so much blood, the success rate will be greatly increased. This genius has deduced the replication fruit several times, so there will be results soon. Smoker nodded. That's great. I won't go out these days. Please let me know when you get the results. Okay. No problem. The bird fruit, mythical beast, phoenix form. Although it is a forbidden experiment, it is really exciting. Vegapunk started the experiment with shining eyes, not even bothering to pay attention to Smoker. Smoker quietly retreated. Chapter 249 Kaido's Big Client. Vegapunk's research progress was much faster than Smoker imagined. Just 5 days later, before Smoker had finished his backlog of military tasks, Vegapunk told him that he had succeeded. Smoker was overjoyed and excitedly found Vegapunk. I saw him standing in front of an experimental instrument, looking at me with a smile. Seeing me coming, he took out a devil fruit from the safe and handed it to me happily. Mr. Smoker, the experiment was successful. The restoration degree has reached at least 99%, which is almost the same as the original devil fruit. Smoker carefully took the fruit and looked it up and down. The shape is the same as the fruit I ate, both are apples with circles, the only difference is the color is green. Dr. Vegapunk, on behalf of Marine, thank you. As the first mythical beast with a clear identity in the pirate's world, the bird fruit mythical beast phoenix form is definitely impressive enough. Summit War put the team in a great position as soon as it debuted, and was not at a disadvantage in a one-on-one duel with the 3 admirals. In the comics, he was not knocked away by Akainu. In fact, Marco is very suitable for dealing with strong offensive opponents such as Akainu and Kizaru, but he is at a disadvantage against control opponents such as Aokiji Blackbeard. Even during the Onigashima War period when Haki was rampant, it was still very valuable. He had brief fights with Big Mom and Kaido respectively, and was able to stop the 2 disasters while healed thousands of people and was harassed by Boss Pei. Marco must be very strong to have achieved such a great result. But it must be said that devil fruit definitely accounts for most of the credit. Now, this fruit is in my hands. As long as I find a suitable person to eat it, a super strong meat shield will immediately appear in the marine. Even if you encounter 4 emperors, you have to clear the blue bar first and then the red bar. Smoker and Vegapunk chatted for a few minutes and were about to leave. When I was about to leave, I was suddenly called again. Smoker. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. Smoker was stunned. Doctor, anything else? That. Vegapunk looked a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time, he stammered, a few days ago, I contacted Long and told him that you wanted to meet him. What? I've always wanted to get in touch with this guy, but I had no way. It was purely a matter of luck that I found Vegapunk, but I didn't expect to actually run into it. Advertisement. Oh, what does he mean? I told him about you, and he is also very interested in you and is willing to meet you. Time and place. On the first weekend of 2 months, on the beach on the east side of the Ghost Country. Wait, where did you say? Onigashima. The Revolutionary Army just placed a large order with Kaido. He will pick up the goods on the first weekend in 2 months. This order is very important, so he will go there in person. Kaido's arms business has reached the Revolutionary Army. Of course, the Revolutionary Army is their big customer. Quote. Smoker and Vegapunk say goodbye. With the Phoenix fruit and news about the Revolutionary Army in hand, Smoker's main purpose of coming here has been achieved. He then reported to Sengoku and initiated the transfer procedure. As for Guy Saw, let him stay here first. In terms of combat effectiveness, this guy can be almost ignored. It would be better for him to stay in Punk Hazard and guard the experimental equipment and medicines so that he can better play his value. Anyway, the underground laboratory dug for him is very hidden. As long as no one is bored enough to dig dozens of meters down the rat hole, there will be no risk of exposure. A few days later, the Naval Headquarters warship came over and brought a transfer order with it. Smoker was transferred back to Naval Headquarters and replaced by Vice Admiral of Mount Fire. The Marine Technology Corps held a grand farewell party for Smoker, sending him off with drums and gongs. Soon, Smoker returned to the headquarters. Old friends come to visit one after another. Sengoku also knew that Smoker had just returned, so he didn't disturb him, but gave him enough time to deal with the ways of the world. In the next few days, Smoker was drunk every day, and whenever he was awake, he was basically at the table. On this day, Smoker was drunk by some of his peers and was sleeping soundly in the apartment when suddenly there was a knock on the door. But Smoker drank too much and had no reaction at all. A few seconds later, there was a sudden loud bang and the wooden door flew out. Advertisement. Crane walked in menacingly, and frowned when he saw Smoker's appearance. With a wave of his hand, he used his ability to wash away the alcohol. Smoker finally woke up in a daze. But before he could react, he was dragged to Sengoku's office by Tsurugi. As soon as I entered the office, I found the atmosphere was particularly solemn. Sengoku sat behind his desk, his hands crossed and his chin resting on his hand, his expression somewhat gloomy. Zephyr sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and dozed off with his eyes closed. Even Garp, who was either joking or making trouble, had a serious look on his face. Smoker was also stunned when he entered the room, straightened his clothes, saluted, and then said carefully, Marshal Sengoku, Mr. Garp, Teacher Zephyr, and Ms. Crane, what's going on today? Sengoku looked at Smoker gloomily. What a good thing you have done, don't you know it? Forehead. Smoker was a little confused and terrified. What had he done recently to offend these old guys? Artificial fruit. Help Whitebeard heal his wounds. Support Geisa Current's human experiments. Garp stepped forward and punched him in the head. You idiot, who told you to contact Long privately? If you really want to contact him, why don't you just come to me? I even passed Vegapunk and almost got discovered. You got away with it this time because you were lucky. Sengoku got scolded. Smoker was stunned and asked, what's going on? How did you know? Garp said angrily, I'm his father, how should I know? Smoker. He also sighed. Smoker, although Vegapunk will not betray you, he has no strength and has not received professional training like CP, so this channel is not safe. You are indeed careless. Smoker's forehead was covered with sweat. This. Zephyr took off his sunglasses and said unhappily, what this and that? If you are exposed, the Marine will either hand you over or break up with the government. Fortunately, although Garp is an idiot, he is very reliable this time. Garp had a smug expression on his face. Then he reacted and glared. Chapter 250 Smoothie's whereabouts. Smoker was also a little frightened. He knew that Vegapunk was not sincere in his support for the world government, so he asked him to help him contact the dragon. I never expected that Vegapunk was a layman in intelligence, and even with a bunch of high-tech equipment, he was still caught. Fortunately, Garp came to the rescue. Smoker looked at Garp with gratitude. But I was also secretly wondering, Mr. Garp has this kind of wisdom. I did it very secretly. What went wrong? And how did you find out, Mr. Garp? Garp crossed his legs and said smugly, it's no big deal. It turns out that the conversation between Vegapunk and Long was indeed captured by CP's monitoring ship. But the Revolutionary Army also had its own Grandmaster intelligence technicians who spotted the clues immediately, but the distance was too far and it was too late to take action. So they hurried to see if there was any available power nearby. As luck would have it, Garp's boat happened to be nearby. So, Long shamelessly called his father and asked him to cover for him. Garp was bored, so when he heard about the CP, he immediately rushed over excitedly. His method was also very simple and crude. He relied on the size of his ship to directly ram the CP ship and sink it, leaving no one behind. Smoker was stunned. Mr. Garp, how are you going to end this? With the surveillance ship gone, how can the world government just let it go? Garp said disdainfully, why are you trying to pick up the pieces? I've already reported the accident, what else do you want? You're still willing to give up. CP has implicated so many Marines in their cases every year, and I haven't given up on them yet. Humph, a dignified couple fell into the sea and drowned. Isn't that embarrassing enough? How dare you blame me? Hiss. Smoker gasped. I have to say, only this kind of old rascal's personality can cure CP. Smoker looked at the others. Sengoku and Tsuru both had blank expressions, while Zephyr was trying hard to suppress the corners of his mouth. Garp hooked his finger at Crane. Crane took out some papers with a helpless look on his face, and Garp took them and patted them in Smoker's arms. This is the accident report and self-review I wrote. Please help me send it out at the party. His eyelids twitched wildly. I wrote this, you should at least copy it. Garp said impatiently. Why are you copying? This is enough. Don't I have any dignity? Sengoku finally couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward and punched him. Don't be so arrogant, you old senbei man, do you know how much effort Xiaohei and I put in to clean up your mess? For a moment, the office was filled with Sengoku's roar and Garp's screams. The soldiers standing guard outside heard the noise and didn't know what was going on. They were all trembling with fear. After finishing off Garp, Sengoku let out a sigh of relief and asked Smoker in a kind manner. It's all right, Smoker, that's all for the leaks. Don't bring this kind of thing to Vegapunk again. But why did you go to Long? That guy is willing to see you for the first time. Smoker sighed. It is true that our goal is to overthrow the world government, but that does not mean the world does not need rules and constraints. The rule of celestial dragons is indeed corrupt, but it is better than a world without order. We must consider in advance who will fill this huge power vacuum after overthrowing the rule of celestial dragons. Sengoku frowned slightly, he really hadn't thought so far. Marine is not okay. Smoker smiled and shook his head. What do you think? Sengoku looked at Garp who was picking his nose, looked at Zephyr who was calm, and remembered Kizaru begging for a raise, Akainu yelling to kill the pirates and hostages, and Aokiji snoring in the meeting, and he was immediately discouraged. The Marine is ultimately just a military organization. Economics and people's livelihood are not our areas of expertise. After all, professional matters should be done by professionals. Sengoku sighed. Are you optimistic about the dragon? Smoker shook his head. It's hard to say now. What I can do is to learn more about him and the Revolutionary Army. Besides, the agreed location is on Onigashima, and I'm still very interested in Wanukuni. Sengoku was shocked. What are you going to do? Although that country has always been closed to the outside world, its military strength is not weak. Don't mess around. Smoker smiled slightly. Don't worry, I know what to do. There are many strong people in Wanukuni, but they don't have many brains, so there is nothing to worry about. Now that I'm back at the naval headquarters and out of CP's sight, everything I do becomes much easier. Suddenly, the Den Dan Mushi on Sengoku's desk started ringing. Blue blue blue. Advertisement. Sengoku walked over and answered the phone. He was stunned at first, and then his face turned grim. Okay, got it, I'll deal with it as soon as possible. He hung up the phone and saw everyone's curious eyes, so he didn't hide it. The town of Magic Valley was captured, the casino suffered heavy losses, and Jamil was seriously injured. Everyone was shocked. Magic Valley town is located in the first half of the Grand Line. It was originally a chaotic and lawless place. Later it was occupied by Zen, who built a super casino, earning a lot of money for Marine every year. Not only that, this island is also the closest island to the Sky Island base in the Blue Sea, and many supplies are transported through here. But the one stationed here is Zane's tough general, Jamil, now the rear admiral. He was already strong, and after eating Logia's snow fruit, he didn't expect to be defeated by the pirates of the park. In Smoker's eyes, as long as they don't encounter a dragon, Logia users are almost invincible in the park. Smoker angrily asked, who did this? Any news now? Sengoku nodded. One of the 4 generals of the Big Mom pirates, Charlotte Smoothie. Smoker is speechless, he is really a dragon crossing the river. The point is, a person of such a high rank actually had the nerve to come to the park. With her strength, it is indeed beyond Jamal's ability to deal with her. It should be said that the fact that Jamiler was able to escape from her hands was already a great feat. How is Jamiler doing now? Is the loss to Magic Valley Town serious? Don't mention it. The entire Demon Valley Town has turned into a sea of fire, and all the money has been looted. Jamiel fought until he was seriously injured and fainted. He was rescued by his subordinates. He is still unconscious now, but fortunately his life should be saved. Smoker let out a long sigh. That's good. Money can be earned again if lost, a town can be rebuilt if burned down, and as long as people are still there, it is not a loss. But Sengoku still looked unhappy. However, hundreds of Jamiler's men were killed in the battle, including more than a dozen of his old men who had been following Zane. Smoker's face froze and his eyes slowly turned cold. Following Zane's old subordinates. They call themselves pirates to the outside world, but in fact they are Marines hiding their identities. He pulled out 2 cigars, put them in his mouth, lit them and took a few deep puffs. Okay, Smoothie, right. Haha, stupid woman. You really think you can do whatever you want with Big Mom's support. Marshal Sengoku, I have nothing to do lately anyway, why not let me go and relax? Sengoku frowned at Smoker, then thought for a moment and nodded. Well, giving in blindly will only make the pirates more arrogant. It's time to teach them a lesson. As he spoke, he wrote a warrant to dispatch a warship and handed it to Smoker. Smoker took the warrant, saluted, and left. After Smoker left, Garp also patted his butt and left. Garp, where are you going? I'm in a bad mood recently. I'm going to take a vacation. I'm going to go back to Windmill Village to see those 2 little brats first. Garp, you need to remember your identity. It's okay for you to go back to East Blue, but I won't allow you to fight with the Big Mom pirates without permission. I know, it's so annoying. Garp yelled a few words and slammed the door and left. ... Smoker arrives at the dock. Just then a warship had just been resupplied, and Smoker commandeered it without hesitation. The warship braved the wind and waves, heading towards the Mogu town. While no one was around, Smoker sat on the bow and took out a Den Den Mushi. Hello, Morgans. Oh, Smoker-kun, it's been such a long time. I want to ask you a favor. You're just asking for help, you're really welcome. Go ahead. I heard that the ants' children have been very active recently. Please pay attention to them and give me the information about the more important and lively ones. Smoker-kun, are you going to challenge the Big Mom pirates? This is big news. It's not a challenge, but we still have to give that arrogant crazy woman a hard time. Okay, I will send seagulls to follow you then. As long as you can give me Charlotte Smoothie's location within 3 days, you can do whatever you want. No big deal, it's settled then. Smoker put down the Den Den Mushi and stared at the distant sea with cold eyes. Advertisement. 3 days later, Morgans delivered information about Charlotte Smoothie as promised. To his surprise, Charlotte Smoothie actually went to Alabasta. Smoker hung up the phone, his expression extremely serious. Charlotte Smoothie went to Alabasta. Closing square bracket. Why would a high-ranking official from the famous Pirates Queen of New World go to a country in front of the park? Was it accidental, or was there some other purpose? Closing square bracket. Alabasta has Hina guarding it, so there's nothing to worry about. Just a smoothie and a few ordinary cadres can't cause any trouble. But the problem is there is a crocodile. Although I don't know if Smoothie's past is related to him. But if the two of them join forces, it would be too much for Hina to handle it alone. Thinking of this, Smoker no longer hid, but turned into a giant dragon, circling into the sky. The Marines on the warship were all stunned and speechless for a moment. Charlotte Smoothie has gone to Alabasta. I'm leaving first, you guys should follow as soon as possible. Smoker gave some instructions and then left quickly on the cloud. The kilometer-long body crossed the sky, tearing through the clouds and leaving a long trail. In fact, even if this incident had not happened, Smoker was still planning to go to Alabasta. On the one hand, I have been away from Hina for a long time and I can't hold it back any longer. On the other hand, he wants to give the Phoenix's artificial fruit to Hina. The biggest weakness of smoke is that it has weak attack power. It does not have the ability to counterattack like lava and ice. Therefore, they are at a disadvantage when facing hockey users. It's so boring at sea, give us some juice. At this moment, she was looking at the sea with some boredom, letting the breeze ruffle her long silver hair. There is no need to worry about anything when fighting, just rush forward. The most striking thing is her long legs that take up 2/3 of her height. Suddenly, two other women who looked somewhat similar to him came over. They were her twin sisters, Charlotte Strong and Charlotte Snamon. As she slowly exerted force, Pirates let out a shrill scream, and a lot of juice was squeezed out of it as if a towel was being wrung out. His body became shriveled and soon turned into a gray mummy. His lips moved and his whole body trembled, but he could not make a sound. Smoothie didn't care, and threw the drained pirates into the sea, and then replaced him. The three women took a sip and showed refreshed expressions on their faces. Master Smoothie, Strong, Snamon, please enjoy. Smoothie shook the goblet in his hand. She was wearing a pink striped bodysuit and was about 4 or 5 meters tall. In Virgo's words, if you don't use your abilities, they're a waste. If you use your abilities, you'll just be a huge living target. Snamon. Sister, why did we come to such a remote place? Long silver hair, blue eyes, thick lips. My wife is the Admiral. Smoothie twisted the pirates in his hand. Strong. Ah, every cup of elder sister's juice is so delicious, and every cup is so different. I can't do anything about you. At this moment, each of them was holding a few pirates in their hands, as if they were holding a few big rats. You guys are here. The pirates around were all panicked. However, if you eat the artificial fruit of the phoenix and have the ability to be reborn from the ashes, it will be different. Master Smoothie, we are at your service at any time. As he spoke, he handed pirates over. In the distant sea, a pirate's ship is sailing. There is a rose tattoo on it, which adds a bit of charm. Smoker twisted his body and rushed towards Alabasta like an arrow. There was a beautiful, tall, brown-skinned woman standing on the bow. She is the 14th girl of Big Mom and one of the newly promoted top cadres, the 3 dessert stars, Smoothie. Smoothie took over the pirates, and then a large barrel with a face and 3 goblets bounced in front of the 3 women. The big bucket carefully poured the juice into the goblets, which took the juice and bounced into the hands of the 3 women. Of course I'm looking for a gift for my mother. Sister. Amid screams, the bucket was filled with juice. To put it bluntly, with the power of the phoenix, it would be difficult for Hina to die even if she wanted to. Chapter 251 Arrival at Alabasta. Smoothie looked at the vast ocean with a look of dissatisfaction and impatience. A few days ago, the Big Mom pirates attacked Punk Hazard. I thought it would be easy to win, but first the elder brother Perospero and the elder brother Owen were defeated, and then even the mother herself failed to gain the upper hand. In order to calm people down, Katakori said that Big Mom had an attack of gluttony during the battle and that's why he retreated. But as a senior cadre, she was naturally very clear that the ant was repelled head-on. Otherwise, that ugly cake wouldn't have become an admiral candidate. Smoothie didn't take this matter too seriously. In her eyes, this matter has nothing to do with her. Unexpectedly, the mother was so irritated that she sent most of the children out. When the ant's children heard the news, they were stunned on the spot. If given a choice, who wouldn't want to stay comfortably in Toto land where there is no worries about food and drink? But as a tyrant queen, Big Mom's words are orders, and no one can argue with them. Helplessly, they could only grit their teeth and leave Toto land. Especially Smoothie. Originally, I thought that since I was a star general, even if there was training, it would not be my turn. Unexpectedly, she was kicked out, which made her feel like vomiting blood. So, what she was thinking about day and night now was how to end this playful experience. Come back to Toto land ASAP for some sweet pastries and drinks. The distant Toto land. Big Mom is eating the cake. On either side of her were Katakori and Perospero, the two who were considered the greatest talents of the Charlotte Pirates. In addition, there were a dozen children standing by. When Big Mom had almost finished eating, Katakori stepped forward. Mother. What's going on, Katakori? This is the latest intelligence. My brothers and sisters have been gone for a few days, and some of them have caused quite a stir. Oh, you all look very energetic. With you behind me, unless you force the opponent into a desperate situation, I'm afraid they will give in a little bit. Well, you're right, Katakuri. But mom, why do we let them go out? If it's just for training, there's no need for Smoothie to go out. As he spoke, Kaji glanced at the people in the room. At least everyone here is not as strong as Smoothie. You're quite perceptive, Katakuri. This time, the selection is not based on ability, but on mentality. Take Smoothie for example. She's no less talented than you, but she's been living in Toto land since she grew up. Everything has gone smoothly for her, and she's never experienced any setbacks. I'm also taking this opportunity to chase them out and let them fall. It doesn't matter if you are strong or not, the most important thing is, to know what is right and what is wrong. Katakuri suddenly realized. Indeed, those who stay here. Either you followed your aunt to fight for your life in your early years and experienced the real bloody storm. Either you have a calmer mentality, you can be cruel and violent, but you know who to be cruel and violent to. Katakuri nodded slightly. I understand, Mom. I'll keep an eye on them. Well, then I'll leave it to you, my most outstanding son. Strong asked curiously, Sister, what good gifts can you give to such a weak place? You'll find out at the party. Smoothie kept it a secret with a hint of smile on his face. The two sisters looked at each other and stopped asking. Anyway, they are used to following their sister's orders. If someone makes a decision, just follow it. Why bother thinking about it? Soon, the two focused their attention on other things. Snayman, how long are we going to stay out here? This life is so boring. She looked at the pirates who were tied up beside her, and suddenly she felt angry. She stretched out her long legs and stepped on one of them's faces. Her high heels pierced into his face. The pirates screamed loudly, and soon his face was covered in blood. Seeing this, the other pirates were so frightened that they huddled together and trembled like quails. Only in this way can they feel a little more at ease. Snayman's anxiety did not slow down at all, but became more intense. She kicked the pirates into the crowd, knocking them over. Advertisement. How dare you, low-level pirates, challenge the dignity of our Big Mom pirates. Bah, a bunch of scum that are only fit to be squeezed dry. Snayman spat fiercely, and the evil fire in his heart subsided a little, then he walked over to the two sisters. Smoothie watched quietly and expressed his understanding. Don't think you can rest easy just by relying on the ant's sign. There are many desperate people in the world who would rather live than be famous. These days, countless pirates who want to step on them to get to the top have swarmed in. Although the three Smoothie sisters can be easily dealt with, they are still very annoying. The only consolation is that I have accumulated a lot of juicing materials, so my work was not in vain. Snayman was feeling the sea breeze and looking into the distance. Alabasta is ahead. It's a big country with tens of millions of people. I hope it will be interesting. The countries and islands I encountered before were too boring. Only the Magic Valley town was more interesting. As he spoke, he looked around the cabin, which was filled with treasures worth tens of billions, more than 90% of which were looted from Mogu town. I didn't expect that there would be a Logia user on such a small island. If it weren't for my sister, it would be very troublesome. Although Strong and Snarman can use hockey. But having hockey does not mean you can defeat a Logia user. Smoothie's expression also turned serious. I didn't expect that he would escape under such circumstances. It's really unexpected. I heard that there is also a Marine branch in Alabasta ahead, and the base commander is also a Logia user. What? Both Strong and Snarman were surprised. Even in the New World, Logia users are extremely rare. I didn't expect to meet two in such a short time in paradise. Smoothie touched his sword. First hope Alabasta's Marine can give me more excitement. Haha, sister, you're joking. It's just a Marine base, not a naval headquarters. You can destroy it with ease. That's right, a mere base commander, how could he possibly be my sister's opponent? Smoothie smiled and said nothing more. She was not as careless as her sister. As one of the great pirates who is best at intelligence, Smoothie also has access to many intelligence channels. Alabasta itself is a country with a large population, and its military strength should not be underestimated. It is said that at its peak, the army had as many as 600,000 soldiers. However, since the Marine branch was newly established here, King Cobra waved his hand and directly laid off 500,000 troops, and almost all the military camps that were originally scattered along the coast were abandoned. Logically speaking, with so many fewer military forces, this place should become a marine paradise. But Alabasta is unusually stable, and there are almost no pirate attacks. This shows that the base commander here is not that simple. Regardless of strength, this kind of military capability alone is not an opponent that can be ignored. She came to Alabasta not because she was bored like her sister, but because she got a piece of information. In the underground temple of the Alabasta Palace, there is a historical text hidden. As a general, Smoothie naturally knows many secrets, and also knows the existence of the signpost text. This red stone is the treasure that the ant values most. Only by collecting all 4 pieces can you find the legendary Raftel and become the next pirate's king. But this does not mean that ordinary historical texts have no value. In fact, Big Mom likes any historical text very much. So, Smoothie is going to take the historical text of Alabasta and give it to his mother. Maybe if my mother is happy, I can end this damn experience. The other side. Marine branch located in Alabasta. After Hina got the news about Mogu Town, she spread the message network very early. Although Smoothie is not the type to stir up trouble, he has developed a habit of looking down on others under the protection of his aunt. She never hid her whereabouts. Therefore, the Marine easily got her movements and knew that she was heading towards Alabasta. If I'm not mistaken, I'll land in Rapeseed Town at noon tomorrow. Under Hina's leadership, Marine has armed Rapeseed Town to the teeth. All civilians were evacuated, and the commanding heights were all taken over by the Marines. With the thick gun barrels, it looked chilling. As for Hina, she stood by the shore, quietly waiting for something. Behind her was a troop of several hundred men, all armed and ready for battle. The sea breeze blew, and the beach was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Suddenly, Hina took a few steps forward. Here it comes. Advertisement. I saw dark clouds covering the distant sky, as if there was something in the clouds. In just a few minutes, the dark clouds spread from the sky to the top of the head, making a rumbling sound, and faintly one could see a huge body wriggling. Hina was shocked and murmured, "This is beyond Hina's expectation." As for the Marines and civilians who were evacuated far away, they were already stunned when they saw this scene. Suddenly, the huge figure in the air disappeared, and Smoker fell from the sky, landed steadily in front of Hina, and held her in his arms. Smoker Vice Admiral. Hina didn't say anything, just closed her eyes and enjoyed the long-lost embrace. On the contrary, the other Marines were overjoyed when they recognized Smoker. To be honest, even though Hina was in charge, the opponent was the top executive of the Big Mom Pirates, and everyone was unsure. I didn't expect Smoker to come over. According to rumors, he assisted Chaton Kaji and fought off Big Mom head-on. With this strong support, dealing with a mere district official will not be a problem. The two hugged for a long time, and Hina finally struggled out of his arms with a red face. After receiving your call, Hina couldn't believe you came here at first. Smoker held her face and said, "Until a strong enemy comes, how can I let you deal with it alone?" After hearing this, Hina frowned and took a step back. "Sorry, Smoker, you are not allowed to attack the enemy this time. This is my responsibility as the base commander, and my pride as a Marine soldier." Smoker was speechless but expressed his understanding. Putting aside the relationship between the two, from the perspective of a colleague relationship, I think I'm overreaching. That's not what I meant. Hina knows. Suddenly, Smoker frowned. Where's Serendi? Why isn't he here? Serendi is now the Minister of Defense of Alabasta and has the strength to challenge the Shichibukai. Logically speaking, Smoothie's information was not secret, and King Cobra should have received the news long ago. King Cobra and Hina were both confused and felt that he was up to something. "Okay, I agree, but you have to eat it." Hina smiled. "Hina believes in you." It turns out that Sand Alligator has been acting a little strange and a little too active lately. Throwing such a powerful enemy directly to the Marine without any response from him was inappropriate and not his style. Hina smiled and explained to him. So, after King Cobra got the news from Smoothie, he discussed with Hina directly and asked Serendi to keep an eye on Crocodile in the rainy land, so that this B************ D would not take the opportunity to cause trouble. Hina didn't say that. Anyway, Smoker, Hina wants you to promise that no matter what happens, you won't take action. Hina was shocked. Smoker, are you suspecting that Crocodile might have been the one behind Smoothie's coming here? Hina looked at her hands. I can't see any changes yet. Hina was unable to dodge and a cut was instantly made on the back of her hand. If Serendi and Hina were here, it would be no problem for them to deal with Smoothie together. After saying that, he took the fruit and ate it without hesitation. There were a lot of people here, so Smoker didn't explain about the artificial fruit, but just smiled. Then he waved his finger across Hina's hand. Hina heard that you can't eat two fruits, otherwise the body of the ability user will explode. Smoker, I'm clearly injured, why doesn't it hurt at all? The Marines around him also looked shocked and curious. Suddenly, Hina stopped talking in surprise. She already has experience. But Crocodile has never revealed any flaws, and with the Shichibukai identity as a shield, they can't do anything. Smoker stretched out his finger, and armament hockey covered it like a black blade. Even though it tasted disgusting, he still ate it all bite by bite. After that, a devil fruit appeared in Smoker's palm, which was the artificial phoenix fruit. Salindi in the rain. Smoker sighed. Quite the opposite. He was sent by King Cobra to keep an eye on the sand crocodiles in the rain land. Another devil fruit. What a weird shape. They were shocked because base captain Hina could actually eat two fruits, and they were curious because they also wanted to know what Hina's second fruit was. This fruit is special. You can eat it. Don't worry. I am the best example. Smoker frowned. What's going on? Then, a blue flame suddenly ignited at the wound. What is he doing there? Is he connected with that B*********** D sand crocodile? Chapter 252 The battle begins. Soon after, the pirate's ship approached Rapeseed Town. Smoothie strode to the bow, raised his sword high, and shouted, "Boys, are you ready?" Strong and Snarman led dozens of pirates wielding weapons and shouted, "Ready." Behind them, there were hundreds of homies, shouting and jumping up and down. Especially Homies, who was holding the cannonball. His eyes were red with excitement and he couldn't wait to rush towards the enemy. Smoothie pointed his sword and said, "My men, listen to my command. Reload the cannons, aim at the coast, spread the sails, and move forward at full speed." "Yes, Master Smoothie." After receiving the order, everyone got busy. Smoothie nodded secretly, looked up at the sky, then looked at the coast, and felt a lot more at ease. "My navigator said that it has been sunny in the past few days. Who would have thought that the sky suddenly became gloomy a few hours ago?" The dark clouds seemed like a thick black wall, with faint sounds of thunder heard among them. Judging from the noise, it seems that a huge storm is about to come. On the sea, pirates fear not battles but natural disasters, especially storms. Even a strong one like Golden Lion is not immune to this, let alone Smoothie. In order to reassure people, Smoothie acted calm, but he was actually very panicked. He urged the ship to go at full speed and tied the navigator to the anchor and sank it into the sea. Now that the land was within reach, it didn't matter even if the weather changed. Smoothie immediately stood up. Marine did not hide his whereabouts, and the pirates quickly discovered Marine's defense circle. Snamin found a telescope from somewhere and began to spy. "Haha, Marine is such a big show." Strong wiped his sword with a look of disdain on his face. Facing Sister Smoothie and us, any battle is futile. We are almost at a distance, so let's say hello to them first. Homies, prepare for the bombardment. Yes, Lord Strom. A dozen artillery pieces rolled onto the deck on their own wheels, aiming towards the coast. A noisy group of shell homies also jumped out of the box and jumped into the artillery. Boom, boom, boom. With a burst of gunfire, the shells screamed and flew towards the shore. "It's finally my turn. Are the enemy's Marines? I'm going to blow them to ashes." Stimulate. The shells came whizzing towards us and could automatically adjust their direction. Hina and Marine on the shore were both surprised. Smoothie's ship was now very close to the coast, far beyond the range of ordinary artillery. "I didn't expect that by launching a direct artillery attack, judging by the trajectory, it seemed that it could actually hit the shore." Over the years, Big Mom has been frantically collecting souls to create homies. Some are purely for their own bad taste, such as teacup homies and teapot homies, just to add to the atmosphere of the party. But some are really useful, such as the artillery homits, which not only has a longer range but can also automatically adjust its direction, and the shell homits, which is not only more powerful but can also automatically track the target. Seeing the shells coming, Hina quickly responded. Tempest kick smoke and wind. A wind blade flew out and intercepted most of the shells. But a few of the more flexible shells of homies avoided the tempest kick and fell into the Marine team, instantly causing a violent explosion. This wave of attack was unexpected and many Marines were knocked over by the shock wave, but fortunately most of them were not seriously injured. However, there were a few people who were directly affected by the explosion, and their skin and flesh were either torn apart by shrapnel, or their bodies were engulfed in flames and they screamed in agony. Snamin held up the telescope and saw Marine's miserable condition, and couldn't help laughing. "Serves you right, a bunch of stupid guys, actually trying to stop us. Huh, that female Marine can release smoke and has no physical body. It's Logia." On the coast, Hina put out the flames with smoke and then issued a series of instructions. "Disperse the formation and avoid it. Medic, come and treat the wounded. Artillery, pull out some new guys and give the pirates a little return gift." After hearing the order, the Marines took action immediately. The densely packed Marines were divided into small teams and quickly dispersed and hid behind cover. A medical soldier in white clothes appeared from nowhere, picked up the wounded and ran away. Then, several houses around collapsed, revealing several slender gun barrels. Snarman held up the telescope and said, "Huh, what is this? A cannon. I've never seen this type before." Advertisement. Although there were weapons they had never seen before, the three sisters were not panicked at all. They were still very confident in the range of the Homit's artillery. No matter what the Marine does, this location is absolutely safe. But soon they were slapped in the face. Hina raised her hand. "Artillery ready. Fire." As she lowered her hands, a row of cannons simultaneously spewed out long tongues of fire, and the shells whizzed towards the pirate's ship. Boom 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 boom. Shells exploded around the pirate's ship, raising water columns more than 10 meters high. Several more fell on the pirate's ship, instantly tearing the cabin into pieces, overturning all the cargo and weapons on the deck, and causing flames in many places. As for the pirates and homies, they were in trouble. Some were directly hit by shrapnel and fragments, and fell on the deck, covering their wounds, either silent or wailing. More of them fell into the sea, and after struggling for a while, they were swallowed by the waves and disappeared without a trace. Smoothie didn't care about the casualties of her subordinates, but Marine's counterattack really surprised her. She quickly shouted to her two sisters, "Be careful, hold on tight." Strong and Snarman quickly grabbed the ropes around them to steady themselves. Although they were not as strong as Smoothie, they could not be harmed by shrapnel and flames. The Marines on the shore looked at the messy pirate ship and cheered. The artillerymen were stunned. The new cannon was so powerful. Hina was also secretly surprised. Everyone thought that these guns were the result of research by the Marine Science Corps, but she knew very well that these guns were just castrated versions of anti-aircraft guns. As the main weapon on the Sky Island Ark, the biggest advantage of the air defense gun is its long range and strong stability. But weapons are something that can be applied to any situation. Marine scientists have developed various alternative versions based on the air defense gun. The cannon in front of Hina is one of them. Although it sacrifices some of its range, it is still far superior to ordinary artillery and is particularly suitable for shoreline defense. Smoothie gritted his teeth. I didn't expect the Marine to have such powerful artillery. Now we can't just sit there and wait for death. Otherwise, as a person with special abilities, I will most likely end up feeding the fishes in the sea. Thinking of this, Smoothie's eyes turned cold. He didn't care whether the pirates lying in front of him were his subordinates or prisoners of war, and directly stabbed the pirates in front of him with his sword. As the ability of the squeezing fruit was activated, streams of water emerged from the pirates' bodies and flowed into Smoothie's body along the blade. Smoothie's body quickly grew larger, while the pirates slowly turned into human remains. Soon, Smoothie's height increased from more than 4 meters to 15 or 16 meters, almost as tall as the giants. Feeling the surging power in his body, Smoothie raised his sword high and swung it hard towards the coast. A huge slash appeared, crossing the sea and landing directly on the coast. After releasing this sword, Smoothie's body shrank a little. It seems that this move can't be used casually. The huge battle record fell into the artillery camp, instantly destroying several heavy artillery pieces. Shave. Hina rushed to the front of the slash and threw the artilleryman away without reacting. The next moment, the heavy artillery made of fine steel was cut into thick slices like paper, and the cuts were smooth and flat, as if they had been polished. Hina was naturally not spared and was also cut into pieces by the sharp sword light. However, Smoothie's attack target is the artillery, and there is no hockey attached, so it is useless against Hina. In a blink of an eye, Hina's body recovered. Base Commander, thank you very much. The few artillerymen who were rescued were still frightened when they saw the gun barrel turned into iron sheets, and they hurriedly stammered to express their gratitude. You are Hina's subordinates, so Hina has the responsibility to protect you. After saying this, her body transformed into an element, spewing out white smoke as thick as milk. Pirates on board. Smoothie originally wanted to add a few more stabs. Suddenly, a cloud of white fog rose from the coast, covering the marine position and making it impossible to see what was inside. Then the white mist spread rapidly, and soon the entire sea was covered with milky white smoke. Smoothie stood at the bow and could only see a distance of about 10 meters. He could not see the shadow of Marine at all, so he could only grit his teeth and put down his sword. Strong was anxious. Sister, what should we do? There is smoke all around and we can't find the enemy's position. Snamon also said. Yeah, if we keep going like this, we won't even be able to tell the direction. Compared to her two younger sisters, Smoothie is much calmer. Why are you panicking? We are very close to the coast now, and there are no hidden reefs or undercurrents. Just keep the rudder steady and rush over. With such a short distance, it will be fine as long as the direction is roughly right. Then, Smoothie grabbed a cloud of smoke, looked at it carefully, and made a quick judgment. Advertisement. This smoke is not a natural phenomenon. It's the work of that Marine. She is the user of the Logia smoke fruit. Her strength should not be underestimated as she has created a celestial phenomenon of this magnitude. However, when facing a hockey user, elementalization will only make you a target. Smoothie gripped the sword tighter. Hockey surged, covering the sword with a layer of black. Then he slowly closed his eyes and silently felt the movements around him. After a while, I really felt a breath coming from the right side. Smoothie suddenly opened his eyes. This way. The water is cut off. Black lightning burst out from the long sword, releasing a stream of water that instantly disappeared into the thick fog. Pirates and homies livened up the atmosphere. Oh, it appears, Master Smoothie's ultimate move, the water cut that can even cut off a waterfall by the sea. No matter who it is, no one can escape Master Smoothie's ultimate move. The slash disappeared into the smoke and there was no more movement. Shut up. Smoothie frowned, closed his eyes, turned on his sense of smell to the maximum, and silently felt the surrounding air. Just now, her breath did fluctuate, but why did it recover immediately? Closing square bracket. She whispered to her two sisters, this girl is not easy to deal with. I'll be on guard here to prevent her from damaging the boat. You guys command us to get to the shore as soon as possible. Remember, the safety of yourself and your family is the most important thing. Others can be sacrificed at any time. The two sisters nodded heavily and hurried to the helmsman to give orders. To Smoothie's surprise, Hina seemed to be just wandering around and had no intention of destroying the boat. Soon, the pirate's ship docked smoothly. Smoothie couldn't wait to jump onto the shore. His momentum suddenly surged. He swung his sword, raising a gust of wind that swept away the surrounding smoke. The military formation that was previously hidden was revealed, but the Marines were nowhere to be found, leaving only Hina standing there. At this time, the pirates and homies also disembarked. Strong looked at the empty defense line and gave a sarcastic smile. It seems that all your subordinates have fled. Poor commander without troops. I have to say, your subordinates are smarter than you. Hina didn't have Strong, and her eyes were always on Smoothie. This is Hina's judgment as the base commander. You are not an enemy that they can defeat with desperate efforts and tactics. There is no need to let Hina's men die in vain. Smoothie's mouth curled up slightly. You speak very nicely. And her two younger sisters couldn't help smiling, as if they were the ones being praised. But Heine's next words made the three of them look dark. But, except for you, everyone else is ridiculously weak. So Hina alone is enough. Strong and Snarman were immediately furious. A mere Logia user, a mere trash from the Marine branch, dare you look down on us? We are the children of Big Mom, we inherited her blood naturally, and we also have haki that can restrain devil fruit. The two men rushed out with their swords drawn at the same time, raised the swords covered with armament haki, and stabbed Hina fiercely from the left and right. Hina's expression remained calm. Although she had not awakened her observation haki that could foresee the future, the attacks of the two men seemed like slow motion in her eyes and posed no threat at all. Shave. Just as the sword was about to pierce, Hina disappeared instantly. Varied. Strong and Snarman were shocked. Before two girls could react, Hina reappeared in front of them, at the same height as them. The next second, Hina stretched out her white fist and gently pressed it on their faces, which were filled with surprise and fear. Violence. The white fist suddenly exploded. Strong and Snarman were blown away with screams, and crashed directly into the pirates' ship, completely silent. Hina landed lightly and regrouped her arms. This white fist was not simply elemental, but smoke compressed to the ultimate level. When it exploded instantly, its power was no less than that of an artillery attack. A few years ago, Hina had to charge up before she could use this move, but now she can do it instantly. Strawn. Snayman. You idiots, go save them. Smoothie was horrified and quickly ordered his men to rescue his sister. But before anyone could answer, Hina's cold voice suddenly came to my ears. You should worry about yourself. Smoothie. Chapter 253. You lost. Hearing Hina's voice, Smoothie was shocked. I just saw my sister get hurt, and I was so emotional that my observation haki temporarily failed. I never expected that Hina would be so perceptive and rush to my side during the gap. Smoothie turned his head sharply, and a white fist grew bigger in his pupils. But as a general, her strength is on the same level as her two younger sisters. If I have to make an analogy, it's like Luffy and Usopp just out to sea. Even though Hina intended to launch a sneak attack, Smoothie reacted instantly, swung his sword horizontally, and blocked the white fist. The white fist exploded instantly. The shock wave spread along with billowing white smoke, knocking both of them away. Hina's element transformed into a ball of white smoke, and then recondensed not far away. Smoothie also landed steadily. He exerted a little force with his legs, and the power was transmitted to the ground, causing cracks under his feet in an instant. At this moment, she had no time to care about her sister. Anyway, the ship's doctor is quite skilled. If the person dies, then he dies. If he doesn't die, he can always be saved. The most important thing now is to defeat this difficult female marine in front of us. Smoothie swung his sword violently, pointing it at Hina from a distance. Haki pressed forward with his sharp sword intent, creating a storm. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in a mere marine branch. If I kill you, I'm sure the naval headquarters won't pretend they didn't see it, right? This training has finally become interesting. This is the first time in all these days that I feel that this trip was not in vain. Hina was silent. Over the years, she has already developed her own fighting style. When facing a weak enemy, use trash talk to change their mentality and achieve twice the result with half the effort. When facing a powerful and difficult enemy, it is better to take action without saying anything, so as to avoid revealing your flaws. In her perception, the long-legged woman opposite her has a more aggressive aura than Crocodile, so she must not be careless. The key is that this woman is a swordsman. Smoker said that when facing a swordsman, one must not be careless. Normal people fight with each other, either you punch and I kick, or they fight with special effects. But it's different for the swordsman. The special effect flashes and the enemy is killed instantly. Neither the attacker nor the one being attacked knows what happened. After a few seconds of confrontation, Hina took the initiative. White tornado. A tornado of smoke enveloped the two men, as if a white wall surrounded them. Hina turned into a cloud of smoke and merged into the tornado. Advertisement. Smoothie didn't panic either. He got into position and was ready for battle, his eyes constantly scanning the tornado. If you just use your naked eyes, everything around you will be white and you won't be able to see anything clearly. But in her perception of observation, a breath was like a bright light in the darkness, constantly moving in the smoke tornado. After being transformed into elements, they are integrated into natural substances. This is a common method used by Logia, and Smoothie has seen it many times. In the eyes of people who don't know haki, this move is almost invincible. They cannot sense the aura of the ability user, nor can they capture the ability user's true body. But in the eyes of the strong, this kind of opportunistic trick is precisely the proof of insufficient strength. Just use observation haki to keep an eye on the main body and use armament haki to attack. The previous snow fruit user was severely injured by his own attack. Looking at the huge smoke, Smoothie felt a little disdainful. Suddenly, more than a dozen wind blades emerged from the tornado. It was the tempest kick used by Hina. Smoothie had sensed it long ago and turned around and swung out with his sword. A huge sword light flashed, instantly smashing more than a dozen wind blades. The sword's force remained unabated, cutting off the smoke tornado. The marine in the distance discovered that the white tornado that originally penetrated the sky and the earth suddenly broke into two parts. Hina's figure also appeared. There was a look of surprise on her face, as if she was also surprised by the power of the sword. Smoothie sneered, I got you. Then he squatted slightly, exerted force with his legs, and jumped in front of Hina as if teleporting. Successful. Closing square bracket. Smoothie swung his sword and hit Hina in the side. Besides draining people dry, her favorite thing is to cut her enemies in half. But a scene that shocked her appeared. The long sword hit Hina's body, but it was like hitting steel and it couldn't cut into it at all. The sword blades brushed past, leaving a trail of sparks. What? Such a hard hockey. Smoothie's eyes widened. Aside from my mom, I've only seen hockey of this strength in Katakuri-san. Hina backhandedly slapped the sword away, then kicked Smoothie in the stomach. Smoothie didn't dare to be careless and quickly bent down and raised his leg to block the kick. Advertisement. What no one expected was that Hina's kick was incredibly heavy. Smoothie felt as if a ship had hit him. His 4-meter-tall body was kicked flying and landed on his back, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Although Smoothie stood up instantly, he felt a fishy sweet taste in his mouth, and the place where he had just blocked the attack was also numb. She wiped the corner of her mouth with her thumb, and there were faint traces of bloodline. The next second, Hina suddenly appeared high behind her, with her fist covered with thick armament hockey, and smashed down like a war hammer. Before the fist got close, I felt a gust of wind pressure. If she hadn't been kicked just now, Smoothie might have blocked it directly, but now she didn't dare to be careless at all and quickly jumped to the side. Although she is huge in stature, her movements are extremely agile, and it seems that she has put a lot of effort into physical skills. Hina's fist missed and hit the ground hard. Look at that ordinary punch, but after it landed on the ground, it seemed as if an invisible shock wave spread out. The ground within 100 meters around suddenly sank, and no matter whether it was stone or sand, it instantly cracked into spider web-like shapes, and the houses inside were all shattered. Hina slowly put away her fist and looked at Smoothie coldly. You're really fast. Hina underestimated you. Smoothie's eye twitched slightly. Marine, who possesses such powerful hockey and taijutsu, is actually a Logia user. The point is, such an awesome fighting force can only stay in the branch. Has the corruption within Marine reached this point? For a moment, Smoothie didn't know whether to worry about the many strong men in the Marine, or to be thankful that the Marine executives were blind. White Fist Storm. Hina's fists are covered with armament color, her arms are elementalized, and she uses a move similar to the rubber machine gun. Countless fist shadows fell like heavy rain. Smoothie took a deep breath, cleared his mind of distracting thoughts, raised his sword and rushed forward. The sword shadows and fist shadows covering hockey collided with each other, making a dense metal collision sound like raindrops. The two figures gradually disappeared, leaving only two phantoms, one white and one pink, colliding with each other, pressing each other, and hurricane-like shock waves erupting from time to time. After all, he is the highest-ranking officer under Big Mom. As long as he gets serious, even Hina won't be able to win quickly. With a loud bang, the two figures reappeared. Smoothie's sword cut into Hina's shoulder, blood flowing down the blade. Hina blocked the blade with her left hand, preventing it from cutting into her shoulder, and clenched her right fist, digging it deep into Smoothie's abdomen. You lose. Hina exerted force suddenly, and Smoothie flew out like a meteor and crashed hard into her own pirate's ship. Chapter 254 Marine, I. Smoothie's body was embedded in the pirate's ship and fell to the ground after a while. The pirates and homies quickly gathered around him. Master Smoothie, are you okay? Smoothie had now transformed into the classic eye roll in the pirate's world, and only slowly regained focus when those around him called out to him. Such a heavy punch, almost lost consciousness. Smoothie raised his head with difficulty. He saw his subordinates holding weapons, standing in front of Hina tremblingly but firmly. Hina just stood there. In her eyes, these pirates were no different from meat on the chopping board. Seeing that Smoothie had woken up, she said calmly, "Oh. You didn't lose consciousness. You're surprisingly strong." Alabasta is the largest country closest to Upside Down Mountain. When Garp returned to East Blue on vacation, he would often come here to resupply. Hina also took this opportunity to ask Garp for some advice. Maybe it was out of consideration for Smoker, or maybe it was out of admiration for his talent. Garp never hides anything from Hina and is very dedicated in guiding her. Garp used the mountain as a sandbag, and Aokiji used a warship to practice boxing. Hina used local materials and directly used the yellow sand on the ground as sandbags to smash several deep pits in the desert. Now Hina's fist has some of the style of Garp's iron fist. Smoothie helped his men to slowly stand up. He first lowered his head and gasped, then suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of bloodshot. Stupid Marine, don't think you've won. I am Charlotte Smoothie, the top executive of the Big Mom Pirates and one of the 4 Sweet Stars. After saying that, he thrust out his sword fiercely, and hundreds of tiny sword energies knocked down all his subordinates and homies in front of him. Ouch. It hurts. Master Smoothie, what are you doing? The pirates and homies were caught off guard and either screamed in pain or asked questions in surprise. Hina frowned slightly. Smoothie's expression turned ferocious. You scum who pledged allegiance to my mother, become my strength. Suddenly, fluid began to ooze out of the wounds of the pirates and homies, flowing into Smoothie's body. As the pirates and homies screamed, Smoothie's breath quickly improved and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But this time, her shape did not change. Advertisement. After a while, except for the 2 sisters who were in a coma, all the other subordinates had turned into dried corpses. Smoothie took a deep breath and showed a relieved expression. This kind of power is really intoxicating. Hina said calmly. Power gained by sacrificing subordinates. What's the meaning of such a temporary improvement? In fact, she just had plenty of time to interrupt the spell. According to her previous fighting style, she would definitely attack directly. But this time the situation was special and Hina did not intervene. Smoothie smiled coldly. Even if it's a temporary improvement, it will bring me victory. After saying that, she swung her sword fiercely, and a sword light instantly appeared in front of Hina. This speed caught Hina off guard, and she could only block with her hardened arms. With a bang, Hina felt a huge force and was directly knocked away by the sword light. After falling to the ground, she retreated more than 10 meters before she stood firm. Then Smoothie rushed to Hina. Perhaps in retaliation for that kick, Smoothie also kicked Hina in the chest. But this time Hina was prepared, her body turned into elements, and she opened a big hole in her chest in advance, thus avoiding the sharp kick. Humph, you can't escape. Smoothie swung the sword in his hand, and the sword shadows passed by, like the aurora that would kill anyone who touched it. Although Hina's haki can block the blade, every collision will leave a wound of varying depths. Logia users only have high dodge ability, and will still lose health when attacked by haki. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Smoothie became more and more courageous, and for a while he forced Hina to retreat again and again. After finally finding an opportunity, Hina quickly jumped to the side and distanced herself from Smoothie. Call. Hina wiped the blood off her face. He was unable to dodge and the blade brushed past his cheek, leaving a wound. What a violent and intensive attack. The speed, power, and haki are completely different from before. It seems that you just extracted more than just strength from your subordinates. That bunch of idiots, combined, can't even take a slap from Smoothie. If they can only absorb power and increase it by 1%, that would be overestimating them. Smoothie smiled coldly. What I extracted is something more fundamental, the purest life energy. How can a guy like you who lives a life of luxury in paradise possibly understand true power? Advertisement. Hina frowned slightly. True strength is not something that can be gained by taking things away. That's all. Why are you talking so much? Just let me see what you call strength. After saying that, Hina clenched her fists and haki flowed slowly. Her fist seemed to be covered with a layer of haki armor, giving her an indestructible feeling. When haki flows, even black lightning flashes. Okay, then I'll show you what the new world is. Smoothie snorted coldly, and haki poured into the blade crazily, with a faint black and red flame-shaped haki on the sword. Die. Smoothie suddenly disappeared, and appeared above Hina the next second, slashing down with both hands raised, and Hina's fist also went up to meet it. Seeing the fist and the blade collide, Smoothie was ecstatic. Open black lens bracket win, close black lens bracket. Although Smoothie suppressed Hina, but Hina is also a blood cow who can withstand and hide. Normal attacks don't take away much health, and the pre-swing of the powerful move is too long and can't hit the target. Unfortunately, the life energy extracted is limited and cannot withstand such waste. Helplessly, she could only try this crude method of provoking the opponent and take her chances. I never expected it to work. The other party actually wanted to fight me head on. Smoothie was overjoyed and quickly used up all his life energy to use his strongest move. Although the opponent's haki condensed punch was not easy to use, she was confident that she would win. This kind of big move confrontation is not like the usual back and forth battle, it is purely a competition of strength. Whenever they face off, the strong will win and the weak will perish. Marine, you are strong, but I am the one who laughs last. Closing square bracket. Thinking of this, Smoothie showed a confident smile on his face. But the next moment, Hina suddenly turned into a ball of white mist and disappeared. Smoothie looked stunned. The sword fell to the ground with all the strength of his body. The dazzling sword light burst out, splitting the entire rapeseed town into two halves. The sword's force continued as it rushed far into the desert, leaving behind a ravine that stretched as far as the eye could see. Smoothie was trembling all over, his eyes were bloodshot. You're trying to trick me. Marine, I'm F****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************� The white smoke swirled for a while and turned into Hina again. Hina wiped the blood from her cheek and looked at her arms and hands. Although I just cheated the other party, the injury I suffered before was real. Fortunately, his armament haki was not weak. Although he was suppressed, he was not completely powerless to fight back, so his injuries were not serious. Bloodline Madara's arms look intimidating, but they are actually just superficial injuries. In the world of pirates where everyone has a high blood count, it's like popping a pimple. Smoothie was trembling with anger. Mean. Shameless. Such a heroic female marine would actually use such a despicable trick. The sword just now was my strongest attack. Directly empty the life energy obtained from the squeezed part. If he hadn't prioritized restoring his injuries and physical strength when extracting energy, those subordinates would have died in vain. Hiss. Smoothie took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. In any case, thanks to those subordinates, he is now almost at full health and mana, much stronger than the opponent. As one side gains, the other loses, there is still a chance of winning. Thinking of this, Smoothie felt much more at ease. He raised his sword and rushed forward. Sword shadows fell like a storm. Hina was not to be outdone. Armament Hockey infused both arms and rushed straight in with sword shadows all over the sky, like a pink and white butterfly flying into a storm. But the scene of him being chopped into pieces did not appear. Instead, he was like a reef in a flood, firmly resisting Smoothie's tsunami-like attack. The collision between fist and blade made a sound of metal hitting each other. The dense and huge sound made the ground tremble continuously. The two forces collided, generating a hurricane-like shock wave that overturned the already shaky houses. Soon, most of Rapeseed Town was turned into ruins. White Comet. Hina jumped high, moved quickly in the air, and circled around Smoothie, constantly looking for an opportunity. Suddenly, she punched Smoothie hard, and her elemental fist rushed down like a giant white python. Don't underestimate me. Smoothie raised his head and roared, his legs slightly bent, and his hands tightly grasped the huge sword, like a fully drawn bow and arrow. When the giant white fist pressed down, she swung her sword violently, and a hockey slash went straight towards the giant fist in the air. Seeing the slash and the fist collide, the white fist suddenly exploded into dozens of white mist balls. The white mist moved at an extremely fast speed, bypassing the slash and hitting Smoothie like a meteor. Open black lens bracket not good, close black lens bracket. Smoothie was horrified and quickly jumped away to avoid it. However, these fogs are extremely fast and have strange trajectories. Although she dodged most of them, a few fog balls still hit her. I originally thought that the fog was nothing, but I didn't expect that these fogs were highly concentrated smoke. Advertisement. Once it touches Smoothie, there will be a violent explosion, the power of which is no less than that of high explosives. Smoothie immediately activated the armament hockey defense on his entire body, but the powerful force still broke through the hockey defense. After the explosion, she flew out in smoke, hit the ground heavily, and rolled several times before coming to a halt in a mess. Cough, cough. Smoothie knelt on one knee, leaning on his sword, holding his chest and coughing. Every time I cough, a puff of smoke comes out of my mouth. I wanted to get up, but suddenly I felt a pain in my side and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Damn, such a strong power. Several ribs were broken, and the arm bone was also fractured. On the other hand, Hina is very aware of the importance of last hitting. After the attack was successful, it immediately turned into smoke and rushed towards Smoothie like a white hurricane. The next moment, he appeared behind Smoothie, hockey flowing on his fist, bursting out with black lightning. The farce is over. Just as Hina was about to cut Smoothie's skull, or head, a deep voice suddenly came from not far away. Sand blade. The sand on the ground seemed to come alive, instantly condensing into a yellow-brown sand blade, slashing towards Hina fiercely. Because it is located in Alabasta and is surrounded by yellow sand, Hina did not expect such a change to happen. Caught off guard, he was cut in half at the chest by the sand blade. The sand blade then dispersed into a ball of sand, flew to a short distance, and condensed into a crocodile. He lit a cigar, took a puff, and then greeted Hina with a forced smile. Ha, 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 Hina Vice Admiral, long time no see. Hina's lower body turned into white smoke and disappeared, while her upper body was suspended in the air. Hearing the voice, he slowly turned around and stared at Crocodile. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Sir Crocodile, since you dare to attack Marine directly, you must have realized something. Crocodile took a deep puff of the cigar, feeling the aroma and heat in his chest, and then slowly exhaled the smoke. By the way, this is the first time I see you so wounded. It seems that you have suffered a lot, ha, ha, ha. Hina just stared at him without saying anything, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. He felt like she was talking to herself and looked like a clown. He glanced at Smoothie beside Hina, stretched out his hand, and a small vortex of sand and dust condensed in his palm. Sha Lan. Crocodile threw a vortex of sand in Hina's direction, which instantly grew into a sand tornado. Hina frowned and quickly gathered her body and landed on the ground. Smoke fruit has a problem, it is afraid of wind. Hina had no difficulty resisting a tornado of this size with her main body. But it's different after becoming an element. God knows where it will be swept to. Seeing the sandstorm coming, Hina covered her body with armed color, ready to take this powerful but flashy attack. But what she didn't expect was that, to Hina's surprise, the tornado was not aimed at her, but at Smoothie. The moment Smoothie came into contact with the tornado, he was swept away like a leaf. The other one, advertisement, just flew away like that. Even though he was injured, it shouldn't be that serious, right? The tornado continued to twist and turned, heading straight for the pirate's ship, sweeping away her 2 sisters as well. However, this tornado was clearly carefully calculated. 4-1, this is not an advantage for me, this is simply a perfect start. Oni-sama, kill this woman. The honor of the Big Mom pirates cannot be violated. When she tilted her head one last time and saw Hina, who was cold and silent, she was suddenly shocked. Oni-sama. But now, after listening to the two of them talking to each other, I couldn't help but glance at them. If it were just them, they wouldn't dare to fight with Hina. Why is my usually gentle sister suddenly so mean to me? The only reasonable explanation is, Marine did it. Strong and Snarman were both startled and shut their mouths obediently, but their eyes were full of grievance. At this time, Smoothie's 2 sisters let out low moans. The 2 of them stood up immediately. Thinking of this, the 2 men looked at Hina with eyes full of anger, as if they wanted to tear her to pieces with their eyes. The other. As long as you take action, this woman will immediately fall to her knees. Originally, Crocodile only had Smoothie in his eyes. As for these two, they were just accessories at most and he didn't take them seriously at all. In the pirate's world, a broken bone is the least serious injury, but falling down the stairs is more dangerous. Okay, sister, we were careless just now. Next, I will kill her in seconds. Yes, let this idiot see the true terror of the Big Mom pirates. Besides, the crocodile next to him doesn't seem to be an enemy. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw Smoothie and immediately felt relieved. Sister. The reason why Mom asked us to come out to train may not be because of our strength. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth and said calmly, how badly are you injured? You can't just die like that. Sister, I want to turn her into AF G human. The two struggled to get up and looked at Hina, their eyes almost burning. Then, looking at Crocodile with a poker face, his heart suddenly tightened. Oni-sama. Damn Marine, how dare you do this to us? Smoothie's eyes twitched, his face became hot unconsciously, and he quickly shouted, okay, shut up. Crocodile. After a while, the tornado slowly dissipated, and the three sisters landed right next to Crocodile. HMPH, don't underestimate me, it's just a minor injury. Huh, Smoothie let out a long sigh and dusted himself off, thank you very much this time. They had just been blown away by a tornado, so naturally they were not very gentle. The violent vibration made them wake up slowly. Smoothie swung his sword, his movements still agile, and it seemed that the broken ribs had no effect on him. Smoothie also felt a headache when he saw this. The other one. But my sister is right beside me, why should I be afraid? Chapter 256. Execute the mission ahead of schedule. Hina looked at the noise on the other side without saying a word or taking any action, just staring at Crocodile. King Cobra asked Serenity to keep an eye on Crocodile, but now he is here, which means. Thinking of this, Hina's expression turned as cold as ice. Crocodile, where's Serenity? You mean that annoying guy? Crocodile reached into his bosom, pulled out a golden badge and threw it at Hina's feet. Hina looked down and her pupils shrank. This is the golden emblem of the Alabasta Defense Force. The officers of the Alabasta Defense Force are divided into 4 levels: gold, silver, bronze and iron. Among them, the golden badge has extremely high authority, second only to the king, and can mobilize more than half of the country's defense forces. Since King Cobra disbanded the defense forces, the only ones with the golden badge are Ekalem and Serenity. Because of King Cobra's trust, Serenity completely returned to his heart and stayed in Alabasta wholeheartedly, becoming the strongest warrior in the kingdom. He has always been proud of this badge and carries it with him wherever he goes. Now, the badge that he valued like his life was here. There was only one possibility, that it had been murdered. Hina picked up the golden badge, wiped off the sand on it, and carefully put it into her clothes. When she looked up again, her eyes were full of murderous intent. Smoothie and Crocodile stared at each other without showing any weakness, but their bodies were tense and ready to attack at any time. But there are still Strong and Snarman. Strong. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. A broken badge is treated as a treasure. How ridiculous and poor. Snarman. Yeah, what? Did your friend die? Was he a Marine too? Good thing he died. I kill Marines every year. Before she finished her words, Hina suddenly disappeared. So fast. Closing square bracket. Smoothie and Crocodile were both surprised. The next second, Hina appeared behind Snamman and punched Snamman in the face with a fist filled with thick hockey and endless anger. There was a dull bang, and Snamman's head exploded like a watermelon. A sticky pile of red and white splashed out and sprayed all over Strong's face. Strong felt the stickiness on his face and looked at his sister's headless body. He was stunned at first, then his pupils trembled violently and he let out a shrill and terrified cry. Advertisement. Hina had no intention of letting her go and turned around and kicked her in the face. This kick will hit the head again. A-hole. Smoothie finally reacted, and hurriedly appeared in front of his sister, raised his sword, and blocked the kick. Crocodile also seized the opportunity to attack. Desert Sword. Several blades made of sand slashed towards Hina. Although Hina was angry, she did not lose her head and dodged several sand blades by transforming into an element. Sand Crocodile is in trouble. Crocodile touched the ground with both hands. The yellow sand on the ground surged, and suddenly a crocodile head made of yellow sand emerged. It was 100 meters long and opened its mouth wide to swallow Hina into its mouth. The crocodile then began to retract, trying to take Hina underground. The yellow sand here is hundreds of meters thick. Once you reach the deep end of the sand, even Logia will be captured. Tempest Kick White Thunder. Suddenly, the crocodile let out a scream, and a huge circular slash cut the crocodile's head in half. Thick smoke rushed out from the yellow sand and turned into Hina's appearance again. Hina flashed in front of Crocodile. It seems that the lesson I gave you was not enough. Then he punched Crocodile in the stomach. Although Crocodile is a Shichibukai and very powerful, his physical skills have always been a weakness. Smoothie did not stand in front of her as usual, but raised his sword towards Hina's back. Hina's body shook violently, her hands and feet were bound tightly by the yellow sand, and Smoothie's sword was stuck in her back, nailing her to the spot. Crocodile and Smoothie exchanged a meaningful look, then rushed over at the same time. Although she was not injured, Hina was also knocked to the ground. Crocodile stretched out his hand, and a crack appeared in the ground, like a huge mouth of the abyss, trying to swallow Hina. I knew she was strong, but I didn't expect her to be so difficult to deal with. I don't want to say this, but thanks to you this time. Advertisement. Finally got rid of her. Smoothie looked at Hina, at his two sisters, then at the shattered town and the pirates' ship. Blue flames suddenly appeared on Hina's wound. After all, joining you guys is considered an early mission. But Smoothie had arrived by then and slashed Hina's back with a fierce sword. After Hina landed, she ignored Crocodile and Smoothie and rushed towards Strong again. Let's go straight to the palace. We need to get what we want before the Marine gets the news. But this move has no effect on Logia, and Hina easily breaks free from the restraints after transforming into an element. At the same time, several sand ropes emerged from inside and tightly wrapped around Hina's body. Elder sister. Smoothie let go of his hand and staggered back 2 steps. Iron body, hardened weapons. The long sword slashed his back. Looking at Smoothie rushing over, a glimmer of light appeared in Strong's desperate eyes. But another fist landed on his face almost at the same time, knocking him out directly and creating a deep hole on the ground. Before she could figure out what was going on, Hina punched her, smashing half of her body into pieces. Strong screamed and swung his sword wildly, but Hina smashed the sword with just a slap, and followed with her other fist. Then there was another poof sound. Don't come over here. Seeing Hina attacking, he quickly crossed his hands and barely blocked the punch. Damn it, this trick doesn't work against Logia, I still have to attack the main body. Suddenly, her pupils dilated violently. But the next moment, her pupils shook violently. Yeah, Crocodile relit a cigar. His sword was covered with hockey, and the feeling just now was definitely not to dodge in advance. Smoothie nodded and walked over to Hina, trying to pull out the weapon. Sand Coffin. Chapter 257. Capturing Smoothie. Smoothie and Crocodile were surprised to see the blue flames on Hina. Crocodile and Whitebeard have a grudge against each other, and the Big Mom pirates are also hostile to the Whitebeard pirates. So the two were no strangers to the regenerating flame. But why did this thing appear on Hina? The first reaction of the two was, when did Marco get hurt? The second reaction was, how can we fight this? Even if we call Whitebeard and Big Mom over, they can only grind him to death. Just as the two of them were stunned, Hina slowly stood up. This is really cruel. Hina slowly pulled out the sword that pierced her and threw it on the ground like trash. In the blink of an eye, the fatal sword wound that had pierced through his body disappeared. Then, all the injured parts of her face and hands began to burn with blue flames, and the wounds healed quickly. A few seconds later, Hina stood in front of the two men, unharmed. If his clothes weren't a little messy, you wouldn't have known that he had been through a brutal battle. Looking at Hina's deep gaze, Smoothie and Crocodile took a deep breath and felt their scalps tingling. This feeling is like playing the death wheel. You finally win the bet, but then you find out that your opponent is an immune-to-death zombie. How can we fight this? This thought arose in both of their minds at the same time. Crocodile reacted quickly and formed a small tornado with his hands. Super Shalon. He threw the tornado out, and it quickly expanded until it penetrated the sky and the earth. The huge wind vent was like a huge mouth of an abyss, sucking in all the sand and soil from the surrounding houses. Smoothie and Hina are in the middle of a tornado. The high-speed flying sand and gravel fell on the surrounding wooden boards like a shotgun, directly creating transparent holes. Smoothie hurriedly covered the armament hockey, and the sand and gravel fell on his body, making a crisp sound. In order to withstand the storm, Hina did not transform into an element, but simply used her body to absorb the sand. The gravel scratched tiny wounds on his face and body, which were instantly healed by the regenerating flames, and it seemed as if there was a constant flash of blue light on his body. Crocodile yelled at Smoothie, split up. After saying that, he turned into a ball of yellow sand and merged into the sandstorm. Then a tall wall of sand rose between Smoothie and Hina, separating the two and giving Smoothie a chance to escape. Advertisement. This is not because Crocodile is kind. After Hina revealed the power of the Phoenix, Crocodile realized that there was no way they could win. He did this now, of course, not for Smoothie, but to do a favor for Big Mom behind her. No matter how tyrannical you are, no matter how much you treat your subordinates like grass, you can't treat the top cadres as consumables. After hearing what Crocodile said, Smoothie also reacted, and without caring about the sword, he turned around and ran away. Hina snorted coldly, jumped high into the air, and transformed into a phoenix form. I don't know if it's the original color or if it's influenced by smoke fruit. After Hina transforms, she becomes a large white bird with blue flames, slightly different from Marco. When it turns into smoke, it cannot exert any strength, so it is afraid of strong winds. But the phoenix is different. It has the power to fight the storm. Hina flapped her wings and instantly flew over the sand wall, rushing towards Smoothie like white lightning. Smoothie was startled and quickly turned around and kicked him. Although he prefers to use swordsmanship and fruit abilities, as a member of the long-legged tribe, Smoothie's kicking skills are also quite good. The phoenix flipped in the air, transformed into a human beast form, and kicked out. Their legs collided, Smoothie groaned, took a few steps back, and bruises appeared on his legs. It seemed that he had suffered a small loss. Hina took advantage of the situation and instantly transformed back into the phoenix form. Two claws grabbed Smoothie's shoulders, and the sharp claws dug deep into the flesh. Smoothie screamed and was thrown to the ground. But he was unwilling to surrender, so he knocked his feet together and a dagger emerged from his boots. Smoothie grabbed the dagger with all his strength and stabbed it into the belly of the phoenix. While Hina was getting up in surprise, she quickly stood up, grabbed the two bird claws, spun them around a few times, and then threw them out hard. Hina flew out in a circle, flapped her wings, and stopped steadily in the air. Flames regenerated from the abdomen, and soon the dagger fell off, and the wound disappeared. Hina turns into a human beast. Her body and head remain the same as before, but her arms are wings and her legs are long bird legs and claws. Tempest kick Lan Yan. Ha, 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 it's useless. No one can stop a tornado in the desert. No one can defeat me in the desert. I am looking forward to our next meeting. I hope you can live to see that time. Hina showed no mercy and unleashed a dozen more flame spears, piercing her arms and legs, pinning her to the ground. Then several flame spears fell, piercing Smoothie's back and pinning her to the ground. I just created an opportunity for Smoothie, but I didn't expect that he would be captured alive so cleanly. Advertisement. Also, although I don't know why Hina can turn into a tricky phoenix. As long as the flames were not extinguished, she would not die. He was confident that even if he couldn't win, Hina couldn't do anything to him. Don't even think about running away. Smoothie was hit unexpectedly, the wind blade cut deeply into his flesh, followed by an explosion of blue flames. The violent impact caused Smoothie to spit out blood. As expected of Hina Vice Admiral, it looks like this battle will end with Marine's victory. The flame gun contained a regenerating flame that pierced through her while also healing her. But the strong wind environment around can greatly limit the ability of smoke fruit. The huge human face stared at Hina and then laughed strangely. Ha, 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 ha. With that, the tornado began to move deep into the desert. Suddenly, the yellow sand on the tornado gathered and dispersed, revealing a huge human face, which looked to be crocodile. After all, this is Alabasta, a desert with yellow sands, and also crocodile's home ground. As long as you are in the desert, you are the king. Blue flame starburst. However, he was not panicked at all. Crocodile cursed inwardly. Hina flapped her wings and rushed forward in a flash of white light. When I looked up, I was stunned. But the tornado shook a few times and then returned to its original shape. It even became even bigger due to the impact of the explosion. She kicked out fiercely, and because they were 3 bird claws, 3 wind blades appeared directly, containing the regeneration flame compressed to the ultimate. Crocodile felt a chill running down his spine straight to the top of his head. I'll give you everything. The Shichibukai name, Baroque Works, Rainland Casino, my subordinates, everything. I'll give it all to you. It's just some boring stuff anyway. Smoothie screamed, but still tried desperately to pull out the flame gun. As soon as he finished speaking, the light around him suddenly dimmed. Crocodile. A huge ball of blue flame hit the human face on the tornado, and a violent explosion occurred instantly, shattering the human face. But thinking about escaping is wishful thinking. Between the Logia strongmen, it is difficult to truly determine the winner unless there is restraint or suppression by superiors and subordinates. I saw a huge black dragon appearing in the sky, blocking out the sun, staring at me with cold eyes. Then, the giant face reappeared. Open black lens bracket waist. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 258 Escape. Looking at the 1,000-meter-long black dragon looming in the sky, Crocodile was also stunned and felt his mouth go dry. Guy. Kaido. No, the color is wrong. The dragon stared at the tornado coldly. King of the desert. It's been so long since we last met, but you're still so arrogant, Crocodile. When it comes to observation hockey, Smoker is much better than Hina. Even though they are far away, he can locate Crocodile body at a glance. Crocodile was shocked. Smoker. What happened? Isn't he Logia? And this Hina too, why can she show 2 abilities? The dragon did not answer. It took a deep breath, opened its mouth, and spurted out a column of fire several dozen meters thick. Dragon breath. The column of fire shot straight into the tornado, and the heat could be felt from a long distance away. Crocodile was horrified. Sand storm spin. The tornado accelerated its rotation, sucking up a thick column of sand, which collided with the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath hit the sand column, and the yellow sand instantly melted into red magma. For a moment, flames, strong winds, yellow sand, and magma intertwined to turn the world into a red world. Smoothie was also stunned when he saw this scene. Seeing Hina also looking over there, he struggled to escape. But Hina wouldn't give her the chance, as the giant white bird landed on her and stomped several of the flame spears deeper. Smoker has taken action, so you should just stay here and watch the show with Hina. The huge black dragon was circling in the air, and the strong wind that tore through the steel and rocks had no effect on him at all. Seeing the pillar of fire being blocked, he sneered. It was actually blocked, what can you do? Crocodile was sweating profusely. I had just used all my abilities to block this catastrophic attack. How could I have the courage to confront Smoker head on now? He quickly activated his ability and controlled the tornado to move deeper into the desert. Advertisement. There is no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, and only the endless yellow sand can give him a sense of security. It's too late to run. The huge black dragon fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the entire ground shook. Then the darkness spread like a tide. Because of its huge body, the speed of release was thousands of times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, everything in sight was covered by darkness. Dark Cave Road. In an instant, whether it was the tornado that covered the sky, the flying yellow sand, or even the clouds in the sky, they all seemed to be dragged into the darkness by an invisible giant hand. The sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, suddenly became blue without even a trace of clouds left. There was a disheveled figure in the darkness. It was Crocodile. At this moment, he was on all fours, struggling desperately to stand up, but the gravity of darkness was simply beyond his ability to resist. Suppressed by gravity, his bones all over his body were creaking and he couldn't move at all. Smoker changed into human form and slowly walked to Crocodile. Is this the end? How boring. I was expecting you to become stronger. Look at how miserable you are. You still want to kill Whitebeard. What a joke. It's more realistic to wait until he dies of old age. Originally, Crocodile's eyes were filled with fear and regret. After hearing this, he suddenly became resentful and angry. He raised his head tremblingly, staring at Smoker with his bloodshot eyes. You be asterisk 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 D, I must kill you, kill Whitebeard. Smoker sneered. You have good eyes, but unfortunately, without strong strength, will and hatred are just a joke in the end. After saying that, he raised his hand, and all the darkness turned into a ball of black gas, and then disappeared in an instant. Crocodile felt his body relax, and all the gravity that was suppressing him disappeared. Before he could react, the next second, a big foot landed on his face and kicked him dozens of meters away. Smoker slowly put his feet down. I'm curious, how did you get in touch with Big Mom? Tell me obediently, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, you will regret not dying immediately. I originally thought that Smoothie's coming here was just a coincidence, but just now when I was in the sky, I saw that Smoothie and Crocodile interacted quite a lot. Advertisement. It seems that the two people have known each other for a long time. And Smoothie came here with a plan. Crocodile coughed up some blood, gasped for a long time before catching his breath, and gritted his teeth and said, you be asterisk 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 D, if you have the guts, just kill me. Smoker grabbed his hair and lifted him up. Crocodile, let me teach you a lesson today. Weak people don't get to choose how they die. After saying that, he threw him far into the air. Since you want to die. Smoker kicked hard, and a wind blade flew towards Crocodile. Crocodile fell powerlessly from the air, and seeing the wind blade getting closer and closer, his eyes were filled with despair. Looking at Smoker who had a sarcastic look on his face not far away, his eyes suddenly fixed. No, I can't die here. Closing square bracket. I want to survive. I must kill Whitebeard and this dark B asterisk 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 D. Closing square bracket. Ah, he roared in the air, desperately squeezing out the remaining strength in his body, and successfully activated the ability of the fruit. He suddenly transformed into an element, his body turned into a ball of yellow sand, and he dodged the wind blade's attack. Then a yellow sand crocodile head jumped out of the ground, took the crocodile in its mouth, and then turned around and dived into the desert. Hina, who was far away, became very anxious when she saw this. She didn't care about Smoothie anymore and quickly turned into a phoenix and rushed over. Smoker reached out to stop her. Hina, it's okay. Smoker smiled as if everything was under control. It doesn't matter, let him go. One hostage is enough anyway. Besides, I also need someone of importance to go out and report the news. Hina suddenly realized. You did this on purpose. That's right, Smoker has the ability to foresee the future. If he really wants to kill Crocodile, he won't stand a chance at all. After feeling Crocodile's breath escaping, Smoker turned around and touched Hina's face. Thank you for your hard work today. Do you like the gift I gave you? Hina blushed and nodded vigorously. Hina, I'm so happy. I didn't expect that your double fruit plan would actually succeed. Chapter 259 Treating the Wounded. Smoker hugged Hina. Yeah, we have done a lot this year. Then you have to tell me in detail. You were always vague on the phone. That's natural. Smoker released the darkness, locking up Smoothie, and the two hugged each other tightly. After a long time, they finally separated in a loving manner. The two carefully identified the direction and returned to Rapeseed Town. The town is now in ruins. It is not accurate to call it ruins. It should be said that it has become waste slag buried in the yellow sand. Thanks to Hina for evacuating all residents to surrounding towns in advance despite everyone's opposition, otherwise there would be a lot of casualties. Hina Vice Admiral. In the distance, a group of Marines ran over breathlessly. They were Hina's subordinates. The battle just now was massive, especially the last tornado which was like a world-destroying natural disaster. Seeing that the situation was not good, they carried the wounded and fled. Fortunately, they evacuated in time. Although the anti-aircraft guns and other supplies were swept away, at least there were no new casualties. Just now seeing the tornado disappear, they hurried back with swords and guns to support Smoker and Hina. Seeing that Smoker and Hina were fine, everyone gathered around them happily. Hina took 2 steps forward. The battle is over, everyone, line up. Everyone was shocked. Yes. Commodore Jomi, report the casualties. Xiao Mi is Hina's assistant and the deputy commander of this operation. He gave a standard military salute. Reporting to Vice Admiral Hina, in this battle, the Marines have 11 seriously injured and 37 slightly injured. No one is dead or missing, but some supplies have been lost, and the statistics have not yet been completed. Hina nodded, her expression slightly relaxed. As long as no one died in the battle, it would be a good result, as the wounded could always recover. As for supplies, don't worry about them. Xiao Mi said with a guilty look on his face. Sorry, Hina Vice Admiral, we couldn't help you. It was Smoker Vice Admiral who took action. The Marines behind him also lowered their heads. Facing a powerful enemy, he had no choice but to leave his commander behind to fight the enemy, and he also needed the assistance of other troops. This is a huge shame. Hina waved her hand. It doesn't matter. This is not an enemy the Marine branch can handle. Your retreat is an order issued by Hina based on the actual situation. You don't need to take it to heart. All the Marines were so moved that they shouted in unison, Hina Vice Admiral. Suddenly, one of the wounded men moved his wound and groaned unconsciously. Hina rushed to the injured person and asked, Are you okay? Then look at the other wounded. The lightly injured are fine, most of them have only flesh wounds and have been bandaged. But those who were seriously injured were more troublesome. The most seriously injured one had his belly cut by the aftermath of the slash. If he hadn't been wrapped in white cloth, he would probably have been lying on the ground. Due to limited conditions, the military doctor only did a simple stitching and the patient is still in danger. Hina said anxiously, Smoker, come and help them. Smoker shook his head. It's not me who should help them, but you. Dark fruit takes time and effort to absorb damage, how can it be compared to regenerating flame incense? They all have new injuries, and regenerating flames are their professional match. Hina suddenly realized that she had also heard of the name of Phoenix Marco and knew the information about the flame of regeneration, but she didn't remember it in a hurry. Hina nodded and held out her hand, and a blazing blue flame appeared. Marines. Then Hina waved her hand, and blue flames spread out, enveloping all the wounded. The first feeling of all the wounded was like soaking in a hot spring, warm, comfortable, and gentle. The pain from the wound and the fatigue from running slowly disappeared. Suddenly, they felt unbearable numbness and itching on the wounds. Some people could not help but pull off the bandages, only to see that the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Especially the wounded man whose stomach was ripped open. With every breath, the hideous wound kept shrinking and becoming lighter and lighter, until only a shallow mark was left. In just a few minutes, everyone recovered. Hina's face relaxed, and the Marines cheered loudly. Many people secretly decided that they would follow Hina Vice Admiral's lead in the future. Wherever you go, we go. Smoker smiled and said nothing. This kind of thing is really no big deal for Hina now. During the Battle of Onigashima, Marco was dealing with Jin, Quinn and Perospero while using the Flame of Regeneration to heal thousands of warriors on the field. Advertisement. In terms of physique and hockey, Hina is now no less than Marco. Treating dozens of injuries is just a drop in the bucket at best. Smoker walked over to Hina and whispered in her ear, the battle here cannot be hidden from Marshal Sengoku. I'm afraid you will have to return to headquarters soon. Hina was stunned and nodded silently. Hina now has become an admiral-level fighter. Just talking about physique and hockey, he can easily beat almost all vice admirals, not to mention that he has dual fruit abilities. Although it is not like Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Chatten, which can use AoE to kill enemies in a large area. But it was replaced by the regenerating flame, which can be used to heal both individual enemies and groups. Today's Marine has no shortage of control and output, and even the damage is a bit excessive. What it lacks is a powerful nurse. Originally, Smoker could barely be considered one, but Dark Fruit had to leave combat when healing, so it was very restrictive. Now that I have Hina, things are different. You fight your battles and I nurse mine, and nothing is delayed. So, in terms of strategic value alone, Hina is now even higher than Admiral. There is no way Sengoku would leave such a strategic figure in Alabasta. After finishing their work, everyone boarded the warship, left Rapeseed Town and headed towards the Marine base. Fortunately, the warship was parked far away, so it was not affected by the battle. On the warship, Smoker reported the battle in detail to Sengoku. Crocodile defected. Smoothie arrested. Smoker and Hina become dual fruit users. A series of heavy news directly burned Sengoku's CPU. No, how could a provocation by a four emperors cadre lead to so many problems? When Sengoku asked carefully, he found out that Smoker was already a dual fruit user in Punk Hazard, and his blood pressure soared. You are such a dog. You hid such an important result. However, after listening to Smoker's explanation and knowing that only the fish fruit, blue dragon form and the bird fruit, phoenix form can be perfectly copied, Sengoku calmed down. The value of technology that cannot be promoted on a large scale is ultimately limited. More importantly, the only two fruits of success were eaten by Marine. The meat is rotten in your own pot, what is there to complain about? Sengoku originally wanted Smoker and Hina to hurry back to naval headquarters, but Smoker refused. The reason is to make up for the holiday. Sengoku was furious, but there was nothing he could do. After hanging up the phone, he lost his temper in the office and yelled at Zephyr. That B*********** D is talking more and more like Garp now. The key is that he is even more cunning than Garp. By the way, where's that B asterisk 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 D Garp? Why haven't I seen him in the past 2 days? Sengoku has very complicated feelings towards Garp. I get annoyed when I see him, and I get anxious when I don't see him. In order to prevent him from running around, his boat was sent for repair. Now only the keel is left. It will take at least a year or two to repair it. Zephyr was originally slumped on the sofa and was also stunned when he heard this. He left 2 days ago and said you approved his vacation. Sengoku was stunned at first, then furious. That B asterisk 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 D, when did I approve his leave? No, when did he ask for leave? No, he didn't even have his boat, how did he leave? At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Sengoku suppressed his anger. Who? Come in. The door opened, and Bogart walked in with a document in his hand. Marshal Sengoku, Teacher Zephyr, you are all here. Sengoku hummed, and said unkindly, Bogart, do you want to talk to us about something? And where's that old B asterisk 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 D Garp? A flash of embarrassment crossed Bogart's face. Marshal Sengoku, this is Vice Admiral Garp's leave request. I want you to approve it. Don't look at me like that. Vice Admiral Garp sent it to me via email, and I just received it. Also, Mr. Zephyr, Mr. Garp asked me to bring you a message. Your boat hasn't been sailed for a long time. It would be a waste to leave it there. He will help you try it. Zephyr jumped up. FK. My boat. It's just been renovated. I haven't even ridden it myself, how can he? Sengoku. Zephyr. Don't try to persuade me, Sengoku. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. Calm down. Go and have the general staff issue a document to fire that old senbei guy. And put him on the wanted list. Sengoku, if you say that, I have to advise you. Impulse is the devil. ... Smoker and Hina were sailing when they suddenly received a call from King Cobra. Advertisement. After hearing the content of the phone call, both of them were shocked. Without even bothering to get on the boat, they quickly transformed and flew to the rainy land. The two arrived at a large house, which was the headquarters of the Baroque works. At this time, this place was surrounded by Alabasta's guards. Crocodile's betrayal is a foregone conclusion. Although the world government's announcement has not yet been issued, King Cobra has already impatiently ordered the closure of this place. Because of the relationship between Smoker and Hina, Baroque Works suffered a devastating blow, and it can be said that all its elite members were lost. Under Hina's close surveillance, Crocodile did not dare to make any unusual moves. Without money or people, the once mysterious and powerful Baroque Works gradually became an ordinary gang. Anyone with eyes can see that Crocodile has completely given up on this place. After verifying the identities of the two men, the guards led them into Alabasta's headquarters and into a secret room. To their surprise, King Cobra was also there. Seeing Smoker, King Cobra greeted him and gave up his seat. In front of him, there was a person lying. It was Serendi. Serendi is in a very strange state right now. He lay on the ground with his eyes closed. He did not look dead, but he was motionless and did not respond to the calls of people around him. Smoker went forward to examine him carefully. His right arm was shriveled and dry, like a branch. There was a small wound on his left shoulder, and the surrounding skin was purple-black. The strangest thing was that his body became extremely hard, and when knocked, it made a crisp sound like steel hitting steel. Has the doctor checked it? King Cobra sighed. I have been here, but he is in such a state that it is impossible to do any examination. Neither a scalpel nor a needle can penetrate him. The only thing we found was a few drops of blood on the ground, which contained scorpion venom. Scorpion venom. Smoker was shocked. Crocodile's hook contains scorpion venom. In other words, this wound was left by Crocodile. The right arm was probably also drained of moisture by Crocodile. But what's going on with his current state? This is not something that Crocodile's ability can cause. Suddenly, Smoker had an idea. Crocodile's ability is not good, then Serendi's own ability is good. Seeing Smoker's expression change, King Cobra quickly asked, Smoker-kun, did you find anything? He still cares a lot about Serendi. Although the other party was a pirate, his motives for coming to Alabasta were not pure. But in the past few years, he has clearly witnessed the changes in the other party. Thanks to Serendi's efforts, there are more and more underground rivers and oases in the desert, and the bandits and robbers hiding in the depths of the desert have also been surrendered or killed by him. King Cobra knew very well that Serendi truly regarded Alabasta as his home. Otherwise, he wouldn't have volunteered to monitor the dangerous crocodile. Smoker touched Serendi's body, checked it again, and felt that his judgment was correct, so he nodded. I do have an idea, but it's a bit risky. Cobra gritted his teeth and said, let's give it a try. If it works, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't, it's my responsibility. Okay, let's try it. Hina, come and help too. Hina. Oh, okay. Smoker took off Serendi's shirt and made him lie on the blanket. Then he transformed his right hand into an element and gently pressed it on his chest. Suddenly, Serendi opened his eyes and took a deep breath as if he was drowning, which scared King Cobra and others nearby. At the same time, the purple-black mark on the left shoulder began to spread. Smoker was well prepared and created a black hole, which instantly swallowed up all the flesh and bones here. When the black hole disappeared, Sarandy's entire left shoulder was cut off and blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! Sarandy screamed miserably and tried to struggle instinctively, but Smoker held him down and he couldn't move at all. Hina released the flame of regeneration with both hands and pressed it on his wounds. The blue flame burned fiercely, and the skin, flesh and bones of the left shoulder began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, the left shoulder recovered. Smoker yelled to the side. Water. 2 soldiers hurriedly brought over a water jar. Seeing the water, Sarandy ignored Smoker and got up and dived into the water tank to drink. As the water entered his stomach, his right arm became plump again. After a long while, Sarandy finally pulled his head out of the water tank and let out a comfortable groan. Ah, I'm finally alive. Chapter 260. Pretend Death Crystal. Sarandy's head was full of water and he looked extremely miserable. King Cobra asked with concern, Silindi, are you okay? Ikalem, Bell and others around came over in surprise. It seems like they got along pretty well during this time. Sarandy smiled and said, thank you, King Cobra. I thought I was dead. Smoker came forward. Silindi, what did you do? How could you make it so ugly? Before coming to Alabasta, Sarandy was also a famous pirate, and even dared to challenge Crocodile. Otherwise, King Cobra would not be confident in letting him monitor Baroque alone. Smoker wouldn't be surprised if Sarandy lost to Crocodile. But now Sarandy is almost dead, and Crocodile appears in Rapeseed Town unscathed. Smoker said he didn't understand. Smoker, Hina, it's great that you're here too. I have important information to report to you. Sarandy hurriedly told the two what had happened. Previously, Sarandy had been monitoring Crocodile in Rainland, but because of his Shichibukai identity, he could only gather intelligence from the outside. A few days ago, he intercepted a piece of information using a wiretap Den Mushi. Although it is not clear, I can hear some keywords such as Big Mom, Alabasta Royal Family, Smoothie, and historical text. Sarandy knew that this matter was of great importance. While reporting it to King Cobra, he risked his life to sneak into Baroque Works to look for information. His hard work paid off and he got the information he wanted. It turns out that Crocodile wanted to leave Alabasta a long time ago. After selecting for a long time, I finally contacted Big Mom and wanted to join. The Pledge of Allegiance is the historical text in the basement of the Alabasta Palace, as well as the vast wealth accumulated from casinos and slave trade. In fact, Big Mom readily agreed immediately. After all, Crocodile has already become famous, and if he is willing to join, he will definitely be a strong player. However, for the sake of confidentiality, Big Mom did not make it public, and only generals and a few core cadres knew about this situation. Crocodile knows that Big Mom values intelligence. In order to demonstrate his strength, he reported the intelligence directly to Smoothie's desk through special channels in advance. Advertisement. In other words, Smoothie always thought that he was looking for the historical text, but in fact he was being led by Crocodile. This information shocked Sarandy so much that he did not notice Crocodile approaching quietly. Crocodile launched a surprise attack and stung him with scorpion venom. The two fought a fierce battle, but the poisoned Sarandy was no match for him, and his right arm was drained by the power of the sand fruit. With no other options left, he activated his life-saving skill, feigning death and condensing crystals. Using the power of the fruit, he condenses his body into crystals harder than steel, thus avoiding death. But the side effects are also great. The whole person will lose consciousness and fall into a state of suspended animation. If you can't regain consciousness in time, you will really die after a long time. Therefore, even though he was almost beaten to death by Smoker that year, he did not dare to use this trick. But now it concerns the entire Alabasta, and he can't care about much. Sure enough, after using this trick, Crocodile was helpless for a while. This crystal was too hard, and he had no way of breaking it. Even his ability to absorb moisture, which he was so proud of, was useless. Just then, Smoothie was about to arrive, so Crocodile had to leave him here and leave first. I've been poisoned anyway. No matter how strong your defense and recovery are, you can't resist the poison. But he never expected that after using the suspended animation crystal, his blood would also crystallize and stop flowing, and the scorpion venom would naturally no longer spread. It can be said that he was not destined to die. Just then I met Smoker and Hina coming over. Smoker used the dark fruit's ability to directly break the suspended death crystal and violently cut off the poisoned flesh. Hina used the flame of regeneration to heal him in time. Smoker patted his shoulder. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Sarandy slapped his hand away without hesitation. If crew members or even ordinary cadres were arrested, these big pirates would just make a few verbal attacks. Therefore, Big Mom will never give up. After all, if a pirates group doesn't even want its mainstay, who would dare to join the Big Mom Pirates group in the future? Hina worriedly asked, Smoker, what do we do with that smoothie? Smoker looked and saw it was a newspaper gull. The subtitle is, Marine Vice Admiral Hina captures the great pirates Charlotte Smoothie alive. Advertisement. If that's the case, then what's the difference between that and being destroyed? Smoker ideographic, Hina. Then the music plays and the dance continues. You Marine can kill or chop them up as you please. Didn't the newspaper get delivered today? Closing square bracket. They are the face of the pirates. They are related to the dignity of the pirates. Anyway, You can't do it, there are plenty of people who can do it. There aren't many words, just a brief account of what happened. Since you value them so much, don't let anyone take them away next time. Then again, if the news hadn't gotten out, given the nature of the world government, they might actually ask the Marine to release the hostages. Hina fished out the gold badge. But the situation is different for top officials. Sarandy quickly took it, checked it carefully, and then put it back on his chest. Smoker retracted his hand and said awkwardly, "It's all the same, all the same. We caught him with great difficulty, why would you let him go just like that? You pirates have some dignity, but do first, the Marine, have no dignity. At that time, I was busy fighting and didn't think too much about it. The rest were all pictures of Hina and Smoothie fighting. The main title is, Marine New Victory Big Mom Pirates Group. Now think about it, this guy is a hot potato." Smoker also kept sucking his teeth. After finishing Sarandy's business, Smoker and Hina found a quiet room under the pretext of resting. "Stop being so cocky. I'm not your subordinate. I just don't want to disappoint King Cobra and everyone else. After all, they have always been the kind of politicians who try to keep things quiet." At this moment, there was a knocking sound on the window outside. Smoker took the newspaper, opened it and saw that it was a supplement with only one page of news. Even if Big Mom has more children, she can't fill this hole. After saying that, he flicked his thumb and the golden badge flew towards Sarandy. Without fresh blood, the entire pirates group will decline in time. But there is no way that we can let her go. Chapter 261 Considerations for Dominating the World. Smoker threw the newspaper aside. Well, Morgan's just chose it for me. Even if I wanted to let Smoothie go, it would be impossible. The whole world knew that she fell into Marine's hands. If he releases him now, isn't that a slap in the face to the world government? If this gets out, who will still take the world government seriously? Forget it, Hina, don't think too much about it. When I go back in 2 days, I will take her to impel down. It's late, I'm tired after a long day, let's go to sleep. No, Hina still has a lot to say to you. We'll talk about it later. The next day, Smoker woke up refreshed and went to find King Cobra with Hina. After seeing Cobra, they exchanged pleasantries for a while, and then Smoker said that he had something important to discuss with Cobra and asked him to find a secret room. Cobra knew Smoker, and seeing how serious he was, he did not dare to neglect him and quickly found a secret room. Smoker and King Cobra had a long secret conversation, and even Hina couldn't listen. Finally, King Cobra followed Smoker out with a serious face and escorted him out respectfully. Smoker and Hina said goodbye randomly and headed to the Marine base. On the way, Smoker took a break. Hina turned into a phoenix and worked hard on the journey, while Smoker lay lazily on her back. "What did you say to Cobra?" His expression changed. He looked at you as if he had seen a ghost. "Take your hand away." Smoker pulled his hand away from the big bird. "I just asked him if he was willing to restore the glory of his ancestors." "Huh, what do you mean? Haha, there's nothing to say about this. I'll tell you later." "Tisk, it's always like this, Hina is ignoring you." After saying that, he flapped his wings, accelerated suddenly, and streaked across the sky like a meteor. Smoker chuckled, put his hands on his head, closed his eyes, and basked in the sun comfortably. As Marine becomes more powerful, overthrowing the world government no longer seems to be an unattainable goal. So, Smoker has been thinking about it. What will the world look like after overthrowing world government? Or, how should the world be managed? As a time traveler, Smoker is very clear about the relationship between social form and productivity. The current pirates world is basically a semi-feudal and semi-slave society, with only a superficial touch of capitalism awakened in some places with developed commerce. Advertisement. Although there are so many powerful people in the pirates world who are capable of destroying a country, they also have more advanced technologies such as cloning, genetics, and robots than before they traveled through time. But in the eyes of all parties, these technologies and capabilities are just weapons. It is only used for destruction, not for construction. Therefore, although it possesses incredible power, it is of no benefit to the development of productivity. The best example of this is Vegapunk, possessing technology that is hundreds of years ahead of its time, dreaming of using technology to bring prosperity and peace. But after the world government obtained his technology, it just became a tool for the world government to maintain its rule. None of them are used for people's livelihood. Therefore, even if the world government is overthrown, there will not be a huge explosion in productivity. In this case, there is naturally no need to pursue equality for all, and there is no need to play capitalism in one step. Before traveling through time, Smoker was just an ordinary person. I have studied political economics and know the basic laws of social development. But that little knowledge was not enough for him to master a world that was completely different from his previous life. Therefore, Smoker is very clear about his position. What I need to do is to guide and protect, instead of relying on the half-baked knowledge from the previous life to point fingers. The most important goal at hand, it is to overthrow the world government and remove the shackles on people. To create a stable and peaceful world, we should honestly develop productivity. As long as productivity is sufficiently developed, it will naturally trigger subsequent social changes with just a little guidance. You just need to guide and observe. It is enough to make appropriate corrections, avoid going astray, and eliminate unnecessary disputes. In fact, Smoker agrees with Long's point of view. What he opposed was not the existence of the world government, but the corrupt rule of the celestial dragons. Smoker agrees with this. With the pirates' world as it is now, without a world government, the countries would become a mess. Therefore, given the current level of productivity, a new ruling class, or new rulers, is necessary. However, compared to Cobra, King Riku's kindness is enough, but he is a little too naive and indecisive to carry this world. It took a long time to confirm that Smoker was not crazy. Advertisement. However, many Marines were repairing their hulls, which had obviously been damaged by artillery fire. After all, he is a descendant of the 20 kings who founded the world government. The best option is not to change the superstructure, but to choose a benevolent feudal monarch. Although the current world government is corrupt, it does not mean that it has no supporters. Therefore, he was more inclined to choose Cobra. In the world of pirates, most royal families are cruel and incompetent. There are only a handful of people who can be called wise rulers. He did not agree outright, but just said he would think about it, and then left in a hurry. Smoker knew that he would not reveal the secret, so he let him move freely. Smoker thought for a long time and finally chose King Cobra. After all, this kind of farce is not uncommon in history books. In fact, in the pirates' world, there are countless people who dream of celestial dragons. In terms of bloodline, they are no different from celestial dragons. I don't know. Hina has never received a birthing application. How did she come in directly? Forget it, I'll ask when I get back to the office. Moreover, choosing Cobra has a unique advantage. Smoker believes that it looks more magnificent than the ships that several admirals sail on. Both of them love the people like their own children, and both have successors. After all, the right one is the best. This crazy statement almost scared Cobra silly. In the next few years or even decades, they will keep trying to restore the old order, and even carry out terrorist attacks out of desperation. The two jumped into the office and found a man sitting in Hina's seat and eating. Since we have to rule a feudal world, these guys are like cultists, they regard celestial dragons as gods and do not allow any form of blasphemy. After saying that, Hina didn't go through the main entrance of the base, but flew directly to the office window. Whose ship is this? The most representative ones are Cobra and King Riku. This time, the spy told him bluntly that he wanted to overthrow the world government and make him the new king of the world. If they come to power, nothing will go wrong within at least 2/3 generations. Even if the celestial dragon's rule is overthrown, their followers will not give up. In this way, if he becomes the new ruler, the rebellious spirit will surely be greatly reduced. Soon, the two arrived at the marine base and found a luxurious warship they had never seen before parked at the dock. Chapter 262 The person whose destiny was changed. Smoker and Hina saw the man coming and said in unison, "Mr. Garp." Smoker was surprised. I haven't heard of Garp going on a mission before. On second thought, he must have come here secretly, otherwise he would have told me. Hina has 3 more surprises than Smoker. Before, every time Garp passed by, she would ask Garp for some advice, and she would always gain something more or less. Seeing the two of them, Garp greeted them without any hesitation. "Oh, you two are here. Come and sit down. Eat whatever you want. Don't be polite." Smoker. You are the guest. Of course, he wouldn't argue with Garp about it, even if he was sitting in Sengoku's seat, Sengoku could only sulk. Smoker and Hina sat obediently on the sofa opposite. "Mr. Garp, how did you get here? Is that boat outside yours? Did you change boats?" Garp said a few perfunctory words and quickly changed the subject. "I read today's newspaper. It's very capable, Hina." Hina nodded. "Thank you for your exaggeration, but the situation is far more complicated than what is reported in the newspaper." Then she recounted the whole story in detail. Garp has mixed feelings about Crocodile's defection. It feels a bit unexpected, yet also somewhat expected. I didn't expect Crocodile to do something like this. I thought the kid would be smarter. But there's nothing strange about that. Shichibukai are just a bunch of vulture-like opportunists. You can't judge them by common sense. The world government is so corrupt that they even want to recruit such people. Smoker nodded in agreement. In fact, whether in the Marine or Pirates camp, the top combat forces are quite dismissive of Shichibukai. But then again, who would be willing to serve as a dog for the world government unless they have ulterior motives but are powerless? Garp took out some snacks from Hina's desk and ate them while saying, "I came here this time because I want Hina's help." Smoker ideographic, Hina. When I came here, I happened to see the little ghosts from Linlin's family making trouble, so I caught a few of them. My vacation is short, and I don't want to go back to the headquarters. You can escort them for me, and I'll give you the credit. Smoker. You sneaked out on your own because you were afraid of being scolded by Marshal Sengoku when you return. Hina said anxiously. Escort is fine, forget about the credit. Advertisement. Anyway, the smoothie on hand also needs to be escorted. This is a big fish and there is a 99% chance that he will be sent to impel down. Garp picked his nose and said, "No, that won't do. It's not a glorious thing for me to take advantage of the situation and deal with a bunch of snotty-nosed brats. If the other warships were not too far away, I would not bother to deal with them if I was afraid they would run away. Smoker means speechless. Where do all these big pirates come from for you to fight? However, in recent times, Marine seems to always be focusing on the ant. Last time, I killed a dozen people with Kaji, and this time, I killed the 3 Smoothie sisters with Hina, and now Garp has captured a few more. I feel like the speed at which aunties make babies is a little slow. Hina no longer forced herself and nodded. Okay, Hina will escort you. Smoker smiled. It's okay, I'll accompany you. The other one. At @_. But Garp broke up the couple. Well, Smoker, can you come with me? Exclamation mark. Smoker looked at Garp in surprise. Why should I accompany an old man like you when I have the chance to accompany a beautiful woman with long legs and a slim waist? What are you and I going to do? I'm going back to my hometown in East Blue, and I want you to help me teach those useless grandchildren a lesson. Smoker. A lesson for the sun god who ruins the protagonist's halo. What a hell of a joke. Aren't you afraid of offending the will of the world and just strike me down with a thunderbolt? Oh, I'm not afraid of lightning. Besides, what good lesson can there be? Going by the current trend, by the time Luffy goes out to sea, the pirates probably won't be much stronger than the bandits. So, Smoker found various excuses to shirk responsibility. But I still couldn't beat Garp. He just came close to me and used his ultimate. If you don't help me, I will tell Long GNU. Smoker. Damn it, I only have a little brain, but I use it all on me. On the same day, Marine issued a new letter of commission. Advertisement. Hina resigned from Alabasta and reported to Naval headquarters. Garp handed all the captured pirates to Hina. It turns out that there are not only the ants' children, but also hundreds of pirates of all sizes, but most of them are unknown. Smoker still used the same old routine, secretly devouring the ability users and bounty hunters, and leaving the rest to Hina. Garp may know, or may not know. But I didn't care. 2 more days passed. The person who replaced Hina arrived, and it was Huo Shaoshan, her instructor in the elite Marine expanded class. Not long ago, he defeated the pirates who attempted to steal the op fruit on Fayan Island and successfully got promoted. As a direct descendant trained by Zephyr, Huo Shaoshan's salary for this appointment is quite high. Not only did he come himself, he also brought a dozen assistants. It's much more comfortable than going to Punk Hazard alone. When Huo Shaoshan arrived at the base, the first thing he did was not to report in, but to rush to see Garp. Smoker and Hina were also there to accompany him. Mr. Garp, I didn't expect you to be here too. Garp laughed and patted Huo Shaoshan's shoulder. Oh haha, fire burns the mountain. The kid who stole cigarettes back then has now become a well-known base commander. Do your best and don't embarrass Zephyr. Then he looked at the row of Marines behind the burning mountain. Their highest military rank was colonel, and the rest were lieutenants or even privates. It can be seen that Huo Shaoshan only wanted to bring a few familiar assistants with him and had no intention of forming cliques. These Marines obviously knew Garp's name, and they looked at him with fanatical eyes. Looking at these young faces, Garp was in a good mood. Smoker looked at one of them, the colonel, in surprise. He is tall, with short yellow curly hair, and you can tell he is a gentle yet strong person. Smoker recognized the identities of the 2 people at a glance. Don Quixote Doflamingo's younger brother, Don Quixote Rocinante. According to the original timeline, Rocinante should have been killed by Doflamingo long ago. But because of his appearance, the Don Quixote family suffered a heavy blow and almost disappeared in recent years, so Sengoku did not send him undercover, and he naturally would not sacrifice himself to snatch the op fruit. Smoker knew that he had changed Marine a lot, and even the world a lot, but it was not so intuitive. But Rocinante is different. He was a tragic character who was originally killed by his own brother. However, because of his appearance, his original fate was reversed and he appeared alive in front of him. Smoker felt very strange, and an indescribable sense of pride surged in his heart. Chapter 263, Discussion. The fire on the mountain has come, which means it's time for Hina to return to headquarters. Before leaving, Hina proposed to have a competition with Garp. Garp, who was bored, agreed immediately. He already knew that Hina had acquired the power of the Phoenix and was extremely curious about the power of the double fruit. He originally wanted to spar with Smoker on the road, but since Hina took the initiative to bring it up, he naturally wouldn't refuse this good thing that came to his doorstep. Although Hina is not as strong as Smoker, and the fight is not as exciting as Smoker, it is worse than nothing. If you don't fight, it's a waste. When Huo Shaoshan heard that Garp was going to take action, he also excitedly wanted to watch. With the deaths of great pirates like Roger and Golden Lion, Garp's serious shots have become less and less frequent, and in recent years they can be counted on one hand. He couldn't remember the last time Mr. Garp took a serious shot. But the scene of inflicting catastrophic damage with just fists was still deeply imprinted in his mind. When the people in the base heard about the duel, they also rushed over excitedly. Even the guards stationed in nearby Alabasta sneaked over. So, a private competition turned into an open competition. As for the battlefield, it is naturally the desert that Alabasta has the most. There's nothing around anyway, so you two can do whatever you want. Garp took off his cape and threw it to his men, then clenched his fist. Since you have obtained the power of the Phoenix, I will not be polite. When Garp is bored, he will also find someone to practice with. But in most cases, they are very cautious and hold back their strength, fearing that they will kill the opponent in seconds. The opponents who can let him give full play to his abilities are all powerful people who have shocked the world, and they will not come to play with him. Therefore, Garp was particularly excited as he encountered a tough opponent today. Hina also handed the cloak to Smoker and walked slowly in front of Garp, with a burning fighting spirit in her eyes. She opened her arms and transformed them into giant bird wings. Her long thighs also turned into bird feet. Her whole body was burning with blazing green flames. Facing Garp, Hina directly transformed into the strongest human beast form. Advertisement. Mr. Garp, please make sure Hina knows the distance between her and Marine. Garp chuckled, didn't answer, just shook his fist, and rushed forward. In just a moment, Garp's fist was close to Hina's face. So fast. Much faster than the previous competition. Garp's speed exceeded Hina's expectations. Fortunately, after Hina ate the artificial fruit, her physical strength improved a lot, so she was able to keep up. Her right wing transformed into an arm, clenched her fist, gathered haki, and rushed forward. The two fists collided with each other, a shock wave spread out, bursting out with black lightning, and the weaker soldiers were directly blown away. A few seconds later, Hina suddenly flew backwards and flipped over on the ground after flying dozens of meters. When she steadied herself and looked at her arm, I saw his right arm wrapped in blue flames and his fist made crackling sounds. Smoker saw everything from a distance and was secretly surprised. Although I knew Garp was definitely much stronger than Hina, I didn't expect that just one punch would injure Hina's right arm. Without the flame of regeneration, even if he was not disabled, he would probably not be able to fight again in the short term. Garp grinned. What a girl. In a few years, even Kuzan won't be her match in terms of fists. It's Hina's turn. Hina directly elementalized. White smoke as thick as milk spread out, instantly covering the battlefield. Hina lost her balance instantly, and Garp grabbed her shoulders and threw her down from the air, creating a big hole on the ground. Garp grinned and rushed forward, so fast that Hina couldn't react at all. Those balls of fire exploded and went out in an instant like candles in the wind, and even the huge smoke tornado was blown away. You won't give up unless you show me your skills. I see. Use the power of the phoenix to overcome the defect of the target being too large after elementalization. Hina was puzzled. Why? After a while, Garp laughed. Well, let's see if you can take the next punch. Advertisement. Hina nodded stubbornly. Of course. I really used all my strength in that punch just now, but I didn't expect the phoenix to be so powerful. Even a punch like that didn't win in one go. So, I don't have any other options. I can only keep grinding. If I keep hitting him, it will be the same. For a moment, people outside could not see anything, and only those with observation haki could feel the breath inside. The remaining blue flames followed. Garp landed at the edge of the pit, Hina, still fighting. Garp shook his head. Hina half knelt at the bottom of the pit, her arms disappearing at her elbows. Stimulated by external force, the compressed blue flame suddenly exploded, and the huge shock wave directly blew Garp away. Ahem. Facing Garp's fist infused with haki, he quickly used his wings to block in front of him as an added layer of defense. But when Garp's fist landed on the giant bird's wings, a powerful force was transmitted along with the waves, and the giant bird's two wings exploded directly. Forget it, there's no need. Fortunately, flames are regenerating at the fracture site and the new arm is growing rapidly. Although in beast form, one can still clearly see surprise on his face. Garp spun a few times in the air before landing, dusting himself off, completely unharmed. The smoke dissipated and the figure of the phoenix appeared. Hina wants to know what the fist that can push the legendary Pirates King into despair looks like. Mr. Garp, what I want to see is not your real strength, but your strongest attack. As he spoke, the wounds on his body had completely healed and his arms had grown back. Seeing a ball of green flame approaching, Garp slapped it. Garp, however, didn't care. As long as haki is strong enough, any ability will be in vain. Garp looked at her, and Hina looked at him fearlessly. Garp looked around. I got you. The smoke suddenly swirled around Garp, turning into a white tornado, and then countless blue flames shot out from the smoke and shot towards Garp like a cannonball. After saying that, he threw a punch in the direction of the blue flame. A strong haki burst out from his fist, pressing towards the blue flame like a hurricane. But Hina couldn't accept it. Chapter 264, Star-Crushing Attack. Garp laughed. This punch has two forms. I'll demonstrate both and see if you can withstand it. How much you can learn is up to you. After saying that, he suddenly clenched his fists, and the muscles on his arms bulged and suddenly became thicker. It was as if real black thunder exploded from the fist, making a crackling sound. Huo Shaoshan Vice Admiral seemed to remember something and shouted to the onlookers, "You all, disperse." He fled far away. The Marines around looked at each other in bewilderment at first, then reacted in an instant and ran away howling. Desert topography is inherently changeable. Because of the fight between Hina and Garp just now, the surrounding terrain has turned into a basin shape, with high sand dunes all around and a low and flat area in the middle, like a natural arena. Huo Shaoshan and the Marines ran for several hundred meters before stopping. They stood on the sand dune and stared at the two figures with wide eyes. Garp leapt high into the air, then fell from the sky. He swung a punch suddenly from a height of dozens of meters above Hina. Galaxy shock. As the fist fell, a transparent light ball with a diameter of 100 meters appeared on the ground, holding Hina in the middle like a giant bowl. The light ball contained suffocating energy, and its edges also exploded with thick black lightning that was hundreds of meters long, like giant dragons with bared fangs and claws, making heart-pounding sounds. Inside the light ball, whether it was huge rocks or yellow sand, they were all ground into powder. Then, a hurricane-like shock wave erupted from the ball of light, sweeping everything in an instant. The yellow sand that had originally piled up like a mountain was now blown up, covering the sky and the sun, as if a sandstorm had been set off. Although Huo Shaoshan and others were already very far away, they still could not escape the storm. Many people were swept up by the strong wind and rolled in the air like leaves in the wind. Fortunately, there was soft sand all around, and although everyone was beaten up, no one was injured. Garp landed lightly on the ground and laughed. How do you feel, Hina? You look pretty energetic. Hina crossed her arms and stood in front of him, covered with armament hockey, but still standing upright. When the energy ball dissipated, hockey slowly faded away, and then countless tiny wounds appeared all over his body, and streams of blood spurted out. Ahem. Hina suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression became much more relaxed. What a terrifying force. I was almost crushed. Even the flame of regeneration is suppressed in the body, and it is impossible to heal external injuries. After saying that, blue flames burst out from all over his body, and his wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Garp continued. The galactic impact just now was mainly to destroy huge targets, such as giants, buildings, warships, it's all fine. Advertisement. Or when you are surrounded, you can quickly clear out the miscellaneous fish, presumably one by one, which is more efficient and saves energy. While he was talking, Hina had recovered. She nodded. Thank you for your advice, Hina appreciates it, but you just said there are two forms. Watch out. Garp raised his fist, which turned pitch black after being covered with armament hockey, but there was no lightning or energy overflowing, and it looked ordinary. The next second, Garp appeared in front of Hina and threw a punch. Hina's body trembled slightly. Looking down at his abdomen, his eyes widened. Garp's fist was like a steel needle piercing paper, instantly piercing his body. Although his physique and hockey were not as good as Smoker's, he had just covered hockey. Even a Shichibukai-level warrior cannot break through without some tricks. But in front of Garp, his defense was so vulnerable. This is really unacceptable. Garp exerted a little force and pulled back his fist, leaving a hole the size of a bowl in her body. Hina covered her wound, feeling weak, and quickly released the flame of regeneration to heal the wound. But she was surprised that the invincible regeneration flame did not work. There seemed to be an energy in the wound that was fighting against the flame of regeneration, hindering the wound's recovery. Fortunately, the energy was not strong and was quickly consumed by the flame of regeneration, and then the wound began to heal. Garp chuckled and shook his ordinary fist. How about this punch? Hina covered her midsection. Although she has recovered, the punch just now really made her heart palpitate. Although I knew it was a psychological effect, I still felt a dull pain where I was punched. She smiled bitterly and said, although I don't want to admit it, it is indeed far beyond Hina's imagination. The galactic impact just now also affected him. Garp laughed. I wonder what the effect of the star-shattering critical strike is. So, this form is best suited for dealing with guys with strong defense or recovery abilities. As he spoke, he glanced at Smoker. Advertisement. Even if the attack stops, the power released on the target will continue to cause damage until it is completely exhausted. All the bystanders just now retreated, only Smoker stood not far away. However, Garp obviously showed mercy. Garp probably used this move to knock Marco away with a punch. Garp nodded with satisfaction, then looked to the side. With the power shown now, if this punch hits Marco, not only will his mouth be crooked, but his head will also be blown off. Although he lost, he didn't show any frustration, only joy and, eager to try again. The attack that left Hina covered in bruises did not hurt Smoker at all, much to the surprise of the onlookers. The secret of this punch is simple. It is to compress the power in hockey as much as possible, and release it instantly when it hits the target, thus gaining unparalleled penetrating power. Especially the star-shattering punch, which gave a feeling of returning to nature. With just an ordinary punch, he managed to achieve a lot of effects such as penetration, critical hit, stun, and continuous blood loss. He is truly worthy of being able to compete with Roger and Whitebeard. If a war really comes to a head, even a few admirals will be helpless against her. Marco's face was injured at the time, but it never recovered. I'm afraid it was the debuff that continued to lose blood. Excellent mobility, strong physique and hockey, plus a fast recovery speed. Yes, I'm talking about you too. However, although Smoker's recovery ability is not as good as Hina's, his defense is much stronger. Fortunately, I still have to go to East Blue with him, so there will be plenty of opportunities to learn from each other. Good food is never too late. Armament hockey's attack had a dominating effect. Thinking of this, Garp looked at Smoker with gradually malicious eyes. Today's competition may seem like a joke, but in fact, Garp is teaching her how to make up for her shortcomings. As expected, everyone was acting during the summit war, only Akainu was an honest person. Smoker didn't notice Garp's little trick and was still immersed in the shock of the two punches. During the summit war, this is the convergent form of galaxy impact. You can also call it Star Crusher. Hina lost. Mr. Garp, thank you for your advice. Especially the star-shattering attack, which was tailor-made for her. But she has a huge shortcoming, which is the lack of strong offensive means. Hina nodded and bowed deeply to Garp. In terms of strength, Hina is naturally very strong. I have to say, Garp's panel is really high. Hina likes to use her fists, but I never thought that I could achieve this with just strength and hockey. Chapter 265 Arrival at Windmill Village. Shortly after the competition, Smoker and Hina parted ways. Hina escorted the pirates back to headquarters, while Smoker followed Garp to East Blue. I have to say, the new boat is so comfortable. Let's not talk about the hardware first. Zephyr paid for the soft furnishings and bought a lot of furniture for comfort. As a result, before I could enjoy it once, it was stolen by Garp. Seeing that someone else was taking the blame, Smoker was no longer polite. Arriving at the captain's room, he skillfully pulled out a few cabinets from the wall and began to enjoy the wine and cigarettes inside. Don't mention it, it smells better than the ones I bought myself. However, following the ship is not without disadvantages. Garp was afraid of being scolded, so he cut off all communications, and Smoker could only remain silent. Originally, Smoker wanted to turn around and go to Little Garden to see the two giant captains. But think about it. As for pirates, they also said that once we have had a drink together, we are friends. But as a marine, I have to consider my position. Garp's new warship was very fast, and it reached East Blue in just a few days without turning or losing track. Entering East Blue, Smoker leaned against the railing, quietly looking at the sea. Although the sea here is no different from the Grand Line, when I got here, I felt particularly calm. Garp came over while eating senbei. What's up, Smoker, how does it feel to be back home? Smoker nodded. Mr. Garp. You brought me out back then, and now you're sending me back. It feels like time is going backwards. Garp laughed and shook his bandaged hands. You were just a green rookie back then, but now you are the best marine. In the past few days, Garp and Smoker have competed several times. Since it is inconvenient to use abilities on the boat, Smoker is at a disadvantage and loses to Garp every time. But if Garp wants to win, he will have to put in a lot of effort and suffer injuries. In fact, Smoker can heal this injury in the blink of an eye. But Garp refused. Advertisement. In his words, training is not just about fighting and exercising. Pain, fatigue, and weakness are also a form of training in themselves. Being strong does not mean eliminating pain, but transcending pain. Smoker expressed his respect, but he would not do that. After all, with dark fruit, there is no need to worry about pain. Smoker smiled and said, You are too kind. It is all for justice. Justice. Garp's expression darkened. Is it really justice for a marine to obey the orders of the world government? Who knows? Actually, you don't need to worry. Huh, what do you mean? Whether we want to rebel against the world government or not, and whether now is the right time or not, what the marine has to do remains unchanged. One is to accumulate strength and overthrow the celestial dragon's rule with minimal losses. One is to eliminate the evil pirates. Garp was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Haha, well said. That's right, I'm the one who thinks too much. Why should I care so much? After that, Garp stopped pestering Smoker to spar with him and focused on pirates. These East Blue pirates were completely dumbfounded. Garp was on vacation back at East Blue, like a tiger going around a rabbit hole, eating whatever was fat as a snack. As a result, there is now an additional Smoker. But Smoker is different. The Marines received the order and dispersed happily. Everyone else, disperse where you are and move freely. If they are too far away, I will send them to reincarnation with a breath of dragon. Garp's ship can carry thousands of Marines. Even if it is not on a mission and is not running at full strength, there are always 300 to 500 people. But the people here are protected by Garp and obviously have not experienced such a thing. Garp chatted with the two for a while, mainly asking how Ace and Luffy were doing, if they were having any troubles, if they were causing any troubles. Advertisement. I have to say, the ability is really useful against these small pirates. There were no customers in the bar, only the old village chief and Makino. As that child Shanks is. After all, among the East Blue pirates, there has been no one worthy of these two people fighting together, except Roger who died long ago. After informing the two one by one, Garp said goodbye to them and left through the back door with Smoker. The villagers' eyes lit up. Smoker follows Garp into the bar. Many pirates who had hid behind the island reefs in advance and were not discovered even by the lookouts were also caught by him one by one. But the problem is that Garp is very casual. Soon we arrived at Windmill Village. Garp, Smoker and a group of Marines excitedly got off the boat and marched into the village. Yes, and it was much easier for Smoker to catch the pirates than for Garp. Many people greeted Garp enthusiastically. Garp laughed and greeted everyone along the way until he came to Makino's bar. If it was just strength, it would be fine. A dark water was launched from a distance, and both the people and the boat were captured alive. Not only are they all young and energetic, but their military pay is also exceptionally generous. Plus, they normally have no chance to spend money at sea, so they have both the financial strength and the urge to consume. His observation hockey is stronger than Garp, and naturally has a larger range. Smoker, come with me. Some came forward with things in hand, and some began to solicit customers. A small village of 100 people suddenly had hundreds of people like this. What it meant was self-evident. When the villagers learned that Marine was coming, they all went out happily to greet him. If you are lucky or quick, you may be able to escape. Sometimes I see pirates from afar, as long as they are not doing evil. This lineup is enough to attack 4 emperors, why go back to East Blue? In the pirates' world, not only pirates are afraid of Marines, but most people are also afraid of Marines, because many Marines are not as good as pirates. Before leaving, Smoker gave Makino a deep look. He was too lazy to waste time chasing, and just told the nearby base the coordinates and course. Chapter 266 Two Little Ghosts. Smoker followed Garp and walked slowly for a long distance in the dense forest. Along the way, Garp kept talking about how troublesome his grandson was. I clearly want to train them to be the strongest Marines, but they just want to be pirates. It's really a case of bad luck. Smoker can hear the love hidden beneath the complaints, but still feels speechless. Luffy grew up in a quiet windmill village. At such a young age, the only Marine I had ever seen was Garp, and the only pirates I had ever seen were red hair pirates. He probably doesn't even know what pirates and Marines are. In his impression, pirates all look like red hair pirates. Treat ordinary people the same way red hair treats himself and the people in the village. On one side is the intimate uncle who takes me out to eat, drink and have fun every day, advocating freedom and dreams. On one side is the grumpy grandfather, who either trains him to death or beats him up for wanting to be a pirate. Plus, living in a den of bandits and being influenced by what he sees and hears, only a fool would want to be a Marine. As Smoker walked, he scanned the entire mountain with his observation hockey. A large amount of aura gathered in one direction. Most of them are together, but there are 2 strands farther away. Although these 2 auras are immature, they are obviously much stronger than others, and have a sense of vitality. This aura should be Ace and Luffy, right? Closing square bracket. Soon, the 2 came to a group of simple houses. There were a few sleepy bandits at the door. When they saw Garp and Smoker, they suddenly woke up and rushed into the house in a hurry. Boss Dayton, Vice Admiral Garp is calling. Suddenly there was a commotion in the room. With a bang, a tall female bandit rushed out from the door frame. She was surprised to see Garp coming. Mr. Garp, why are you here? Garp laughed. Long time no see, Dayton, you are still so energetic. Dayton and Garp's attitude is very strange. Even though they are not friends, Garp can safely entrust his 2 grandchildren to her care. Dayton is also very devoted to his 2 children and would risk his life for them. But to call them friends is a bit of a stretch. Dayton's attitude towards Garp was not one of liking him, but more of awe. In fact, not only Dayton, but other bandits also had the same attitude when they saw Garp. I really don't know what happened. Advertisement. Mr. Garp, are you here to see Ace and Luffy? They're in the back hills. Can I take you there? We can just go by ourselves, let's go, Smoker. Garp called Smoker and walked towards the back mountain together. Looking at Smoker's back, Dayton frowned and muttered to himself. Who is this guy? This is the first time Mr. Garp has brought an outsider here. The others didn't say anything, just nodded thoughtfully. Soon, the 2 arrived at the place where they usually trained, and they heard the sound of fighting coming from the forest. Watch this. Rubber, pistol. Bang. Oops, it hurts. No, I'm rubber and can't feel the pain, but it still hurts. How about it, Luffy, do you admit defeat? Damn it, I lost to Ace again. I saw a Madara boy with a rebellious face holding a water pipe and pressing it against a boy's head. Because of the excessive force, the iron pipe deformed the boy's head below. The 2 people were Ace and Luffy. Seeing this, Smoker's mouth twitched slightly. What a reckless brat. With this kind of force, an ordinary person's head would have been crushed. Closing square bracket. Garp greeted him with a laugh. Ahahaha, you 2 little kids, do you miss Grandpa? Ace. Old man. Luffy glanced at Ace and imitated him. Old man. Hearing this name, Garp, who was originally smiling, changed his expression instantly, rolled up his sleeves and roared. You damned brat, don't you have any respect for your grandfather? I came all the way here to see you. Don't you miss your grandpa who you haven't seen for a long time? Ace just turned away proudly and hummed. Stinky old man. This hourglass measures half an hour. Ace listened and said with disdain, I refuse. Why do you need to come to this training? As he raised his hand, an hourglass appeared in his palm, followed by a bunch of weapons such as machetes, hammers, guns, explosives, etc., densely covering the ground. Garp was confused. Is this true, Smoker? Advertisement. The 2 said in unison. What did you say? Luffy opened his eyes and mouth wide. Sky. Hee. Don't worry about the details. Anyway, you 2 still need some training. After that, he gave Garp a look secretly. Are you right, Mr. Garp? Now Ace is learning etiquette from Makino, but it is obvious that he has not yet mastered it. Smoker said calmly, how about this, let's make a bet. Release. Ace. Hey, excuse me, who are you? You be asterisk 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 D. My name is Smoker. Nice to meet you too. Mr. Garp asked me to come here to train you. Ace stuttered a little. What is this? Magic. So he snorted coldly and said, okay, I promise you. If you become disabled, don't blame me. Luffy suddenly woke up. Ah, that's right. Ace and I are very strong, we don't need anyone's training. Luffy, on the other hand, was obviously much closer. Grandpa, don't worry, when Ace and I become pirates and go out to sea, we'll be able to see each other more often. Smoker smiled and said, the reason is very simple. You are too weak. Smoker walked over to a rock and sat down, casually resting his arm on it, then placed the hourglass not far away. Ace, Luffy, FK it. Luffy. Hey, really. Thank you so much, you're such a nice person. Luffy, you. Ace didn't expect Luffy to agree so easily, and he was also angry, but then he thought, since Luffy joined, he had no choice but to follow. But if you lose, you have to train with me obediently. Of course, I don't have that much time to accompany you, at most a month. Hey, wait, Luffy. Ace and Luffy were also shocked to see so many things suddenly appear. MD, the fist wins. Ace frowned, what do you want to do? Just as Ace was about to say something, Luffy excitedly said, it sounds very interesting. Okay, we agree. Seeing that Garp was about to use his iron fist of love as usual, Smoker quickly stepped forward and held his shoulder. If you win, I will persuade Mr. Garp to stop stopping you from being pirates. You can pursue your dreams without worry. Smoker was not angry. Why refuse so bluntly? Since you are here, it is Mr. Garp's good intention after all. Ace quickly shouted. Why did the old man suddenly find someone to train us? It's so weird. We don't need anyone to train us. Garp. Filled down pointing triangle he hash. During this period, no matter what methods you use, punching, kicking, chopping with knives, chopping with axes, or using guns, artillery, or bombs, as long as you can get my hands off the stone, I lose. Ace and Luffy then noticed Smoker's presence. Chapter 267 Someone is starving for you. Half an hour later, Ace and Luffy were sweating profusely and lying on the ground panting. Smoker still sat leisurely beside the stone. Apart from him and the stone, the surroundings were in a mess, with traces of fists, knives, axes and even explosions everywhere. Of course, Smoker has a lot of dust on him. After all, no matter how strong the defense is, it is inevitable to get covered in dust. A dark shadow flashed past Smoker, and all traces of smoke and dust disappeared. What? Are you tired? Do you want to continue? Luffy stuck out his tongue and shook his head with difficulty. Smoker smiled and looked at Ace. What about you? Hateful. Ace clenched his fist unwillingly, and only loosened it weakly after a long while. Okay, you win, we admit defeat. Garp's eyes widened. Wow, I didn't know this was possible. No matter how badly I beat them, these two brats would never admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Smoker easily convinced them. It's not bad to admit defeat. Smoker stepped forward, releasing darkness to envelop them. Ace and Luffy were nervous when they saw the black and sticky stuff. But he soon discovered that after being wrapped in these black things, his originally tired and heavy body suddenly became more relaxed than ever before. The two men stretched their bodies and were both stunned. What is this? It's so amazing. In fact, the two had accumulated a lot of old injuries after years of training, but they didn't notice it because they were used to it. Now that I've been suddenly cured by Smoker, it's as if a heavy burden has been lifted off my shoulders, and I feel relaxed all over. Suddenly, Ace and Luffy's feelings towards Smoker increased. Ace said, Mr. Smoker, how are you going to train us? His expression was a little shy, but his eyes were full of anticipation. Luffy also had stars in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Smoker, when will the training start? Smoker looked around. Advertisement. Actually, you're right about one thing. You two have trained really well and are already very strong at your age. Besides, I won't stay here for too long. It may not be a good thing to rashly change your practice habits. Ace Idiographic, Luffy. By the way, didn't you swear to go out to sea when you turn 17? Although you are not old enough, why don't I take you out for a walk and see what the sea looks like? Luffy's eyes lit up. Huh, really? Ace also showed an interested look. Mr. Garp, you have no objection, right? Garp nodded without hesitation. Ah, no problem, I'll leave it to you. ... Things are easy after that. The next day, Smoker used his money to buy a medium-sized merchant ship. The kind that buys the people, the boat and the goods together. Then Smoker set off with Ace and Luffy. Before setting off, he specifically reminded the two that everyone was just an ordinary person with no power. Without your own orders, you may be beaten to death, but you must never take action. Ace and Luffy were filled with excitement and agreed without giving it much thought. They soon set sail, and Luffy Ace stayed at the bow, facing the sea breeze, his face full of excitement. Smoker walked over to them and sat down, then with a wave of his hand released a large pile of meat. Meat. Luffy's eyes sparkled, and he picked up a piece of meat and started eating. Ace was quite polite and even remembered to bow before eating. Smoker, thank you for the treat, guys. Luffy said heartlessly, because pirates are the freest people on the sea. As pirates, you can hold parties every day. Smoker also fell into deep thought. Luffy said anxiously, no, we are all going to the restaurant, there is a lot of food. Luffy, how many times have you eaten in Goa Kingdom over the years? Have you ever paid for it? Then, how many people have gone hungry because of you? Speaking of which, if you want to become a captain, where are you going to get a ship? I didn't expect Shanks to be a member of King Pirate's crew. Mr. Smoker, do you know Shanks? Advertisement. You all went to Goa Kingdom to eat a free meal, okay. According to the normal plot, he should have become the four emperors 4 years before Luffy went to sea, and laid the foundation for the new world. Ace's eyes widened as well. Nothing strange. He is an intern on the Pirates King's ship. It's not unusual for him to have this hat. Ace was stunned, his expression a little gloomy, but he just continued to eat meat without saying anything. After all, every meal you eat in the Kingdom of Goa is taken from someone else's mouth. You are full because someone is starving for you. Everyone works to earn food. If you don't pay after eating, won't others go hungry? Nowadays, we rarely hear news about him. Smoker continued to ask Luffy. Oh, what? Smoker nodded. Yeah, I met him once a few years ago and we had a fight. If you don't pay for your meal, your boss will deduct their salary. They won't have money to buy food, and they and their children will go hungry. It was just a competition, not an arrest, so let it go if there's no winner. As for what's going to happen now, I don't know. Shanks has been surprisingly low-key in recent years. Luffy was so shocked that he stuttered. You said, this hat was given to Shanks by the Pirates King. And there's a banquet. It costs money to buy wine and meat. Where are you going to get the money? Luffy was a little confused. Do you want money? I just eat and leave. Luffy took off his hat. This is a promise between Shanks and I. After eating for a while, Smoker suddenly asked, why do you two like to be pirates? It's all the same. The boss won't go hungry, the customers won't go hungry, but what about the waiters? Smoker said, this hat was given to him by the Pirates King. He must have put a lot of thought into you to give it to you. Luffy said anxiously. What's the result? Who won? Luffy was stunned. Oh, are you going to join which pirates group? I don't know if this is the original plot or if he is planning something else. Never mind. No, I want to be the captain, find the best companions, 10 people are enough, go to the Grand Line, and then become the king of pirates. Luffy's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect that the person in front of him was as strong as Shanks. Chapter 268 Pirates Attack. The merchant ship continued to sail. Smoker sat on the bow, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine, and occasionally threw out some food, attracting a scramble among the seagulls. Compared to his comfortable expression, Ace and Luffy looked a bit emo. In their lives, all they heard were freedom, dreams, and power. No one ever talked to them about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Smoker didn't talk too much or too deeply with Luffy and Ace. A loud drum does not need a heavy hammer. Verbal advice will never reach the heart as effectively as thinking for oneself. They are definitely not bad people, nor are they really idiots. The previous, wanton behavior, was more out of ignorance than evil. They just never thought about what their freedom means to others. Smoker's words are like tearing a corner of the window paper. As long as they looked in that direction, they would naturally discover blood and ugliness that they had never seen before. The sun rises and the moon sets. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. A seagull flew over, landed on Smoker's shoulder, put down a piece of paper in its mouth, and cried twice. Smoker touched its head, picked up the note and looked at it. Well, thank you for your hard work, this is a thank you gift. After saying that, he threw out a fish. The seagull grabbed the fish, swallowed it in a few bites, cried a few times, and flew away happily. At this time, Luffy's emotions had stabilized, and when he saw this scene, stars appeared in his eyes. Sky, can Marine understand birds talking? That's amazing. Smoker. Just take it as it is. Great. Doesn't that mean Marine can eat bird meat every day? Smoker. Seagull. If you want to eat bird meat, you can certainly eat it, but the best is still sea kings. Sea kings. Are they monsters as scary as the king of the near sea? With Luffy's current strength, he is still far from being a match for the king of the near sea. That's impossible. In front of the sea kings, the king of the offshore sea is no different from a small dried fish. Just imagine it yourself, with the same amount of meat piled in front of you, what a spectacular sight it would be. Advertisement. Luffy's eyes sparkled. It's so delicious. I really want to try it. Smoker smiled slightly and shouted to the captain's room, Mr. Cassie, I remember there is an uninhabited island nearby. Let's go there to rest tonight. Everyone has worked hard for a few days, so it's just right to have a party tonight. Cassie was originally the captain of the ship and is now employed by Smoker. Hearing his employer say this, he naturally had no objection and quickly turned around and headed towards the uninhabited island. In the evening, the ship arrived at an uninhabited island. Smoker was not vague either. He took out wine and meat and held a lively banquet. Everyone fell into a deep sleep after eating and drinking their fill. In the early hours of the morning, Smoker suddenly opened his eyes. Open black lens bracket, are you here? Close black lens bracket. In the lookout on the mast, a crew member was sitting there with sleepy eyes. Suddenly, he saw a dark shadow in the distance, approaching rapidly. I took out the telescope and looked carefully. With the help of the moonlight, I could just barely see the skull and crossbones logo on the sail. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The crew was shocked and was about to give the alarm, but suddenly everything went dark. In the cabin, Luffy was sleeping soundly. There was a sudden noise and before I could react, I was kicked in the face and flew out of the hammock. Although it didn't hurt, it still scared me and I was instantly furious. Ace was also shaken off the bed, and just as he was about to curse, his mouth was suddenly blocked. Smoker held the two men with his arms, covering their mouths, his face full of fear and a flattering smile. Sir, please don't hurt us. Ace and Luffy looked closely. I saw a burly man with a face full of flesh, a burly build and a scar on his face, pointing a gun at the three people. If you listen carefully, you can hear the sounds of smashing and breaking things in the cabin next door. Ace and Luffy were furious. Smoker said calmly, "It's your favorite pirates." Smoker let go of the two men only after the burly man left. "Sir, have you seen that box? It contains my treasures. I am giving them all to you. I only ask that you spare your life." While talking, he glanced around. The strong man hurried Kaido, "I'm coming." The sturdy man's expression suddenly relaxed. Advertisement. Smoker stopped grabbing Ace and Luffy, and the two stopped resisting. At this time, a loud roar came from outside. "Scarface, what's going on over there? The captain is calling us." Luffy and Ace looked at each other and nodded. Smoker didn't get angry, and said calmly, "Don't you want to be pirates? How can you be a pirate if you don't even know what a pirate looks like?" There was a pirate ship next to the merchant ship, and its bow was shaped like a black cat. The sturdy man looked down on Smoker when he saw his appearance, and spat, "Humph, you're such a big guy for nothing, but you're actually a wimp." The only thing that caught the eye was a pair of thick gloves with long blades at the tips of his 10 fingers, which gleamed coldly in the moonlight. "Hey, this guy is pretty good. He takes money, but he really does his job." Closing square bracket. Smoker continued, "Sir, as long as you can spare our lives, we will never reveal a single thing about this treasure chest. Come here, I'll take you to see the captain. I've given you a chance to survive, but it depends on your luck whether you can seize it." MD, got rich. Luffy and Ace both choked. Smoker nodded repeatedly and kept saying thank you. After making sure there was nothing in the cabin that could be used as a weapon, he left with peace of mind. "I can kill several of these rubbish with just one slap." Then he whispered to Smoker and the others, "Stay here for now. Whether you can survive depends on the captain's opinion. Speak smartly later." He wanted to rush out, but was held down by Smoker. He couldn't move at all. He could only shrink his head and remain silent, as if he was too scared to speak. Led by Scarface, the three came to the deck. "Ace. A-hole Smoker, why did you stop me? If you hadn't stopped me, I would have beaten him down." Smoker smiled and said, "That's right. Don't be fooled by my muscles. They are all dead muscles. How can they compare to your experienced muscles?" Luffy. "Who are these guys?" On the deck, a group of pirates gathered there, led by a young man. "HMPH, since you are so sensible, I won't kill you. However, whether you can survive is not up to me. Let's just be wimps for a few days. Let's see how different the pirates in your mind are from the pirates in reality." The strong man then discovered a box, opened it and was stunned, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He quickly stuffed the things into his clothes. Soon, the sturdy man named Scarface came back. "The captain doesn't like trash. If you want to live, you have to show your worth." He was wearing a black suit, black framed glasses, and had a thin figure. He did not have the arrogance and domineering look of a pirate, but instead had a somewhat elegant temperament. Chapter 269. They are real pirates. Looking at the young man, Smoker's information appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket cat's claw crow, close black lens bracket. Just debuted, not yet called Beiji. The newly emerged pirates of East Blue, fighting with claw blades and speed, bounty of 3.7 million berries. Closing square bracket. Seagulls had already detected their whereabouts and expected them to arrive at the uninhabited island at midnight. So, Smoker came early to wait for them. This is a good opportunity to let the two little ones know what real pirates are like. Chloe held up his glasses with his hand and said coldly, "Where are the others on the ship? Although this boat is not big, it requires at least 20 to 30 people to operate it. But after searching around, there are only 3 guys in front of me." Ace and Luffy were both confused. That's not right, everyone was still here during the party in the early hours of the night. Smoker took 2 steps forward and asked, "Did it seem too late when I found you, so I ran away?" Sometimes, when the crew found that the pirate ship was approaching and they could no longer escape, they would cut off the tail to survive. Leaving the cargo and passengers on board, he slipped away with the food and water. Most of the time, the pirates don't bother chasing them down. Chloe nodded, without any doubt. This kind of thing is not uncommon, and the lifeboats on the ship were gone. They are a really alert bunch of guys. Someone, give me these 3 guys. Before he could finish his words, Smoker suddenly rushed forward. "Sir, please don't kill us. I'm a doctor, and I'm best at treating injuries. They're all strong, so we can do the work." Crow's eyes lit up. On the pirate's ship, everyone has their own duties. There may be a limit to the number of people in other positions, but the more ship doctors the better. Especially traumatic ones. However, he did not believe it easily, but said calmly, "We have a few wounded on the ship, I leave them to you. If they can wake up in the morning, all 3 of you will stay. If they can't wake up, you will be buried with them." Advertisement. After saying that, he turned and left. At this time, several strong men came over and pushed the three people onto the pirate's ship. Ace and Luffy glared at them, and although they wanted to beat the pirates away, but under Smoker's stern warning, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and board the pirate's ship. As for the merchant ship, Chloe thought it was too troublesome to sell the stolen goods, so he just took the goods and left the empty ship where it was. Smoker and the others were taken directly to the bottom of the cabin. As soon as the door was opened, a pungent odor gushed out, making Smoker and others feel sick. It was pitch black inside, with only light coming through the cracks in the upper wooden boards. In the cabin, several thin figures huddled in the corner, and 3 were lying on the floor. Pirates pushed the 3 people in and pointed at a few people on the ground. These are the people you need to treat. If they don't wake up tomorrow and delay the captain's work, you will just feed the fish. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. This broken place is really not a place for people to stay. Hey, Smoker suddenly called pirates, I don't like to be disturbed when I'm healing. Ha ha ha, they've had enough, no one will come tonight. After pirates finished speaking, he closed the door with a bang and left. Ace and Luffy covered their noses, and it took a long time for them to slowly get used to the smell and the light here. There were several girls under the cabin, looking at the 3 people with fear in their eyes. Smoker looked carefully and found that they were all naked, and some were simply wrapped in rags. Madara bloodline and scars were exposed in places that clothes could not cover, bites, burns, stab wounds, densely packed. Smoker interrupted. Let's stop chatting. But what have these people in front of me experienced? Luffy's voice was trembling. Are they, the enemies of those guys? But the girls' eyes lit up. They rushed forward, picked up the bread, and stuffed it into their mouths desperately. But the injuries were more serious, with marks of whips and branding irons all over his body. In terms of eating manners, they are even more extravagant than the girl in front of them, and they usually like to fight and grab food like this. Smoker sighed darkly and pulled Luffy to the front. Advertisement. Their faces were pale and they were barely breathing, obviously having been beaten. Ace continued. Why do you treat them like this? They are just powerless guys. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have lost all his strength and sat down on the deck. If I have to give a reason, it's probably because they are real pirates. There is just hatred. Luffy was so confused that he couldn't even speak. Then, he originally wanted to step forward, but when he looked at the tall Smoker, he thought of something, shook his head in fear, and continued to shrink in the corner. The girls were surprised at first, not understanding where the food came from, but curiosity was soon replaced by desire. You don't believe me, so why don't you believe a child? Luffy, tell them if you are a pirate. Ace and Luffy were watching. Once, Makino just broke a cup and cut her hand, but she cried for a long time, and I laughed at her for being delicate. He said to the girls who were in silence, don't be afraid, I'm a doctor and I won't hurt you. Smoker sighed secretly. Ace and Luffy were still young and didn't know this, but looking at the shocking wounds on the girl's body, they couldn't help but feel cold all over. After saying that, the elementalization released a large plate of bread and milk. It goes without saying what these girls have been through. Come here, I can see you are all starving. The few pieces of clothing lying on the ground were still intact. Luffy. But, Smoker said calmly. Enemy. What counts as an enemy? It was not until he saw the girl's eager eyes that he trembled and said, we are not pirates. Luffy stuttered and opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be blocked. But now, watching the girl eating like a beast, I felt a chill in my heart. No, before they were caught, I'm afraid neither party had ever seen each other, nor knew of the other's existence. Why? Smoker's expression changed into a half smile. Why? In order to cover up the information about Ace and Sabo, he was tortured half to death by Pulshemi. Judging from their appearance, they are all ordinary people similar to Makino. Chapter 270. What I saw. Smoker healed the girls, threw out some blankets for them to wrap up, and strode towards the door. Ace said anxiously. Smoker, where are you going? Smoker stopped, lit a cigarette, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The work is done, it's time to go say hello to the pirates. You guys stay with them, I'll be back soon. Ace. Wait, I'm going too. Before he finished speaking, Luffy suddenly interrupted. Ace, let Mr. Smoker go by himself. Ace was stunned. But, seeing Luffy's serious look, he could only nod. Well, okay. After Smoker opened the door and went out, Ace said anxiously, Luffy, why are you stopping me? Look at what those bastards did, I can't wait to go out and beat them up. Luffy looked in the direction Smoker left. Actually, I do, but as a Marine, he must be feeling even worse right now, right? Even though Luffy seems silly most of the time, his IQ and EQ were very high at critical moments. Why? The girl next to them heard the conversation and her eyes widened instantly. She looked at the two of them. You said, that Mr. Smoker, is Marine. The other girls didn't even bother to eat. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at the two of them. Ace and Luffy nodded. The girls' eyes widened immediately, tears streaming down their cheeks. They wanted to cry, but they didn't dare to cry loudly. They could only cover their mouths and twitch, mumbling softly, that's great. It's really great. Seeing this scene, Ace and Luffy felt even worse. Boat room. Chloe was standing in front of the bookcase, holding a glass of red wine elegantly, quietly looking at the beautifully packaged books. Although I never read them, just looking at the spines of these books makes me feel extra relaxed. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him. When he turned around, he saw Smoker standing behind him, staring at him coldly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Chloe was shocked, but he didn't ask who you were or anything like that. Instead, he walked to the table with silent steps. With a turn, the espada, cat claw, was already on his hand. With the weapon in hand, Chloe felt relieved. He then took a few steps and performed his most proud move, scoop the death. In an instant, his figure disappeared like a gust of breeze, and then cut marks appeared around him, and the tables, chairs and other things were all chopped into pieces. Open black lens bracket go to hell. Close black lens bracket. Although he had lost his vision, in such a narrow space, Chloe was confident that he could cut the opponent into pieces in just a few seconds. But the next moment, he suddenly stopped and looked at his hands in disbelief. The cat's claw that was originally in his hand had already fallen into the other party's hand. If it weren't for the wrong feel, he wouldn't have noticed it. There are fixed buckles on the cat's claws, so you won't feel anything when you pull hard. This means that the other party undid the buckle and took away the cat's claw at the moment of intersection with itself. Just as Chloe was about to say something, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him, sending him flying through the wall. A moment before landing, he saw the deck was littered with the corpses of his men. He managed to kill all my subordinates silently. It's not unfair for him to lose. Then, his consciousness fell into complete darkness. After cleaning up the pirates, Smoker considerately cleaned up the pirates, bodies and bloodline, and then let the girl in the cabin come out. At the same time, we did not forget to release the merchant ship crew that was swallowed by the darkness. The crew members knew nothing and were thrown into the dark space and trapped for several hours. If Smoker hadn't locked them up together so they could move around a little, they would have gone crazy. It took Smoker a long time to calm them down. Then he chatted with the girls for a while to find out their origins. A few days ago, the Crow pirates attacked their town. Everyone was killed and the town burned down. Only a dozen of them were abducted because of their youth and beauty, and were tortured day and night. Some could not bear it and gave in. Some were tortured to death and then thrown away. As for the seriously injured people, they were tortured like this because they refused to surrender. If Smoker hadn't shown up, I'd probably have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish after tonight. Everyone felt sympathy for their plight. Advertisement. But Smoker has another headache: how to accommodate them. These girls are homeless, penniless, and helpless. Although we can directly find a marine base and throw the problem to them. But Smoker finally decided to take them with him first, let them think about their future, and then settle them down when he left. If you want to be self-reliant, you can give them some money as startup capital. At most, you can give a call to the local marine to take care of you. If they want to hide their identities, they will be sent to Windmill Village or Orange Village. Although these places are remote, fortunately no one knows them, so they can say goodbye to the past and start a new life. After settling everyone down, Smoker took Ace and Luffy to a cabin. Okay, you guys have watched it from beginning to end, how do you feel about it? Ace and Luffy looked at each other and fell silent. Luffy murmured, "Are these the pirates? Maybe they are special." On the contrary, this is the truest form of pirates. The Shanks you know is the outlier among outliers. Luffy. Ace argued, you just want to say that all pirates are evil. I'm not that arbitrary. Ace and Luffy were both stunned. Smoker said patiently, the ocean is huge, and it's not surprising that there are all kinds of guys. I hate pirates, but I'm not blindly hostile. In fact, I have cooperated with pirates before. This time it was Ace's turn to be surprised. A man like you would cooperate with the pirates. They must be incredible guys, right? Smoker nodded. Yes, he is Edward Newgate, a great pirate who was as famous as Roger, the Pirate King. They belong to different camps, so they will definitely not be companions, but there is no problem for them to cooperate for a short period of time. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Ace. Sure enough, when he heard that he was as famous as Roger, his eyes flickered. Among the pirates, there are both vicious bastards like today and approachable Shanks. Even if it's the same person, like Shanks, who may be a kind and reliable guide in your eyes, he may be scarier than a demon in the eyes of others. It is even said that some pirates, when they find a way to make money, will give up plundering and do business honestly, and some merchant ships will also do some pirate activities. What exactly are pirates like? You need to slowly explore it yourself. In this month, I will take you to see the outside world as much as possible. The rest of the time, you have to rely on yourselves. Smoker patted both of them on the shoulders. Remember, knowing why you punch is more important than simply having a powerful punch. As your teacher for 1 month, no matter what choice you make, I will give you my full respect. If you are willing to be a marine, I will naturally applaud and welcome you. But if you choose to be pirates, that's fine. If we meet on the sea, I will never let you go. Luffy and Ace looked at each other, bowed deeply, and said in unison, yes, Teacher Smoker. The training continues. Smoker thought carefully and, with the intelligence he had, took them to a few more places. The first place was Base 161 where I stayed when I first joined the Marine. Although Cole has left, many of his old friends are still there, and some have become senior officials at the base. They were also very happy to see Smoker and warmly entertained Smoker and others. Smoker also took Ace and Luffy to visit the Marine base, then changed into casual clothes and toured the island. Thanks to the protection of Base 161, the business here is increasingly developed and the whole island seems full of vitality. Smoker led the two of them to a high place, overlooking the entire harbor. There are many merchant ships moored at the pier, and many merchant ships are queuing to enter and exit the port. There are many shops in the town, and vendors and tourists are constantly coming and going. Did you see? Although these people are weak, they can create amazing wealth through labor and exchange. What they need is just a stable environment. Cole stayed at Base 161 for many years. The most valuable treasure left behind is not arms and soldiers. It's the strict military discipline, good atmosphere, and the good reputation built over the years. Luffy and Ace walked along the way and saw that Marine got along harmoniously with everyone. It was novel and they were filled with emotion. Even Luffy, who is a thick-skinned man, had to admit that. Whether it was Shanks or Dayton, when they were in Windmill Village, the villagers might not have been so afraid of them, but they couldn't get along so harmoniously with them either. When Ace and Luffy thought that Smoker was simply instilling in them the idea that Marines are righteous and pirates are evil, Smoker took them to the 16th Marine branch near Orange Village. As soon as they arrived, the newly promoted branch colonel, Colonel Mouse, led his team to greet them and respectfully welcomed Smoker and the others into the base. That night, they were greeted by a luxurious banquet, with all kinds of delicious food and wine flowing in. Smoker accepted all of them, and Luffy and Ace ate until their mouths were full of oil. Luffy stuffed his mouth full, but he kept talking. Advertisement. Uncle Rat Head, these things are so delicious, you are such a good person. Although the 161 base was also very welcoming, the food was far inferior to the delicacies of the 16th branch. Ace also nodded repeatedly. Although this guy looks weird, he is warm and speaks well, which makes people like him very much. Rat Head. Closing square bracket. Colonel Mouse was stunned at first, then his face broke into a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Master. I feel very honored that you can come here. After that, he raised his glass and walked to Smoker with a flattering look on his face. Smoker Vice Admiral, Branch 16 is located in a remote area, and it is rare for us to host a big shot like you. Please forgive us for any inadequacies in our hospitality. If there is anything that our branch has not done well, please feel free to point it out. Smoker clinked glasses with him and drank them all in one gulp. Branch 16 is a great place. Colonel Mouse manages it well. Hearing what Smoker said, Colonel Mouse showed joy on his face and said repeatedly, no, no. However, there are still some areas that need improvement. Hey, Master Smoker, please speak. Colonel Mouse looked terrified, but he didn't care at all in his heart. It's an old trick. Is a leader who doesn't give suggestions still a leader? I can't explain it clearly. Let someone else do it. Night Owl, step out. Colonel Mouse was stunned when he heard this. Night Owl. There were no other outsiders present except Smoker and his two companions. Judging from the expressions of these two little ghosts, they didn't look like night owls. No, what did he just say? Dory Lieutenant Junior Grade. The investigation is so clear, what excuses are there? 2 days later. Yes, Smoker Vice Admiral. CP9 Night Owl reports to you. This guy was transferred to Branch 16 himself a few years ago. Yes, Night Owl, tell me what you have found out in the past few years. Just tell me the main points, and forget about the trivialities. On July 21, 1502, Sea Circle Calendar, Lieutenant Colonel Mouse failed to extort money from a merchant ship, killed 13 crew members, and looted supplies totaling 3 million berries. Night Owl took a few steps forward, and his emotionless voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Finally, when Colonel Mouse was hanged, the crowd cheered and many people hugged each other and cried with joy. As the charges were read out one by one, Colonel Mouse sweated profusely. Colonel Mouse was shaking like a sieve. If Marine hadn't stopped him, he would have been torn to pieces before the trial. The public trial of Colonel Mouse and his accomplices was held in Orange Town. On November 4, 1500 in the Sea Circle Calendar, Major Mouse deserted the battlefield during the battle against the pirate's butcher, causing more than 40 civilian casualties. He was just a private at the time, but because of his outstanding abilities and reliability, he was regarded as a confidant by himself and was promoted all the way to Lieutenant Junior Grade. After a long while, Yi Xiao finished reading out the charges and stepped aside respectfully. Colonel Mouse's eyes nearly popped out of his head. At this time, a tall and thin Marine from the 16th branch stood up. CP9. If you want to survive, you can only. On February 6, 1506, Sea Circle Calendar, Lieutenant Colonel Mouse colluded with the pirates to attack the villages in order to collect protection fees from 11 villages, resulting in the burning of 3 villages and 700 deaths and injuries. On August 16, 1508, Sea Circle Calendar, Lieutenant Colonel Mouse embezzled 4.7 million berries from military funds, resulting in a batch of ammunition of poor quality. Luffy and Ace also opened their mouths wide, and suddenly the meat in their mouths didn't taste good anymore. Although it happened suddenly, nest grass, but people from the surrounding islands all came. He secretly glanced in Luffy's direction, pulled out a dagger and rushed over. Smoker took a sip from his glass and said calmly, "Do you admit these charges?" "I'm not an ungrateful person, you can defend yourself." Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. When they saw the rat colonel tied up, many people cursed and threw stones at him, hitting him so hard that his head was bleeding and he screamed in pain. Chapter 271 Bharati. In the last few days, Smoker decided to take Ace and Luffy to relax. "We're going to go somewhere relaxing next. You guys will definitely like it. That's East Blue's most famous restaurant on the sea, Bharati." Hearing about the restaurant, Luffy's eyes lit up. "Really?" Ace swallowed unconsciously. The food he had eaten these past few days was really not that good. "Of course it's true. Today is my treat, so you guys can eat as much as you want." Oh, finally, everyone reached Bharati. The crew and the girls did not want to leave the ship. So Smoker ordered takeout for them and took the two kids into the restaurant. After taking his seat, Smoker asked the waiter to bring the menu and swiped it with his hand. "This, I don't want this, but 3 of each of the others." The waiter was startled and bowed quickly and said, "Yes." Bharati cooked very quickly. Although there were many dishes, they were all served quickly. Smoker and the others began to eat heartily, pouring dishes after dishes into their mouths in front of everyone's surprised gazes. The people around were dumbfounded. Even the waiters and kitchen staff came over to watch. The 3 of them devoured hundreds of dishes like gluttons, and then lay down comfortably in their seats. Ace burped loudly. "Ah, I'm so full." Luffy also looked very satisfied. "Although I was able to eat enough from hunting before, this is the first time I've eaten something so delicious." Smoker lit up a cigar and took a puff. "I forgot to tell you that compared to pirates, the biggest advantage of Marines is that they have a cafeteria. Although the taste is not as good as here, it's not bad either. No matter how big a stomach you have, you can eat it to your heart's content." Luffy. "Huh." Smoker waved his hand and asked the waiter to pay the bill. After paying the bill, he asked, "The food is good. We are very satisfied. Can we thank the chef in person?" The waiter smiled and said, "The chef is our boss. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll see if the boss is busy." After saying that, he ran away and came back after a while. "Guest, the boss is waiting for you in the room upstairs. I'll take you there right away." Smoker and others followed the waiter to the upstairs room. There was a tall guy with 2 golden braided beards and a wooden prosthetic right foot waiting there. "It is the owner and chef here, red-footed Zapu." Advertisement. Seeing Smoker, he seemed very enthusiastic. "Hello, guest, thank you for coming." He had heard about the deeds of these 3 guys. Just 3 people made hundreds of dishes. There is no chef who doesn't like customers who love his or her food, and Zapu is no exception. So, even though it was the first time they met, he behaved exceptionally gently. Before Smoker could say anything, Ace and Luffy jumped out. "Boss, your cooking is so delicious." Yeah, I wish I could eat such delicious food every day." Zapu laughed out loud, and the child's praise made him particularly happy. "Then you are welcome to come over often. I will definitely perform at my best and entertain you well." After that, he looked at Smoker and said, "I wonder what this guest does." Although Smoker was not wearing a military uniform and was not on a warship, Zeph could vaguely smell a familiar scent. Smoker didn't beat around the bush either. "Red-footed Zapu, I heard that his cooking skills are as good as his foot skills. I thought it was an exaggeration, but today I see that it is indeed true. I didn't expect that the pirates, who were so famous back then, could actually calm down and live a peaceful life." Pirates. Ace and Luffy were both surprised and looked at Zeph at the same time. Zapu's expression was serious at first, then returned to normal. "Don't mention pirates or anything like that anymore. I'm just a crippled cook now." "I understand. You are a Marine. Do you want to arrest me?" Just as he finished speaking, a little yellow-haired guy suddenly jumped out and kicked Smoker, shouting, "Don't bully the stinky old man." Smoker remained calm, while Ace, who was standing next to him, kicked the little yellow-haired boy towards Zeph. The little yellow-haired boy covered his stomach and struggled to stand up. Fear flashed in his eyes as he looked at the people, but he still stood firmly in front of Zapu. "Oh, Sanji. The only success of the Vinsmoke Kaji family." "Vinsmoke. You know Sanji." Zapu was a little confused. He was not from North Blue, so he didn't know the Vinsmoke family. Originally Sanji's expression was one of fear and stubbornness, but after hearing these words, it suddenly turned into anger and humiliation. "What successful work? UB*****************, D, are you mocking me? HMPH, ridiculing you. I'm not interested. But I can add one more thing. Do you think that those who rely on their talents and equipment to show off their power and sacrifice their feelings for strength are successful? Smoker. This kid has to stay here. You continue to teach him kicking skills. When he turns 16, he will join the Marine. You have a logbook here. I'm very interested. Marines are not pirates, all intelligence is shared." Advertisement. Damn it, what on earth do you know? Tell me now. Zapu felt relieved. It seemed that in his mind, this thing was really nothing. When I said this, I felt a little embarrassed. This was simply a confession. He sat on the bed, unscrewed his prosthesis, took out a yellow notebook and handed it to Smoker. "That's enough. But this guest is right. He really has no reason to tell you. If you want to get the answer, you can only rely on yourself to slowly find it." Interest. You Marines still need this. Compared with the professional Marine charts, the routes I recorded are as crude as children's graffiti. As for this little brat, I want to know the truth, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. Just as Sanji was about to lose control, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, stopping his movements. Smoker said calmly, I just came to thank you, I didn't mean to arrest you. You have saved many shipwreck victims over the years. Although you cannot be exempted from the crime, you can be given a suspended sentence. Smoker said calmly, I don't need a sea chart, I just need a diary to record the daily lives of the pirates. Sanji wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zeph. That makes sense, what about the second condition? Before he could finish his words, he was kicked on the head by Zapu, and the pain was so severe that he couldn't speak. But this child has never hurt anyone, please let him go. Sanji, although you haven't talked about your childhood, I can feel that it is not a good memory. Sanji also breathed a sigh of relief. Sanji yelled, I don't want to be a Marine, I want to accompany my husband. Smoker ignored it. After that, he looked at Smoker and sighed. Smoker glanced at him. Mr. Marine, I have been a pirate for decades. I will accept any punishment. Zapu, please speak. It's your freedom to join or not. Zapu had a question mark on his face. But I won't help anyone other than Marine to become stronger for no reason. Smoker took a quick look and nodded with satisfaction. Oh, that's no problem. Vinsmoke Sanji, in the war between your father and mother, your mother undoubtedly won. This is my diary, recording the details of the battle and looting. Smoker smiled faintly. I know everything, but I have no reason to tell you. Zapu listened quietly, but his eyes suddenly brightened and his body relaxed slightly. Chapter 272 Mara Mara Fruit. After finishing their work, Smoker returned with Luffy and Ace. He tossed the notebook to Ace and Luffy. Compared to other pirates, Zeph is a guy with a bottom line, otherwise I wouldn't let him go. This diary records his entire life. You can take a look. Luffy took the notebook and said nothing, just nodded silently. Ace whispered. Teacher Smoker. You said you would take us for a month, and now there are only 2 days left. Is it still possible for us to go back? Hearing this, Luffy also reacted and said excitedly, Teacher Smoker can't make it back. Why don't you just stay in Windmill Village with us? Nonsense. Smoker punched him lightly on the head, making him scream. It's already the last 2 days. Well, I'll show you how powerful the teacher is. Then he found the captain. Cassia, here I am, Mr. Smoker, do you have any instructions? I'll take them away first, you guys take these girls back to Windmill Village. Cassia. Huh. Smoker ignored him and grabbed Luffy and Ace and threw them high into the air. As the two screamed, he turned into a giant pink dragon, picked them up and flew away. Looking at this scene, the crew members and the girls who heard the news were all stunned. High in the sky, a giant pink dragon flew through the clouds. The wind was howling, making Ace and Luffy's clothes rustle. After a long while, Smoker descended in altitude, flew close to the sea surface, and slowed down, and Luffy and Ace were able to talk again. Luffy's eyes were full of stars. Sky. Teacher Smoker has turned into a giant eel. Smoker. Ace was also very excited, looking around. In fact, Barati is not far from the Windmill Village. Smoker can reach it on the same day by flying at full speed. But he felt that his current appearance was too shocking and he didn't want to be so ostentatious. Advertisement. In order to avoid the flight path, we took a big detour, which naturally took more time. Soon it grew dark. Ace suddenly patted Smoker's scales. Mr. Smoker, there's a deserted island over there, shall we stay there for a night? With Smoker's physical strength, he could travel overnight and arrive at Windmill Village early the next morning. But it's okay now, there's no need to rush. Smoker thought for a moment and said, a small island that is not marked on the nautical chart. Whatever, let's rest here tonight. The dragon circled the island several times. The island is not big, with bare rocks and a few scattered trees. In Smoker's perception, there are no other living creatures except some seabirds and crabs. After Smoker put the two people down, he turned back into human form. Luffy's eyes were full of stars. Teacher Smoker, the giant eel transformation just now was so cool. It's okay. Smoker has corrected himself several times that he is a dragon, but Luffy still insists that he is an eel. Ace looked around. Although it's a bit desolate, it's still okay to rest for a night. Mr. Smoker, Luffy, you guys take a rest first, I'll go find some firewood. Ace and Luffy were both shocked. I don't want to take back your fruit. Smoker suddenly had the idea to play a mischievous trick. Looking at the two brothers who were full of energy, Smoker felt relieved and sighed secretly in his heart. But think about it carefully. Fruit. This fruit tastes terrible. If you don't believe me, try it. Smoker didn't feel tired at all, but since his apprentice was so filial, he didn't refuse. Is this the power of destiny? Advertisement. After a while, Ace came back excitedly with a pile of firewood. Sure enough, there was an orange-red spherical fruit on the firewood, with flame-shaped spiral patterns on the skin. As this, Mara Mara fruit, closing square bracket. Ace was overjoyed, and regardless of being disgusted, he grabbed the remaining fruit and rushed in. Just point to an island and find a logia fruit. Teacher Smoker, there are fruits here. Teacher Smoker, This fruit looks delicious, would you like to try it? Ace looked at the bright orange fruit and thought it looked delicious, so he took a tentative bite. This bite almost killed Ace. He was so angry that he wanted to throw the Mara fruit away, but Smoker caught it quickly. Including staying away from Sakazuki. You two guys, don't go the wrong way. Smoker's eyes widened. What kind of luck does this kid have? Huh, Ace also ate the devil fruit. Smoker told Ace all the information about Mara fruit. Because of the different color, Luffy didn't recognize that this was also a devil fruit. Luffy wanted to follow, but after hearing Smoker say there was no danger on the island and Ace asking him to stay, he decided not to follow. Luffy was joining in the fun, his hair and eyebrows were all burnt. Unexpectedly, I just took a detour and ended up here by accident, and Ace happened to discover this fruit. Vomit. Ace uses his ability to light a huge bonfire on the island, and then begins to study his new ability. Is there? Ahahaha, you're such a lucky guy. You got a devil fruit so easily. Smoker took a closer look and was immediately numb. The same devil fruit as Luffy. Originally, Ace went out to sea and encountered a storm, and came to an unnamed deserted island in East Blue, where he accidentally obtained the Mara fruit. All night long, the island was ablaze with lights and a noisy chaos. Chapter 273 Big Mom's Revenge. 2 days later, Smoker left Windmill Village. After all, there is only 1 month of vacation. After all, he is not Luffy and Ace's biological father. It took a month for the two to see the true face of the pirates, and we have done our best. As for how they will proceed in the future, it all depends on themselves. If the two of them come to their senses and are willing to join the Marine, I would still be willing to continue this teacher-student friendship. However, by then, it won't be just a small fight. I have to take some measures to help Luffy change his bad habit of always seeking danger. It doesn't matter if you don't value your own life, it's your own choice. But if his own lack of organization and discipline puts his comrades in danger, Smoker doesn't mind cleaning up the mess. Of course, this is a good expectation. If the two of them insist on going out to sea to be pirates, then I can only say sorry to Mr. Garp. Don't think that only Akainu dares to play for real. Compared to Ace and Luffy, Smoker cares much more about those girls. After consulting them, they were left in the Windmill Village. The people here are simple and honest, and the village chief is an honest and kind person. It is a good place to start a new life. On the return journey, Smoker didn't waste any more time and transformed himself into a giant dragon, flying all the way from high in the sky to the naval headquarters. Before reaching the naval headquarters, I could see countless warships in the distance. Judging from the direction and distance, it should be coming out of Marineford. What happened on this scale? Smoker sensed something was wrong and rushed over hastily, his huge body stirring up a vortex in the clouds. He lowered his altitude and came to a spot near the fleet, wanting to go up and find out what was going on. When passing a warship, I suddenly felt a terrifying aura erupting. Ice sculpture pillar. A deep voice was heard, Smoker was startled, and when he looked down, he saw a stream of cold air rising into the sky. Wherever the cold air passes, the moisture in the air condenses and turns into countless tiny ice crystals, falling like snowflakes. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Advertisement. Smoker took a deep breath, and the flames gathered in his throat, like a burning fire. His mouth opened slightly, then he spit out suddenly, and a thick column of fire gushed out. Wherever the column of fire passed, the air was burned and distorted, making crackling sounds. The pillar of fire and the cold air collided violently, making a loud noise that shook the earth. The powerful energy impact caused a huge explosion. Flames and ice intertwined together to form a spectacular scene of ice and fire. The sky seemed to be divided into 2 layers, the upper layer was red hot, and the lower layer was azure cold. The strong wind swept across the sea, causing waves, as if the entire ocean was enraged. At the same time, the clouds in the sky were also shaken away by this powerful force, revealing the body of a giant dragon hidden within. At this time, Aokiji Moonwalk took off and came to the same altitude as Smoker, but the distance between the two seemed a little cautious. Before Smoker could speak, Kuzan shouted, "Alalala, good job, Kaido. I didn't expect you to come here. Are you here to cheer for your old friend?" Smoker. Before Smoker could speak, Kuzan suddenly stretched out his hands, superstar pheasant mouth. The wind was freezing cold as a gigantic ice bird appeared in the sky. Its wingspan was 100 meters and its feathers were glowing with a faint blue light. Smoker. The ice bird screamed, flapped its wings, and swooped down towards Smoker. Despite its large size, it was incredibly fast, like a flash of lightning across the sky. Smoker couldn't help but feel nervous, as he had already foreseen that after the ice bird hit him, it would turn into a ball of cold air and freeze half of its body. Although it would not be able to defeat him, it would definitely not feel good. He immediately stopped holding back and opened his mouth wide. A black hole appeared in his mouth, bursting out with a powerful gravitational force. Under the pull of gravity, the ice bird screamed and was torn into pieces and pulled into the black hole. Smoker closed his mouth and said in a muffled voice, "Brother Kuzan, what the hell are you doing?" Kuzan was still shocked because his move was broken, but when he heard the voice, he was suddenly surprised and happy. "Nani, you're Smoker. Aren't you black?" Smoker was stunned. It turns out that after Smoker gained the power of the dual fruit, apart from reporting to Sengoku, he never revealed his dragon form in front of Marine. The only time he fought in this form was during the time of Alabasta. At that time, I felt that pink was too embarrassing, so I covered my body with darkness and turned into the mighty Haki Black Dragon. The Marine at the scene didn't look carefully, so he just reported it according to the transformed appearance. Advertisement. Therefore, in the minds of Marine senior executives, the transformed Smoker is also a black dragon that only emits black smoke and has a majestic Haki. Aokiji was originally on a mission, but he saw a dragon in the sky. Although he felt that the color was wrong, he subconsciously thought that it was Kaido who was attacking, so he quickly took the initiative. Smoker looked down. At some point the nearby sea surface froze over and turned into an ice field. Those unfortunate warships were also frozen solid in the ice. Aokiji blushed. Alalal, Kaido can fly. As a person with special abilities, he naturally needs to create a home field that suits him. As for the ice, I'll have to trouble you. Aokiji can easily create ice that changes the climate and blocks the sea, but it cannot melt the ice. Just now, in order to create a foothold for the battle, he froze the ice so thick and hard that it would not melt in a week if left alone. Smoker nodded reluctantly. Dark Cave Road. The darkness spread and quickly began to erode the ice field. Countless ice blocks that were larger than warships were crushed by the darkness and finally disappeared into thin air. Smoker returns to Aokiji's ship. Okay, Aokiji-sama, it's time to tell me what's going on. Aokiji's expression became serious. He first ordered the warship to set sail, and then told Smoker, Hina is in trouble. Her fleet was attacked by the Big Mom pirates in the Kawi Sea. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly rose from Smoker. Countless black thunders burst out from his body, and the whole sky seemed to darken. The Marines on board, except for a few vice admirals and rear admirals, were trembling slightly. The others either fainted with their eyes rolled back or collapsed to the ground. Hey, Smoker, calm down, Aokiji yelled and hurriedly shouted to stop him. Smoker finally reacted, took a deep breath, and slowly restrained his Haki. Why did Big Mom attack Hina? Was it revenge? You and Vice Admiral Garp killed so many of her subordinates. If she doesn't do something, how can she lead the team in the future? 9 Deciseconds Chapter 274 Impelled down a few weeks ago. Hina drove to the naval headquarters with several surviving children of Big Mom. The arrest of the Big Mom executive should be a good thing to boost morale. But looking at this group of resentful people, Sengoku and Crane felt a headache. If the news of these guys' arrest had not been made public, they would definitely choose to use them as bargaining chips to exchange for some benefits from Big Mom. Whether it's ceding some territory, exchanging for some good devil fruit, or exchanging for sky-high wealth, you can always get some benefits. But there is no hope now. The whole world knows that Marine captured Smoothie alive, so there is no way to make a fuss about it. As for the others, they are nothing compared to Smoothie. Big Mom doesn't care about their life or death. Sengoku thought for a while and directly threw the problem to world government. After a long struggle with the world government, they finally threw these hot potatoes to impel down. So, one matter does not require two people to deal with. The task of escorting the prisoners fell on Hina again. Riding the huge ocean current, Hina arrived at the deep-sea prison a few days later. When we arrived at the entrance of Impel Down, Hanayabal and the team were already waiting there. When Hina came down, he hurried forward and saluted. Hello, Lord Shiratori. Welcome, thank you for your hard work. I'm Director Hanayabal. I accidentally exposed my ambition, ahem. I'm Deputy Director Hanayabal, and I've come to hand over the prisoner to you. After Hina returned this time, several Marine high-ranking officials personally inspected Hina's strength. Aokiji, Akainu, Kazaru, and Shadon took turns fighting her. Except for Aokiji's freeze, the other three are helpless against her. In the end, Hina won everyone's recognition with her strength and became the new admiral candidate, codenamed White Bird. Although it has not been announced worldwide, it is no longer a secret within the government system. Hina said calmly, there are 9 prisoners in total, all of them are members of the Big Mom pirates, please receive them. After that, he handed over a stack of documents and several wanted warrants. Then he raised his hand, and the Marine behind him brought up a group of prisoners wearing seastone shackles. When Hanayabal saw Smoothie in the lead, his eyes suddenly turned into stars. Long-legged beauty. Advertisement seeing Hanayabal's appearance, Smoothie frowned in disgust, suddenly rushed out and kicked Hanayabal. By the time Hanayabal reacted, the attack was already imminent. He screamed, and suddenly a big foot stopped in front of him. Hina appeared beside Hanayabal at some point, and grabbed Smoothie's ankle with her left hand, squeezing her foot bones until they crackled. Then he kicked Smoothie back, and he fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Can you still attack with seastone handcuffs? Hina admires your perseverance, but it's a pity that your road has come to an end. In the last moments of your life, you should behave yourself and suffer less physical pain. Then she turned to Hanayabal and said, Deputy Director Hanayabal, Hina is very busy, please be more serious. Yes. Hanayabal swallowed his saliva, didn't dare to mess with the plane anymore, and hurried to work. I have to say that Hanayabal's business ability is still very good. In just a few minutes, the handover procedures were completed. Hanayabal saluted and said, Master Shiratori, the prisoner handover is complete. I hope to see you next time. Normally, even the Marine cannot enter impelled down and can only hand over at the door. Before the Summit War, when Ace was escorted to the Naval headquarters for execution, the Marine just waited at the door and Magellan escorted him out. As for Garp and the Flying Squirrel, Garp is someone no one dares to mess with. I'm going in today, either you do it yourself or I do it for you. The Flying Squirrel was frustrated. That time, the Empress was allowed to come in with special permission from the government. As for the Flying Squirrel, it was just there to keep her company. But Hina didn't move. Deputy Director Hanayabal, Hina wants to discuss something with Director Magellan. Could you please convey it to her? Hanayabal was slightly surprised, but did not refuse. Wait a moment. He walked to the communications room in the corner, talked for a while, and then walked out. Master Shiratori, please follow me to the reception room on the first floor. You're the only one here. Oh, there's a living room in impelled down? How bizarre. Wait a minute. Hina returned to the ship with a box and said to the other Marines, wait for me on the ship. Hina will be back soon. Advertisement after that, he followed Hanayabal into impelled down. Out of courtesy, Hanayabal did not check the box. Once you pass through the gate and enter impelled down, it feels like you have entered another world. There were no windows in impelled down, so the sunlight could not get in, and it was extremely dark. The temperature around it also dropped significantly, and my skin felt slightly cold. There was a strange smell in the air. Burnt? Bloody? Rancid? None of them. It seemed like a mixture of many smells. Fortunately, the reception room was not far away. After turning a few corners, Hina arrived at the reception room. Hanayabal. Master Shiratori, please wait a moment. The director will be here soon. I am the director. Sorry, I have exposed my ambition. Hina nodded calmly. It's okay. Soon, Magellan arrived at the reception room. But his face didn't look too good, because Rain Shiryu was following behind him. This B*********************************************** He didn't keep watch properly. When he heard that a Marine was looking for me, he had to follow me like a dogskin plaster. However, Magellan couldn't act too aggressively in front of Hina and could only suppress his anger. Hello, Lord Shiratori, I heard you wanted to see me. What can I do for you? Nice to meet you, Director Magellan. Hina is here to do business with you. Don't worry, I won't violate the rules of your prison, and I won't let you do anything that goes against justice. Moreover, this matter is easy for you. You don't need to leave, and it won't take too long. Magellan was stunned. What do you want me to do? Rain Shiryu behind also showed curiosity. I heard that your poison fruit can turn into all kinds of venom. Hina wants one of each kind of venom. No limit on the quantity, but the types must be complete. Magellan. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Hina. Don't be so quick to refuse. Look at Hina's reward. Hina pushed the box in front of Magellan and opened it, revealing 2 devil fruits. This is the Paramecia truth fruit. The user can force the target to tell the truth for a certain period of time. This is. For some reason, Hina suddenly felt a strange feeling in her heart. This is the cage fruit. The user can create a fence from anywhere on the body to imprison the enemy. If you can agree, these 2 fruits will be given to you. Hearing this, Magellan's eyes widened. Chapter 275. Transaction with Magellan. It must be said that these 2 fruits deeply touched Magellan's G**********, T, causing an unnatural blush on his face. The cage fruit, one can torture, one can imprison. For prison guards like them, it is simply a god-level fruit. With these 2 fruits, KPI will be easier to achieve in the future. Isn't it just some poison? For me, this is no easier than eating and drinking water. In that case, then I don't agree, the other one. Magellan. Magellan turned his head mechanically and looked directly at Rain Shiryu. No, you are sick. You don't agree to such a good deal, are you out of your mind? Besides, they are doing business with me, what does it have to do with you? Rain Shiryu held a cigar in his mouth and stared at Hina coldly. He is also curious about devil fruit, but is more interested in Hina. How did such an ordinary girl become an admiral candidate? So strange, I really want to fight. So, when Hina proposed a deal, he subconsciously provoked her. Humph, Magellan's poison is so dangerous, how can I give it to someone as inexplicable as you? Magellan nearly choked on that. This is an admiral candidate. Why is it so weird? And what are you afraid of? Will she poison Marineford? Although the prison and the Marine are not in charge of each other, they should also pay attention to the relationship between departments. So it's not you who is dealing with the Marine, right? Shiryu drew out the thunderbolt and stabbed it into the table. You are not allowed to bring inexplicable things into impelled down. For the sake of you being a Marine, I will keep the fruit and you get out. Hina didn't expect that this guy would actually play a robbery trick on her. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, with no expression of joy or anger. Director Magellan, this idiot with a shoehorn face doesn't know the rules. Magellan also felt very embarrassed and shouted angrily, Shiryu, you. Magellan. Advertisement Shiryu was not afraid of Magellan at all and even interrupted him directly. If I remember correctly, the world government said that your poison must not be spread to others. As soon as these words came out, Magellan choked. Several decades ago, when I had just reaped the fruits of my labor, the world government sent people to investigate and they indeed said so. This is such an old calendar, I almost forgot about it, but I didn't expect Shiryu to still remember it and bring it up now. MD, why haven't I seen you so smart during work hours? Hina looked at the farce in front of her with a calm expression, and finally sighed softly, slowly stood up and said, Director Magellan, Hina wants to apologize to you. Huh? Apologize for what? It's rude to punish your subordinates on your own territory, please don't interfere. After saying that, he slowly stood up and walked towards Shiryu. There was excitement in Rain Shiryu's eyes, and a bloody light flashed on the thunderstorm. When you come to impel down, you must abide by the rules of impel down. Here, we are the rules. You are wrong. Hina slapped Shiryu hard on the face with a big CT. Shiryu was caught off guard and was blown away, crashing into the wall next to him, and the broken walls instantly buried him. Magellan was also startled by the slap, but he just stood aside and didn't intervene. Ah! A roar came from the ruins, and Rain Shiryu suddenly rushed out and slashed at Hina's neck with a sword. Although she has the power of the phoenix, Hina always remembers Smoker's instructions. If you can dodge, dodge. If it is hard to dodge, block it. If you can't block it, use your ability to withstand it. Don't rely on your ability to withstand it recklessly. Too slow, Hina dodged the sword by turning her head and punched Shiryu on the back. Shiryu only felt a huge force coming from his back, and was knocked to the ground, his whole body embedded in the floor, and the room shook. Hina used her foot to flip him over. Remember, no matter where you are, strength is the rule. Shiryu's bloodshot eyes widened and he roared, I'm going to kill you. He suddenly jumped up, raised the thunderbolt, and slashed at Hina's neck. Hina looked at him coldly, neither blocking nor dodging. The blood-red blade stopped abruptly in front of Hina's snow-white neck. Shiryu gasped, You? Why don't you hide? Hina smiled coldly. Hina is standing right here. Do you dare to cut her down? Magellan. Advertisement. Just when Shiryu was hesitating, Hina suddenly reached out and gave him a big slap. Shiryu put the knife on Hina's neck, but was forced to retreat step by step. Okay. Shiryu is also wrong. I agree to this deal and I will prepare the venom for you right away. Remember, here, Hina doesn't care how you act like a boss. Behave yourself next time you see Marine. Otherwise, the next guy you meet may not have as good a temper as Hina. Mr. Hina, please come to impel down more often in the future. The prison door is always open to you. Shiryu was dizzy and bleeding from her nose. She stared with eyes wide open in disbelief. You. Come on, weren't you very arrogant just now? Yuji Shiryu suddenly choked. After all, he was just a murderer, not mentally ill. As for violating the world government's orders, I will explain it to you, don't worry. Come on, chop me, I like your arrogant look better just now. The world government said that no spin-offs are allowed. Marine and Impel Down are both under the world government and both work for Celestial Dragons. How can it be considered a spin-off if we share what we have? It should be called optimizing resource allocation. Hina agreed happily, but she felt something was wrong. The two fruits are of great use to the prison, and we must take them down no matter what. I believe the world government will understand. It's sad, but it looks cool. Hina came forward, grabbed his head and shook it a few times. Director Magellan, when did you violate government orders? Shiryu felt dizzy, took a few steps back, sat down on the ground, and the long sword Leiyu in his hand fell. Hina smiled slightly. Before she could finish her words, Hina gave another big backhand. Hina walked forward and F********* hard. Magellan. Look at Shiryu's face, it's so swollen that you can hardly see her eyes. I'm sorry, Director Magellan, I made you laugh. Hina is not usually so rude, but today I was a little impulsive. Finally, Hina hit Shiryu with a big slap, causing her to stagger. Hearing Hina say this, Magellan's eyes suddenly lit up. If you don't have the awareness to give up everything, why are you acting like a bachelor here? Do you really think you were a gangster? As expected of an admiral candidate, after that, Hina walked up to Magellan and smiled like a lily blooming. Let's see how you can show your face to me again. Indeed, relying on his status and strength, it would be no problem for him to provoke Marine once or twice in this Impel Down. But when it comes to killing the admiral candidate, he really doesn't have the courage to do so. If he really does that, he will probably have to stay in a cage for the rest of his life. Not only is it powerful, its pattern is also terrifyingly large, and its grasp of policies is flexible and changeable. Hina gave you a chance, but you were useless. Chapter 276 Hostage Exchange. On the warship, the Marines were waiting. About an hour later, Hina came out of Impel Down. When I entered, I was greeted only by Hanayabal. When we came out, it was Magellan who saw us off personally. A few jailers followed behind, carefully carrying a large iron box with a seal with a skull logo on it. Hina said goodbye to Magellan and the others, and then drove away on the warship. The two also reached a small agreement, which was to exchange Magellan's poison for devil fruit. After Hina walked away, Magellan took out the box of devil fruit from his arms. Hanayabal, you can eat the cage fruit, it will be more convenient for you to manage the prisoners. As for the truth fruit, you can give it to Sadi-chan. Why? Hanayabal's eyes almost popped out of his head, he was so touched. Magellan, you are really, how can you be repaired? Damn it, I was actually moved. No, the position of director must be mine. Okay, I'll take it, but you can deliver Sadi-chan's one yourself. Huh? Why? Why do you care so much? You diarrhea B******************. D. Ah. I was insulted by my own subordinates. I am such a failed director. Epsilon equals, Omicron ******, alas. A-hole, stop sighing at me. Ah, help me. Hina, after completing the escort mission, left Impel down without stopping. Although I am not a prisoner, I still don't like such a depressing atmosphere. On the way back, I didn't go through the gate of justice because I was not in a hurry. The warship was sailing that day. Suddenly, a warning came from the lookout. Enemy attack, enemy attack. A large number of pirates are gathering in the northwest. Advertisement. Hina in the command room was shocked. Report the enemy's position and information. Yes. The enemy is the Big Mom pirates. Including the main ship, the Queen Anthem Mom, there are 41 ships in total, all of them are homies. They are targeting us and are outflanking us, not good. Big Pirates Big Mom is also on the ship. Hina walked to the window, picked up the telescope and observed for a while, then closed the telescope and threw it aside. Big Mom is here too. Humph, this is really going to cause trouble for Hina. This time it was just a simple escort mission, and the combat power on the warship was seriously insufficient. Even if he could hold off Big Mom and prevent her from attacking others, the others on the warship would definitely not be able to stop so many pirates. Hina is not the kind of person who acts rashly. After recognizing the situation, she made a decision quickly. Communicator, call for help from the headquarters immediately. You stay in the communication room and report your location and movements at any time. Lookout, helmsman. Pay attention and rush towards the enemy's weak point. Also pay attention to the enemies who have the ability to fly. Engineers, activate the Fungbei accelerator and deploy the air defense artillery. Everyone else, be ready to fight at any time. Compared to naval headquarters, Impel Down is a soft persimmon that is easier to squeeze. In addition to Big Mom and Katakuri, strong men such as Owen and Daifuku were also present, and there was also a familiar figure, Crocodile. After rushing all the way, we finally arrived at Toto Land. If you were arrested by the Marines right after you were appointed, and you still don't care, then you don't have to be a pirate anymore. But I never expected that. Oh, yes, Mom, well, I've got my eyes on my prey, and no one can escape. Chase them. Yes. Upon learning that Smoothie was arrested, Big Mom was furious, but she didn't act too impulsively. Fortunately, she also has an eyeliner in Marine, but what she never expected was that this matter was actually exposed by Morgans. Advertisement. The warship began to turn around, and the heavy artillery on the ship was removed and replaced with slender anti-aircraft guns, pointing far away at the Queen Anthem Mother. Helplessly, she could only quickly recall her children outside and prepare for a big effort to rescue Smoothie and, wait. There is no other way. After all, he is a newly appointed general. Hina is walking in the vortex of the Gate of Justice. Big Mom can't enter at all, let alone plunder. This is a warship acceleration device made by the Marine Science Corps using jet shells. Although it cannot make a huge warship run as fast as the Viper, it can also increase the speed. Jet shells are too precious, and there are only a few warships equipped with this device. Unfortunately, Hina's ship is one of them. In desperation, she could only gather people and prepare to attack Impel Down. The lineup on the Queen Anthem Mom is truly luxurious. When I learned that Smoothie was going to be escorted to Impel Down, I knew that my chance had come. But as luck would have it, Hina didn't go through the Gate of Justice when she returned, and was discovered by Big Mom. Big Mom licked her blood-red lips with a fierce gleam in her eyes. That day, he escaped from Alabasta with great difficulty. After hearing Hina's series of confident orders, the Marines, who were a little nervous at first, calmed down and quickly carried out the orders. Guys, catch up with me. Shinu Sengoku and Suru. These two old guys were definitely planning to take advantage of Smoothie to gain benefits. But, she decided to wait and see what the other party wanted. Mom, the enemy has discovered us and is fleeing. This warship is strange and very fast, almost as fast as Homid's. Admiral candidate, close black lens bracket. She personally went out with a group of robbers, ready to rob Hina. Then, the warship shook, and many bubbles suddenly appeared behind it, and its speed suddenly increased by half. Big Mom was overjoyed and quietly gathered around. Aboard the Queen Mother Anthem. What a valuable hostage, and he can also avenge the last attack by Punk Hazard. Big Mom was stunned. If Marine had any shame, she would never let Smoothie go. Katakuri came in front of Big Mom. Chapter 277, Pursuit and Counterattack. Hina's warship and Big Mom's fleet are chasing each other. Although Big Mom has a larger fleet, Hina's warships are fast, like a slippery loach, always able to slip through the gaps. As long as the speed is fast enough, the net laid by Big Mom will be full of holes. The warships broke through the encirclement of the pirates' fleet time and time again. Even if the pirates' ships approached, they could suppress them with the range of the anti-aircraft guns. They fought and retreated, and although the warships were seriously damaged, they also destroyed 7 or 8 pirates' ships. Hina was also secretly thankful that this was a naval battle, and those people with special abilities could not use their abilities well, otherwise the warships would have been destroyed dozens of times. Big Mom finally felt impatient and went to chase the warship in Prometheus. Daifuku wanted to use the help of the demon, but was rudely rejected by her. Prometheus turned into a fireball with a diameter of 100 meters and rushed over at high speed carrying Big Mom. The marine in the watchtower raised the alarm immediately. Hina did not dare to be careless and quickly turned into a white phoenix and rushed out. Well, accept the baptism of fire, fire waterfall. Prometheus took a deep breath and exhaled a flame like magma from high altitude, like a red waterfall. The scorching heat made the surrounding air twist and ripple like water waves. Tisk. Hina cursed inwardly and rushed forward to stop the flames. There was a violent explosion in midair and huge flames dyed half the sky red, but they were all blocked by a green light and could not touch the warship at all. It's my turn. Green wing seal. The white phoenix chirped softly, and its wings turned into a ball of blue flame, which slammed into Prometheus. The two flames collided, and the aggressive Prometheus screamed and flew out, almost causing Big Mom to fall into the sea. Damn it, it hurts. Why does the flame hurt me? The white phoenix did not answer, but fired another round of green flame bombs, forcing Prometheus to be at a loss. In terms of lethality, the flame of regeneration may not be as good as fire. But it is a special flame after all, one level higher than Prometheus, which is composed of ordinary flames. There is a suppressive relationship between the two, like that of a superior and a subordinate devil fruit. Hina rushed over again, and Prometheus hesitated for a moment. HMPH, useless thing. Zeus. Big Mom screamed and jumped high. Yes, Mom. Zeus also turned into a huge thundercloud and caught her steadily. Prometheus returned to Big Mom in dejection, but his eyes were full of greed as he looked at the blue flames. With the addition of Zeus, the weather suddenly changed. Advertisement: the sky was covered with dark clouds and strong winds. Countless thunders were running around like silver snakes, and huge waves were rising on the sea. Is it the same phoenix as Marco? Look at this swamp, Thunder Sword. Several bolts of lightning shot out from the clouds and turned into lightning swords, instantly piercing Hina. Well, penetrating wounds can be healed, but paralysis caused by electric shock is not that easy to recover from. But an unexpected scene appeared. The white phoenix suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke and then condensed again. What? Big Mom's eyes widened. Hina said calmly, lightning is ineffective against smoke. Stop being so arrogant, little girl, Big Mom roared, and dark clouds descended upon her. Hina was not afraid at all. With green flames blazing from her body, she suddenly rushed into the cloud. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in and thunder roared, like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing everything. But deep in the dark clouds, there is always a flickering green light, like a candle that will never go out. When it comes to aerial combat, Hina, as the user of the bird fruit, is only stronger than Big Mom, who relies on external objects. In addition, being on the sea, the ability users are inevitably somewhat restricted. So Big Mom didn't get any advantage either. Plus I was hungry, so after fighting for a while, I could only go back in disappointment. Hina also breathed a sigh of relief and flapped her wings to return to the warship. Back in the cab, Hina hurried to the control console. Tansport, are you okay? The one driving the warship was none other than Smoker's former partner, Tansport, who was rescued from the underground world. Thanks to his piloting ability, the warship can be turned around like a loach, more slippery than living homies. However, Tansport was not born into combat, and he was exhausted from the sleepless pursuit for several days. Oh, don't worry, Commander Hina, leave it to me. Tansport yelled loudly and pounded his chest loudly. The Marines around were also howling. Great, you are worthy of being Major Tansport. That's right, with the Major here, no one can catch us. Hina looked at his bloodshot eyes and messy hair, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. Okay, you've worked hard, just hold on a little longer. Tansport said happily. Huh? Are there reinforcements arriving? By the way, Commander Hina, why don't we flee towards our headquarters? That's where we're most likely to run into reinforcements. Advertisement. Hina shook her head. If you can think of it, Big Mom can definitely think of it too. She must have already deployed layers of defense. Even if there aren't any powerful fighters, it will be troublesome if we get entangled. The Marines suddenly realized. So that's it, the most important reason. Marines. Hina looked out the window at the pirate ship that was chasing her not far away, and suddenly smiled coldly. Hina has never been so embarrassed before, we can't just let it go like this. Even if we can't kill them all, at least we have to tear a piece of flesh from them. Then he waved his hand and said, follow Hina's orders, turn left 15, advance 3, break out of the encirclement, then turn right 7, full speed ahead. Seeing Hina like this, the Marines seemed to be energized and said in unison, yes. Tansport had a desperate expression on his face. Oh, I can't let you down. After saying that, he took out a large wooden barrel and started drinking it, then threw the empty barrel away after a few minutes. It's worthy of being Zane Vice Admiral's special burning coffee. I feel full of energy. Come on, Big Mom, follow your grandpa Tansport and eat his fart. Ahahahahaha. Captain Hina, leave the driving to me, just rest assured. Although Hina was a little worried about Tansport's mental state, she nodded and said, please. He rushed onto the deck. At this time, the warship slowly adjusted its direction and rushed towards the weak point of the pirates, encirclement. The pirates also saw the intention of the warship, and 3 Homit's pirates rushed over to fill the gap. A huge demon suddenly appeared on one of the ships and rushed towards the warship with a big sword in hand. Hina snorted. All air defense guns, aim at those 3 warships, and sink them. As for the monsters, leave it to Hina. After saying that, he transformed into a phoenix and rushed out. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of anti-aircraft guns turned and aimed at the pirate's ship, spewing out tongues of fire. After one round of salvos, the pirate ships were destroyed. Dafu was also implicated on these ships and almost fell into the sea. Fortunately, he landed on a large wooden board and barely managed to save his life. He didn't dare to fight anymore, and quickly controlled the demon to come back to help. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the warship successfully broke out of the encirclement of the Big Mom pirates. Chapter 278 Snake Fang Strait. The warship sailed along the way. Suddenly, two black stone mountains that blocked out the sky appeared on the vast sea, with a sea channel in between. Pieces of black stone forest suddenly emerged from the water. Some were tall and steep, some were strange and rugged, as if sea monsters were lurking in the water. When the warship sailed here, the surrounding light seemed to be much dimmer and the temperature dropped a little. On the Queen Anthem Mother, Katakuri took a few steps forward. Where is this place? A pirate's navigator ran over in a hurry. Report to Master Katakuri, this is the Snake Fang Strait. Katakuri's expression suddenly became serious. The Snake's Tooth Strait is a famous dangerous area on the Grand Line, and its reputation is no less dangerous than that of the Devil's Triangle. The sea route between the two Snake Tooth Mountains is full of reefs, and the slightest mistake could result in the ship being destroyed and people being killed. That's all. There is a kind of wolf tooth reef distributed in this sea area. This kind of reef is as light as wood and can drift on the sea surface. What's even more terrible is that this thing is formed from the seabed and will emerge from the seabed after being hit by the water currents stirred up by ships. But this thing is as sharp as a knife and can easily tear the hull. Therefore, it is no exaggeration to say that this Snake Tooth Strait is a huge minefield. Tansport did not dare to be careless at all. As soon as he entered the strait, the speed of the ship dropped instantly. He opened his eyes wide and stared at the sea, not daring to miss any details. Other Marines also set up their artillery. In case the Wolf Tooth Reef appeared, they would blow it up as soon as possible. Soon, the Queen Anthem Mom caught up. Big Mom stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. Well, you actually want to use this little trick to stop me. You are so naive, follow me. After that, the Queen Anthem Mother rushed in first. Katakuri, you can do it, but the ship can't. He thought for a moment, stepped aside, and quietly changed the order. Only 10 homies followed into the Snake Fang Strait, while the others took a detour to block them in front. Anyway, in this kind of place, warships can't move fast, and only fools would just follow behind like wild boars. The warship zigzagged forward, narrowly avoiding one reef after another. Advertisement. Occasionally, if there is something that cannot be avoided, we will use artillery to blow it up directly. But the pirates were not so lucky. The Queen Anthem Mom was fine, but the 10 homies behind it were too crowded and soon 2 of them were hit. The hulls were torn apart by reefs, and seawater poured back in, sinking to the bottom of the sea in the blink of an eye. In fact, there were bursts of harsh friction sounds coming from the hull of the Queen Anthem Mother from time to time, but fortunately it was big and strong enough so no problem was caused. Hina had been keeping an eye on the movements of the pirates' ships, and when she saw the Queen, Anthem, and Mother follow them into the depths of the strait, she immediately took action. She stood at the stern, and instantly milky white smoke gushed out. Soon, the pirates realized something was wrong. Oh no, it's foggy. I can't see the sea clearly. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The smoke grew thicker and thicker, and soon the pirates' ship became a headless fly. The homies' pirates' ships were hit one after another and sank to the bottom of the sea with unwilling cries. Big Mom was also furious. Damn it, Zeus, blow away the smoke of these prisoners for me. The navigator rushed forward to stop it. Don't be impulsive, Mom. The ocean currents here are complicated. If Zeus's wind causes waves, it will be even more troublesome. This is your problem. I don't care about it. After saying that, Big Mom's big face suddenly moved closer to the navigators. You make your own choice, to go sailing, or to be deprived of 50 years of life. Life or sail. Souls began to emerge from the sailors' bodies, and they cried out in fear. Sorry, Mom, we'll take care of it right away. Then he ran away in a hurry. After Zeus ascended into the sky, he changed the celestial phenomena and blew away all the smoke. But just as the navigator said, the sea suddenly became rough and the number of reefs floating on the water increased suddenly. Although the navigators succumbed to Big Mom's tyranny, they had no choice but to continue chasing her. But the technology is there, and the result is predictable. The remaining homies sank one after another, and friction sounds were heard from the hull of the Queen Anthem Mother from time to time. Katakuri looked at Big Mom speechlessly. But at this time, Big Mom stared with her scarlet eyes, just roaring and urging to speed up, not caring about anything else. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket well, close black lens bracket. He sighed, feeling tired, thought for a while, and walked between his brothers and sisters. If this continues, the ship will collapse sooner or later. Not all members of the Big Mom Pirates group are good for nothings. Someone has already discovered this problem. But they are all smart people. Seeing that the ant fell into madness because of anger, who was full stepped forward to dissuade her. Perospero whispered, Katakuri, what do you want to do? We will listen to you. Katakuri was not polite. Brother Perospero, you should coat the ship with a layer of sugar armor first, then keep an eye on it and replenish it in time if the sugar melts. No problem. Dafu, use the demon to detect the sea ahead and smash the approaching reefs. Okay. Katakuri ni. As for the rest, leave it to me. Since their lives were at stake, everyone acted quickly without hesitation. Katakuri jumped onto the bow of the ship and slowly closed his eyes. Observation hockey covered the sea area within a radius of 100 meters. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply and foresaw a reef emerging from underwater in front of his left side. Sticky chestnut iron chain. Katakuri's right arm suddenly stretched out and turned into a thick glutinous rice rope, which stuck to the reef not far away, and then curved hockey. The white glutinous rice rope turned dark black, as if it was made of steel. Then he pulled it hard, forcing the entire ship to move horizontally more than 10 meters. The next second, a sharp reef more than 10 meters long emerged from its previous position, like the fangs of a wild beast. The people around suddenly cheered. As expected of Master Katakuri. Katakuri ni is so handsome. Katakuri shouted. Leave the reef to us, you guys go full speed ahead. Oh, with Katakuri, the Queen Anthem Mother suddenly accelerated. Katakuri nodded secretly. With this speed, plus the ambush ahead, we should be able to catch up with the warship. Another hour passed. After passing a 90-degree turn, the Queen Anthem Mom finally broke out of the snake-tooth strait. Katakuri, who was standing at the bow, suddenly widened his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 279 Gambling. What Katakuri saw before his eyes was a hellish scene. There should have been more than a dozen homies that had originally surrounded the area, but only a small number were left, and they were all wreckages burning with flames. The sea surface was littered with ship debris and broken bodies, floating on the waves. Among the wreckage, a warship was parked alone not far away, with its dark gun barrel facing the exit of the strait, as if waiting for the Big Mom pirates. Behind the warship, a huge black dragon was floating in the sky. This scene made Katakuri, who was usually calm, open his eyes wide. What is this? Not only him, but the other members of the Big Mom pirates were also stunned. Even Big Mom looked as if she had seen a ghost. Kaido. But soon, she gave up the idea. No, you're not Kaido, who are you? The black dragon is naturally Smoker, who specializes in covering up his shameful pink skin. Big Mom, it's been such a short time since we last met, and you don't recognize me. Big Mom's pupils shrank and she roared, you're the B******************. D. She immediately recognized Smoker as the Marine who stopped her at Punk Hazard. Before, the whole world thought that it was Cake who defeated Big Mom, and the name of Chatten almost spread by stepping on her face. But as the person involved, the one she hated the most was not Kaji, but Smoker. However, last time this guy was Logia, how did he become a black dragon? Could it be that he is not a Logia, but a mythical beast? Considering Smoker's strong physique, it doesn't seem impossible. At this time, Crocodile walked behind Big Mom. Captain, don't be careless. This guy defeated me. Like I said, he has two abilities, one is turning into a dragon, the other is a strange gravity. Although I joined the Big Mom Pirates group, I also enjoyed good treatment. But Crocodile is too embarrassed to call her mom, so he usually calls her captain. Fortunately, Big Mom doesn't mind it too much. It turned out to be him, no wonder. This guy is evenly matched with me, so it's easy for him to deal with Smoothie and Crocodile. However, I didn't expect this guy to have hidden his strength before. This is going to be tricky. A day ago, Smoker received information from Aokiji that Hina was in distress, and flew over directly without returning to the headquarters. Advertisement. When he arrived at the Snake Fang Strait, Hina's warships had not yet come out, and there was only a group of pirates' ships ambushing at the exit. Seeing this, Smoker felt furious and opened his mouth to breathe out dragon's breath. A pillar of fire fell from the sky, instantly destroying all the homies. The pirates on the ship either became water ghosts or became familiar faces. It was not until Hina came out and saw that she was fine and Marine was not at fault that he calmed down. Big Mom stepped on Zeus with one foot and Prometheus with the other, and flew to the front with Napoleon in her hand. Marine, you dared to attack my child. It seems that you are ready for all-out war. Fire in the sky. Prometheus took a deep breath and blew a thick column of fire towards the warship. Hina's beautiful eyes turned cold and she was about to step forward to stop him. Suddenly, a dragon breath was heard in the air, followed by a pillar of fire falling. The two pillars of fire collided with each other, causing a violent explosion and raising waves on the sea. Big Mom said, Tisk. It seems that the opponent's transformed black dragon is not just for show. The admiral candidate alone is like a piece of shit plaster that makes it impossible to start with. If we add this guy, the always arrogant Big Mom is also a little worried. This time, I brought all my powerful children with me, except Cracker and Snad, who were the guardians. If he wins, it will be okay. He can kill 2 Marine admirals and avenge himself by stepping on Marine's face. But if you lose, I would really be left alone. Then why fight for the pirate's king? Just learn from Akoku, occupy an island, become a local tyrant, and retire early. The giant dragon stared at Big Mom with burning eyes. The world government has not authorized us to go to war with you. If you hadn't forced us to do so, we wouldn't have fought back in self-defense. We have no intention of starting a war, but if you insist on starting a war, even if we will be punished, we will fight to the end. The dignity of the world government must not be tarnished by pirates. After hearing what Smoker said, the CP hidden in the pirates group also had tears in their eyes. With such comrades, I am not alone. Even if I suffer a little on a daily basis, it is worth it to hear these words now. Big Mom's eyes lit up. Advertisement. No intention to start a war. But she did not agree to a ceasefire outright. In the final analysis, it was they who took the initiative to attack the Marine, and their top officers were arrested. At the moment, we have the advantage in numbers, but we have also suffered heavy losses. If you just give in like this, how will you survive in the future? The big pirates, like the women on Happy Street, make a living by their looks. You can tip the donkey over, but you can never tip the frame. Well, you Marines killed my children and destroyed my fleet, why are you just going to let it go? Smoker snorted dismissively. Your child was defeated by the Marine fairly and squarely. You can't blame anyone else for his inferior skills. As pirates, you must be prepared to die in battle at any time. As for a mere pirate's ship, do you still care about it? Big Mom couldn't help but remain silent. Not to mention, although a lot of children have died recently, they were all killed in a fair and square manner. And he was killed by Smoker and Hina. It's not like Sengoku or Garp bullying the weak, I really don't have much to say. As for the pirate's ship, that's even less of a problem. I'm not a poor fellow like Whitebeard or Kaido. I don't care about the dead, but I can accept the loss of the boat as well. But you actually sent my smoothie to impel down. As a mother, I will never sit idly by and watch my children suffer. Even if it means launching an all-out war, I will rescue her. On the Queen Anthem Mother. When the young children heard these words, they felt warm in their hearts. Although my mother is a little cruel and occasionally kills her children by mistake, she is still a good mother who loves us. The older children, such as Perospero and Katakuri, had their eyes twitching wildly. Smoker looked at Big Mom with a playful look. All-out war over a smoothie. If this was Whitebeard, I would really take it seriously. But it was Big Mom who said this. What's the difference between her talk of love and fart? The black dragon swung its tail violently, causing a strong wind. So what do you want? Big Mom smiled sinisterly. Well, if you don't want war, then use the pirates' method and have a fair bet. Chapter 280 Glutinous Rice Room. Smoker said calmly. How do you bet? It seems that Big Mom has found a way out. Your warships can leave, and I don't have to attack the Marine. But that white bird must stay and fight me. As long as she can hold out for a while under my hand, I will let her go, and the grudge between us can be written off. Smoker said indifferently. Oh, what if I can't hold on? Well, then please ask your Lady Shiratori to stay as a hostage. I can use her to exchange for my daughter in Impel Down. A sharp light flashed in Smoker's eyes. Big Mom, do you believe it or not, I can send you to Impel Down right now so you can reunite with your daughter. Okay. Are you sure you can keep me here? Humph, so what, the heads of all the children on your boat are worth a lot of money. Well, whatever you want. As long as I'm here, the Big Mom pirates will be able to make a comeback soon. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly and felt a little headache. Big Mom is too tanky and can fly, so even if you can defeat her, it's hard to keep her. After all, she is not the Golden Lion who fought to the death. If she was determined to leave, without 3 or 5 Admiral-level fighters, she wouldn't be able to be surrounded. As long as she doesn't die, there's no point in killing all the rest. Instead, it will cause crazy retaliation and make the situation at sea even more chaotic. This is why Marine is so cautious about 4 emperors. The two did not hide their conversation, so both sides could hear it. Hina turned into a white bird and flew to Smoker. Big Mom, this bet. Hina accepts it. Hina understands. Although Big Mom appears to be overbearing, she has actually made concessions. The two had fought each other before, and Big Mom also had an understanding of Hina's abilities. Even for Big Mom, it would be wishful thinking to deal with Hina within half a day. To put it bluntly, she made this bet because she knew she couldn't handle both Smoker and Hina at the same time, so she found a good excuse to withdraw. The 3 of them all knew this. Advertisement. Smoker naturally understood this section and nodded. Since Hina is willing, then I have no reason to object. But, Big Mom, I'll stay as a witness. As the Queen of Pirates, you should have the courage to do this. Big Mom laughed nonchalantly. No problem, my child is here anyway. She looked up at the sky. It was already noon. Then he pointed to the Snake Tooth Mountain next to it. Little girl, I'll wait for you over there, don't keep me waiting for too long. After saying that, he flew over with a big laugh. Hina snorted coldly and whispered to Smoker, we got Magellan's venom. After saying that, he flapped his wings and chased after him like a white meteor. Looking at the action, not only is there no dragging of feet, but there is a sense of impatience. Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. Venom is in hand. This is good news. Suddenly, the dragon's body shrank and turned into a human form floating in the air. He first called the warship and urged them to leave the dangerous waters as soon as possible. Then he secretly called the naval headquarters to ask where the reinforcements were. When he learned that the nearest Akainu would arrive late at night, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems that Big Mom also has a channel to obtain information about Marine, otherwise the timing would not be so good. The plan of closing the door and beating the dog is out of the question. At this time, bursts of muffled noises were heard at the foot of Snake-Tooth Mountain, and billowing smoke and splashing flames could be vaguely seen. The sky was also covered with dark clouds and lightning. Have you already made it? Smoker frowned as he looked at the battlefield. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried, but he didn't intend to interfere. Hina's appointment as Admiral candidate was a surprise appointment. Although the top management knew her ability, many people still felt dissatisfied, especially several veteran Vice Admiral strongmen. Therefore, Hina needs a battle to show her strength and completely shut up all the doubting voices. Soon, the warship left. Smoker looked around, and when he saw the Queen Anthem Mother, his eyes lit up and he landed directly on the deck. Advertisement. The pirates were shocked, especially homies, and they all raised their weapons and aimed at Smoker. Calm down, I'm just looking for a place to sit. Smoker ignored the tense pirates and found a comfortable place for himself. Since I made a bet with Big Mom, I will keep my promise. As long as you behave, I won't do anything to you. So, now shut up and wait quietly. Everyone was stunned and looked at Katakuri at the same time. Katakuri frowned slightly, then nodded. Okay, as long as you don't do anything dangerous, we won't break the bet. The Big Mom pirates still have this tolerance. Smoker laughed. As expected of a star general, a wise choice. Then, he slowly glanced at everyone, especially the cadres. Because of Garp and his own ho-ho, Big Mom Pirates seems to have a weak offspring. Seeing Smoker looking around, Katakuri, Daifuku and the others were fine. They were just on guard and didn't have any excessive reactions. But Perospero, Owen and Crocodile are different. They had all seen Smoker in action, and had all been severely beaten by him. Although they appeared calm, they were actually sweating profusely and their calves were cramped. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Smoker was just basking in the sun, the pirates breathed a sigh of relief, and the braver ones got busy with their own things. Suddenly, several homies carrying tea and donuts came onto the deck and placed the things respectfully in front of Katakuri. Katakuri stretched out his hand and used his ability to conjure up a glutinous rice house, enclosing himself and everything he ate inside. The pirates began to whisper. Ah, it's time for Katakuri-sama to meditate again. He is so self-disciplined that he never fails to do so. Gigi is so handsome, Gigi is the most reliable. I wonder what kind of profound meditation Katakuri-san is doing in there. Suddenly, Smoker walked to Nuomi's room, pushed the door open smoothly, and turned around to close the door. Pirates. Why? Chapter 281 New Deal. In the glutinous rice room. Katakuri was lying on the ground, closing his eyes, humming a little tune, sipping black tea and eating donuts with a look of enjoyment. The big mouth opened and closed, and the half-person high donut disappeared. Ah, donuts, the most delicious donuts in the world. Suddenly, he felt the atmosphere was a little weird. He opened his eyes slightly, and then suddenly widened them. Smoker was seen standing aside with his hands in his pockets, watching his own performance quietly. FK, how did you get here? Katakuri jumped up and quickly covered his mouth with his wool scarf, and was about to release Conqueror's Haki. Calm down, I already know what your mouth looks like under your scarf. You haven't been covered since birth. Many older Marines have seen your appearance. There's no need to be so nervous. After hearing Smoker's specious but also reasonable reason, Katakuri slowly put away his momentum. What are you doing here? What's your purpose? I can't sing while eating donuts anymore. Someone actually touched the edge of the crystal. And what are those bastards outside doing? They don't even bother to warn them. Little did they know that the people outside were also panicking. Everyone knew that if they disturbed Katakuri's meditation, they would only die. I don't have any purpose, I'm just hungry and looking for something to eat. Smoker didn't hesitate and reached out to grab a donut and put it in his mouth. Katakuri didn't say anything either, but just frowned and looked at him cautiously. Smoker ate very quickly and finished all the remaining donuts in a few minutes, then he burped deliciously. Thanks for the treat. Katakuri, the second in command of the Big Mom Pirates, in the eyes of your brothers and sisters, perhaps you are the real leader. It's a pity that you, who are powerful and resourceful, have been trapped in the cage called family affection. Katakuri frowned. What are you talking about? Smoker smiled. It's just a casual remark, you don't have to think too much about it. After saying that, he pushed the door open and walked out. The pirates outside looked horrified. Owen yelled, "A-hole, you actually entered the meditation room without permission." Daifuku also shouted, "Katakuri brother, are you okay? Do you want to kill this guy?" Advertisement. As soon as an order came from the house, everyone would attack with swords and axes. It's okay, let him go. Hearing that Katakuri's voice was normal, the pirates breathed a sigh of relief and slowly dispersed. Although the few people who were familiar with Katakuri glared at Smoker fiercely, they did not do anything extreme. However, there were a few people in the crowd who looked at the glutinous rice house with some meaningful eyes. In the blink of an eye, half a day passed and they arrived at the place agreed upon in the bet. As the sun sets, the afterglow shines on the sparkling sea, like a golden painting. Not long ago, Shea Mountain returned to peace and it seemed that the battle was over. Smoker was sitting quietly on the deck, but suddenly he seemed to sense something and stood up and walked to the railing. After a few seconds, Katakuri was also stunned, and then looked at Smoker in surprise, his eyes full of shock and fear. After a while, a white phoenix flew over, landed on the deck and turned into Hina's appearance. Smoker hurried over to meet him. Are you okay, Hina? Hina is fine. Smoker nodded. According to his observation Haki, Hina's breath was just a little weakened due to excessive physical exertion, and she was not injured. This is the horror of the phoenix. As long as there is still physical strength, the blood bar will always be full. After a while, Big Mom also flew over on the thundercloud Zeus. Although his body was dirty, there was not a single scar. However, some people noticed that Prometheus was lying on her shoulder in a sickly manner, and seemed a little depressed. Big Mom fell heavily onto the boat. Well, you are lucky, you win this time. Smoker seemed not to notice the people around him. Big Mom's tone suddenly turned cold. What can I talk about with a bunch of Marines like you? Now that the gambling fight is over, there's something I want to talk to you about. What a foolish dream. Why would I want to strengthen your Marines? What a stupid suggestion. First, I will help you rescue Smoothie and the others. You can rest assured that I have my own way. There will be absolutely no problem. Big Mom suddenly became furious. Advertisement. Big Mom was suddenly speechless. Unfortunately, despite having talent, ambition, and skill, he can never become a player like Rox, Roger, or Whitebeard. In the end, he can only be a silver medalist. The second one is my darkness, Hina's flame of regeneration. I'll give you one portion of both as a reward for you. Don't play hard to get with me. Humph, do you believe this yourself? Although there was information that Whitebeard's body seemed to be a little unwell, she did not dare to take the initiative to provoke Whitebeard. Big Mom suddenly burst into laughter, holding her stomach, and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Whitebeard's territory has always been there. Why don't you go and fight? Are you shy because we were in the same pirates group? Smoker pointed at the three homies. Homies just like them. Quote. Big Mom, a woman who aspired to become the king of the sea when she was young, has a body of a steel balloon and a powerful soul fruit, and has awakened the conqueror's Haki. Big Mom's eyes widened immediately. What are you going to make? After a long while, she suddenly stopped laughing and her expression became terrifying. Who says I'm not as good as Roger and Whitebeard? Besides, I've definitely surpassed Captain Rox now. There's no need to ask so many questions, I just can't win. If you are so powerful, why are you always keeping an eye on the giants? Why are you always building an intelligence network? Why are you secretly winning over the underground world? Why are you targeting Punk Hazard? I want to ask you to make me. Let's make a few homies, like Zeus and Prometheus. You can name the reward. Of course, it doesn't matter if you disagree. I value harmony in business and never force anyone or get tangled up in arguments. As long as you don't want to, I won't stay even a minute longer. Smoker snorted. Nonsense. So, Big Mom, I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over and then answer me. 2 conditions, you choose one. I can tell you the truth. I can offer you 2 conditions. Her children were slow to react, but they also quickly got on high alert. Now, both of you, hurry up and get off my boat. Faced with this rude order to leave, Smoker did not get angry, but slowly lit a cigar. Smoker spat out half of the cigar into the sea. The surrounding homies sensed her mood and all raised their weapons and pointed them at Smoker and Hina. Smoker doesn't indulge her at all. Chapter 282 The Powerful Homies 1. Facing Smoker's sarcasm, Big Mom rarely got angry but fell into deep thought. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates did not dare to disturb them and could only stay quietly not far away. After a while, Big Mom slowly spoke. Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, these 3 are special. Smoker. Unlike homies made from soul fragments, they can be said to be my soul clones, or independent souls. Normal homies only use soul fragments, their memories and emotions are incomplete, they can only repeat commands mechanically, or they are a little crazy. For those unreliable things, Smoker said he would not even give them away for free. But the 3 major homies are different, although some are naive and silly, their thoughts are very close to humans. Smoker. It seems that you have made the right choice. Big Mom snorted coldly. In a pirate's group, the captain's strength is the foundation of the group. I'm not some new kid, so of course I know what to choose. Smoker smiled slightly, having anticipated her choice. It seems that there are 2 conditions, but in fact there is only one. After all, there is no way I can get Smoothie from Impel down. Even if I have it, I can't waste it on her. Big Mom touched Zeus. Since we want to cooperate, I might as well reveal the truth. Ordinary homies only need soul fragments, so there is no limit on quantity. Even ordinary people can easily create hundreds of homies. But special homies are different. They will interfere with the main body to some extent, so you can only make 4 at most. If you make more, it will cause mental confusion. Smoker suddenly shuddered. The ant seems to be crazy. Is it because of the creation of homies? If this is the case, I'd better be more careful. In fact, Smoker was only half right. The special homies are indeed a great burden to the original owner. Even Big Mom doesn't dare to make it casually. But the problem is that in addition to the 3 major homies, she also made hundreds of ordinary homies. Ordinary homies have very low demands for souls, but they can still accumulate over time. Advertisement. Big Mom didn't realize that the burden brought by ordinary homies was actually far greater than that of the 3 major homies. This also caused her to act more and more crazy, and her cravings became more and more serious. Smoker didn't know this, but he couldn't bear to give up this power. Finally, I secretly decided to make only 2 homies, no more than that. Hina noticed the 3 large homies and asked curiously, can't we make 4 homies? Why are there only 3? Well, of course we have to leave an empty seat just in case. Okay, I agree to this deal. But there is one condition, that is, give me the darkness and the flame of regeneration first. Okay, no problem. Smoker agreed very happily. He stretched out his palm, and a black ball suddenly appeared in his palm. As the darkness was released, the black ball grew larger and larger, and finally became a huge monster with a diameter of 100 meters, quietly floating on the deck. It's so spectacular. Mama. Big Mom walked forward, clasped her hands together, and in her palms there was a soul-like transparent smoke. I will grant you life, and you will obey my orders. Wake up, Erebus. The darkness quickly shrank and spun, turning into a black ghostly mass with eyes and a mouth. Hi, Mom. Hina was shocked and murmured, it's amazing. As he spoke, he unconsciously walked up and poked Erebus lightly with his finger. Erebus flew aside in displeasure. Hey, who are you? Why are you so aggressive? Hina finally reacted and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, Hina is rude. After saying that, he glanced meaningfully at Smoker. Smoker understood and nodded imperceptibly. Well, Katakuri, come and try to attack Erebus. Yes, Mom. Katakuri's arm turned into an element, and instantly spurted out a large amount of sticky rice, sealing Erebus inside. Advertisement. Then the glutinous rice began to collapse inward and was completely devoured after a few seconds. Katakuri's eyes widened. Darkness. What a terrifying power. Big Mom was also very satisfied and turned around and said, Shiratori, it's your turn. Hina glanced at it and said, isn't there only 4 special homies? Well, look, I'm so happy that I'm confused. Big Mom suddenly turned her head and looked at Prometheus. Since it's all flames, you're useless. Disappear. When Prometheus heard this, he was shocked. Hey, Mom, spare me, please let me go, I will do my best. Prometheus was in tears and trembling, but he dared not move, let alone resist. Big Mom grabbed at it impatiently. I'm so annoyed, useless thing, just give up your soul obediently. With a scream, Prometheus' soul was slowly pulled out. Etc. Suddenly, Hina spoke up to stop him. I like this. Since you don't want it anymore, can you give it to me? Big Mom was stunned. It's not even as powerful as your flame. What do you need this kind of garbage for? Don't worry about this, just tell me if it's okay or not. Of course. Big Mom directly grabbed a soul from Hina and stuffed it into Prometheus. Prometheus froze immediately, no response. Well, there are 2 souls in Prometheus' body now. Your soul is stronger and will slowly assimilate the soul I left behind. When it wakes up, it will become a brand new homies who will obey your orders. Hina is looking forward to it. Then, she imitated Smoker and released a huge ball of regeneration flame. Big Mom did the same thing, infusing her soul into the flame of regeneration, turning it into a ball of blue flame that was somewhat similar to Prometheus. Well, just call yourself Assips. Yes, Mom. Chapter 283 The Powerful Homies 2. Big Mom held a blue flame in one hand and darkness in the other. She turned to a pirate's minion behind her and said, You, come here. When the pirates heard Big Mom calling him, he was startled. Although she was scared, she didn't dare to disobey and could only move to Big Mom's side tremblingly. As I walked, I recalled everything I had done in the past few years. I guess I didn't do anything to anger the captain, right? Then what do you want me to do? Could it be that Big Mom likes my type? The pirates shuddered, and a little blush appeared on his face. Big Mom felt a little puzzled when she saw his expression, but she was too lazy to pay attention to him. With a wave of his hand, he left a wound on his chest so deep that the bone was visible, and the bone stump was exposed. Suffering a sudden severe blow, the pirates fell to the ground, holding his chest, rolling on the ground and wailing. Well, Assips, let me see what you can do. Assips immediately said, Yes, Mom. Then he flew to the pirates and spit out the flame of regeneration. Stimulated by the blue flames, the pirates felt relieved, and the wound on his chest healed quickly. A few minutes later, the fatal wound was completely healed. Hey, are you okay? Hearing Big Mom's question, the pirate stood up and patted his chest, saying, It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. The wounds are all healed. Big Mom touched blue flame homies with a big smile on her face. Assips, what a good boy. Next, Erebus, it's your turn. Yes, Mom. The black homies suddenly grew larger and released a powerful gravitational force. The pirates didn't even have time to make a sound before he was sucked in and completely turned into nothingness. Seeing this, Big Mom couldn't help but laugh out loud, with black and red lightning exploding on her body. This is awesome, this is awesome, this is a magical ability. With this ability, I will definitely become the king of the sea. The previous Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon were all homies that increased their attack power. To be honest, Big Mom's attack has overflowed. Now that she has become the control-type Erebus and the healing-type Asips, her abilities will become more comprehensive. Advertisement. Smoker walked over to Hina, his palms already elementalized. Big Mom seems to be a little bit off. Smoker had already made up his mind that if this guy behaved abnormally, he would immediately suck away the two homies. Let her have a taste of what it feels like to have nothing to show for it. Big Mom's laughter gradually stopped, and she turned to look at Smoker and Hina. There was a hint of sinisterness and a hint of amusement in his eyes. Hina crossed her arms and looked at Big Mom expressionlessly, while Smoker had an even more indifferent expression on his face. Big Mom. Suddenly, she grinned. I am very satisfied with the two homies, okay, it's your turn. Quote. Big Mom walked towards Hina, but suddenly Smoker took a step forward. Wait, let me go first. Big Mom choked for a moment, then smiled and said, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who comes first or last. Smoker ignored him and suddenly used his ability. A darkness emerged from his body. A large block of ice was thrown out of the darkness and fell into the sea, causing a wave. Everyone felt the temperature around them drop rapidly, and even their breathing was accompanied by a breath. Big Mom was stunned. Ice. This piece of ice is exactly the violent pheasant mouth that Aokiji released earlier. Smoker smiled slightly. Yes, it is ice. Come on, take my soul. Big Mom took a step forward and reached out her hand. Just as she was about to touch Smoker's chest, her smile suddenly faded. The darkness under Smoker's feet did not retract at all. Instead, it spread out, swaying like a tentacle, as if giving a silent warning. Big Mom's face looked a little grim. After a brief thought, he finally snorted coldly. He pulled a ball of light out of Smoker's body and stuffed it onto the ice. The ice suddenly twisted and deformed, its volume shrank rapidly, and its color changed from white to azure blue, and finally it turned into an ice bird the size of a pigeon. The ice bird flapped its wings and flew to the boat, flying up and down around Smoker. Smoker touched Ice Bird's head and felt a slight chill, but not cold. I'll call you Odin from now on. Come, eat. Fortunately, the gravity of darkness bound it and prevented it from spreading everywhere. Smoker didn't waste any words and continued to use his abilities. After saying that, he threw all of Aokiji's ice in the dark space into the sea. At this time, Prometheus woke up, and its core had been completely replaced. Advertisement. When they saw each other, their eyes suddenly lit up and they rushed forward to devour each other. Remember, Kless, without my order, you are not allowed to poison or eat it, got it? At this time, Big Mom urged. Okay, what's next? Hina on the other side was doing the same thing. Well, that's natural. Soon, it had gnawed a hole in the iceberg and doubled in size. Flames, poison. Seeing Hina, it also happily stuck to her. Big Mom. Smoker used darkness to split the purple gel into two clumps and shouted, now, quick. Fortunately, although Big Mom was curious about what this thing was, she was very cautious and did not do anything tricky. Xiao Hong and Xiao Zi said in unison, yes, Master Hina. Hundreds of poisons reacted with each other and finally turned into a ball of purple-red gel. This thing is too dangerous. He immediately threw the mass in her face and ran away with Hina. She ripped the souls out of Smoker and Hina, one in each hand, and threw them into the poison ball. It looks ordinary, but Smoker feels his scalp tingling. Odin cheered and pounced on the food. In the darkness, a box with a skull logo slowly emerged. It was the pile of drugs from Magellan. Seeing this, Hina was also overwhelmed with love and touched and poked this and that affectionately. Smoker and Hina hurriedly separated them. Although Big Mom could tell that it wasn't something good, she couldn't recognize what it was. He has made up his mind that if Big Mom dares to play tricks. Kless looked at Smoker, then at the other homies who was being scolded, and nodded aggrievedly. The purple-red gel slowly squirmed, and soon turned into two skulls as big as footballs, floating in the air like ghosts. I'll call you Kless from now on. Such dangerous things, from now on Hina will call you Xiao Hong and Xiaozi. Smoker touched it tentatively to make sure it wouldn't poison him, then poked it with his finger to teach it a lesson. Smoker. Smoker nodded, and suddenly gravity burst out, crushing the box. In an instant, all kinds of venom, poisonous residue and poisonous gas came out and mixed together. This thing, I will divide it into two parts. Hina and I will each make a homies. Can we do it? Chapter 283 The Powerful Homies 3. On the sea, a flame was flying at high speed. Smoker and Hina sat on it. Hina usually wears a white military uniform, but now has a purple shoulder armor. This is Xiaozi turning into a shoulder armor and lying on her shoulder. As long as it doesn't open its eyes and doesn't speak, you can't tell it's a homies. As for Smoker's homies, Odin doesn't like being on fire, and Krius is too dangerous, so Smoker just stuffs them into dark space. In the dark space, Odin was lying on a huge icicle and gnawing on it. This icicle was the snow mountain that was broken off in the Drum Kingdom. Kless was thrown into a space filled with highly toxic substances handled by the Marine Science Corps, and for a while he was reluctant to leave. Smoker patted Xiao Hong. I have to say, if it's used as a mount, the hot flame is more suitable. He tried riding Odin, and although he could turn into a giant ice bird, it was very freezing, and the wind at high altitude made the ride particularly sour. Suddenly, Smoker noticed that Hina looked a little serious, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Hina, what's wrong?" Hina looked embarrassed, opened her lips, hesitated for a while, and then sighed. "Smoker, is it really okay for us to do this?" Smoker was stunned. "Why do this?" Hina heard that in order to obtain the power of the Phoenix, you made a deal with Whitebeard and helped him restore his peak combat power. Whitebeard is not a troublemaker. Instead, he will suppress the pirates. So Hina thinks that this deal is fine. But Big Mom is different. She is an out-and-out ambitious person and a tyrant. Now that she has obtained the flame of regeneration and darkness, given her personality, she will definitely stir up trouble. With these two abilities, even if Whitebeard returns to his peak form, he may not be able to stop her. Smoker plopped down on Little Red's back. "Actually, you don't have to worry about this. I even think that Big Mom will suffer a great loss because of this." Hina. "Huh, don't think I didn't see it. Didn't you try it? That dark homies can release gravity, but he didn't get the ability of the elimination fruit." Hina nodded. Advertisement. When Big Mom was making Erebus, Hina poked it on purpose. On the surface, she seemed to be just curious, but in fact, when she touched Homits, she secretly released a small amount of regeneration flame. This shows that her abilities are not limited. Smoker stretched out his hand. "You can transform into an element." Hina obediently stretched out her arms, and her palms instantly turned into white smoke. Smoker released a dark substance that stuck to Hina's shoulders like asphalt. The cloud of white smoke was still drifting in the wind, without any change at all. Then, Smoker took back the darkness and grabbed Hina with his elemental hand. As soon as they touched it, the white smoke dissipated instantly and Hina's hand became solid again. See, the released dark matter cannot deprive the fruit of its ability. It will only deprive it of its ability when the fruit itself touches it. So, that homies is just a show off, at best it can only release gravity. I can't say for others, but Whitebeard can definitely handle it. Whitebeard's ability is strong, but Whitebeard is not only strong in ability. Hina still looked worried, but even so, she has undoubtedly become more difficult to deal with. This is the real bottleneck, and the steel bar is twisted several times. Then what should we do? Ice and poison are hard to replenish. Of the four great homies, two are getting less and less as time goes by, and there is no way to replenish them. Then he became extremely weak, and only caught up with Big Mom after eating fire to replenish his energy. I really had to use dark fruit to fight her before. But now it's different. I'm not afraid of her even if it's a head-on confrontation. Hina was speechless for a while, and even felt a little sympathetic towards Big Mom. Poison is a very effective means of fighting the enemy, but the purpose of creating this homies is not to poison, but to detoxify. In the original plot, Prometheus turned into a giant great fireball and burned the Tree King to death. Whitebeard said that the pirates' territory is tied to their strength. Smoker touched the little purple on Hina's shoulder. Advertisement. Suddenly, Hina thought of something. If Big Mom rashly breaks this balance, the backlash will be terrible. Even if she doesn't die, she will bleed heavily. The other one. Smoker gave a sinister smile. "Put me near a flame and I will devour it." "You are too dirty, aren't you?" It's obvious that he had planned to plot against Big Mom a long time ago. Smoker was dismissive. "Fight to the death. I'm afraid of her." In other words, even though Big Mom's combat power has been greatly improved, it's just an illusion. Even though he was extremely cunning, Smoker still figured it out for him. Okay, what about the poison? In the past, Zeus was a thundercloud and Prometheus was a flame, so it was very easy to replenish them. At this time, Xiao Hong looked up and said, "It's true, Master Hina, my flame also needs to be replenished. Aren't you afraid that he will fight you to death after he finds out?" The relationship between the big pirates is a balance of power. One move can affect the whole body, and no one wants to be the first to act. Now that Big Mom's power has greatly increased, given her personality, she will definitely go on expeditions to seize territory. It will be very interesting when she is beaten back to her original form. "Hina, have you noticed that homies needs to be supplemented?" Hina gasped. "With brother Aokiji here, we don't need to worry about ice. Just give him a few cigars and let him have an ice age. That will be enough for me for a long time." But now, then, Smoker chuckled. "As for the consumption, it's usually very low, so you don't need to worry about it, Lady Tina. The small flames you encounter are enough. But once you get into battle, the consumption will be terrifying." Hina asked curiously, "So how much do you consume? How do you replenish it?" "After all, I have so many moves I can use: darkness, wind, fire, lightning. Ice is not a big deal." "Really? I didn't know that." Chapter 284 The Powerful Homies 4. Hina was a little confused. Antidote. Smoker nodded. Poison appears very rarely in the pirates' world, but it has a great record every time it appears. Previously, Magellan chased 4 emperors and 2 Shichibukai for more than 10 episodes. There are Geisa Clang single-handedly defeated Luffy and Smoker, etc. Later, a piece of poisonous fish skin almost killed the sun god. Add to that Poison Q, Reiju and others, and Smoker can't help but be cautious. But whether it is his own dark fruit or Hina's flame of regeneration, they are very similar to the Senzu beans in Dragon Ball. It can recover and heal wounds, but it is helpless against poison. Smoker also feels a sense of crisis about this. He is not afraid of the pirates attacking him, but he is worried about the world government. Back then, Zephyr was just a little bit unruly, and his wife and children were killed. If the world government knew what I did, the eggs in my house would have to be shaken to separate the yolks, and the earthworms would have to be cut vertically. However, with the current strength of the Marine, and with the help of Ghoul Nika, it would be difficult for the world government to use force against them. The simplest and most effective method is to poison. So Smoker worked hard to create these two poisonous homies. The most important purpose is to protect myself and Hina. As for solving the problem of Hina's lack of attack power, it's just a side issue. After listening to Smoker's explanation, Hina suddenly understood. No wonder you kept telling me to have a good relationship with Magellan. Well, although Impel Down is a subsidiary of the world government and is full of weirdos, most of them can uphold justice and are still worth making friends with. Of course, except for Rain Shiryu. Hina was stunned. Rain no Shiryu. What's wrong? Oh, nothing. When you pass by Impel Down on a mission in the future, you can visit it as a private person and try to get along well with the people there. Whether it's Magellan or Hannibal, they're both worth making friends with. Hina understands. Hina knows very well that she is different from Smoker. Smoker's devil fruit, whether it is dark fruit or blue dragon fruit, has powerful attack power. There is no need to use homies to deal with the enemy. Advertisement. Therefore, the consumption is naturally not large, and there is almost no need to replenish the toxic substance. But I am different. Both abilities lack offensiveness, and damage is entirely dependent on Iron Fists, which is difficult to effectively deter strong opponents of the same level. When encountering tough enemies in the future, I will have to use Xiaozi's ability, and the consumption of the poison will naturally be much greater. Therefore, we must have a good relationship with Magellan so that we can have a steady supply in the future. Smoker seems to have a few zone fruits here. Although they are a little short, they are valuable enough to be used as a favor. At this time, Smoker was also thinking. Besides Magellan, where else is there a rich source of poison? Suddenly, he thought of a place that was not only rich in poisonous substances, but also of high quality, with a wide variety and rapid updates. Marine Science Corps. Every year, a large amount of highly toxic residue is produced here, which requires a lot of money to deal with, causing Vegapunk a lot of headaches. When Smoker left Punk Hazard, he used his awakening ability to create a black hole specifically to solve this problem. Now that I think about it, it seems a bit wasteful. Suddenly, Smoker seemed to remember something and turned over and sat up. Hina was stunned. What's wrong? Smoker didn't say anything. After his arm turned into an element, he released a cake. The cake had eyes and a mouth. It came out from the darkness and jumped directly off Zhao Hong. The other one. It turned out to be a homies. Smoker unhurriedly held out his hand. Dark water. A suction force appeared and sucked the cake in midair back. Mercy, mercy, save me, save me. Homies kept wailing, and Smoker thought it was too noisy, so he pinched its mouth. Previously on the Queen Anthem Mom, Smoker released the Dark Shock Big Mom and caught this homies by the way. I ask a question, you answer it. If you say even half a word more, I will burn you to ashes right now. Cake homies shuddered and nodded quickly. Smoker released his hand and said, whose soul did you use to become homies, and when did you become homies? Cake homies shuddered and hurriedly said with a smile. No, no, how dare I, how dare I. In this process, homies contains the soul. If you eat homies, you will gain the power of the soul. Hina's eyes turned cold. What are you thinking? Advertisement. As long as you eat these foods, you can replenish your soul power. The children gave their souls, and the people followed suit. What? Cake homies was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Zhao Hong and Xiaozi and licked his tongue unconsciously. Smoker's face darkened, his palms turned elemental, and he slowly grabbed homies. Smoker suddenly realized, with this guise, thousands of people join the ranks of the Wan Guo every year. After obtaining the souls of the children were returned in full, and the souls of the people were divided into 19:1. It seems that their goal is to obtain the soul power contained in the other party. This little one is a homies made from the soul of Master Daifuku, and it was born less than a week ago. After all, food has a shelf life. At this moment, it saw what Smoker took out and its eyes widened. After listening to homies' introduction, Smoker fell into deep thought. He wasn't worried about homies deceiving him. As for the people, they were completely treated as blood bags. Under the laws of all nations, everyone is equal. Even the children of their mothers need to contribute their souls every year to create homies. The remaining small part of the soul, as well as the souls of the children, will be used to make food homies. In the Ghost Island chapter, Hera once planned to eat Zeus. Most of the souls of ordinary people were integrated into mountains, trees, ships, weapons and various tools, and were simply consumed. But the purposes of these souls are different. On the contrary, I want to give you something delicious. Therefore, Big Mom often holds parties, not only because she enjoys it, but also to replenish her children's spiritual power. In order to attract more people to the Wano country, Big Mom will take out the souls, that is, the lifespans, of her own children and ordinary people equally. Quote. Homitz continued to explain. When the two poisonous homies appeared, their first reaction was to devour each other. Homies screamed. I said. Smoker sneered. With your little soul power, what's the point of eating it? Big Mom earns 90% of the profit, and her children earn 10% of the profit. After all, he is just an ordinary homies made of soul fragments. It is not easy for him to explain what happened. He doesn't have the brain to lie to himself. What the hell? Don't people from all over the world contribute their souls every year? Why does Big Mom use the souls of her own children to make homies? Cake Homies trembled and said, You won't eat me. Chapter 285 The Powerful Homies 5. Smoker was seen holding a devil fruit in his hand with a bright smile on his face. I've always wondered if homies are considered living creatures and if they can eat devil fruit. What will be the reaction of homies, who was created from the soul of a person with special abilities, after eating the devil fruit? Hina looked at Smoker in shock. Cake Homie's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he looked like he had seen a ghost. Feeding homies with devil fruit, is this something a human could think of? Among all the nations, with tens of millions of people and tens of thousands of homies, no one has ever thought of doing such a thing. In fact, although Big Mom is a big pirate who controls a region, she has many opportunities to get devil fruit. But she has too many children, and many of them are non-capable. So even if they get the devil fruit, their first reaction is to give it to their children to enhance their strength. Who would have thought that feeding homies? Smoker grabbed homies and stuffed the devil fruit into its mouth. No. Cake Homies burst into tears and shook his head desperately to refuse, but he could not resist Smoker's power at all. With a gulp, the devil fruit was swallowed. Cake Homies retched a few times, then suddenly came to his senses and said thankfully, I'm not dead. Suddenly, its body began to change and it turned into a pigeon, flapping its wings and flying. Great, I turned into a bird and I can fly. Then it continued to change into an orc form, and it looked like a dove-shaped cake. Just as the homies was about to say something, Smoker sucked him into the darkness. Homies is not dead, and the person who provided the soul should not be affected either. Which means, these homies can continue to eat devil fruit. How about giving little purple and little red devil fruit to make them stronger? Hina lowered her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head. Advertisement. Forget it. Zhaohong and Xiaozi are already very strong. Ordinary fruits will have no effect on Hina. It's not worth taking such a risk. After hearing this, Xiaohong and Xiaozi snorted complacently. If Hina used to rely on her recovery ability to deal with Admiral, now with Zhaohong and Xiaozi, she can completely fight head-on. This matter must not be spread outside. It will be troublesome if Big Mom finds out. She is in the dark now. I didn't expect she could do this. If she finds out and feeds the devil fruit to those homies, it will be a disaster for the world. By creating a clone of homies, one can indeed become an alternative user of multiple fruit abilities. Smoker thought about it and didn't force Hina. But he did not intend to give up strengthening his homies. I have held 2 fruits in my hand for a long time. I can't bear to give them away, but I can't eat them myself. I took it out and polished it a few times when I had nothing to do. It's almost covered with patina. Now there are 2 more homies, which can be used just right. Smoker took out 2 devil fruits. Krus, this is yours, Odin, this is for you, eat it. Cleese and Odin said happily, yes, Master Smoker. Then he started eating with a loud noise. After eating, no changes were seen. Hina asked curiously, Smoker, what kind of fruit do they eat? Odin ate the door fruit, which can open doors anywhere his body touches, and even open doors through the air to enter another dimension. The size of these doors is related to the size of the person with the ability, so Odin, who can change size, is actually more suitable for this fruit than humans. The fruit that Cleese ate was very powerful. It eats the childlike fruit. Any creature it touches will become a toy at its mercy unless it has a strong enough hockey. The most terrifying thing is that the world will completely forget the existence of this person, as if he had never appeared. Hiss. Even Hina, who was cool and aloof, couldn't help but gasp. This isn't. Yes, this is the money Doflamingo left for me. It's also the weapon he originally wanted to use to fight against celestial dragons. Doflamingo actually had such ambitions. Hee. It's just an idea. It's still a long way from being put into practice. Advertisement. Don't be fooled by Doflamingo's attitude that God comes first and he comes second. But in the original plot, he used it to deal with CP, Marine, pirates, and the public, but he never dared to take action against celestial dragons. I haven't heard from Doflamingo for several years. I don't know what he is doing. Hina touched Odin and Krius. I have to say, these 2 abilities are really good. These 2 little guys should be the strongest homies in the world, right? Odin and Cleese raised their heads unconsciously. Smoker smiled slightly. Don't worry, I will also find suitable abilities for Zhaohong and Xiaozi. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. If homies can really become a superpower user, it would be a waste to leave the soul fruit in Big Mom's possession. In the world of pirates, there are only a handful of people with multiple fruit abilities. Both world government and pirates have made many attempts. Marshal D. Teach can bear multiple devil fruits due to his specially constructed body. However, he has been ruined by Smoker, and now he can only hide in the Whitebeard pirates and be a handsome man quietly. Vegapunk also tried to fuse fruits to create fruits with compounding ability. Although there were successful cases, the cost was too high and could not be quantified at all. He and Hina ate the devil fruit and the artificial fruit at the same time, thus successfully gaining dual abilities. But this is based on the strong vitality of Qinglong and Phoenix. If others want to do this, they can only eat the inferior smile fruit. For a strong person, turning into a weird appearance is definitely not worth it. In other words, the current Big Mom has mastered a method to mass-produce users with multiple fruit abilities. This method must be mastered by the Marine. Hina heard the murderous intent in Smoker's voice and was also shocked. Smoker, you don't want to. Smoker shook his head slightly. Now is not the right time. It would be useful to keep Big Mom now. If she doesn't muddy the waters of New World, how can Marine fish? Chapter 286 New No Kill Admiral. The childlike fruit is not easy to display, but it is okay to display the door fruit. Odin flapped his wings and turned into a giant ice bird. Then he flapped his wings and opened a huge gate of light in the void. It was Bluno's life-saving skill, the air gate. The light gate opened, revealing a green and strange space inside. Hina controlled Zhao Hong to fly in, and the light gate closed automatically. Hina looked around. It's amazing. Being in a different space, the outside scene is like an illusion with a layer of green screen. You can see it, but you can't hear it or touch it. Smoker was also amazed. This skill is somewhat similar to Uchiha Obito's Kamui, an absolute life-saving skill. As long as they can get in, no matter how strong the enemy is, they can only stare blankly. Just a little slower than Kamui. With this space, Smoker is confident that he can be invincible no matter what kind of enemy he faces. In the pirates' world today, there are no longer any enemies that force you to not even be able to escape. However, he still sighed in his heart. I originally thought that opening the door with air was an advanced skill of the door fruit, but I didn't expect that Odin could use it after eating it. As a result, the value of Bluno is greatly reduced. So despicable. Smoker tried it and found that the movement in the alien space was synchronized with the real world. In other words, if you run 10 kilometers in the alien space, you also move 10 kilometers in the real world. Well, no Kamui thrills at all. Moreover, the distance moved in the alien space is linked to the physical strength of the ability user. Back then, Bluno risked staying where he was because he didn't have enough strength to escape, and was finally killed by Smoker. Now the ability user has been replaced by Odin, this homies, who has no physical strength at all. As long as Smoker wants, he can go directly back to Naval headquarters from another dimension. But just half a day later, Smoker and Hina came out of the alien space. Because they encountered a marine fleet, which was a Kainu coming to support them. At the end of the fleet is the warship that Hina used to escort Smoothie. It seems they have successfully escaped. Hina couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Advertisement. Smoker opened the air door and appeared directly on the deck of the main ship, startling everyone. Akainu, who was standing on the bow looking out, almost called out a dark hound. Luckily he reacted quickly, otherwise Smoker would have to take Dark Hound's blow. Mr. Sakazuki, long time no see. Why are you greeting me so warmly right after we meet? He had heard that this time Akainu and Aokiji were acting together. It seems that Sengoku is also anxious. After all, it is the first mission of the new Admiral candidate, and it is a simple escort mission. If he is caught by the pirates, the Marine will lose face. The public only cares about the Admiral candidate being captured, and doesn't care what the enemy is like. Therefore, he directly sent out 2 admirals, ready to give Big Mom a combination of ice and fire. Seeing that the 2 were fine, Akainu's poker face relaxed a little. Smoker, Hina, it seems you are all fine, Mr. Sengoku should be relieved. But when he saw Cleese and Odin behind Smoker, he couldn't help but frown. With his intelligence, how could he not know what happened? Why are you making deals with pirates again? I complained but didn't mean to be serious. Because he realized, in the past, Akainu's attitude towards pirates was to eradicate all evil. Don't hurt those who can be killed, don't let go of those who can be captured. In his eyes, deprivation of life is the cruelest punishment. Therefore, he was very opposed to Smoker capturing the pirates and sending them to be slaves. He always felt that the pirates were getting a huge advantage. But since Zen started the slave trade, his thoughts have slowly changed. Once he caught a wave of pirates and wanted to burn them to death, but Zane sold them out first. In response, Akainu was furious and the 2 were in a cold war for a long time. Until one day, he went to the holy land of Mariajoy and saw a slave squatting there with a collar around his neck, tied to a fence like a dog. Unlike the dog, the other party sat there with a dull look in his eyes, motionless, like a corpse. Akainu went forward and saw that it was one of the pirates sold by Zen, and he was the most brutal and difficult to catch one. The pirates also saw Akainu and his eyes suddenly changed. First it was incredible, then it was ecstasy. He suddenly stood up and rushed towards Akainu. Before Akainu could attack him, he threw himself at Akainu's feet, crying and begging Akainu to kill him. Akainu was stunned at the time. Suddenly, a CP came over. When the pirates saw CP, they huddled together and kept silent like mice seeing a cat. Advertisement. CP said calmly, "You are too noisy, God will punish you." Then he led the slave away. What shocked Akainu was that the pirates who had been begging for death in front of him didn't even dare to breathe in front of the CP. They knew they were going to die, but they didn't disobey the orders of the other party at all, as if their crying and begging just now were just an illusion. From then on, Akainu finally realized how superficial his previous understanding of cruelty was. I just killed someone, but Smoker and Zane are killing me. It just so happened that at this time, Zen's slave industry was getting on track. Therefore, from then on, whenever Akainu went to kill the pirates, he would spare their lives and even provide medical treatment to the seriously injured. After the mission is completed, pack it up and send it directly to Zen. Over time, Akainu's reputation has been transformed, and some pirates even call him the new no-kill admiral. When Smoker and Akainu were chatting happily, the hatch suddenly opened. A beautiful figure walked out. Hey, Hina, Smoker, long time no see. Smoker and Hina turned their heads and were both shocked. Zane. At this time, Zane was standing at the cabin door, holding a sleeping child, smiling. I haven't seen you for a long time, and now Zane is no longer dressed like a wealthy queen. Probably to take care of the children, she rolled up her waist-length blonde hair and took off her dazzling jewelry, looking much fresher. Smoker was shocked. Why are you here? Why are you holding a child? Taking a quick glance, I saw a little blonde-haired girl with a delicate face. She was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, paying no attention to the noise around her. Hina also rushed forward and lifted her cloak to shield the child from the wind. You are so careless. If a fight really breaks out, what if the children are scared by the gunfire and cannon fire? Zane smiled and patted the child. Don't worry, this girl is very tough and likes to hear the sound of gunfire. She will definitely be a good candidate for playing with guns in the future. Besides, Hina has something to do, so I have to come anyway. Of course, if a fight really breaks out, I'll just take care of the kids, and let big brother Sakazuki do the other rough work. All right. Smoker nodded helplessly. Akainu, Aokiji, and Hina, 3 admiral-level fighters are deployed. It was lucky that the big mom pirates managed to escape unscathed, not to mention counter-attacking the warship. No matter what, this storm is over. Finally, I can go back to headquarters with peace of mind. Advertisement Chapter 287 Give you an assistant. Soon, Aokiji's warships also arrived. The 2 fleets merged and returned to the naval headquarters in a mighty manner. Now there are 3 admiral-level fighters on the ship, and 1 fighter above the admiral level. If you need damage, you can get damage. If you need control, you can get control. If you need healing, you can get healing. If we really don't care, we can completely destroy any force at sea. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who are recognized as the strongest in the world, have to kneel. But nobody wants to do that. Even the most extreme Akainu had no intention of provoking those big pirates. There is now a consensus among the top Marines to keep a low profile. Exposing the Marines' strength too early would not only alert the world government, but also cause the pirates, who were originally fighting among themselves, to unite. Even if the world government and the pirates join forces, it wouldn't be surprising. Anyway, since there is already a system like Shichibukai, world government can just create 10 or 8 similar titles. As for the price, what's the price? It's just legal plundering, and you can't plunder the celestial dragons. Anyway, the people who got hurt were the common people, and the Marines who had a headache were the ones who got hurt. What does it have to do with celestial dragons? I just need to keep playing the music and dancing. In order to prevent this situation, Sengoku formulated a strategy of steady development of the mid and low-level Marines and slow development of the high-level Marines. In recent years, the weapons and equipment of Marine soldiers have been updated very quickly. Not only are warships being produced in large quantities, but weapons are also constantly updated. There are also a large number of capable people among the junior officers, which makes the pirates who go to sea in recent years feel like they are having a hard time making a living. Unlike the active grassroots Marines, the top brass seem a bit quiet. Therefore, the disciplinary action carried out by Smoker at the Punkhasa base was so easily seen by the 5 elders, because there was indeed little news about the Marine high-level officials during that period. On the warship, Smoker started chatting with Akainu and Aokiji. Why are you 2 here this time? Where are Bonozolino and Cake? This time it's a rescue mission, and compared to Akainu Aokiji, who is good at fighting tough battles, these 2 speed players are more suitable candidates. Don't mention it. Aokiji lazily lit a cigar. They were recruited to Mariajoy because of this World Summit. Ah, Smoker was stunned. Aren't there still several months left? What are you going to do now? At the World Summit, it is customary for the Admiral to guard the Holy Land. But it would be fine if it arrived a week in advance. Why did it arrive so long in advance this time? Akainu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. I have heard of this advertisement before. The top leaders of the world government went crazy for some reason and suddenly started a massive internal purge. After a year of hard work, 30% of the CP agents have been killed. Mr. Sengoku and Chief of Staff Suru are grinning from ear to ear. What does that have to do with them going early? Before the World Summit, the government will send CP to eliminate destabilizing factors in advance. We had enough manpower before. Even if we sent out agents, we were able to handle the defense of celestial dragons. But it's different now. The CP doesn't have enough manpower to protect Mariajoy, so naturally we have to transfer people from the Marine. Akainu paused, then glanced at Smoker and said with a half smile, that is to say, the guards of Mariajoy are unusually empty right now. Smoker. Wait, what does this expression of yours mean? Don't do this, I'm afraid. Suddenly, Smoker thought of something. That's not right. You are here. Bonozolino and Cake went to the Holy Land, so there is not a single current admiral left in the headquarters. Not only that, Hina is on the ship, and Miss Guion is in Sabayati. Does that mean there's not even an admiral candidate? Aokiji said lazily. That's not the case. Quote. Recently, Amane took over as the chief of the Marine Criminal Investigation Bureau, and was given the codename Dark Horse at the same time as Hina. It's just that his identity is special, so it's hard to publicize it. So you who are not in the headquarters don't know this news. At this time, Akainu continued, you forgot one more. Smoker. Aokiji was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Oh, you mean that one? Smoker asked curiously, who is it? Aokiji said quietly, the right hand of Chief of Staff Crane, the second in command of the Marine Staff, codenamed Iron Rat, Moss. Smoker. Who is this person? How come I have never heard of him? Smoker. Your situation is rather special. When looking for an assistant for you, we can't just look at strength. The most important thing is courage and carefulness. No matter what deal they made, the pirates might not lose, but the Marines definitely made a huge profit. Smoker. I'm looking for you for two things this time. Immediately afterwards, Sengoku announced Smoker's new position, Suru's deputy chief of Marine General Staff. Smoker was stunned. There is such a person in Marine advertisement. Coincidentally, it is the same as Iron Rat Moss. Aokiji also nodded. He is a bit like you, a rare person with both wisdom and strength. Unfortunately, he was unable to recover after a certain incident and just quietly did intelligence work. Over the years, many people have forgotten his existence. Smoker suddenly realized that, to be honest, before Bogart, Garp's assistant seemed to be Aokiji, Sengoku's assistant was Kizaru, and Suru's assistant was Akainu. So the most important thing is the brain, and the fists are irrelevant. Akainu introduced him. He was a Marine in the same batch as Marshal Sengoku. He also had great military achievements in the past. Unfortunately, he offended the world government and was forced to retreat to the second line. Smoker did not refuse and agreed readily. Someone recently recommended a good candidate. Although his abilities are a little immature, he is thoughtful and thorough, and is very suitable to be your assistant. Garp, Zephyr, and Crane were already waiting here. It seems that the plot really doesn't represent everything. Hello, Smoker Vice Admiral, nice to meet you. Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Junior Grade Rob Lucci reports to you. He knew Smoker's character and believed in his methods. Smoker. But Sengoku didn't ask any more questions. Sengoku was relieved to see Hina was okay, but when he saw Smoker and Hina's homies, he was immediately numb. Smoker nodded repeatedly. Sengoku called Smoker to his office alone. A lot of what I do is just pulling the pants off 5 elders. Equivalent to the third in command of the general staff, he enjoys the treatment of an admiral candidate. Garp explained, according to convention, Marines above the rank of admiral candidate will have a dedicated assistant. For example, my assistant is Bogart. Smoker was a little confused. Assistant. The first thing is your appointment. Since it's a custom, I have no objection. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction. As a senior, you can guide him. Sengoku yelled towards the door, come in. Good guy, making a deal with the pirates again. And the second thing, find you an assistant. At this time, a young man with shoulder-length hair walked up to Smoker and gave a standard salute. Hee. The fleet returned to naval headquarters. Chapter 288. Eat a meal. Smoker looked at Rob Lucci with a half-smile on his face. Oh, Lucci, please give me more advice in the future. Sengoku laughed and said to Rob Lucci, Smoker may not be much older than you, but he is an indispensable soul of Marine. You must learn from him. Tsuruya nodded, agreeing with Sengoku's words. But judging from his expression, he seemed to be very satisfied with Lucci. Rob Lucci bowed slightly, yes. Marshal Sengoku, Chief of Staff Crane, I will definitely learn from Mr. Smoker. Smoker smiled slightly. Although he didn't say anything, there was a hint of vigilance and doubt in the depths of his eyes. There are thousands of Marines in this department, but only Rob Lucci became his assistant. Although Pirates is full of coincidences and even the plot is driven by various accidents, Smoker never believes in coincidences. He believed that Sengoku and Tsuru must have investigated Rob Lucci and found nothing unusual, which is why they recommended him to him. But it was a big anomaly that a mere naval headquarters lieutenant junior grade could catch the eye of the marshal and the chief of staff, not to mention being able to serve as his full-time assistant. In the Marine, there are only a handful of people who can have full-time assistants. This kind of assistant is not just a simple assistant, but has some of the meaning of master-apprentice inheritance. At least the 3 admirals Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru have all served as assistants. The fact that Sengoku has Rob Lucci as his assistant shows how much he expects from him. Unfortunately, I wanted to turn my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon only shines on the ditch. Sengoku's painstaking efforts and high hopes are destined to go down the drain. Rob Lucci showed up, and Smoker spoke less and less, until he just shut up and listened. After a while, Smoker got up and said goodbye, leaving Sengoku's office, and did not forget to call Lucci before leaving. The reason is very good. We just met each other and need more contact to get familiar with each other as soon as possible. Actually, I just don't want him to stay in Sengoku's office any longer. Smoker may be unhappy, but no one would try to take advantage of him. Now my treatment is equivalent to that of an admiral candidate, and I am an absolute new high-ranking Marine. It would be strange if the world government didn't keep an eye on me. If we replace Rob Lucci, whom I know today, who knows what kind of guy we will send tomorrow. Since we have to place spies, we might as well put them right under our noses and closely monitor his every move. However, changing your thinking. Lucci will report his every word and action to the world government. But why can't I use this to let the world government hear the voice I want them to hear? The two walked in the corridor one after the other. I happened to meet Hina on the way. Behind her followed a young-looking blonde girl with long legs and a slim waist. Smoker, you're just in time. Hina, let me introduce you to this assistant assigned to me by the general staff. Her name is Khalifa. Khalifa, this is my dependent, Smoker. Khalifa quickly stood at attention and saluted. Hello, Smoker Vice Admiral, Naval Headquarters Lieutenant Junior Grade Khalifa reports to you. Smoker, MD, did lousy mess up CP's nest. What does Ghoul Nika eat? CP has blocked my bed, and you didn't even bother to tell me. Smoker forced an ugly smile. Hi, hello, Khalifa, nice to meet you. Hina will be in your hands from now on. Don't worry, Smoker Vice Admiral, I will protect Master Shiratori with my life. Hina needs a desperate enemy, at least the Emperor level. If you really encounter such an opponent, what use will Amir Khalifa be? But I have to say, it is really comfortable to hear these words. However, looking at Khalifa's incredibly childish face, Smoker was speechless. Although both he and Hina held high positions, they were actually only in their 20s. And how old are these two guys? Khalifa was just past the Marine draft age, and Rob Lucci was a little older, but still under 20 years old. When Hina and I were this age, we were still in the branch. And they have already reached the naval headquarters and received military ranks. This illustrates 2 points. First of all, regardless of their stance, this year's CP9 is indeed quite talented. Second, it seems that CP is really short of people, even sending out such a rookie. Smoker first introduced Lucci to Hina, and then held Hina's hand. Seeing this, Khalifa's face suddenly turned red, and white steam rose from his head as if it was boiling. Advertisement. Captain Smoker, this is sexual harassment. Smoker. Hina. Huh. Lucci glared at her secretly. Khalifa was startled and then reacted. She stood at attention and said, sorry, I am being rude. Ha 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 ha. Smoker didn't show any displeasure on his face. He smiled brightly and said, what an interesting little guy. It's okay. Then he said to Hina, this is our first meeting, I'll treat you all to a meal. From now on we'll be partners in life and death, so we'll have a good drink later. Hina, take them to the old place first, I'll go back and get some wine and come over. Smoker held Hina's hand while speaking. Hina's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed instantly. Well, Hina, take them to the old place first, you go and come back soon. You two come with Hina. This restaurant is a century-old brand, and their signature dish is. After the three people walked away, Smoker walked out quietly from the shadows. Sengoku's office. Marine F4 and others are having a senbei party. Except for Crane who was leisurely sipping his tea, everyone else was crunching on the senbei. Garp. Ahahaha, the championship will be mine again this time. Sengoku Garp. Shut up, you old senbei man. Suddenly, they all froze, staring at a certain corner of the house, their aura fixed on it. A few seconds later, a light door appeared on the ceiling. Odin jumped out of the light gate carrying Smoker. Smoker. Why are you back again? Several old men and women were stunned. How could homies have such ability? Thinking of the tens of thousands of homies under Big Mom, Marine F4 felt her scalp tingling. Sengoku suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. Garp didn't care and rushed over to grab his shoulders. You kid, what kind of ability is this? Smoker had no choice but to explain the secrets of the door-to-door fruit and homies. I heard that this spatial ability is a devil fruit and cannot be copied, and Big Mom didn't know that homies can eat devil fruit. Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. If homies can be this big, why is Marine still struggling? What tactics are needed? Just charge forward with a single attack. Smoker seemed to see what Sengoku was thinking. Mr. Sengoku, although Big Mom can't open the air gate, there are people in the pirates who have abilities that are just as powerful as the gate fruit. What did you say? Sengoku's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Do you know Charlotte Brûlée from the Big Mom Pirates? Before Sengoku could say anything, Suru spoke first. I know this guy. It is said that he just got the devil fruit, but the specific information has not been revealed yet. She is the user of the mirror fruit. This fruit has many strange and bizarre abilities, but the most powerful one is that it allows the user to enter the mirror world. Sengoku Garp, Zephyr, Crane. Mirror world. That's right. The mirror world is an independent space. People with special abilities can touch the mirror and turn it into a passage, so that they can freely enter and exit the mirror world with people and objects. As long as the person with special abilities does not touch the mirror, the two worlds will be completely isolated again. No matter how strong you are, you can't affect the other world. Sengoku was completely numb. So, Big Mom can use the mirror fruit to go anywhere at any time. Smoker nodded. That's right in theory. Whether it's naval headquarters or Mariajoy, as long as there are mirrors, there is no privacy. Zephyr slammed the table. Damn it, mere pirates actually got such a dangerous fruit. Sengoku, I will go there myself and kill that Charlotte Brûlée. He clenched his fists, making a crisp sound of bones cracking. It's been a while since we last met. I want to see how strong Big Mom is. Sengoku gave Smoker an annoyed look. If I had agreed a few days ago, now, forget it. Big Mom has just gained the power of darkness and regeneration flames, and is gaining momentum. Zephyr can no longer handle her. Besides, I rashly started a war with Big Mom without the authorization of the world government, and in the end, I was the one who got annoyed by those 5 old monsters. Smoker smiled faintly. It's not like we're going to wipe out the Big Mom pirates. It's just a Charlotte store brûlée. It doesn't necessarily require Marine's intervention. Sengoku was stunned. Huh. What do you mean? Advertisement. This fruit means infinite space and a passage for fast movement. Think about it, who in this world would covet this the most? You mean? Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up, shipping King Umid and Hidden Master Kiberson. That's right, one of them is engaged in warehousing and the other is engaged in freight. For them, this fruit is a huge fortune. They are the kings of the underground world. As long as there is enough temptation, even Big Mom can't stop them. Since Marine is not in a position to take action, let the underworld take action. We just need to wait for the mantis to catch the cicada and the oriole to come. As long as Charlotte Brûlée is not in Big Mom's hands, our goal will be achieved. Even if it doesn't work, we can still sow discord between the pirates and the underground world, which will be 100 benefits for our Marines. Good. Sengoku slammed the table. That's it. Shall we contact the general staff and tell these 2 guys the news? Smoker, the information you provided is so valuable. I was right about you. Etc. Smoker suddenly became serious. Don't tell the general staff yet. Smoker smiled bitterly. I was here to talk about CP, why are we talking about the mirror fruit? Mr. Sengoku, Ms. Suru, me and Hina's assistants, who are Rob Lucci and Khalifa. He was stunned when he heard this. Huh. What happened to them? Excuse me, these 2 guys are a couple. What? Sengoku and Suru's eyes widened. Smoker, you are not kidding me. How did you 2 notice them? He slowly explained the whole story. There was a storm more than 4 months ago. Several archives rooms of the General Staff Department have fallen into disrepair over the years, causing many files to be soaked in water and need to be reorganized. The General Staff was short-staffed, and since these files were not confidential, they borrowed dozens of recruits from the recruit camp to help. Among them are Rob Lucci and Khalifa. Moreover, the 2 of them performed extremely well, leaving their peers far behind. Even Crane was surprised by their abilities. The incident passed quickly and they returned to the recruit camp. Not long after, during a break in a Marine meeting, someone started chatting about this recruitment. He was there at the time, and he started talking about them. Her words happened to be noticed by Sengoku and Zephyr, who became interested and observed the 2 newcomers. What surprised them was that both of them performed very well in daily training and missions, just like the replica of Smoker and Hina back then. Moreover, both of them pursue justice, have good talents, strong sense of responsibility, work hard, and are careful in their work. They possess almost all the qualities required of an excellent Marine. So, Sengoku specially approved the 2 to go to the general staff to help. Unexpectedly, they continued to thrive and were promoted in just a few months. This time when Smoker and Hina were promoted, he recommended them to be their assistants. Smoker asked in confusion, didn't you check their backgrounds? Of course we have investigated. Both of them have clean family backgrounds and normal resumes, there is no problem. Smoker nodded. It's not their fault. After all, unlike me, they already knew that the other party was an agent. In fact, although Marine's strength has greatly increased, it is still far behind CP in terms of intelligence work. If CP falsified his resume, it would be difficult for Marine to find out. However, the fact that Lucci and Khalifa are CP agents still makes Marine F4 indignant. Sengoku said angrily, damn, I thought I met a talented person and was so happy for a long time, but it turned out to be a lackey of celestial dragons. Garp. You are also. UB ******** D. Bang. Ouch, it hurts so much, you golden old man. He didn't say anything, but his face didn't look good either. I have been playing with eagles all my life, but I was pecked in the eyes by 2 house sparrows. But before she could finish her anger, Smoker's next words made her heart tighten. Mr. Sengoku, Ms. Suru, it's actually normal for CP to try to infiltrate the naval headquarters. But the fact that they appeared before you so naturally, was it just a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? Sengoku. Crane. Chapter 289 Preparations before Departure 1. Seeing Sengoku and Crane's reactions, Smoker knew they knew what was going on. Before, some flaws were overlooked subconsciously because of the blindness. Now that Smoker has enlightened them, with their skills, how could they not notice the problem? He said bitterly. Smoker, please hold these 2 shrimps steady for now. Give me some time to dig out the rat behind. Smoker nodded. No problem. Okay, I won't say any more, I just came here to remind you. I had a dinner date with them. He left on the pretext of getting some wine and left. After saying that, he went to the filing cabinet, moved the documents inside, took out a few bottles of wine with ease, and then used the ability of the Menman fruit to slip away. Sengoku's face suddenly turned pale. He could only groan. Shall he dig for me? If there is any suspicion, check it all out for me. The crane's face also looked unhappy. I really lost face this time. HMPH, you don't need to tell me, I won't let any of them go. At this moment, Zephyr, who had been sitting silently, suddenly spoke. If he wants to hide this from you, his position must be very high. There must not be many undercover agents of this level, there might even be only one. Do you think this guy has anything to do with what happened back then? Hearing this, Sengoku, Garp, and Crane were startled. More than a decade ago, a group of pirates accidentally came to the living area of Marine headquarters. The originally airtight defense line also had loopholes by accident. The pirates were able to advance straight into the area and accidentally encountered the family of their enemy Zephyr. No matter how we investigated at that time, everything was just a coincidence. The pirates happened to get information about the merchant ship, the pointer happened to be broken, and someone happened to be injured during the soldiers' shift change. Everything is very reasonable, just as reasonable as the appearance of Lucci and Khalifa. Zephyr didn't say anything, just looked at the three people calmly, but the murderous intent in his eyes almost overflowed. Marine living area, the most popular restaurant. Hina, Lucci and Khalifa were sitting in a luxurious private room, chatting and laughing. Although Lucci and Khalifa are young, they don't look immature at all and they can talk freely with Hina. Especially Khalifa, who had already put her arm around Hina and called her sister, in a very sweet voice, making Hina giggle continuously. Suddenly, the door opened and Smoker came in with wine. It's so lively. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Hina sat there with a smile on her face, while Lucci and Khalifa quickly stood up. This is Marshal Sengoku's fine wine. He himself was reluctant to drink it, so I got it by chance. You are in for a treat today. After that, he asked the waiter to bring the menu. Except for the few items that Hina was not eating, there was one portion of each item. Come on, don't go home until you are drunk today. Advertisement. Oh, after a few drinks, the atmosphere became more lively. As we exchanged cups, we changed from drinking one cup to drinking from the bottle. Belch. Rob Lucci held the bottle in one hand and put his arm around Smoker's shoulder with the other. Smoker Vice Admiral, are there any missions coming up? Smoker. Huh, you're a newcomer, why are you so active in the mission? Lucci suddenly said angrily. Bah, what newcomer? I have been practicing since I was a child, going through life and death, not to be a good boy and tidy up my house every day. Wow, you don't know what kind of life I've been living. Why, Lousy has the best grades, why was he assigned here? I want to fight, I want flesh and blood, Lousy's minions are already thirsty. On the other side, Hina was helping Khalifa put on the necklace. The huge gem and exquisite style make it obvious that it is worth a lot of money. Smoker recognized that this was the treasure that Sanai had stolen with great effort when searching Sky Island, and he sent it to Hina as a gift. My sister has good skin and a good figure, and this style of jewelry is the most suitable. Who said that Marine has to go out without makeup every day? Khalifa was speechless and just grinned with her tongue sticking out. Feeling Smoker's gaze, Hina glanced at him cryptically. These two guys. When I wasn't drinking, I was quite cautious and handled the situation well. I didn't expect that she was a novice who had never drunk alcohol before, and her alcohol tolerance was poor. When CP9 was training, did they never train their drinking capacity? At this time, Lucci came up again. Hiccup. Smoker Vice Admiral, you tell me, what mission do we have recently? The blurred eyes carry a bit of madness that has been suppressed for a long time. There is indeed a dangerous mission recently, to a country full of killing and blood. Hearing about killing and blood, Lucci's eyes suddenly lit up. Smoker Vice Admiral, please tell me, hiccup, what's going on? Smoker pretended to be silent until Lucci was about to break down, then he sighed heavily. Forget it, since it's you, there's nothing to hide. In this world that worships celestial dragons as gods, there are some countries that do not respect the oracles. Lucci's eyes instantly turned fierce, and he roared, which country dares to be so presumptuous? I will tear them apart. There are many countries like this, and the most representative one is Wanukuni. Although the celestial dragons are merciful and ignore it, we Marines cannot turn a blind eye. Advertisement. A few days ago, Mr. Sengoku sent an undercover agent to Wanukuni to find out the truth about this samurai nation and see if there is a chance to conquer them and add new slaves to celestial dragons. Lucci slammed the table and said, well done. As expected of Sengoku. What happened next? MD, you didn't even call me by my name. Unfortunately, Wanukuni culture is too different from ours, the undercover agents were quickly discovered, and all died heroically in the end. But they are not completely in vain. The Wanukuni we are in has degenerated into a violent and bloody country. Even killing innocent people in the streets will not be punished. My next mission is to go to Wanukuni and find out the details of this country. Lucci's eyes widened. What the hell did I hear? Violence. Bloody. Killing people in the street is not punished. Is this heaven? Smoker Vice Admiral, please let me go. Smoker shook his head quickly. No, those warriors are not weak. This mission is too dangerous and not suitable for newcomers. Lu Chi was very anxious. No, please, I must go. Smoker pretended to refuse for a while, but finally gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh hard. There's really nothing I can do with you. Well, I'll go with you. You go to Wanukuni, and I'll go to Onigashima to investigate. Very good. Lu Chi's gratitude was beyond words. He picked up a bottle of wine, looked at the alcohol content, threw it aside, and replaced it with a bottle of the strongest wine. Smoker Vice Admiral, there's nothing more to say, it's all in the wine. After saying that, he raised his head and started blowing the bottle. No, you can't drink like this. Smoker tried to dissuade him, but he just pulled Lu Chi and didn't touch his hands at all. After drinking the bottle of wine, Lu Chi felt dizzy. He shook his head hard and slapped himself a few times. When I saw Smoker next to me, I felt a warm feeling in my heart. Thinking back to how he had been inexplicably assigned here, and had been either organizing files or taking care of internal affairs, and now that he could finally display his abilities, tears welled up in his eyes. Smoker Vice Admiral, I didn't expect there is a loyal man like you in the Marines who cares about celestial dragons. Lu Chi has been wandering for half his life, and I only regret that I have never met a wise master. If you don't abandon me, I am willing to serve you. Stop. Smoker quickly covered his mouth. Okay, I will definitely take you with me on this mission. But those words just now, don't say them again. Chapter 290 Preparation before Departure 2. Lu Chi and Khalifa were completely drunk after drinking this meal. The two of them were drooling and snoring loudly. Hina sighed and said, finally, they are quiet. I really can't drink much. By the way, who are they? When the two separated, Smoker tapped Hina's palm a few times, implying that there was something wrong between them, but they didn't talk to each other afterwards, so Hina didn't know their identities. Who else could it be? Couple. CP. Hina looked over in astonishment. Both of them. Then how do you want to deal with them? Smoker looked at the two people who were sleeping soundly. Originally, I wanted to use the childlike fruit to turn it into a toy and then destroy it. But he was afraid that Sengoku and Suru would lose their memories and he wouldn't be able to track down their superiors. Helpless, I can only bear it for now. Smoker sighed. It's not a good idea to move them now. Let's just fool them. Marshal Sengoku and Crane are already investigating. Let's not alert them. Well, that's all we can do. No more talking. The store is about to close, let's send them back first. Where to send it? Quote exclamation mark. Quote. It was already late at night, and there were no decent people on the street except for some staggering drunks. Helplessly, Smoker could only release homies, carry the two of them, and walk back to his home. The two had just been promoted and had not been in the headquarters before, so they had not yet moved to the villa area for senior officers. When we were almost home, we suddenly discovered that Hana's Inn was open. Smoker, Hina. The two of them approached the hotel out of curiosity, and suddenly noticed that there were several strong auras hidden in the hotel and the surrounding shops. The auras of powerful people in naval headquarters are as numerous as stars, but the target of these few is obviously this hotel. Smoker and Hina looked at each other, took a few steps forward and knocked on the door. Surprisingly, it was Hana who came out to greet the guests. Next to her was a girl with a ponytail. She had an ordinary look but her eyes were extremely sharp. Advertisement. Seeing that it was Smoker and Hina, Hana was also very happy. She waved to the girl behind her, who nodded slightly and went back into the room. She herself hastened to welcome the two into the house. Several of them are old friends. Smoker didn't beat around the bush and asked Hana directly why she was here and who the girl was. Facing Smoker, Hana naturally told the truth. It turned out that Vice Admiral Crane had let her live in the core area of the headquarters for some time, but later found that this was not the best choice. Because Hana's biggest threat isn't the savage pirates, but the cunning world government. The core area has an extremely high level of confidentiality, and the identity and background of anyone entering and leaving, even the cleaning staff, will be checked clearly. If Hana's appearance here attracts the attention of the world government, it would backfire. He immediately changed his strategy and hid himself in the city. So she came back to run the hotel again. As for the girl and the other powerful auras, they were bodyguards arranged by he, lurking around as waiters and shop owners. Except for Marine F4, no one knows their true identities. Smoker nodded, finally relieved. He estimated that Vice Admiral he had another reason for asking Hana to move out. Marine had already developed a certain level of trust in Nika, so he gave Hana more freedom. This is also a gesture of goodwill to Nika. Smoker closed his eyes, feeling that there was no one around, and whispered, Hana, can you get in touch with Nika? Nika has finished his tour and is now difficult to contact. Hana frowned slightly. We rarely talk on the phone. The last time we talked was more than a month ago. However, we agreed on the next time to talk, which will be in the next few days. I have been addicted to the telephone a lot lately. Suddenly, the sound of bulu bulu came from her. Hana was stunned, her eyes became strange. What a coincidence, he called. Hurry up and pick it up, I have something to talk to him about. Advertisement. Hana nodded and answered the phone. Instead of having a direct conversation, she exchanged a long code first. When the code ended, an impatient and obscene voice came from the other end of the phone. Hannah honey, did you miss me? Your big baby misses you every night, come, let your big baby smell you. Hannah, the other one. Smoker picked up the Den Mushi. Stop being so sweet, I have something urgent to ask you. There was first a deathly silence on the other side of the Den Mushi, and then a suppressed roar was heard. Smoker, you son of ABCH, why are you still next to Hannah at this hour? Smoker, this is a long story. Hina couldn't bear it anymore and snatched the Den Mushi away. Mr. Nika, we have something important to do and time is limited. After saying that, he stuffed the Den Mushi back into Smoker's hand. Hearing Hina's voice, Nika's voice instantly became steady and sonorous. Oh, Smoker, Hina, long time no see, I missed you so much, what do you want to talk to me about? Smoker took a few deep breaths and told Nika about Lucci and Khalifa. Nika was also surprised. I know these two kids. They are new members of CP9 and their grades are excellent. But they were forced to go over to CP1. It was a very unhappy situation. I didn't know they would come to you too. There was no news before. But don't worry, I will investigate it carefully and there will be results soon. Well, I'll leave it to you. I'm going to Onigashima soon, so it's not convenient to talk on the phone. If you have anything, please contact Hina. Okay, don't worry, if everything is fine, ask Hannah to answer the phone. Smoker got a room at Hannah's hotel and threw Lucci and Khalifa in. With their physical conditions, they wouldn't get drunk to death if left alone all night, so he didn't bother to care whether something would happen. Okay, now that everything has been dealt with, it's time to prepare to go to Onigashima. Chapter 291 Heading to Wanukuni. After Smoker finished all his work, he set off for Wanukuni. A few days later, on the warship, Smoker lay comfortably on the lounge chair on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and the sun, feeling as relaxed as if he was on vacation. Rob Lucci walked up to him with a pile of materials. Smoker Vice Admiral, this is all the Wanukuni information that Marine currently has. It has been sorted out. Please review it. Thank you for your hard work. When Rob Lucci and Khalifa sobered up that day, they were completely unconscious and had no recollection of what they had said or done. But Smoker still brought him to Wanukuni. It's really worrying to keep such a spy at home. Besides, although Lucci was drunk at the time, he was speaking from the heart. When he learned that he was going to Wanukuni, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. Smoker took the information and started looking through it. It seems that the Marine, oh no, the entire world government, knows very little about Wanukuni. Most of these materials are confessions of pirates from Wanukuni. The content is confusing and contradictory, and the information is seriously delayed. Some even say that the general is Kazuki Sukiyaki, which is so out of date. Looking at the thick stack of information, the useful intelligence is not as much as what is in Smoker's mind. However, some of the introductions to local customs and practices are still worth referring to. At this moment, a lazy voice suddenly came from the recliner next to him. Alala, Luki, pour me a drink. Lucci quickly stood at attention and said, yes, Admiral Aokiji. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the cabin to get some wine. Smoker looked to the side helplessly. There was a recliner next to him. Aokiji was wearing an eye mask and lying comfortably, looking more comfortable than himself. Brother Aokiji, you are a Marine Admiral. If you show up in Wanukuni rashly, aren't you afraid that Kaido will think you are declaring war? As he spoke, he handed him the information. Aokiji took the information and looked through it, and the key points were indeed the descriptions of Wanukuni's customs and people. Don't be nervous, Smoker. You finally have a day off, so you should have some fun. Advertisement. Unlike you and Vice Admiral Garp, I don't have a family or relatives to visit. Traveling around the world is my biggest dream. Smoker smacked his lips. Then you don't have to come to Wanukuni. There are also many fun things to do in the member states, such as the casino in Alabasta, the barbecue in the Goat Principality, the beer in Moser Island. If you go to those places, their kings will definitely entertain you warmly. Alala, spare me, Smoker, these things are the most annoying to me. The most important reason, the allies don't represent the world, Smoker. I want to understand the real world, so that I can know if there is any deviation in my justice. It's a good idea, but you're the admiral. If you show up in a non-member country, it will cause chaos. Alala, don't worry, I can't say about other countries, but in this closed Wanukuni, they won't recognize me. Don't worry, I'm just here for tourism and won't disturb you. Of course, if you need anything, you can always call me. This, Smoker wanted to persuade him again. But on second thought, as the saying goes, a poor family can make a rich road. Although this is not a war, having more admiral-level combat power is never a bad thing. Aokiji also has a point. Wanukuni is too closed off, they don't even know what a marine is, let alone an admiral. As long as you don't run into those pirates, your identity won't be exposed. Besides, what would happen even if it was exposed? At most, I'll just provoke Kaido to come out and attack. If I team up with Aokiji, even if Kaido goes all out, what will happen? The only difference is how badly we lose. If he really gets angry, Kaido might be able to get away with it. But none of the so-called 3 disasters and 6 barbarian tyrants can escape. Oh, no, Kaido doesn't have so many subordinates now. Thinking of this, Smoker stopped trying to persuade him. Just before Smoker set off, Sanai finished his mission at Sky Island and returned to the naval headquarters. At this time, Lucci came over with wine. Alala, I'm really looking forward to it. Maybe I can even meet old friends. Seeing this, Griffin quickly flapped his wings to lower his altitude. Lucci shuddered and shook his head like a rattle. Aokiji also became interested. Aokiji, Sanai, and Lucci saw this and jumped onto Griffin's back together. Advertisement. Now its body is huge, almost as big as a small warship. Its huge claws flash with cold light, which makes people shudder. Its thick mane flutters in the wind, making it look majestic. Alara, Smoker, is that the giant carp you mentioned that can tow a ship? Are you going to let them tow the warship to the island? Smoker jumped onto Griffin's back. We just need to fly to the island. The warships will withdraw for now. We'll call you when we're ready to leave. Aokiji already knew his identity and interrupted Smoker upon seeing this. As we go further, the sea conditions will be very bad, with many reefs and turbulent currents. Although we didn't see any ships, there are indeed a lot of wreckage. Looking at Sanai again, he is no longer the handsome boy of the past, but has turned into a sturdy man with several hideous and big scars on his body. It is obvious that the development plan of Sky Island is not all smooth sailing. Kuzan Admiral, Smoker Sensei, I'm back. Smoker looked up at the sky. Oh, you're back so soon. Smoker handed Sanai a bottle of wine. How's it going up front? He carried a long gun on his shoulder that was taller than himself. It had no sights or scopes. At first glance, it looked like an iron rod, but the end of the gun was equipped with a half-meter long sharp bayonet. In addition, he also had several short-handled pistols slung across his waist to respond to possible attacks at any time. After saying that, he waved towards the sky. Damn it, if I drink again in this life I will be a dog. In terms of fame, Sanai is far inferior to Aokiji, so there is no need to worry about exposing his identity, so Smoker readily agreed. When I heard that Smoker was going to Wanukuni, I wanted to come along. Oh, Sanai, thank you for your hard work. Okay, you have the final say. You are the admiral, a higher rank can crush anyone. Sanai was already thirsty and hot, so he took the wine, drank it all in one gulp, and let out a sigh of relief. Smoker shook his head. Not really. There are only a few of us, there's no need for a warship to follow us. A huge figure flashed in the air, and the wind from flapping its wings made the boat shake constantly, and then a person fell heavily on the deck. And the big waterfall you mentioned is about 400 kilometers to the east. There are indeed many strange big carps in it. Griffin roared, flapped his wings, and rushed towards Wanukuni like lightning. Suddenly, a huge shadow flashed across the sky. The wine is here, drink more now. When we go to Wanukuni, we can only drink their wine, and we don't know what Wanukuni's wine tastes like. Lucci, you've worked hard, do you want some? Old friend, could it be? The person who came was Sanai who had returned from Sky Island. In just 2 years, Griffin's size has grown several times. The warship received the order and began to turn slowly. The figure in the air is, of course, Griffin. Chapter 292 The Sea is Not Calm. The banquet hall on Ghost Island was bustling with activity as the pirates were having a great time partying. The originally empty hall has become crowded with people, and the air is filled with the strong aroma of wine and barbecue. The pirates indulged themselves wantonly. Some were already drunk, lying on the ground unconscious, while others laughed loudly, devouring the delicacies and wine like whirlwind. At this time, one of the pirates stood up shakily and said loudly, "Everyone, today, our weapons factory's output has reached a new high. 6 more countries have fallen into war because of our weapons. Let us raise our glasses together and pay tribute to the great Governor Kaido." As soon as he finished speaking, the pirates around him shouted, "Oh, cheers to weapons, cheers to war. Ahahaha, to hell with all those damn nobles. The beasts pirates are the rulers of the world." They raised their glasses and looked towards the platform at the side of the hall. On the platform, Kaido held Black Maria with one hand and held up the barrel with the other, with the big bosses Jin and Quinn next to him. Kaido's drunken face showed a smile. He raised the barrel high and yelled, "Oh, hee, guys, enjoy yourself. Eat, drink. When you are full, come with me and turn this world upside down." After saying that, he tilted his head back and took a big gulp, finishing all the wine in the barrel in one breath. Seeing this, the little pirates below also cheered wildly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall was pushed to a climax. After a while, Kaido patted Black Maria on the back. Black Maria obediently moved away. Kaido stood up and left the hall, and seeing this, Jin and Quinn also stood up and left. Several people came to a quiet room. Kaido, who was originally drunk, calmed down instantly. "Tell me, what's going on?" Jin stepped forward and said, "Boss Kaido, there's been a lot of activity over at Big Mom recently." Oh, Kaido became interested. What did that old woman do? She took the initiative to provoke us, and defeated Changu Bun and Chongshui Ui successively. Her sphere of influence is almost touching us. Kaido's eyes flickered. Changu Bun and Chongshui Ui are both powerful pirates, and their strength is not weaker than that of the 8 Treasures Navy at its peak. In the New World, Due to the lack of marine control, the big pirates all have fixed spheres of influence. Advertisement. Whether or not one can establish a stable sphere of influence is what distinguishes the great pirates. Even though these two pirates were of a lower rank than himself and Big Mom, they had been entrenched in one area for many years and could not be easily dealt with. The distribution of the power of the big pirates is intertwined with each other, and even killing a chicken may cause a strong backlash from the surrounding monkeys. Kaido's eyes sparkled. Well, how are those two guys doing? He escaped, but all of his pirates were wiped out. HMPH, they're both okay, but the pirates under them are all trash, so it's no surprise that they were wiped out. However, the stinky old woman actually attacked them so fearlessly. It seems that she has gained new power. What is it? Weapons, subordinates, or devil fruit? Jin shook his head. Sorry, it's not clear yet. In terms of intelligence capabilities, we are indeed much worse than Big Mom. If this continues, Big Mom's sphere of influence will come into direct contact with us. Why not intervene? At this time, dozens of guys holding weapons and riding dinosaurs appeared in the jungle. Some of them were wearing uniform clothes, and some were wearing kimonos. Kaido. Whatever, do as you wish. In this matter, your words are my orders. The leader didn't bother to think about who was on the other side, and his mind was full of catching Griffin. Quinn's expression changed instantly, and he patted his chest. Don't worry, Boss Kaido, I'll take care of it. Jin. Min. Then he turned around and glared at Jin. Dan Jin, I'm not doing this for you, a torture-loving pervert B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************>**************************************************************************************************************************************************************** order, I still think we should prepare in advance. Aokiji looked around and said, Alala, is this Wanukuni? It's such a quiet and beautiful country. On the coast, Griffin slowly landed on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Smoker. A few seconds later, a big wild boar covered in wounds rushed out. Looking at their clothes, they are the beast's pirates and Orochi's men. Advertisement. Of course I can. UB asterisk 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 D, who are you looking down on? But why should Lousy listen to you? Smoker and others jumped down and landed on the white sand beach. After rushing out of the jungle, he rushed towards Smoker and the others in panic. Little guys, come on. The boar was very large, almost as big as a griffin. At this time, there was a howl of wild beasts in the jungle. Jin glanced at him coldly and said, You useless piece of shit, can you do it? Quinn was just quietly wiping the robotic arm, but when he heard this, he became furious. Griffin roared and transformed into a giant lion, knocking over the wild boar and pinning it down. At this time, Kaido suddenly said, Please, Quinn. ... It doesn't matter. No matter how the old woman makes trouble, it won't bother us. If she dares to attack us, Lousy will naturally kill her. As soon as the group of people came out of the forest, they saw the fallen wild boar and were surprised. But when they saw the majestic griffin, they immediately showed greedy expressions. His subordinates also grinned grimly and took out their guns, bullets, bows and arrows. A-hole Jin, what do you think of scientific research? Besides, why do you give orders to Lousy? A cold wind blew. Jin turned his head and looked at Quinn. Stupid Quinn, you have 10 days to develop a more powerful poison gas weapon, or I'll show you what I can do. Open black lens bracket hunting. Close black lens bracket. Yes. So he waved his hand and ordered an attack. The azure blue waters lap against the beach, and not far away is a lush forest. In an instant, all the people and mounts on the opposite side turned into ice sculptures. Aokiji stepped forward. Wanukuni people are very rude. Chapter 293 Entering Wanukuni. Aokiji froze dozens of pirates and samurai into ice sculptures with a wave of his hand. Smoker and others quickly went up to loot the bag. Soon, the pirates and the samurai were robbed. Even though they were all low-class guys and didn't have much on them, they were numerous. Dozens of people got together, and they had quite a lot of money and belongings, enough for the 4 of them to deal with the emergency. There are also a bunch of dinosaur mounts that look around at a loss, which are very good whether they are used as a means of transportation or as food reserves. Of course, the most useful things were the Wanukuni maps and communication snails, which really solved everyone's urgent needs. Although Smoker knows Wanukuni's information, he can't reveal it, because he can't explain the source of the information. With these maps, at least they would not be completely in the dark. Snails allow them to keep in touch with each other. After the search was completed, Lucci wanted to throw these guys directly into the sea to silence them. Smoker looked carefully again based on the principle of not wasting anything, and found that there were actually 2 real ones mixed in. Really fight. This is a cadre of beasts pirates. Such a good source of intelligence cannot be wasted so casually. Smoker stretched out his hand, and his palm became elemental, a black hole appeared, and a flame spurted out of it. Not long ago, he discovered that dark water and release could also work on elemental matter. First use dark water to absorb elements such as fire and lightning and store them in the dark space, then release them when needed, and you can even adjust the size freely. In this way, even in human form, he can use heat breath, bad wind, and lightning. Smoker carefully adjusted the size of the flame, fearing that the 2 would be burned to ashes in an instant. After a while, the ice melted. These 2 really fight, and their reactions are very fast. Knowing that the people opposite were enemies, he jumped up as soon as he resumed his movement, ready to capture a hostage first. One of them turned into a gorilla and the other turned into a rhino, and they rushed towards Smoker with roars. Haha, two people with special abilities, big profit. Dark Cave Road. A few seconds later, the two were tied up and thrown on the beach, and Smoker began to torture them for information. These two were obviously not tough guys. They couldn't stand the first 18 tortures of Smoker. He spilled all the information, which made Smoker very unhappy. The information they knew was not comprehensive, but Smoker combined what he knew about the plot and roughly pieced together the current situation of Wanukuni. A few years ago, the dance king Kazuki Oden was stewed alive by Kaido. Advertisement. As soon as he died, Daimyo, who had been watching the show like a mentally retarded person, suddenly woke up and began to rebel violently. But the wind direction has changed. They didn't invest when the wind was blowing, and now they are in a completely unfavorable situation. How can they turn the situation around? So, they were imprisoned on Onigashima by Kaido, starved for a few days in a cell where they could escape at any time, and finally they thought of rebelling again. The final result is predictable, and they were inevitably beaten. Oden and local daimyos died in battle, the underworld led by Hanano leopard Guro was wiped out, and the flame of Wanukuni's resistance gradually died out. Although there were sporadic resistance in the following years, they were minor. There is no need for the beast's pirates to take action, Kurozumi Orochi's army alone can suppress it. The rule of Wanukuni, Kaido and Orochi is now unbreakable. The entire country has begun to become a weapons factory, which is a disguised form of industrialization. After listening to the confessions of the two guys, Smoker touched his chin. Brother Kuzan, what do you think of these warriors? Do you think they are, how should I put it, respectable? Aokiji immediately showed a look of horror. How is that possible? Are these guys sick? They didn't fight when they could, and now they are almost crippled but they are fearless and brave. Aren't they sick? Sanai and Lucci nodded in agreement. The three of them looked at Smoker in unison, as if asking how could you ask such a stupid question. Smoker smiled awkwardly. This is just starting from the time Oden died. What he did before his death was a complete brain congestion. Not only does he suffer from cerebral palsy, he can also force people around him to have lower intelligence. Fortunately, it seems that Marine's values are relatively normal, even for undercover agents. Smoker quickly changed the subject. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. The main purpose of this operation is to investigate Wanukuni's intelligence, military, economic, cultural, and power, to prepare for future operations. Now that everyone knows the basic situation of Wanukuni, what plans do you have? He glanced around and his eyes landed on Aokiji. Brother Kuzan. Aokiji was the first to lie down. Alala, please spare me. I'm here just to travel. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you can always come to me, but forget about the investigation mission, I just want to go around. When he searched the pirates' belongings just now, he broke off a few gold teeth from the pirates' mouths, which was just enough to exchange for money. I don't know if there is a fun street in Wanukuni. Advertisement. It's so rare to find a place without a disciplined unit. That B**************** D. Sakazuki always said he ordered 3 at a time at North Blue, Lousy is going to order 10 this time. Smoker knew he was going to paddle anyway, so he didn't force it. Okay, whatever you want. Sanai, what about you? Sanai scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I don't have any ideas, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Smoker nodded. You and Griffin should hide in the mountains first. It's too conspicuous. You can move freely. I'll contact you if I need you. Sanai nodded. Okay, then we will go with Zhao Shan. A small mountain. Smoker was stunned. I found that Griffin and the wild boar had become friends at some point. Seeing the white wild boar, Smoker suddenly remembered. Hill, Oden's chariot. I thought Oden was dead and he was killed, but I didn't expect to meet him here. In Wanukuni, the white wild boar is the symbol of the mountain god. Even its cubs are worth 1 gold, let alone this one. No wonder the pirates wanted to capture it, I thought it was for hunting. Okay, it can hide for so long, it must have a hidden lair, which is just right for Griffin to hide. Then I'll leave it to you. Griffin. Hearing Smoker's call, Griffin ran up to him and rubbed his head against Smoker's chest. Smoker patted its big head and said, just use the beast form for the next few days to hide your flying ability. It can also be regarded as a trump card. Griffin growled, agreeing, and then walked over to Zhao Shan. Smoker looked at Lucci again. This guy is the one that gives me the most headaches. I can't kill him, and I can't let him live either. Lucci, do you have any ideas? Lucci. I heard there are a lot of bandits in Julie, I plan to go there to take a look. Although his expression was calm, Smoker was keenly aware of the bloodthirstiness in his eyes. He is also a troublesome person. I hope he won't be killed by Ashura Duji in 1 second. Okay, I'll go to the flower capital first, and then go to Onigashima. Now that the plan has been decided, let's all go our separate ways. Remember to contact me if you have any questions. Good. Chapter 294 Henkasa Village. After parting with everyone, Smoker sat on Oden and flew southeast. I just tortured the pirates and already know where I am. The place where they landed was the westernmost beach of Julie. Comparing it with the map, it was very close to Bionli village. Breakasa village is the first village Luffy arrives at after arriving in Wanukuni. Here, he met Xiao Yu, thus starting the adventure of Wanukuni. Smoker is going to check in to see if he can loot it. Soon, he saw a small village lurking on the edge of the forest in the distance. It was the Wanukuni village famous for its production of conical hats. Odin slowly landed on a tree and then entered Smoker's body. Smoker looked at the village of Yaikasa from afar. It was very different from what he remembered. As far as I can remember, when Luffy came, due to years of exploitation and pollution, the village of Waikasa was no longer suitable for human survival, and only Tenguyama Hishe and Kodama were left in the entire village. But now, perhaps because the big snake's cruel rule has not yet extended to this remote little village, the villagers live relatively comfortably. At least there was smoke rising from every house, and there were many carefree children playing on the streets. There was no sign of people living in poverty at all. However, Smoker is not interested in these. He came here not for sightseeing, but to find Tenguyama Hichetsu, also known as Kazuki Sukiyaki. But unfortunately, there is no such history in the anime, and Smoker can only fend for himself. He closed his eyes, and observation haki instantly covered the entire mountaintop, including the village of Waikasa. But the next second, Smoker took back haki with a speechless look on his face. I don't know whether they are refugees or fugitives. There are actually hundreds of auras in such a mountain. Because Smoker didn't know Kazuki's Sukiyaki scent, he couldn't tell who was who. If we keep searching one by one, it will take at least several days. Fortunately, I was prepared. Smoker looked down at the village from his perch. Suddenly, a peddler came from a distance, carrying a heavy load on his shoulders. Smoker's eyes suddenly lit up. Hanbei, a famous small vendor in the neighborhood. Advertisement. His family had no farmland, nor did he have a craft like the people in the Beyondly village. His way of making a living was to be a peddler, going from village to village selling daily necessities. Business is not very good today. The previous villages didn't sell much. Now it depends on the village of Beyondly in front. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Suddenly, a deep voice came from behind a big tree. Stop right there. Fanbingwei was startled and stopped unconsciously. Smoker changed into a samurai outfit, slung numerous swords across his shoulders, and walked towards Hanbei with a shaky step. Hanbei. My dear samurai, are you calling me a young man? What can I do for you? He had a flattering smile on his face, but his forehead was sweating and his calves were shaking slightly. In Wanukuni, samurai held a high status. Especially after Orochi came to power. In order to win over the samurai, he gave them extraordinary power, and he could even kill people at will without breaking the law. Smoker didn't say anything either. He just walked up to Fanbingwei with a cold face, snapped his fingers, and threw him a grain of gold. Take off your clothes. Put your things down and get out of here. After hearing the first half of the sentence, Hanbei was horrified. How could the samurai's tone be so heroic? When he heard the second half of the sentence, he felt relieved. He quickly dropped the carrying pole, took off his clothes, and ran away leaving only his loincloth. Smoker changed his clothes, threw all the gadgets in his burden into the darkness, and then released dozens of exquisite beautiful girl dolls from the darkness. This is the bait that Smoker prepared before setting out. It is the bait that he prepared just for catching Kazuki Sukiyaki. Smoker didn't want to use this trick either. But there is no way, although Kazuki Sukiyaki's strength is not good, but he is very good at dodging. Even though he was imprisoned in Orochi Castle, he was able to escape from Kaido and Orochi's eyes, and was still free until Luffy arrived in Wanukuni. With this ability, Smoker couldn't even grasp his confidence at all. In order to fish him out, Smoker specially purchased a large number of beautiful girl dolls. Smoker walked into the village, carrying his load and shouting loudly. Dolls, exquisite dolls, rare goods overseas. Advertisement. Beautiful girls, warriors, monsters, robots, all kinds of things, everything you can think of. Hearing the shouting, the children around immediately gathered around. Hey, what kind of monster is this? Why does it have a fish tail behind a human? But it's so beautiful. So cool. I don't know what a robot is, but it's so cool. Ah, great shark, isn't this a great shark? The children's noise successfully attracted the attention of the adults. Although they were curious about why it was not Hanbei who came, but since Baikasa village was relatively wealthy and there were many strange traveling merchants passing by, they did not care much. Beyondly village was originally very small, and soon the news that a traveling merchant selling dolls passed by spread throughout the village. At the edge of the village, Kazuki Sukiyaki is carefully wiping his newly forged knife. Suddenly, several children ran past his door. He took a quick glance and was stunned. Because she found that a little girl was holding an exquisite girl doll that he had never seen before. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. When Kazuki Sukiyaki was a shogun, he collected hundreds or even thousands of dolls, each of which was priceless. Since I fled, I have been thinking about how to save my life every day. I haven't come across this thing for a long time. Seeing such a fine product again at this time, I can't help but feel a little itchy. He looked at the knife in his hand. I haven't been out for half a month to forge this knife. So, let's go out and relax. Just when Smoker's dolls were almost sold out, a figure walked over. Looking at the other party's Tengu-shaped mask and tall wooden clogs, Smoker smiled. The fish is hooked. At this time, the children were called away by their parents to eat, and they were the only two around. Looking at the scattered dolls, Kazuki Sukiyaki showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. My dear guest, besides the doll, I have another rare thing. Would you like to see it? Kazuki Sukiyaki was stunned. What? Come out, Kless. Chapter 295. Doing the test paper. A small purple skull flew out of Smoker's body. Kazuki Sukiyaki was shocked and turned around to run away. Kless moved even faster. He suddenly extended a tentacle to touch him, turning him into a half-human High-Crow Tengu toy, which fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, everyone, including Smoker, lost their memory of Kazuki Sukiyaki. The others were fine, either they didn't know his identity or they thought he was dead a long time ago. But Smoker forgot the purpose of coming to the village. But he still remembered the fruit of childhood fun. Looking at the confused Kless next to him, and then looking at the extra toys in front of him, he instantly understood what was going on. Cleese. Yes, Master Smoker. Then, it gave the toys an order. Always obey the Smoker and never do anything that is disadvantageous to the Smoker. Toy Crow Tengu originally wanted to escape, but after hearing Kless's order, he stopped uncontrollably and walked obediently in front of Smoker. Although Smoker couldn't remember anything, but he had already known the side effects of the childlike fruit and had already made a plan. Take us to a quiet place. Remember, don't let anyone here find you. Kazuki Sukiyaki nodded mechanically and turned around to lead the way, avoiding the villagers all the way and returning to his own yard. Smoker looked around. This yard was very simple. If there was anything special about it, it was a blacksmith's table with a few sword blanks next to it. I didn't expect you to be a knife maker. Smoker held out his hand. Release. Suddenly, a table and a stool flew out from the darkness, with paper and pen on the table. He said to Kazuki Sukiyaki, here is a test paper. Please do it. Please write as detailed as you can. Do not hide anything, make assumptions, or misinterpret the facts. Kazuki Sukiyaki picked up the test paper, which contained a series of questions. Open black lens bracket 1. What are your personal information, social relationships and past experiences? Close black lens bracket. 2. What grudge do you have with me? How did you become a toy? Closing square bracket. 27. Write down the unknown secrets you know in order of importance. 28. Write down the location of the treasures you have, including but not limited to money, devil fruit, famous swords, real estate. Advertisement. Seeing this answer sheet, Kazuki Sukiyaki was numb. After answering these questions, what is the difference between me and streaking? He wanted to throw the pen directly at Smoker's face, but an inexplicable force made him start writing quickly. Originally, Smoker thought that writing for an hour would be enough. I didn't expect that Kazuki Sukiyaki had so many secrets that I spent the whole day writing about it. Even though he has a metal arm now, it feels like it's going to be scrapped. Smoker looked at the answer sheet and his eyes widened. What? You are Kazuki Oden's biological father. A guy like Kazuki Oden also has a father. Huh, you actually knew that Pluton was underwater in Wanukuni. No, why would I know this? Huh, you are the forger of the 3rd generation Kidetsu. And you own the 2nd generation Kidetsu. Quick, give me the 2nd generation Kidetsu. Smoker has completely forgotten that the purpose of his coming to this small village was to find the 2nd generation Kidetsu. Kazuki Sukiyaki found a hoe and started digging in the corner of the yard. Although it has shrunk a lot since becoming a toy, it is surprisingly capable. After a while, Kazuki Sukiyaki dug a 1-meter deep pit and took out a box from the pit. After opening it, there was a long sword in a purple scabbard. Smoker was delighted. Oh, is this the 2nd generation bullshit, one of the 21 skills of the great sword? He drew out the sword and examined it carefully. What a beautiful blade, what a beautiful pattern. This momentum far exceeds that of the 3rd generation Kidetsu. Kazuki Sukiyaki. Hey, this guy knows knives. Closing square bracket. Smoker. It's been buried underground for so long, it won't get damp and rust, right? Kazuki Sukiyaki. Just as Smoker was enjoying the view, there was a sudden noise outside. An old voice said, Master Functioning, this is an abandoned and empty house. Another sinister voice sounded, open your eyes. There are traces of human habitation everywhere. How dare you call it deserted? I am the new tax collector. You concealed the population on my first tax collection. Even if you are the village chief, I can still kill you. The old voice suddenly became a little flustered. Sir, please spare my life. I clearly remember that the owner of this house left several years ago. Smoker heard the conversation outside the door and roughly knew what was going on. Advertisement. The person outside the door called Functioning is the tax collector, and the tax here should be collected based on the number of people. The old voice belongs to the village chief. Because of the effect of the childish fun fruit, he has forgotten the existence of Kazuki Sukiyaki and thought it was an empty house. The tax collector was new and didn't know Kazuki Sukiyaki, so he wasn't affected at all. At this time, an impatient voice came from outside the door again. Whether it's abandoned or not, you can find out after you go in and take a look. There were only a few swish sounds, and the knife flashed by, cutting the wooden door into several pieces. A group of warriors rushed into the yard with an old man, and happened to come face to face with Smoker. Functioning took 2 steps forward with the knife in hand, HMPH, old man, what else do you have to say? The village chief was also stunned. You, who are you? Smoker was too lazy to talk to them and pointed to the load of goods at the door. Oh, I'm just a traveling merchant passing by. I found an abandoned house to rest. I'll be leaving soon. The village chief also echoed. That's right, he is not from our village. After looking at Smoker's outfit and the load of goods at the door, he was also skeptical. At this time, a sharp-eyed guy discovered the half-exposed second-generation Kidetsu. Wait, what is that? He stepped forward and picked up the second-generation Kidetsu. Fengxing was also a sword fanatic. He instantly recognized that this was the second-generation Kidetsu and his heart skipped a beat. His eyes rolled and a plan immediately came to his mind. Damn thieves, they actually stole the treasures from the general's mansion. And your village actually harbored thieves. Death penalty, all of them are death penalty. The warriors around grinned and drew their swords. Now they could start killing people. If you shield criminals, even if you massacre the whole village, these untouchables will die in vain. The village chief rolled his eyes and fainted. Seeing this, Kazuki Sukiyaki lay on the ground motionless without any instruction. Although the warriors were surprised at the toy, no one cared about it and just surrounded Smoker. Smoker. Well, it would be nice to have a few more obedient subordinates. Kless, I leave it to you. Yes, Master Smoker. A few minutes later, dozens of toy soldiers who had worked hard to complete the test papers appeared in the hut. Chapter 296 Free. Smoker took back the stack of papers and read them with great interest. This guy used to be Kazuki Oden's subordinate. He joined Orochi because he was afraid of death. Closing square bracket. This guy actually embezzled 1,000 taels of public funds and hid it under his bed at home. Closing square bracket. This guy is actually being kept by 3 rich women at the same time. How terrifying. Closing square bracket. This guy is okay. He has an old man hidden at home. Wait, why is it an old man? Closing square bracket. Smoker beckoned a toy over. Others are hiding money, knives, and women. Why are you hiding an old man? Who is that guy? The toy made a few clicks and seemed to resist, but it gave in after a second. I don't know his identity, I just know he is a wanted criminal. 3 years ago, he was seriously injured and happened to meet me. He gave me a large sum of money and asked me to hide him. I took the money and hid him in a cave at the foot of Fujiyama in the flower capital, and sent him a meal every few days. Smoker couldn't help but ask curiously, how could a guy like you not turn your back on others? FK, who would do such a thing? Me, forehead. The toy was silent for a moment and sighed. I thought about that, but that old man is a monster. You can't hurt him with a knife, a gun, or even a fire. I was afraid of causing a commotion and it would end badly, and I didn't dare to just abandon him. Plus, he did give me a lot, so I kept him. It looks like he won't live much longer. Now Smoker became interested. A felon, who can't be killed, looks like a melon no matter how you look at it. Okay, write down the location of the cave and I'll go take a look. Open black lens bracket Flower City, close black lens bracket. Hehe, let's go meet the Ouran first, Kazuki Hiyori. Closing square bracket. No, Kazuki Hiyori is just a young girl now, so let's meet her senior. Closing square bracket. Having made up his mind, Smoker used the dark acupuncture technique to store all the toys in the darkness, then rode on Oden and rushed to the Flower City. From Hikasa village to the flower capital, you need to cross the 2 major areas of curry and udon, almost across half of Wanukuni, and pass through many villages. Oden didn't fly very high, and many people saw him along the way, leaving behind the legend of the shining ice bird. Smoker also observed Wanukuni along the way. Now, the Great Snake has just suppressed all the rebellions, big and small, and his rule has just been put on the right track. In Julie, the farthest place, peace and tranquility were still barely maintained. But once they arrived in Heim, although it was a wasteland, weapons factories began to appear and the number of samurai wandering around increased significantly. Advertisement. The closer we get to the Flower City, the more this is the case. Along the way alone, Smoker saw several tragic incidents of samurai looting villages. If it was in Alabasta or Dressrosa, Smoker would have to go and take care of it even if it meant exposing his identity. But forget about Wanukuni, the people here deserve the suffering they endure. Oden was very fast and reached the Flower City in just half a day. Smolnong put away Oden and swaggered into the Flower City. As expected of the capital of Wanukuni. Although the people outside were beginning to suffer, here the lights were still bright, the music was still going on. It feels like the music keeps playing and the dance continues. Passing through the bustling streets, Smoker asked his way to the most luxurious singing house in the Flower City. Looking at the wisps of light gauze and listening to the melodious singing of birds, Smoker could only feel his face blushing and his heart beating fast. He took a deep breath, forced his eyes away from Shui Na's white pieces around him, straightened his clothes and prepared to go in. Suddenly, the doorman stopped him. Dear guest, according to the rules of our restaurant, those who are not properly dressed are not allowed to enter. Smoker was stunned at first, then flew into a rage. What do you mean? You look down on people, don't you? They are all in the service industry, and Smoker understood immediately that the other party felt that he did not have the money to consume. Since starting the slave trade, Lousy has never been bullied for money. He reached into his clothes, ready to take out money and throw it in the other person's face. When his hand touched the purse, his movements suddenly stopped. Before they came to Wanukuni, none of them had any money here. The little money I have now was just stolen from the pirates and warriors, which is actually not much. Forget it, don't touch the money for now, you never know when you might need it. Fortunately, Smoker and others were well prepared. No matter where you are, you have to know gold, right? Smoker took out a few gold nuggets and said arrogantly, you be asterisk 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 D, you actually thought Lousy had no money and didn't even ask who promised Lousy who. Lead the way and get a private room for Lousy. He. But the waiter did not show the fearful expression that one might imagine, but instead he looked a little gnashed-teethed. You escaped yesterday, and you're trying to do the same to me today. Everyone raised their sticks and started beating Smoker. Smoker couldn't really fight back and was beaten so hard that he screamed in pain. What? Such a beast. Advertisement. There were people whispering nearby. Private room upstairs. Nonsense. Lousy never paid, how can it be considered prostitution? The waiter ran away in a panic. This is just a small punishment for a big one. Quickly deal with the guys outside. Get out. Kiyoshiro bowed slightly. Excuse me, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Master Quinn. A sturdy man with a spherical body and a samurai with an oversized crew cut were having a meal, while several geishas were playing musical instruments and singing next to them. He reached out to cover his ear and found that it had been cut off. The waiter was startled and was about to say something when suddenly a knife flashed. He felt a chill beside his head, followed by a sharp pain. Quote. Kyushiro said coldly. I've said before, no matter what the reason, disturbing the guests is a sin. Who wouldn't say that? Look, the accomplice is here again, and the same old tricks haven't changed. Isn't this asking for a beating? Smoker. Hearing the noise, the waiter outside the door hurried in. Lord Quinn, your opinion is profound. I am grateful for your advice. Hearing the noise outside, the spherical man slammed the cup. Quinn laughed loudly. Ha, you are really strict, Kiyoshiro, no wonder Orochi is confident in handing over the business to you. Kiyoshiro, you don't know, yesterday a big guy with a mushroom head, holding a gold particle, ordered 10 girls at once, but ran away without paying. Brothers, the freeloaders who caused our salary deductions are here, beat them up. Suddenly, a dozen people with sticks rushed out of the store, howling and surrounded Smoker. Yes, come to think of it, I hate whoring the most. Old ladybugs are too low. What's wrong with this guy? What's going on outside? It's so noisy. Before he finished speaking, a man shouted, kill this freeloader B asterisk 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 D. The waiter wanted to scream, but when he saw Kiyoshiro's cold gaze, he swallowed the scream. Sorry, Master Quinn, Master Kiyoshiro, there's a guy out there who wants to take advantage of you. The singer next to her. Nothing. Master Quinn, you're also right? Chapter 297. Continuous battles. Since Kiyoshiro had given the death order, Omoromachi naturally did not dare to be careless. 2 warriors came out with swords in hand and pushed the guards aside without any courtesy. One of them grabbed Smoker, while the other held a knife high, ready to execute him in public. Smoker. The guard's use of fists and sticks before could only be considered a brawl, and Smoker was too lazy to care about it and just held a few times as a token of his respect. But what do you 2 bastards mean? Since you guys really want to get serious, don't blame me for being rude. Utamaki Miyabi Junior High School. Quinn and Kiyoshiro continued drinking, and neither of them paid attention to the incident that had just happened. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and something came through the wall, making a big hole in the ceiling, and then fell weakly to the ground. Quinn and Kiyoshiro were startled. The geishas around them screamed and ran away. Kiyoshiro took a closer look and his squinting eyes suddenly widened. Wei-zu, isn't this the samurai that Omoromachi kept? How did it become like this? Denjiro's face instantly turned dark. He picked up his sword, walked to the edge of the cave, and looked down at the street condescendingly. On the street stood a strange, white-haired, strong man. A warrior lying in a pool of blood was nearby, and judging by his appearance, he looked like one of his subordinates. There were quite a few guards around. Although they were outnumbered and holding sticks, their eyes were full of fear and they trembled and did not dare to move forward. Smoker saw someone emerging from the cave, but without seeing the other person's face clearly, he just waved his hands and shouted. Sorry to bother you. After saying that, he turned and left, ready to slip away before the riot. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and his head tilted slightly to the side. A flash of sword light flew past and landed on the ground, leaving a long groove. Smoker frowned slightly and turned around slowly. Denjiro had already arrived on the street, holding a long sword, with a sly smile on his face, and slowly walked towards Smoker. Everyone around was in awe. Boss Kyushiro is about to take action. This guy is dead. Stay away, don't get affected. At this time, Smoker also recognized the other party's identity. Denjiro. I didn't expect to see him in this situation. Smoker can't say he likes the 9 red scabbards, nor can he say he hates them. I originally didn't want to get involved, but now I didn't expect to have a conflict with Denjiro for no apparent reason. On the other side, Quinn was watching the show when suddenly another figure walked in. What's going on? I just left for a while and you guys made such a big noise. Oh, Kiyoshiro is going to take action. It's rare for him to be so motivated. Quinn lit a cigar. Stop complaining. If it weren't for this, how could we have seen such a rare fun? The figure nodded. That's right. Smoker looked helpless as he saw Kiyoshiro pressing on him step by step. Can't you just stay upstairs and pretend you didn't see me? What a boring, stupid thing to say. Kiyoshiro rushed forward, pointing his sword directly at Smoker. Smoker held out his hand, and darkness appeared in his palm. Release. In an instant, a burst of blazing flames erupted, and the temperature of the entire street seemed to rise a lot. Quinn was shocked. He can actually set fire. Is he a person with special abilities? The person next to him shook his head. It's too weak, it won't work on Kiyoshiro. As he said, as expected, Kiyoshiro's speed did not slow down at all. He swung his sword fiercely, and the powerful sword pressure directly tore the flames apart. Then the tip of the sword stabbed straight for Smoker's throat. Smoker. But the next moment, the sword suddenly stopped, and Kiyoshiro showed a shocked expression. I saw the opponent grabbing the sword with his bare hands, and no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't move it at all. Release. Smoker released a bolt of lightning, and the dazzling light instantly enveloped Kiyoshiro. Advertisement. Kiyoshiro let out a shrill howl and black smoke came out of his mouth. When the lightning faded, the man's hair stood up and his whole body was burnt. He took 2 steps back and suddenly started coughing violently. He finally stood still, gasping for breath. Okay, that's enough. Smoker didn't want to see one less shadow among the 9 shadows of the sky right now, so seeing Denjiro's look, he turned around and was about to leave. Although I am not as famous as Aokiji, I am still a vice admiral after all. If I continue to stay here, I might be recognized by the sharp-eyed pirates. But the figure in the attic saw Denjiro suffer a loss and suddenly broke through the wall and rushed over. Denjiro, let me help you. Longhorn charge. As he spoke, he had already passed Denjiro and rushed towards Smoker. Smoker. Denjiro was startled and quickly shouted. Sasaki, be careful, this guy is not simple. Hearing this name, Smoker was also stunned. Look at the other person again. He is tall, has sharp teeth, long green hair and 2 horns. Isn't this Sasaki from the Flying Six? The manga does mention that Sasaki and Denjiro have a good relationship. Smoker was distracted and was hit by Sasaki without paying attention. He flew backwards like a cannonball and crashed into a row of houses along the way. Sasaki quickly supported Denjiro. Hey, are you okay? Denjiro let out a sigh of relief, feeling the numbness in his body relieved a lot. Thank you, but be careful, this guy is not simple. Sasaki said confidently. He took a full-strength blow from me, I'm sure all his bones are broken. Denjiro nodded and said nothing. He knew the power of the Sasaki's impact, and even a lump of iron would be flattened. But a voice broke their fantasy. That may not be the case. Sasaki and Denjiro looked over in shock. On the street, Smoker walked over step by step. His clothes were torn, revealing his muscular body, but there was not a single scar on his body. Sasaki was horrified. No. Impossible, there is no injury at all. My own collision made it difficult to even connect the big billboard. Where did this guy come from? He is so strong. Sasaki yelled. Hey, Denjiro, don't hold back, come at us all. As he spoke, he used the power of his fruit and his body quickly expanded, transforming into the human beast form of a triceratops. Cannon-horned dragon. The bone plate on Sasaki's neck suddenly rotated highly, carrying him flying, and then crashed into Smoker at high speed. At the same time, Denjiro also infused Haki into the sword, and the sword emitted a strange purple-red light. Undercurrent blade attack. Denjiro turned into a stream of light, and pointed his sword directly at Smoker's heart. Because the speed was too fast, the friction between the sword and the air made a sharp explosion. Quinn stood upstairs and watched quietly, his expression becoming solemn. Even if I want to take on this wave of attacks, I have to pay a price. I wonder if this guy who appeared out of nowhere can handle it. Also, what were the fire and lightning just now? Is it a devil fruit ability? Denjiro's thrust has 2 characteristics. One is fast, the other is sharp, it can penetrate the opponent's body before the enemy reacts. But before observation Haki who could foresee the future, this type of attack would be useless without overwhelming strength. Smoker took a nonchalant step forward and easily dodged the thrust. Denjiro hurriedly stopped himself, and the sharp attack penetrated through rows of buildings. He hurriedly tried to attack again, but Smoker just threw a backhand punch and knocked him out. At this time, Sasaki's attack also arrived. Facing the collision, Smoker did not dodge or evade. Instead, he crossed his arms and injected Haki, ready for a head-on collision. There was a loud bang, and Sasaki and Smoker collided with each other. The 2 forces collided with each other, and in the end there was no winner, and both flew out more than 10 meters away. Sasaki managed to stand still, the violent impact made him a little dizzy. He shook his head, and his blurry vision finally became clear. Suddenly, he found that Smoker had come in front of him with his 2 fists against his chest. 6 King's Spear's Black Strike. A huge force gushed out, like a battering ram. Even a user of ancient abilities could not withstand this blow. Sasaki screamed, spitting blood, flew out, and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. Smoker glanced and saw the sword that Denjiro had dropped was right next to him. So he picked up the sword and pointed the tip of the sword at Sasaki's nose. In your next life, don't meddle in everything. After saying that, he was about to stab. Suddenly, he felt something and quickly jumped to the side. Several laser beams swept across, leaving burnt streaks on the ground. Smoker looked coldly at the place not far away where Quinn in human beast form was standing. It was he who had just released the laser. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have been hit. Advertisement. Quinn looked Smoker up and down. Ahahaha, I didn't expect there would be a man like you in Wanukuni. I have no intention of being your enemy, how about we just stop here? You wanted to go into Omori just now, didn't you? Come on, I'll treat you as an apology for these two rude guys. If it was the main outsider Jin, he might have recognized Smoker's identity. But Quinn is mainly responsible for developing weapons and guarding prisoners, and doesn't pay much attention to outside affairs, so he doesn't know Smoker. At this time, Sasaki also stood up again, holding his chest. I have to say that the ancient species is indeed more durable than the ordinary zone. He was unable to move just now, but while Quinn was speaking, he had recovered enough to struggle to stand up. In comparison, Kiyoshiro looked much more embarrassed and was carried to Quinn by several of his subordinates. Smoker didn't want to get entangled with Quinn so early, but he didn't refuse directly. Thank you, but that's not necessary. I came here to take some time out of my busy schedule. I'm not interested anymore after all this trouble. Let's talk about it next time. After saying that, he pointed at Kiyoshiro and said, since he's here, it should be easy to find you, right? Quinn's body shrank rapidly, and his neck slowly retracted, returning to human form. Ha 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 ha. Whether you come to see Kiyoshiro or go directly to Usagi-dan to find me, it's all fine. I'm really looking forward to meeting you next time. Same here. Smoker said goodbye to Quinn and quickly left the Flower City. After Smoker left, Quinn frowned and asked Kiyoshiro. Hey, Kyojiro, have you heard of this guy? Kyojiro smiled bitterly and shook his head. How could it be? If I had known there was such a guy, how could I not have reported it? Brother Quinn, please forgive me for being blunt, but this guy's strength is probably even higher than that of the big boss. Quinn burst into laughter. Kyojiro you be ********D. You're so blunt with your words. This guy defeated you and Sasaki without using any real skills. I can't do that. But Laozi doesn't care. He is a scientist, not a reckless man like Jin. He doesn't care about these things at all. Now Laozi only cares about poison gas weapons, ah ha ha ha. On the other side, Smoker left the flower capital and headed for Fujiyama. According to the toy warrior's confession, they crossed a wasteland and arrived at a cemetery. There are thousands of graves of all sizes here, with crows squatting on the dead trees around and cawing, and dead bones can be seen on the ground from time to time. Smoker saw a big tree with chains tied to it, and his eyes lit up immediately. He came to a large grave under the tree, moved the tombstone away, revealing the tomb chamber behind it. What a spooky place, I have to say, that guy is pretty good at hiding. Suddenly, an old voice came from the tomb. Who are you? How did you find me here? There was a skinny old man in the tomb. He looked emaciated and had only a few strands of hair left. Perhaps because he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, his skin was pale and looked very abnormal. Smoker said calmly, it's just a coincidence, but how did you find this place to hide? The old man snorted coldly, it was just a coincidence for me. Smoker nodded. There was no need for him to cover up for the warrior, as he seemed to have forgotten his existence. I heard that you have an incredible ability, and no matter what kind of attack, you can't be killed. Smoker picked up a stone from the ground, infused it with hockey, and flicked it out with his fingers, shooting it towards the old man's forehead like a bullet. The old man was not in a hurry, and made a gesture with his index and middle fingers crossed. The stone hit the invisible barrier and turned into powder in an instant. Smoker lost his voice and said, Barrier fruit. You are Kurozumi Semimaru? You are not dead? Looking more closely, although the person in front of him looked extremely old and slovenly, it was indeed Kurozumi Semimaru. Kurozumi Semimaru showed a surprised expression. Aren't you Kaido of the Beast's Pursuer? That year, Kurozumi Higurashi cheated in the duel between Kaido and Kazuki Oden, causing Kazuki Oden to be distracted and lose. For Kaido, this victory was more humiliating than defeat. In a rage, Kaido killed Kurozumi Higurashi directly. Kurozumi Semimaru was more alert and slippery, and escaped with the power of his fruit. Kaido issued a hunting order and ordered his subordinates to continue hunting him, but Kurozumi Orochi also destroyed the bridge after crossing it, not caring about the life and death of the two heroes at all. Finally one day, Kurozumi Semimaru was seriously injured. It was then picked up by the warrior and hidden in the tomb. Smoker's eyes turned cold, this is a free gift. Villains like Kurozumi Semimaru can be killed without any psychological burden. Then he stretched out his hand, and released blazing flames and dazzling lightning from his palm, rushing towards Kurozumi Semimaru like a tide. What a waste of energy. Kurozumi Semimaru calmly created a barrier that divided the tomb into two halves. On one side, there were raging flames and thunder and lightning, while on the other side, there was no movement at all. After a while, the lightning and fire disappeared, and Kurozumi Semimaru raised his hand, and the barrier suddenly pushed upwards, blowing up the entire tomb. Chapter 298 Obtaining the Barrier Fruit. Kurozumi Semimaru's body slowly rose up. A strange cemetery, a skinny and pale body, and a thick haze all around. If Smoker didn't know the other party's ability, he would have thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Kurozumi Semimaru looked down at Smoker, his eyes full of indifference and sarcasm. Kaido's lackey, now that you've discovered me, bury me here. What a pity, such a secret and spacious place is hard to find. After so many years, I've really gotten used to living here. Smoker was stunned and chuckled. Actually, I'm not Kaido's man, and I don't have any accomplices. You didn't have to destroy this place. What a pity. Kurozumi Semimaru's eyes widened and his old face turned red. Damn it, I'm going to kill you today, screen attack. With a flick of his fingers, a barrier appeared, and then with a push of his hands, the barrier rushed towards Smoker. Smoker's pupils narrowed. Judging from his aura, this guy is quite weak. I didn't expect that the barrier he created with his ability would have such speed and power. But he was not panicked at all. He clenched his fist, infused armament hockey, and punched the barrier hard. The surging force poured into the barrier like a tide, and the powerful shockwave flattened most of the surrounding graves. But the next moment, Smoker's expression changed drastically. The same force reacted to the fist, instantly knocking him flying. He flipped several times in the air and landed steadily after adjusting his posture. Smoker felt a stinging pain in his fist, and when he looked down, he saw blood all over from the recoil. Kurozumi Semimaru smiled sinisterly. Idiot, the barrier can not only block, but also rebound. Watch out, Pingshan Giant Soldier. Kurozumi Semimaru moved his hands, and the barrier deformed like a fluid, condensing into a transparent giant that wrapped him in the middle. Smoker. Susanoo. Ha 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 ha. As long as I use this move, even if Kaido comes, he won't be able to kill me. Smoker said calmly, what have you been doing all these years? Kurozumi Semimaru's pale old face instantly turned red. Damn it, you be ******************* D, I'm going to kill you today. Advertisement. The barrier giant roared and punched Smoker hard, and his fist suddenly turned into a blade in midair. Although the attack was strange, Smoker reacted very quickly. He covered his arm with armament hockey and took the blow head on. But the next second, his face changed drastically. He quickly jumped back more than 10 meters, rolled up his sleeves, and saw a hideous wound on his arm. What's going on? Your attack was so weak and had no hockey attached to it, how could it hurt me? Kurozumi Semimaru burst out laughing. Forces act on each other. The force you resist will also be rebounded by the barrier. The harder you resist, the more damage you will suffer. An indestructible defense and an indestructible attack at the same time, very interesting, right? Smoker frowned slightly. Is this still the barrier fruit I know? As expected of a Rock's pirate crew member, even if he is just a small fry, he still has his merits. Kurozumi Semimaru continues to strengthen his abilities, and the size of the Pingshan Giant Soldier is getting bigger and bigger, almost as big as the real giants. Suddenly, Kurozumi Semimaru's eyes bulged out, and he covered his chest and started coughing violently. The barrier shrank rapidly, almost unable to cover his body. Cough cough cough. Kurozumi Semimaru almost coughed up blood, and when he looked at his palms, he found that many Madara dots had appeared without him noticing. Ahem. What is this? Ahem. Is it working? Smoker raised his hand, and Kless, covered in white smoke, emerged from behind a big tree on the upwind side. This is not ordinary smoke, but paralyzing poison smoke. Your Susanoo. Although the Byoyama Giant Soldier is airtight, it is not always open. At this moment, Kurozumi Semimaru could no longer maintain his ability, and the barrier surrounding his body shattered like a soap bubble. Forget it, let's see what he comes to do first. Closing square bracket. He had just seen the aura of the leader, it was Quinn. Who can poison someone? It's not hard enough. The poisonous smoke that just filled the cemetery did not cause much damage to Kless, so he felt relieved. Thanks a lot. Advertisement. Kurozumi Semimaru's eyes lit up, and she kept murmuring, thank you, thank you. If you let me go, I can give everything and be your slave. After a while, the darkness of the cemetery dissipated and Smoker stood there again. He was filled with regret. No need. Smoker stretched out his hand and pointed it at him. You just need to hand over the barrier fruit, dark water. For Kurozumi Semimaru, no, I just dug this guy out, how could the news spread so quickly? Smoker couldn't help laughing and put his hand on its head and stroked it a few times. Clues immediately had an expression of enjoyment on his face. Smoker sneered. You despicable B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* He fell to the ground, wailing weakly. Please, let me go. I don't want to die yet. Suddenly, Smoker's expression changed. Odin flapped his wings and slammed forward, opening an air door in the void. Smoker looked delighted. Smoker held out his hand and summoned Kless. What's going on? He's following me. No, he can't escape my observation hockey. This fog is a nerve-paralyzing poison. It will only make you unable to move, but it won't kill you. You will recover after 2 days of rest. Kless obediently stretched his head forward and asked for a touch, like a pet seeking care. As the air valve closed, Smoker's breath completely disappeared. It seems that Cress is more durable than he imagined. Smoker and Odin quickly hid inside. At this time, he had a devil fruit in his hand, which was the barrier fruit, and next to it was the twisted corpse of Kurozumi Semimaru. Actually, I had noticed the mist when I first came out, and I thought it was the mist in this cold cemetery. Who would have thought that this B*********** D had poisoned me? Smoker released the darkness, and Cleese dived into it, followed by Odin flying out. Kurozumi Semimaru was trembling all over. Smoker walked up to him and looked down at him. According to his perception, a group of people were rushing towards him in the distance. Smoker also used observation hockey to feel it. Who do you think you are? You are a rat in the gutter. How dare you talk to me about glory? Over the years, he has used dark fruit to plunder a lot of devil fruit, but the barrier fruit is definitely a rare and top quality product. If it was Kaido who came over, I might show some respect and have a real fight. Chapter 299. Poison Gas Research. In a green and strange space. Smoker cannot hear any sound from outside, but can observe everything quietly and at close range. After a while, a cloud of dust came from the distance. Quinn rode on a boar cart and rushed to the cemetery. Behind him, there was a group of younger brothers riding dinosaur mounts. When they arrived at the outskirts of the cemetery, Quinn raised his hand and everyone stopped. Huh, Kosoto, the battle you're talking about is here. At this time, a person with huge ears and a fox face came forward and said flatteringly, "That's right, Master Quinn, I heard it clearly." Quinn nodded, cigar between his lips, and waved him off. Kosoto is an intelligence agent of the Beast's Pirates and the user of the Zone Dog fruit, Sand Fox form. It has super hearing and can hear the sound of insects crawling from dozens of meters away. Just now, Quinn led his team to leave the Flower City and head to Rabbit Prison. Shortly after setting out, Kosoth suddenly reported that he heard the sound of fighting, so he took a detour to take a look. Quinn looked around and saw a mess on the ground, with a lot of ground newly overturned. It seems that a battle has just broken out, and it seems to be quite intense. It's just that I arrived a step too late, and now there is not even a ghost around. Quinn showed a disinterested expression. It looks like the battle is over. What a bummer. Forget it, let's go to Rabbit Dawn. Lousy still has to research poison gas bombs. Suddenly a breeze blew by. Quinn was stunned at first, then he sniffed hard, and his face suddenly changed. Etc. Quick, bring Lousy's treasure chest here. The little pirates around were stunned at first, but they reacted immediately. A few nimble guys carried a metal box over with great effort. The box was very large, more than one person tall, but it looked small in front of Quinn. He tapped a few buttons and mechanisms on the box. There was a sound of mechanical friction, and the box slowly opened, revealing the bottles and jars inside. Advertisement. After a few operations by Quinn, the box turned into a simple experimental table. Then, he took out a few machines that looked like vacuum cleaners and asked his pirates to chase the white mist and suck it up. Soon, wisps of white mist were sucked into the machine. Smoker could see clearly in the different space and was also slightly surprised. Hey, this experimental table is very creative. It is really useful for scientists. And this guy is really sensitive to poison. After a while, all the pirates came back. They also felt something was wrong. Following orders, they kept chasing where the white fog was thickest, and were more or less poisoned. Some pirates with strong strength and good physical fitness were fine, they just felt a little tired. But some people with weak constitutions began to develop Madara spots like Kurozumi Semimaru's. Although the symptoms were much milder, they still felt sore and weak all over. Quinn was too lazy to pay attention to them and just took out balloons from the machine, each filled with thick white mist. Although there was poison gas leakage during the operation, Quinn had been exposed to poisons for many years and had long been immune to most toxins, so it was natural for him to resist the poisonous fog. Then he began to conduct experiments on the spot to decompose the components of the white mist. The more he did it, the bigger the smile on his face became, and his expression became a little fanatical. After a long while, he held up the test tube, which contained half a tube of white liquid. Ha 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 ha, I finally purified the poisonous smoke. I am truly a genius. I didn't expect to find such a harvest in this remote wilderness. For the Beast's Pirates, this is a priceless treasure. This time the B****************** D Jin will be speechless. I have to say that Quinn's skills are very good. If he were to use a poisonous giant soldier that could infect inorganic matter, wouldn't he be so excited that he would faint? Hina got hundreds of kinds of poisons from Magellan, and this nerve-paralyzing poison smoke was the most inconspicuous one. Unexpectedly, it made Quinn so excited. Smoker jumped out carrying Kurozumi Semimaru's body. In just a short period of time, he not only separated the toxins inside, but also roughly figured out the formula. The world is in chaos now. Where there is conflict, there will be demand. Looking at Quinn's ecstatic expression as he stared at the test tube, Smoker felt a chill. Although I couldn't hear Quinn's words. Pirates use it to fight Marines, so everyone must kill them. Advertisement. Marine is used to deal with pirates, so it is natural to ignore the details. Smoker glanced at Kless. Another is the troublesome Rabbit Dawn prison. As long as there are enough poison gas bombs, there is no need to worry about prisoners rioting. Jin is mainly responsible for external combat and intelligence gathering, while Quinn is mainly responsible for internal management and weapons research and development. It depends on who is using it and on whom it is used. He picked up the Kurozumi Semimaru in his hand and looked at it. With further research, we can mass produce the same type of poison gas bombs. He looked in the direction where Quinn left, thoughtfully. Poison gas, like guns and ammunition, is just a weapon. Smoker doesn't have as heavy a moral burden as Vegapunk. If there is a chance, I can ask Kaido to cooperate with me on poison gas weapons. Closing square bracket. What made Quinn most happy was the characteristics of this poison. It was highly concealed and quick to take effect. Although it was not fatal, it could quickly deprive the poisoned person of their ability to move. It was simply the love poison of his dreams. It's easy to guess that he went to Rabbit Prison to continue his experiments. After all, there are plenty of experimental materials there. 2 application scenarios have emerged in his mind. I've heard before that the main players of Beast's Pirates are only Jin and Quinn. After a moment of excitement, Quinn put away the lab table and ran away with the pirates. Whether it is cruel or not does not lie in the weapon itself. Come to think of it, this guy's head can be exchanged for some bounty, right? In the different space, Smoker was almost face to face with Quinn. Poison gas weapons are indeed inhumane, but if you, the Marines, don't make them, the pirates will, and so will the Dark Forces. Who will suffer in the end? But it's not difficult to know what he is happy about from his facial expressions and actions. For Quinn, it is easy to mix a deadly poison that can kill a village with just 1 drop of poison. On the contrary, this kind of poison that is controlled just right is more challenging. Now that Quinn has run away, there must be a lot fewer pirates in the Flower City. So, Smoker is very open-minded about things like poison gas weapons. One is during a naval battle, where you fire a poison gas bomb at the enemy from a distance and wait for the 2 ships to dock, and the enemy's people have already become lambs to be slaughtered. Odin opened the air door. Open black lens bracket. This Quinn is very interesting, close black lens bracket. Chapter 300 Business with Kazuki. Smoker followed Quinn in the different space for a while and found out that the other party did not return to the Flower City, so he strolled back to the Flower City. I originally wanted to go directly to the Shogun's mansion and exchange Kurozumi Semimaru's head for the bounty. But on second thought, after all, Kurozumi Semimaru is an elder from the same clan as Orochi. Even though Orochi only cheered when Kaido killed Kurozumi Semimaru, he even helped issue a bounty to hunt him down. But if I go there myself, there's no guarantee that the snake won't suddenly go mad and order itself to stab me to death. Although the group of playful ninjas were not dangerous, Smoker did not want to cause a commotion at this critical moment. Now is not the time to kill the big snake, so don't alert it. So, Smoker started wandering around the Flower City. Eat the delicious food at this restaurant, listen to the songs at that restaurant, and never encounter the kind of snobbery you had before. After a while, Smoker suddenly discovered that there was construction on the street ahead and heard some chatting nearby. I don't know where this warrior came from, but he actually threw Quinn out of the Flower City. I heard that he was a samurai holding a flaming sword and a lightning sword, and he chopped down Kiyoshiro with 1 sword. Nonsense, my brother's second uncle's brother-in-law saw it, and it was clearly a 10-meter-tall ungong. Shish, shut up, you're risking your life. Smoker was stunned. After walking around for a long time, I ended up returning to the Omoromachi from another direction. Because of my own relationship, Omori has now closed down. There were only a number of bricklayers working hard to repair the roads and rooms. Smoker. Since we are here. He activated observation haki, instantly covering the entire street. Only in Omoromachi were there 2 strong yet weak auras. They were the seriously injured Kiyoshiro and Sasaki. They are in different rooms. Sasaki was alone, and there was a weak aura next to Kiyoshiro. At this time, he still didn't forget to order the geisha. This guy has a good kidney. Smoker walked to a deserted place, used the power of the door fruit to enter the different space, and then sneaked into Omoromachi silently. He first came to Sasaki's side. Through the alien space, I saw Sasaki sleeping soundly on the bed. Although there were still a lot of bandages on his body, many of the wounds had disappeared and the remaining ones were beginning to heal. As expected of an ancient species, it has such terrifying vitality and recovery ability before awakening. Closing square bracket. Adding to the endurance he showed before, it is indeed difficult to deal with him without some special means. Closing square bracket. In theory, mythical beasts with supernatural powers are more powerful than ancient beasts. But considering only thick skin and flesh, the ancient species still have more advantages, unless it is a fantasy beast that specializes in flesh like the Azure Dragon or the Phoenix. Smoker did not attack Sasaki, but turned around and walked a long distance to Kiyoshiro's side. In terms of combat capability, Denjiro is not weaker than Sasaki, but in terms of recovery, he is inferior. Although both were seriously injured, Sasaki's major injuries had recovered by a small part, and his minor injuries had recovered by a large part, while Kyojiro was still in a miserable state. At this moment, Denjiro was not resting, but was kneeling in front of a young girl. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old, extremely beautiful, wearing an exquisite and luxurious kimono, with beautiful long emerald-colored hair, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and a bit of heroic spirit in her gentleness. In front of the girl, Kiyoshiro was extremely respectful. Even though he was in pain all over, there was no trace of slackness in his actions. The girl in front of him was none other than Kazuki Oden's daughter, Kazuki Hiyori. In front of her, Kyojiro was not the famous boss of the Kiyoshiro family, nor was he the bodyguard and royal money changer of Kurozumi Orochi, but Denjiro, a retainer of Kazuki. Your Highness, this is what is happening. I wonder what effect the appearance of this powerful warrior will have on the flower capital. So, please stop pretending to be a geisha. Kazuki Hiyori frowned. Denujiro-kun, although it is the retainer's duty to protect the princess. As a princess, how could I let you charge in the front while I hide in the back? It's the same with Kawamatsu, and it's the same with you. I'm going to fight alongside you this time. As the daughter of Kazuki Oden, I will never be a coward. Denjiro said anxiously. But, Your Highness. Before he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from the side. You are you. Kazuki Oden is Kazuki Oden, you are not his toy, why do you always attribute your behavior to others? Even in comparison, your actions are more decisive and efficient. Who is it? Denjiro was startled, stood up with a whoosh, drew his sword and blocked in front of Hiyori, his eyes like blades sweeping through the dark corners around him. Although Kazuki Hiyori was not panicked, his face did not look good either. Of course, anyone who was overheard discussing confidential matters is unlikely to react well. Smoker stepped out from the shadows. Denjiro was horrified. It's you. Advertisement. It turned out to be this guy. What the hell is this guy doing? When did he come? How much of what he just said did he hear? Even if you listen, how much can you understand? It's fine for me, but Princess Hiyori must not have any accidents. Smoker looked at Kazuki Hiyori curiously. Oh, the former princess. Denjiro's heart was in suspense. This guy really knew the princess's identity. A sharp aura suddenly burst out from him, and he held the knife in both hands, staring at Smoker. Even if it costs my life, I must create a chance for the princess to escape. In the room far away, Sasaki, Omega, Z's. Looking at the murderous Denjiro, Smoker didn't care. Don't be nervous, I have no interest in your affairs. Kaido, Oden, Orochi. Hee. As long as you don't get in the way, I don't care about your grudges. Hearing this, Denjiro felt relieved. This is not weakness, but helplessness. The pressure from the other party was too strong. When I faced him, I even felt like I was facing Kaido. This huge gap in strength left him with no power to fight back. Kazuki Hiyori's eyes lit up when he heard Smoker's words. Excuse me, are you the samurai who caused the riot during the day? Although there was a hint of caution on his young face, there was no sense of timidity or fear. Smoker couldn't help but nod secretly. She is worthy of being a princess. Although she was reduced to a knife rack later, her demeanor is still far beyond that of ordinary people. It was me, but it wasn't me who caused the riot, it was you. I was just acting in self-defense. Kazuki Hiyori was stunned. Denjiro's face was twitching even more. Kazuki Hiyori. What's your name? What can I do for you? Smoker takes out Kurozumi Semimaru's head. Just call me Smoker. I'm here mainly to do business with you. Looking at the head, Schwanjiro was stunned, not knowing what was going on. When Hiyori saw the shriveled head, her face turned pale and she felt like her stomach was rising. She was stubborn by nature, and she gritted her teeth to suppress the nausea, but her body still couldn't stop shaking. Denjiro hurried forward to support her, looked at Smoker, frowned and said, You are so rude. Hiyori raised her hand to stop Denjiro and took a deep breath. Mr. Smoker, who is this man? And what do you mean by business? Denjiro. Your Highness, I know this guy. A few years ago, Kaido and Orochi issued a wanted order to hunt this guy down. Although his identity was not mentioned, the bounty was set at 200 platinum, breaking the historical record. Many people coveted the bounty, but unfortunately he hid somewhere and no one could catch him. Platinum is the highest monetary unit of measurement in Wanukuni. The little white pig that Kinemon caught back then was only worth 1 platinum. 200 platinum was enough to buy half a street in the flower capital. I see. Hiyori looked at the head with a complicated expression, puzzled and regretful. Smoker knew what they were thinking and laughed. Okay, stop imagining. This guy is not someone who resists Kaido and Orochi. On the contrary, he is one of the biggest contributors to Orochi's rise to power. Hiyori and Denjiro were shocked. What? This guy is called Kurozumi Semimaru. Smoker did not hide anything and told the two of them the identity of Kurozumi Semimaru. Including how Kurozumi Higurashi and Kurozumi Semimaru helped Orochi usurp the throne. Including the fact that he helped Orochi block Oden's attack and dragged him to Kaido's rescue, thus making Oden lose the opportunity to kill Orochi. Including Kurozumi Higurashi cheating to defeat Oden, Kaido killed Kurozumi Higurashi in anger, forcing him to flee. After hearing these secrets, Hiyori and Denjiro were stunned. However, the two were tactful and did not ask too many questions about the source of the information. But I believed Smoker's words 80% to 90%. After all, with the other party's strength, there is no need to lie to me. The two looked at the head again, this time their eyes were filled with anger, hatred, and joy. Advertisement. Smoker chuckled. It's easy if there's a bounty. For some reason, I don't want to go to the general's mansion. I'll sell it to you at a lower price of 100 platinum. You take the general's mansion and resell it for double the money. Denjiro gritted his teeth and said, if you don't let me go, I'll pay you 400 platinums, please give me the head. Make a deal. Smoker didn't hesitate and threw the head to Denjiro. Denjiro drew his sword, a few flashes of sword light appeared, and the head instantly broke into pieces, falling to the ground with a stain of blood. This time, there was no nausea-inducing expression on Hiyori's face. She suddenly took a step forward and prostrated herself before Smoker. When Schwanjiro saw this, his face changed drastically and he quickly knelt down. Mr. Smoker, I don't know who you are. But I can see that you are not from Kaido and Orochi. You know so many secrets. I believe you also know about the feud between Kazuki and Kurozumi, and the prophecy of the 9 shadows falling from the sky. I want you to help me restore my country, no matter what the cost, as long as I have it, I can give it all. Smoker chuckled. Everyone, even Wanukuni. Denjiro looked up and said angrily, you can. Hiyori interrupted Denjiro. Denjiro said anxiously, Your Highness. Hiyori held up a hand to stop him from speaking. If it was just me, I would totally agree. Unfortunately, Wanukuni is the foundation of the Kazuki family. Even a princess has no right to give it away. Smoker's expression was calm. So, Hiyori took a deep breath. I would like to ask you to assist me before the prophecy day. Everything here, money, power, pleasure, including me, all can be dedicated to you. On the prophesied day, if we succeed in restoring our country, you will have the same rights as the general, except for the title of general. If the prophecy is false, then you are the legitimate general of Wanukuni. As long as Kaido is defeated, Wanukuni will be yours. As a princess, I can assure you that there will be no rebellion. Smoker looked at Hiyori with admiration in his eyes. Although she is a little girl, she is courageous, resourceful and daring. What a pity. Sorry, I refuse. I don't want to get involved in your affairs. As soon as Smoker said that, Hiyori's face turned pale. But the next words brought back the luster to her eyes. But I'm a businessman. I have some information here that is very valuable to you. As long as the price is right, it is not impossible to sell it. Hiyori. I wonder what you want. She finally understood that talking to Smoker about national hatred, family feuds, feelings, ideals, etc. was all nonsense, just name the price. I want your 2 swords, Yanmo and Tien Yuhan Zan. Denjiro. What? This is absolutely not. Can. Hiyori agreed without hesitation. Denjiro, please take out the 2 swords I buried. But, trouble. Schwanjiro choked and could only grit his teeth and say, yes, your highness. Smoker nodded secretly. This girl is no better as a female general than Momonosuke, that loser. Don't worry, it's not too late to pick it up after we're done talking. The first news is that in Wanukuni, some people have mastered strange magic, such as turning into animals, changing clothes. In the outer sea, these people have a unified name, people with special abilities. They eat a secret treasure called devil fruit and gain various abilities. Your mother, Tien Yushi, is such a person. She is a time traveler who ate the time fruit. She can travel herself or a designated object to the future, and can even predict the future to a certain extent. Hiyori's eyes widened. You mean? Smoker nodded. Yes, your mother's prophecy was accurate. Your brother and 4 retainers were all transported to 20 years later. Hiyori covered her mouth, tears couldn't stop falling, and she choked up unconsciously when she spoke. That's great, that's great. Denjiro was also shocked by the news and was also very excited. For them, the most difficult thing is not that the enemy is strong and we are weak, nor that it will take too long, but the confusion about the future and the lack of confidence in the predictions. Smoker's words were like a shot in the arm for them. Mr. Smoker, thank you. This piece of information alone is worth 2 famous swords. Chapter 301 Business with Kazuki 2. Smoker laughed. We agreed to 2 messages, so it's 2 messages. The second piece of news is the whereabouts of several other Kazuki retainers. When Denjiro heard this, he sat up straight. Over the years, he has been worried about the safety of his companions all the time. But due to his current status, he dared not openly explore their whereabouts. Except for a few people, there is no news about the others, and we don't know whether they are dead or alive. They are lucky, they are all alive now. I won't talk about your brother, Kinemon, Raizo, Kanjuro, and Kikunosuke. They won't show up until the time comes. Kawamatsu should be in Linghu now, collecting weapons with Onimaru from the Shimotsuki family in preparation for a future counterattack. Ashura Doji returned to Julito Mountain and became a bandit. He is loyal to Kazuki Oden, but it is hard to say whether he is loyal to the Kazuki family. I hid on Whitebeard's ship, and the cat and dog escaped from Wanukuni and returned to their hometown of Zo. Upon hearing this, Hiyori relaxed, as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart, and she then covered her face and cried bitterly. Wow, that's great. Hisong is safe and everyone is alive, it's great, I was so worried about them. Denjiro bowed respectfully to Smoker. Mr. Smoker, thank you very much. For us, your messages are like a beacon of light in the dark night. No matter what the future holds, we will always remember your great kindness. In terms of value, these 2 pieces of information are much more valuable than 2 knives. Without a swordsman who can wield those 2 swords, the so-called famous swords are nothing more than works of art, with only commemorative significance but no actual value. But these 2 pieces of news are different, and they are directly related to future directions and results. Sometimes, direction and results are the most important. Like that war. If the Huxia knew that it lasted for 14 years, I believe that 90% of the traitors would be eliminated. There wouldn't be so many Shiba Inus clamoring for Sino-Japanese friendship like there are now. Denjiro stood up and said, Master Smoker, please wait a moment. I will go get the knife right away. After saying this, he left in a hurry and came back after a while holding a sword box. After opening it, 2 sharp blades, one purple and one white, were revealed. They were Yama and Tianyuyujin. Kazuki Hiyori gently stroked the 2 knives, his eyes full of reluctance and nostalgia. Since you want these 2 knives, I believe you know their stories. Advertisement. For me, this is not just a sword, but also my thoughts and memories of my father. Now I give it to you, please keep it properly. After saying that, he pushed the sword box forward. Denjiro also sighed secretly. He noticed Smoker's hands, which were thick and strong. But there are no calluses on the knuckles, which means he is not a swordsman. If these swords fall into his hands, I am afraid. Smoker took the sword case, looked at the 2 swords, showed a satisfied expression, then his palm turned into elements, and 2 more swords appeared in the sword case. Hiyori and Denjiro recognized the 2 swords and were both shocked. Akisui, 2nd generation Kidetsu. Although they were shocked, neither of them asked for Chu Shui. The reason is simple, there is no suitable chips, and I am not so familiar with it. In the original novel, Hiyori proposed to exchange Yanmo for Shisui because she knew that Zoro was not a bad guy. In addition, Zoro already has Shimotsuki blood, and it was destined that this deal was made. But the smoker in front of him is not a pushover, and he has no bond with Kazuki, so he should not make excessive demands. Smoker admired the famous sword in his hand and felt proud. 4 big swords, even in the pirates' world, they are pretty explosive. Closing square bracket. If I have a chance in the future, I will find a chance to get the real supreme sword. Closing square bracket. Although the great sword can be evolved into the supreme great sword by soaking in Haki's blood for many years. But Smoker doesn't have that much time to spend on this, not to mention he doesn't know how to use a knife. So I just grabbed it directly. Unfortunately, the only supreme sword encountered before was Kusugano Kiri, and Whitebeard was obviously not a good target. At this moment, he noticed the looks of Hiyori and Denjiro. Don't worry, I will find a good place for these knives. They will definitely be more valuable than leaving them in Wanukuni. I am reluctant to give these famous swords away, but it would be a waste to keep them in my own hands. Smoker had an idea. I will discuss with Sengoku later and rent it to Naval Headquarters on a long-term basis. The Naval Headquarters spends money to purchase the right to use it and allocates it to outstanding Marine swordsmen, but the ownership remains in their hands. Smoker even wants to pay for a sword-stealing competition at the Naval Headquarters. If it is run properly, it will definitely make a fortune. Princess Hiyori, this transaction was a pleasure. I'm in a good mood too, so I'll give you an extra piece of information. Hiyori said seriously. Please tell me. Advertisement. Kanjuro, one of the 9 red scabbards, whose real name is Kurozumi Kanjuro. You should understand what I mean. What? Impossible. Hiyori and Denjiro both exclaimed. Especially Denjiro, who stood up with a bang. Absolutely impossible. He is our comrade who has been through thick and thin with us. He is definitely not a traitor. During the cauldron cooking punishment, Kanjuro jumped into the pot with everyone else. How could a traitor do such a thing? Hiyori didn't argue, but her expression showed obvious disbelief. Smoker also expressed his understanding of this reaction. If someone suddenly came to tell Sengoku that Akainu was an undercover agent of the pirates, Sengoku's expression would not be very good. I know it's hard for you to accept, but that's the intelligence. Think about it, the snake who needed to borrow money from Odin is getting richer and richer, while you who own Julie are getting poorer and poorer, and even Madam She is wearing patched clothes. As the only Grandmaster financial officer among the 9 red scabbards, don't you find it strange? And who is the one who takes Kurozumi Orochi to withdraw money every time? Denjiro's face changed instantly. Indeed, it is Kanjuro every time. There were even a few times when he was not needed, but he found excuses to lead the way for others. Also, your counterattack against the Beast's pirates was a sudden decision made by Odin, and it only took a day. Why was Kaido able to get the news so early and gather all the troops to prepare for battle? Schwanjiro was startled and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Back then, Kaido's defense was fast and accurate, and the disparity in strength between the 2 sides meant that all the 9 red scabbards were held back and had no time to help Odin. If even one person had been free at that time, Kurozumi Higarashi's scheme would not have succeeded. And Odin will not be defeated by Kaido's sneak attack. Even if you can add one more blow in time, you might be able to create a new dragon-slaying legend. Thinking about everything that happened back then, thinking about all the unreasonable things, it seems that the only explanation is that there was a traitor. Smoker added a pinch of spice at the end. Let me say one more thing. Kurozumi Kanjuro is actually right-handed and a master painter. You have lived together for more than 10 years. Even if he is an excellent undercover agent, it is impossible that he has never made a mistake. Hiyori and Denjiro looked at each other, both showing expressions of horror and regret. Chapter 302 Everyone's Adventure. Wanukuni Kuri. It was originally a lawless place where thieves were rampant and beyond the control of the general's mansion. More than a decade ago, Kazuki Oden came here and subdued all the thieves headed by Ashura Duji, and later established the daimyo prefecture. Since then, the thieves' excess energy has been transformed into productivity, and Julie has gradually become a paradise. In particular, Oden opened up a huge farm and successfully saved everyone from hunger. From then on, Julie, which used to be a place that made people shudder, became a paradise. Kazuki Oden's personality is actually not suitable for being a ruler. But he has one advantage: he doesn't make trouble and doesn't impose heavy taxes. With the addition of Tien Yushi and several loyal subordinates, Julie became wealthy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though Oden's daimyo's mansion later became unable to make ends meet, the common people's families still had plenty of money left over. However, all this disappeared with the death of Kazuki Oden. That night, a fire destroyed Oden Castle. The beast's pirates did not stop for several days, burning, killing and looting at will on the land of Julie. Several years of hard work were destroyed in an instant, leaving only flames and blood. In desperation, the warriors took up their swords again. Some of them could not wait for the predicted day and rushed to Onigashima regardless of their lives, and ultimately no one survived. But there are also some who point their swords at the weak around them and become bandits again. As a witness to all this, Shutenmaru, also known as Ashura Duji, was in the bandits' lair in Toyama at this time. He stood on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the increasingly dilapidated Julie, taking a sip of his wine gourd from time to time, and no one knew what he was thinking. Behind him, several little thieves were talking to each other. "Boss, that arrogant kid has hurt many of our brothers. Now our brothers are in a panic. Please help us. When has our Toyama bandits ever been wronged like this?" Ashura boy snorted coldly. "You usually only know how to eat, drink and have fun, but when it comes to practicing, you become cunning and slippery. Even the sharpest knife will become dull in your hands. As a warrior, shouldn't you think about training hard, improving your strength, and avenging your previous shame?" The little thief was stunned, looked at each other, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Boss, you're drunk again. What are you talking about? We are thieves, not samurai-sama. Yes, cultivation is so boring." Ashura's eyes dimmed, but he didn't say anything else. He took a sip from the wine gourd, said, "I'm going to go out for a walk," and staggered away. Advertisement. A battle is breaking out near a small village within the sphere of influence of the Tushan bandits. Lu Chi was fighting with several bandits. The surroundings were in a mess, with many bandit corpses lying on the ground. A bandit raised his knife and slashed at Lu Chi fiercely. Lu Chi raised his arm. Iron body. With a ding sound, the arm collided with the blade, knocking the blade apart. Before the robber could be surprised, a finger pierced his throat. Lu Chi pulled out his finger, licked the blood on his hand, and showed an intoxicated expression. This bloodthirsty look really intimidated the surrounding bandits. Although they were afraid, they still shouted in a timid manner. "Damn it, who the hell are you? We are out hunting and we didn't provoke you, why are you attacking us?" "Why?" Lu Chi glanced at the bandits and said, "Of course it's for justice." Bandit. Although Lu Chi is a CP, he also shoulders the name of justice. But his justice is hierarchical. The first level is naturally to protect celestial dragons. The second layer is to execute the orders of the world government. The third level is to destroy evil and satisfy one's thirst for blood. The fourth level is the protection of civilians. In Wanukuni, there is no need to consider celestial dragons and world government. Then, killing evil and releasing the desire to kill became his greatest driving force. Since accepting the order from that legendary commander, first joined the Marine recruit camp. Lu Chi perfectly conceals his bestiality and has always been an honest, kind, smart and tolerant Marine. However, the stronger the repression, the stronger the rebound will be. Now that he is alone in this closed country, he can finally show his true colors without restraint. After more than 10 minutes, the battle was over. All the bandits died miserably. Lu Chi let out a few breaths, his eyes particularly bright. Then, he frowned slightly and raised his hand to look at the 2 knife wounds on his forearm. Strange, that guy's speed and strength were not that great, how could he hurt me? After all, Lu Chi was too young at this time and had never come into contact with hockey. He touched the snail on his chest again, but there was still no movement. Advertisement. What is Smoker Vice Admiral's mission in Wanukuni? Why hasn't he contacted me yet? Closing square bracket. Forget it, let's leave first. Lu Chi looked around and disappeared like a ghost. 1 day ago, a dilapidated town not far from Tushan. There is a tea house outside the town, and Aokiji is drinking tea leisurely. At this time, a tall and thin woman with fair skin came out from the kitchen. She was the tea house owner, Suru. Suru held the food in his hands and gently placed it on Aokiji's table. Aokiji was stunned. "Alala, boss, I didn't order so many things, I only ordered a tea." Suru said calmly, "It's okay, the food is for you, you just need to pay for the tea." Aokiji was stunned. "Huh, why is that? Looking at the direction you're heading, you should be heading to the flower capital, right?" Aokiji nodded. "Yes, it would be even better if you could show me the way." Suru pointed to one of the forked roads. "Keep going in this direction and you'll arrive in 3 days." Aokiji nodded and looked at the sky. It was already noon. A normal person would take 3 days. He could even make it to Flower City for dinner and meet the Warren. Oh. Suru continued, however, this road requires passing through Heim, and there is nothing but wilderness along the way. I see that you have no luggage, so you are probably a Ronin. Although I can't help you much, at least I can let you eat before continuing on your journey. This answer was somewhat unexpected to Aokiji. He looked at the proprietress. She was not young and beautiful, but she had a gentle and generous feeling. However, although she had a smile on her face, there was always a trace of sadness between her brows. Aokiji didn't ask any more questions. He is no longer at the age where he would help anyone he likes, let alone being an undercover agent. Aokiji nodded, thanked him, and started to eat. Suru ignored him and continued cleaning. Aokiji enjoyed his meal very much. Although the ingredients of this meal were simple, the taste was exceptionally good. Especially the can of Anko soup. Even though I don't like sweets, I couldn't help but drink it all up. Phew, it tastes so good. Just as Aokiji was enjoying himself, a disgusting voice suddenly came. Hey, BCH, have you thought about it? Chapter 303 Evil Child. There was an error in the previous chapter. Kikunojo was also transported to 20 years later. A few Beasts Pirates guys jumped off their dinosaur mounts and walked towards the shop in a show of strength. He walked over to the sign and kicked it down, almost hitting Aokiji. Aokiji was startled, stopped chewing, and looked over with an unhappy look. Who is it? Dad is eating. Not to be outdone, several people glanced at Aokiji fiercely. Seeing that he was just a Ronin, he snorted coldly and didn't bother to pay any more attention to him. Aokiji. Suru obviously knew them, and his face darkened when he saw them enter the room. It's you again, you are not welcome here. A yellow-haired pirate jumped onto the table and sat down. Bah, if it weren't for the land, I wouldn't be interested in coming to this remote place. Besides, isn't this a tea house? You can come if you want. In the whole Julie, there is no place that I cannot go. Even in your bed, I can go there whenever I want. Yeah, ha ha ha. The yellow-haired pirates laughed obscenely, and the pirates next to him also burst into laughter. Suru's face turned red with anger. Suddenly, another pirate in armor came forward and slammed a piece of paper and a bag of money on the table. He knew, I advise you to hand over the land, take the money, and find another way to make a living. This is the last time we can negotiate, please don't be ungrateful. The two of them sang the same tune, one soft and the other hard, and it was clear that they were determined to defeat Suru. The other pirates also looked for places to sit down. They were rough and made the originally neat and clean tea shop a mess. Aokiji didn't even turn his head, just ate by himself. I just used my observation hockey to detect that the pirates are just minions. But one of the guys, who was wearing a bamboo hat and holding a sword, was very strange. His aura was completely different from the others. Facing the overwhelming numbers of pirates, Suru was nervous but he did not back down. This land is the last relic of my husband. Even if you kill me, I will not hand it over. Besides, we reclaimed the land to prevent the children in Julie from starving, not to build some peach blossom farm for you. No matter how many times you come, the people of Julie will not hand over their land. The armored pirates sighed first, then grinned. I see. That's a shame. I thought you were a smart woman. Then he slowly drew out the knife. Since you can't convince me, I'll just kill them one by one until they agree. Advertisement. He took a step back unconsciously, but immediately reacted, gritted his teeth, and said sternly, I am the wife of a samurai, don't even think about letting me succumb to the sword. Then go to hell. The armored pirates slashed down with one sword. Suru couldn't help but close his eyes. Aokiji. A few seconds later, Suru, who was waiting to die, did not feel any pain. He opened his eyes and saw the tip of a knife right in front of him. He was immediately frightened. Looking again, the blade was pinched by 2 fingers, and no matter how hard the armored pirates tried, they couldn't move it at all. Alala, guys, you guys are disturbing my meal here. Excuse me, can you please leave here and never come back? The surrounding pirates were all shocked when they saw this, and quickly drew their weapons and surrounded them. But they were not surprised. They had encountered many such warriors who dared to show off in the past few years. They would just kill them. The yellow-haired pirates yelled, brothers, kill him. Everyone screamed and rushed towards Aokiji. Aokiji glanced at them coldly, like a tiger looking at a mouse charging towards him. A few seconds later, in front of Suru's shocked eyes, the pirates were lying on the ground in a mess, no longer breathing, only the armored pirate was still groaning. There was a big hole in the armor on his chest, but it also blocked most of the damage, so he was able to survive. Alara, I underestimated you. This armor is of very good quality. The armored pirates struggled to get up and crawled to the side of the pirates holding the knife using their hands and feet. Lord Yins, save me. Aokiji looked at him with interest. This guy's words and actions are out of tune with the other guys. When others surrounded him just now, he just sat quietly in the corner, with no intention of taking action at all. Pirates slowly stood up, took off his hat and threw it aside, then slowly drew out his knife. Aokiji raised his hands. Alara, you're not like these idiots. I don't want to fight you. If you leave now, just pretend you never saw me, okay? Pirates remained unmoved, holding the sword in both hands, staring at Aokiji, with a sharp aura bursting out of his body. I'm Otozawa Ichiro from Linghu. I joined the Beast's Pirates to challenge the strong. It seems that I am lucky to have met a warrior like you. If you want me to leave, then use your strength to beat me back. Aokiji felt a bit of a headache, as there were many such guys in the marine who couldn't make sense with their mouths. Alara, I'm not a samurai, never mind, whatever you want. Yin's bent slightly, like a cheetah gathering strength, and then suddenly rushed towards Aokiji. The sharp blade in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed towards the vital point. The two figures crossed each other and stood back to back. Advertisement. Aokiji turned slowly. Alara, what a fierce attack. Then he raised his hand, holding a broken knife tip between his fingers. Yin's also turned around slowly and looked at the broken knife with an extremely ugly expression. Aokiji threw the tip of the knife aside. Although I'm not a swordsman, I have a few swordsman friends, so I know a little about kendo. Joining the Beast's Pirates and sharpening your own sword is a terrible idea. To help the tyrant and use the sword to do something you don't like is a complete betrayal of the sword. How can a swordsman who betrays his own swordsmanship possibly have a sharp sword? His expression changed constantly, and after a long while, he let out a long sigh and threw the broken knife in his hand to the ground. You were right, I didn't even figure out such a simple thing. Thank you, Mr. Warrior. I will leave here and never come back. But I want to warn you, the bad boys from Beast's Pirates are here too. These thugs may not dare to kill 1,000 people, but that madman can do it. Although you are very strong, I still advise you to take this woman away. Then, he said to Suru, you too, your land cannot be saved, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. As he was speaking, Aokiji's expression suddenly changed, and he pulled Suru into his arms and jumped aside. Then there were a few soft, puff, sounds. The next second, the entire tea house was chopped into pieces by several sword energies, and several unlucky pirates were also chopped into pieces. The armored pirates were not spared either, being chopped in half, with blood, flesh and internal organs scattered all over the ground. Aokiji let go of Suru and looked at the sky. Alala, the roof is gone. Suru came out with a flushed face, looking at the place where he had just stood with lingering fear. A deep black groove was cut there by the sword energy. Outside the tea house, a yellow-haired boy with a mouth full of sharp teeth and two horns, carrying two strange knives, stood on the head of a giant shark crocodile, staring at them coldly. The boy was extremely tall, several heads taller than Aokiji. But his face looked somewhat immature, probably only 14 or 15 years old at most. Dust was flying in the distance, and a few seconds later, hundreds of pirates riding dinosaurs rushed over and surrounded Aokiji and others. Yins hurriedly picked up a sword from the ground and stared at the tall boy. He is Jack, the evil boy of Beast's Pirates. Even though he is just a child, he is known as the strongest fighter among Beast's Pirates. Moreover, this guy is cruel and bloodthirsty. He won't listen to reason, nor will he accept negotiation or surrender. At this time, Jack is not yet the Jack the Drow with a bounty of 1 billion, but his aura is already extremely terrifying. He widened his eyes and stared at Yin Zi. Not only a useless piece of trash, but also a damn traitor. Humph, I said, what's there to negotiate about? Kill them all and the land will naturally be ours. The surrounding pirates also raised their knives and howled wildly. Aokiji looked helpless. Alala, you were supposed to keep a low profile, but why are you making more noise than ever? Chapter 304 Disappearance. Yins took a deep breath, held the knife with both hands, and pointed it at Jack. Master Jack, come to think of it, we have never fought each other before, why don't we take advantage of today to have a sparring match? A hint of mockery flashed in Jack's eyes, and without saying a word, he jumped directly off the shark crocodile's head. He hated traitors more than his enemies. Today, we must use this guy's blood to wash away the shame of Beast's Pirates. Aokiji took a step forward, trying to stop Otozawa. Damn it, judging from their aura, the two of them are not on the same level at all. Mr. Yins, don't be impulsive. As soon as he opened his mouth, Yinzi suddenly interrupted. Please don't disturb the samurai duel. This is not helping me, but blasphemy. After saying that, he rushed towards Jack. The two of them staggered. A scar appeared on Jack's face and blood slowly flowed down. Yinzi's body stood still, and his head with an incredible expression fell into the distance. Aokiji. Suru screamed and hid behind Aokiji. Jack wiped his face, and in just a few seconds, the bleeding stopped. He pointed his knife at Aokiji. You're next. Aokiji scratched his head. Alala, can't you just pretend you didn't see me? What nonsense. Jack roared, rushed forward, and slashed Aokiji's head with his scimitar. Aokiji reacted very quickly, hugged Suru and jumped out of the encirclement, then put Suru down and pushed her to the side. You run quickly, I'll cover you. But, it's okay, run. Suru gritted his teeth and stopped dragging his feet. Advertisement. Okay, Mr. Warrior, you must be careful. After saying that, she lifted her skirt and turned around and ran away. The pirates, minions laughed when they saw this. Stupid woman, do you think you can escape from our clutches? 3 or 4 pirates chased after them on their mounts. Fist bone stab. Aokiji gathered haki in his fist and punched out fiercely. There was only a dull thud, and the fist landed in the air. The huge force squeezed out a shock wave, directly smashing the pirates and mounts into pieces. Alala, you just stay here. Although I'm not good with a knife, I'm actually pretty good with fists and kicks. Ah, if it was a fire ability, it would be great. I wouldn't have to worry about exposing my identity. Closing square bracket. I think I'm the only one with ice-type abilities, except for that snow fruit guy. I really want to find another partner of the same type. Although Aokiji usually likes to fight with devil fruit in order to be lazy. But this doesn't mean that he is not good at physical skills. In fact, he learned from Garp. In terms of the power of his iron fist, even if he is not as powerful as Garp, he is definitely not inferior to Hina. This punch obviously intimidated the pirates. For a moment, no one dared to chase after him, and some even retreated tremblingly. Jack didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, he beheaded several retreating pirates. Several heads flew up and then fell into the crowd, causing the pirates to panic. Jack stared at everyone coldly. Humph, a bunch of rubbish, afraid of the enemy and not moving forward, kill them. After saying that, he strode forward with two swords in hand. Nice fist, I'll keep it as a collection. Jack rushed forward and slashed Aokiji's head with a fierce knife. There are no fancy techniques, just relying entirely on speed and brute force. Aokiji covered both hands with armament hockey, grabbed the machete with his left hand, clenched his right fist, and punched Jack in the abdomen. Jack spat out a mouthful of blood, flew backwards, and hit the ground hard, raising a cloud of dust. Aokiji looked at his palm and saw a cut on the center of his hand caused by the blade, and he couldn't help but frown. Advertisement. Such a small kid actually has this much hockey. The next second, an elephant roar came from the smoke. Jack changed into his beast form and flicked his nose, causing a strong wind to blow away all the smoke and dust, revealing the massive body of the mammoth. The mammoth spread out its four legs and charged towards Aokiji with great force. Alara, what a violent attack. Aokiji showed no sign of weakness, he stood firmly on his horse's stance and hugged the giant elephant's head. The giant elephant kept charging forward, and Aokiji kept retreating, his legs plowing two deep grooves in the ground. After retreating 100 meters, the elephant finally stopped, appearing slightly exhausted. You're out of energy. Aokiji was about to fight back when he suddenly felt his waist tighten. He was entangled by Jack's nose and thrown out. Then, Jack transformed into a human beast form, raised his scimitar and jumped high, slashing hard at Aokiji in the air. Aokiji's observation hockey was also not weak. He nimbly dodged Jack's attack and kicked him in the lower abdomen, kicking him away again. Aokiji landed, but his expression did not relax at all. This guy's breath recovered so quickly. This will never end. Aokiji let out a long breath, and a chill emanated from his body. Although we have no hatred, but, so I'm sorry. Pirates. What are you talking about? Jack roared and rushed forward again. He likes enemies who are stronger than him but cannot kill him the most. I like to see their smug look after initially gaining an advantage, and the despair in their eyes when they are finally exhausted. But unfortunately, this time he met Aokiji who was injured in the control. The battle did not last long. Soon Aokiji left, only a piece of broken ice was left. Under the scorching summer sun, it soon disappeared without a trace. Chapter 305. Lucci's Battle. Aokiji just walked away. To him, killing a few pirates was like swatting a few flies, and it didn't make him feel any different. He wanted to look for Suru again. Unexpectedly, this weak woman was so good at hiding. In just a short while, I didn't know where he had gone. Even Aokiji couldn't find any trace of her. Aokiji was a little confused. But on second thought, this is not a bad thing. The more Suru can hide, the safer her situation is. Then without thinking any more, he turned around and headed for the Flower City. Using the gold particles as a cover, he ordered 10 at once. As soon as the battle was over, the sky over the distant Ghost Island suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and countless thick black thunders exploded from the inside. Many pirates were caught off guard and fell down foaming at the mouth. Even the cadres who were usually arrogant and domineering were trembling with fear at this moment. What's going on? Is this an enemy attack? No, it was Governor Kaido who suddenly got angry. So scary. Hide away quickly. Don't get affected. Jin, who was patrolling from a distance, also noticed something was wrong at the first moment. He was shocked when he saw the strange celestial phenomenon over the Ghost Island. He ordered the others to continue patrolling, and he flapped his wings and quickly flew back. It has been a long time since I saw Kaido lose his temper like this, he must have encountered something big. Open black lens bracket hateful, close black lens bracket. Beasts Pirates now has thousands of players. 99% of the pirates in Kaido are just superiors and subordinates, or even in a slave relationship. But Jin is different, he is a partner that Kaido recognizes from the bottom of his heart. Unlike the other pirates who were timid, he rushed directly into Kaido's room. Lord Kaido, what happened? In the room, Kaido's eyes were bloodshot, he was holding his head and breathing heavily, his teeth chattering from time to time. There were several little pirates smashed into pulp on the ground, and there was a hole in the corner of the ceiling, apparently someone had been knocked out. Kaido calmed down a little when he saw Jin coming. Ember. Advertisement. Jack's life card. Disappeared. Jin was shocked. What? In terms of strength, Jack is much inferior to himself, but in Wanukuni, the number of people who can defeat him can be counted on one hand. The key is that his strength is that he is thick-skinned and tough, and no one can force him to escape. Master Kaido, where did Jack go today? He was invited by Orochi to go to Onigashima to help. He should be going to Curry. Then I'll be there right away. Jin's face was also gloomy. Although Jack is still a little kid, cruel and reckless. But he is loyal to Kaido and will complete any task he is given even if it means the sky falls. Kaido has always wanted to train him to be the next big guy, and Jin himself feels that Jack is much more reliable than the neurotic Quinn. However, I didn't expect Jack to be killed inexplicably. No wonder Kaido was so angry. For a big pirate like him, it is very difficult to find a reliable partner who can serve as his right-hand man. No, Jin, you stay. Kaido picked up the wine jug and gulped down a few big gulps. This time Lousy went there personally. I want to see who dares to attack us beasts pirates. Jin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Okay, leave the house to me. Kaido nodded, then jumped out of the hole in the ceiling, transformed into a 1,000-meter-long blue dragon, and rushed straight into the clouds. Wanukuni, 9 miles of stone barren ridge. Lu Chi was blocked by several bandits. 4 bandits surrounded him, with Shudenmaru lying on the back of an ox at the outermost edge. Judenmaru gulped down a mouthful of wine and burped with a dazed look in his eyes. Hey, I thought he was some powerful character, but it turns out he's just a brat. I'll leave it to you guys. After saying that, he ignored his subordinates and started drinking by himself. The 4 bandits are the strongest men under Shudenmaru, and their names are Daihachi, Yuan, Kinza, and Mitsuha. At this time, Guangfu was a little far away from everyone else. Lucci instantly appeared behind Guangfu, and the 5 fingers of his left hand turned into finger pistol and grabbed towards his heart fiercely. Lucci gritted his teeth and said, "Shave." Yuan ducked his head to avoid the attack and struck back with a knife. Advertisement. Lucci twisted his body at an incredible angle, just enough to avoid the opponent's attack. At the same time, he punched Deba hard in the face, knocking him out. After a few fights, Lucci came out of the encirclement of several people and quickly jumped into the air using moonwalk to prepare to escape. Guangfu held the flute, said nothing, and just stood there quietly. No matter what, you will end up as fertilizer in the field. Paper arts. Although they have fallen, they were once powerful samurai and ninjas. The burly Daiba laughed loudly, bumped his fists together, and said in a muffled voice, "Don't worry, boss, leave it to us." His figure disappeared in an instant, and then immediately appeared behind Yuan. Although his skin was not broken, the strong impact caused severe pain in his throat. Yuan held 2 swords in his hands, swung them in a flower pattern, and said with a grim smile, "Going against us Tushan bandits. Should I admire your courage, or laugh at your ignorance?" Lucci was startled and barely avoided a few bullets, but his face was still left with scars. In terms of strength, Big Sister is above me. Lucci dodged nimbly, and Era 8 pounced on him with his arms open. Lucci covered his neck and coughed violently. Ha ha ha, do you think that when Big Sister uses a gun, she is just a powerless woman? At least in Shudenmaru's eyes, it is more than enough to deal with one Lucci. At the same time, Jin Zuo also launched an attack, with the tip of his sword piercing straight towards Lucci's throat, and the speed was so fast that Lucci had no time to dodge. Lucci poured strength into his throat and blocked the sword, but the huge force forced him to retreat. But Lucci smiled strangely. "No, you are careless." After saying that, his body suddenly grew several times larger, and his originally thin body became burly. Then, the index and middle fingers of his right hand stretched out and turned into sword fingers. "We just fought each other. These guys are totally different from the previous bandits. It was quite difficult for me to deal with them." Lucci looked at the few people with a serious expression, slightly panting, and some scars could be seen on his body. Ahem. Finger gun. But the next second, he felt a pain in his wrist, as it was grabbed tightly, and the 5-finger pistol also stopped. Suddenly, a few gunshots rang out. Finger pistol Futagawa. It turned out that it was Guangfu who took action, and her flute was a gun. Guangfu slowly tightened her grip. "You are too careless. In terms of strength, I seem to be slightly better." Jin Zuo's expression was calm, but the sword in his hand was always pointing at Lucci's throat. Open black lens bracket opportunity. Shave. Close black lens bracket. Iron body. Chapter 362 Requests. After Lucci transforms, his strength doubles that of his pure human form, and his fingers have long nails that are like sharp daggers. Guangfu was caught off guard and was pierced through the chest by 2 fingers. Ah! Guangfu screamed, spit out blood, and fell heavily to the ground. Light. Big Sister. Dai Ba, who was closest to him, threw a punch. Lucci could only bear it on his back. There was a bang and Lucci couldn't help but groan, with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But Deba was also surprised. This guy is so strong. Shudenmaru also sat up suddenly, raised his sword and rushed forward, feeling extremely regretful. Damn it, I was so careless. When I fought the beast's pirates before, I had seen monsters that could transform into animals, but I was totally unprepared. Closing square bracket. Yuan and Jin Zuo rushed towards Lucci. Lucci used the small 6-king spear to repel Daihachi, and then used Tempest Kick, crows. With a kick, dozens of tiny wind blades slashed straight towards the people. Dai Ba and others quickly stopped and prepared to resist. Shudinmaru angrily shouted, a mere trifle, and rushed forward, tearing all the wind blades into pieces with one slash. I'm going to tear you into pieces and feed you to the wolves. Before Shudinmaru could rush forward, Lucci had already jumped high and flew into the air using moonwalk. He knew very well that he was no match for the bandits in front of him. Let's not talk about the Jushinwan. Even the remaining 3 subordinates, Lucci was not completely confident. But he also discovered the weakness of several of them, which is that they can't fly, even the strongest Shudinmaru. In other words, as long as you use moonwalk to jump into the air, these guys can only stare at you. Therefore, even if Lucci was injured, he had to kill Jin Fu first, because she, who had the ability to sniper, was his biggest threat. Okay, it's safe. Closing square bracket. Lucci secretly rejoiced in his heart, then looked at the furious Shudinmaru and the other 2 below, turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind around him, and then the sky darkened. On the ground, Shudinmaru and the others also showed horrified expressions, and retreated one after another as if they had seen something terrifying. Lucci looked up. A huge dragon head was staring at him, and behind him, a 1,000-meter-long body was looming in the clouds. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket Kaido of the beasts. Close black lens bracket. Lucci just felt sweat all over his body, and his back was soaked. The dragon did not attack, but just looked up and down at Lucci, who was jumping in the air. You can do the same trick as Phosphor. I remember it was called Marine 6 Styles. Oh my god, I didn't expect the dogs of the world government to sneak in. How arrogant. Lucci was shocked. Phosfu. You know Phosfu. Alalalo. This has nothing to do with you. Then, Kaido looked at Shudinmaru and the others. Huh, it's you, the bandits who always like to cause trouble for me. Although you are quite powerful, you still have to die. The blue dragon opened its mouth. A violent dragon breath gushed out, as if it penetrated the sky and the earth, enveloping several people, and the temperature around them also rose rapidly. After a few seconds, the dragon's breath disappeared. The place where Shudinmaru and the others were was already a charred mess of black and lava. When Luffy arrived, Kaido also met Shudinmaru, and his first reaction was to win him over. But alas, pirates are just so moody. This time when I saw Shudinmaru, my first reaction was that he was an eyesore. So they launched an attack directly. Kaido glanced at the ground, then turned to Lucci. Hick. Okay, follow me. How could Lucci dare to disobey? Although he knew that it was dangerous, he still followed obediently. Time returns to normal. In the rabbit prison, Quinn is preparing poison. Now is the most critical step. If it succeeds, we can go into mass production. If it fails, we will just go back to square one. Quinn's eyes widened as he carefully merged the 2 test tubes of medicine. Poison has a strict ratio, and the effect will be very different if it is even slightly different. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. It will definitely succeed this time. Closing square bracket. Suddenly, the room shook, Quinn's hand trembled, and he poured half a tube of medicine in it. Quinn was immediately furious. A-hole, who is that, huh? Suddenly, he found that the potion had changed color. Oh my god, it actually worked. Who was that just now? Stopping him is my lucky star. Advertisement. Quinn packed up the potion and trotted to the prison. At this time, there were tens of thousands of slaves in the prison, looking at the man who exuded terrifying oppression with awe. It has not been many years since Odin's death, and many of his supporters are still alive, so the number is in the tens of thousands. Hey, Boss Kaido, why are you here? Jack was murdered, I came here to look for clues. Quinn's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Hey, that kid is dead, what happened? Boss, do you have any clues? Kaido threw Lucci to the ground. We didn't have any clues before, but now we have one. This guy knows Marine 6 Styles. Interrogate him and find out who his partners are. Quinn. Okay, boss, just wait. Kaido nodded. By the way, have you spotted anyone suspicious recently? Ha 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 ha, I've been researching poison gas bombs, how could it be? Suddenly, he remembered a figure, and the rest of the words died in his throat. Kaido is a man of great intelligence but with great delicacy, and he can tell at a glance what Quinn is thinking. Why, there really is a clue. I guess so. Quinn nodded. I met a guy before, who easily defeated Sasaki and Orochi's subordinates Denjiro. Kaido nodded. Easily defeat them both. That is indeed doubtful. In that case, Quinn, you will be responsible for the search. Quinn looked embarrassed. Boss, it's fine, but I have 2 requests. You say. First, I want to stay here and do experiments while directing others to search. Now that the development of the poison gas bomb has been completed, the next step is production. I don't want this to delay the research progress. Kaido nodded. No problem. Let's talk about the second one. Quinn smiled awkwardly. Boss, I met that guy before and made an appointment with him to come to Rabbit Prison. In that case, let's just sit back and wait. But, I can't do this alone, I need that B************ D Jin to come with me. Kaido finally showed a surprised expression. Quinn actually wants foreign aid. This means that the opponent's strength is still above Quinn. I didn't expect that the world government would send out agents of this level. The plan is very big. Kaido. Okay, I agree too. Quinn then breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 307 Gold, Silver and Bronze. Kaido asked about the effects and progress of the poison gas bombs and expressed great satisfaction. He and Quinn agreed on this weapon. Weapons that can kill an enemy instantly are good, but weapons that deprive them of their fighting power are more attractive. As for the enemy, it is more valuable to be alive. He is still very relieved about Quinn. Although this guy is a little neurotic about other things, he is quite reliable when it comes to scientific research. Thank you for your hard work. Hurry up and research. Get whatever you need. We need to research enough poison gas bombs as soon as possible. I have a feeling that once the old woman gets new power, the sea will soon become uneasy. The relationship between Kaido and Big Mom is very complicated. Judging from their standpoints, the two are undoubtedly competitors, and both they and their pirates often fight with each other. But the two people never really regarded each other as enemies. Each battle was brief and there was no intention to kill the opponent. However, Kaido will not put his safety in the hands of others. Kaido has become secretly wary of Big Mom's recent unusual activity. After all, the bond between the two of them. When we are happy, we are friends of life and death. Maybe a disagreement will turn into a life and death battle. Quinn knew what Kaido was worried about and patted his chest. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely make the poison gas bomb as soon as possible. However, as a scientist, I still have to remind you. Things like poison gas bombs are no longer very useful to a strong person of your level. According to Quine's calculations, poison gas bombs are only useful against normal pirates. For enemies like Jin and Katakuri, unless it is a closed environment or covers a large area, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. As for enemies like Big Mom, unless the poison is injected directly into the body, any poison will be in vain. Facing Quinn, Kaido showed none of his usual arrogant and domineering demeanor, but instead appeared to be exceptionally calm and shrewd. I know what you mean, Quinn. Don't worry, Oyi contacted me half a day ago. Quinn's eyes lit up. Heavy water Oyi. Ha 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 ha, that guy is still alive. The pirates' heroes who were once feared by everyone have now become stray dogs. Advertisement. Kaido grinned. Oh la 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 la. Yes, thanks to this, he wants to join my army. What? Quinn's eyes almost popped out. Does he want to join us? Ever since he was defeated by the old woman, he has sneaked into my territory to recuperate. Now he is on Kurosawa Island. Kurosawa Island is an island outside Kaido's territory. It is very remote and rarely visited. Although it was nominally Kaido's territory, he and his senior officials had never been there. Why? Such a dangerous guy has been hiding in our territory. This is a serious dereliction of duty on Jin's part. Boss Kaido, you have to teach that stinking guy a lesson. Kaido smiled and didn't respond. I originally wanted to ask Jin to pick him up, but since both of you have to stay in Rabbit Dawn prison, I'll go there instead. After all, he's a bronze medalist, so there's nothing wrong with treating him with courtesy. Quinn nodded repeatedly. You're right, brother Kaido. Jin may not be able to deal with that guy. There are tens of millions of pirates on the sea, and the bounty ranges from tens to billions of berry. Therefore, it is difficult to define strength simply by bounty. This is especially true of big pirates. When the government sets a bounty, it must not only consider strength. We must also consider the threat to the world government and the adverse effects it causes. Therefore, there are many guys whose abilities are seriously inconsistent with their bounties. However, since Roger was awarded the title of Pirates King, a new standard of strength has emerged on the sea. That is, according to the three people who are on par with Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, they are divided into gold, silver, and bronze medalists. Original. The gold medalist is someone who can compete with Roger. Looking at the sea now, there is only Whitebeard. In fact, Rox also has gold medal strength. It's a pity that he died too early, so he was not selected as a gold medalist. The silver medalist is someone who can compete with Rayleigh. Possesses the ability to confront or even suppress the Marine Admiral head-on. In the eyes of everyone, they have the potential to reach the top. But unfortunately, they are still a step behind Luo Bai, and it is a step that is difficult to cross. In fact, even the later four emperors never reached the gold medal. When Luffy entered the deep-sea prison and met Crocodile, the silver medalists he mentioned were pirates of this level. At least not a Shichibukai like him. After all, among Shichibukai, only Hawkeye can barely be considered a silver medalist. Advertisement. As for the bronze medalist, it's naturally Jabba. Even though this is only the last sequence of the strong, it is still much stronger than any big shot or general star. Even if we face the Marine Admiral head-on, we have the confidence to get out of this situation safely. The most representative one is Bullet. After he joined the Roger Pirates, his strength soared with his talent and hard work. In a short time, he surpassed the bronze medalist and was close to the silver medalist. Unfortunately, he was later arrested and imprisoned. Although he has been training, his strength has declined and he has completely fallen out of the silver medal level. At this time, the sea was suppressed by Whitebeard. The silver medalists are ready to go, and the bronze medalists are still active on the sea. If it weren't for Smoker's appearance, Whitebeard will fall from the altar of gold medals due to aging and pain. The silver medalists, led by Kaido and Big Mom, began to conquer the city, constantly devouring the flesh and blood of the bronze medalists to strengthen themselves. And some strong bronze medalists, such as the red-haired Shanks, also rose from adversity and embarked on the road to dominance. When Luffy went to sea, gold medalist Whitebeard is no longer as glorious as he used to be, and bronze medalists have also fallen one after another. Only the 4 emperors were left in the New World, and the sayings of gold, silver and bronze became history. Especially after Akoku was killed by Blackbeard, the last bronze medalist active in the sea also disappeared completely. Blackbeard stepped on the remnants of Whitebeard and Akoku and successfully advanced to the silver medalist. In fact, after the Battle of Onigashima, in terms of strength, Gear 4 Luffy has already entered the silver medal level, and after opening Gear 5, he is undoubtedly the strongest among the silver medal players. After awakening, Kid, Law, and Yamato are all considered bronze medalists. When facing a silver medalist like 4 emperors, you can still maneuver for a while, and by using some tricks, you may be able to turn defeat into victory. But in terms of hard power, there is still a long way to go. As a veteran bronze medalist, if Oyi can join, the strength of Beast's pirates will surely usher in a surge. Although I don't know what happened to Big Mom. But no matter how arrogant she is, she can't shake the Beast's pirates. Although Quinn knew that once Oyi joined, he would definitely be suppressed, he still agreed with both hands. Boss, go ahead and don't worry. Remember to speak to others nicely, and don't use Thunder 8 trigrams when you disagree with them. Leave Wanukuni to me and that B********* D Jin. Together we can definitely handle it. At this time, Quinn was still trying to catch the turtle in the jar, not knowing that he was about to face a newly promoted gold medalist. Chapter 308 Gyukimaru. On the other side, after Smoker got 2 famous swords, he strolled around the flower capital for a few laps. Suddenly, he saw a large group of samurai and ninjas rushing out of the shogun's mansion with great momentum. There were more than 100 of them, and no one knew where they were going. Smoker, out of curiosity, he hid his body and followed. With such a big commotion, there's no way Kurozumi Snake wouldn't know about it. This shows that these samurai and ninjas received orders from Orochi. Although Kurozumi Orochi had never offended him, Smoker still hated him. In this case, no matter what these people want to do, all we have to do is organize them. It can kill time and foil the snake's plan at the same time, so why not do it? The team rushed all the way. From the warm flower capital all the way to the snow-covered Linghu. Soon, the team came to a bridge. The leading warrior came out. Is this the place? Several warriors wearing bandages ran out and said, this is it. That B******** D stole our weapons for no reason and beat us up. The leading warrior nodded. Spread out and look around. Everyone obeyed. Yes, Smoker was hiding not far away, and could hear everything they said and did. He already knew who these guys were looking for. At this moment, a tall monk soldier wearing a cloak and holding a naginata suddenly appeared on the bridge. You rude people, I spared your lives, but you dared to come back. The warriors drew their swords and surrounded the monk, but the monk did not panic at all. The warrior leader pointed his sword at the monks. Robbing the weapons of the warriors in the shogun's mansion is undoubtedly a capital crime. Gyukimaru, put down your weapons and surrender, and I will grant you a quick death. The monk soldier grinned. You are the running dog of the foolish man, watch out. After saying that, he jumped high and rushed straight towards the warrior leader. Smoker just watched. This monk soldier is none other than the fox Onimaru from the former Shimotsuki family, and also the partner of Shimotsuki Ushimaru. Advertisement. Because he ate the human fruit, the mythical beast species, and the Darudo form, he can transform into a tall monk soldier. The name he now uses, Gyukimaru, is a combination of Ushimaru and Onimaru. Gyukimaru was quite powerful and he knocked down several samurai with just a wave of his hand. But it can be seen that this guy is still quite kind. Those who fell were not chopped down, but beaten down by fists and feet. To be honest, Gyukimaru's strength is quite average. In Smoker's eyes, his fight with the warriors was just a fight between weaklings. After watching for a while, Smoker got bored and jumped directly into the crowd. Gyukimaru, warrior. The warrior leader shouted angrily, who are you? Smoker ignored him and said to Gyukimaru, you are really slow. They are just a bunch of trash, but you took so long. Immediately, a conqueror's haki spread out. The warriors all rolled their eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell headfirst into the snow. Smoker looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, if they faint here, they will soon freeze to death even if we ignore them. However, it is better to be safe. Odin. The ice bird heard the call and flew out of Smoker's body. It opened its mouth and blew out a gust of cold wind, and soon the warriors on the ground were frozen stiff. Well, that's fine. Even if someone finds them, they will just think they are lost. Seeing the ice bird, Gyukimaru was only slightly surprised. As a person with special abilities, he naturally knows about devil fruit. I'm afraid this ice bird is the other party's ability. But this wave of freezing living people really stunned Gyukimaru. Are all humans so stupid? Hello. Smoker called out to the dazed Gyukimaru. Where's Kawamatsu? Why isn't he here? Kawamatsu rescued Kazuki Hiyori and has been taking care of her ever since. Kazuki Hiyori couldn't bear to see Kawamatsu gradually becoming thinner, so he left a note and left. Kawamatsu blamed himself so much that he chose to commit suicide after coming to the bell. Later, he met Gyukimaru, and the man and the fox formed a new partnership. They used the alias Gyukimaru to seize weapons on the robbery bridge. Advertisement. I just met Kazuki Hiyori not long ago. Judging from the time, I should have been away from Kawamatsu for a while. Gyukimaru was surprised at first. How do you know? Ah, no, I don't know what you are talking about. Smoker said impatiently. I know about you and him. You were collecting weapons to fight against the snake, right? I am not interested in this. I just want to know where Kawamatsu went. Gyukimaru was shocked to hear Smoker reveal his and Kawamatsu's plan, but he knew there was no point in hiding it. His expression became depressed and tears welled up in his eyes. He-song. Lord He-song. He went out half a year ago and never came back. After saying this, tears rolled down his face. Although it becomes tall and strong after the transformation, it is just a fox after all, and its IQ is about the same as that of a child. Oh, I see. Smoker simply responded, without any panic on his face. Gyukimaru seemed to see hope. Sir, do you know any news about Lord Kawamatsu? Smoker nodded. I know. That guy entered the Flower City to steal fried tofu in order to bring you food, but he was caught and is now locked up in a cell in the Rabbit Dawn prisoner quarry. Gyukimaru was shocked. What? Smoker shook his head helplessly. This guy is obviously a powerful warrior, but he was captured by a few ordinary people. Kazuki Oden's subordinates are just as hopeless as Kazuki Oden himself. It sounds nice to say that he is naive, but in fact he is just stupid. Gyukimaru was immediately furious. You are not allowed to insult Lord Kawamatsu, and you are not allowed to insult Lord Oden, whom Lord Ushimaru respects. His size exploded again, and his naginata pointed at Smoker. I had a preconceived notion that you were Lord Kawamatsu's friend and a righteous person, but I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. Come to think of it, you never told me who you are. Who are you anyway? Smoker narrowed his eyes slightly. Little fox, are you sure you want to fight me? Gyukimaru's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly swallowed his saliva, but he still said fiercely, I won't. Before he could finish his words, Smoker instantly appeared behind him and grabbed his neck with his elemental hand. The next second, Gyukimaru's transformation was forcibly cancelled. Smoker was holding a little fox, and he put his head on the fox's forehead, and said word by word, Are you sure? The little fox trembled all over and burst into tears. Chapter 309 Gyukimaru's Request. Guiwan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and started crying with his tail between his legs. After all, it's just a fox. I have been hurt and suffered, but I have never suffered such injustice. Smoker. He snorted coldly and gently tossed Guiwan aside. As soon as the fox left his hand, the power of the fruit was instantly restored and he transformed into the giant monk soldier Gyukimaru again. Gyukimaru looked at his hands in surprise, his face full of disbelief. You hid the sea stone. That's not right. You are also a user with special abilities, and I don't feel powerless at all. Smoker snorted. Don't ask about things you shouldn't know. Gyukimaru shuddered and didn't dare to refute anymore. He just shrank his neck and said nothing. I know your relationship with Kawamatsu, and I also know Kazuki Oden's status. If I say anything bad about these two people, it will really be very harsh to you. But as a human being, no, as a fox, especially a fox that wants to accomplish great things, you must not be too one-sided, and especially you must not be blinded by emotions. Gyukimaru, you are awesome, whatever you say is what it means. Seeing Gyukimaru's reaction, Smoker immediately got angry. You don't accept it, right? Gyukimaru hurriedly shook his head. But that unconvinced expression successfully aroused Smoker's desire to win. Okay, I won't beat you up, but I'll just have a good talk with you. Let's talk about He-song first. He was caught stealing fried tofu. The person who caught him at the time was just an ordinary person. If he wanted to run, he could just move his feet. But he insisted on not attacking civilians, and was arrested for no apparent reason. Gyukimaru. Is there a problem with this? The samurai creed is like this. Problem. It's a big problem. If Oden were still here, he would still be a high and mighty retainer, and I would only praise his noble character for doing this. But what time is it now? The country is destroyed and the family is ruined. He had great ambitions to restore his country, but was thrown into prison because of such trivial matters. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Kazuki Hiyori was in danger during this time? What if you needed help? What if there was a good opportunity for revenge? Wouldn't we have missed everything? Are the lives and deaths of our comrades and the desire to restore our country less important than a few pieces of fried tofu and this insignificant creed? Gyukimaru. Advertisement. Oden is the same. When we first fell out with Orochi, if we had called on all the samurai to attack, we would have beaten Kaido so badly that his own mother wouldn't have recognized him. And what did he do? With just a promise without any binding force and a few hundred hostages, they captured him. Instead of accumulating strength and gathering information, they just danced foolishly, which eventually led to the fall of the entire country. Haha, how many people died in the end? It must have been hundreds of times more than a few hundred people. Gyukimaru was a little dissatisfied and said, But, Lord Oden is such a fool, that's why everyone likes him. Smoker interrupted, he's not a fool. He's an idiot. Fools have good fortune, but idiots don't. Let me put it another way. If I ask you to put down your weapon and tie yourself up, I will let you go. Will you agree? Gyukimaru. How is that possible? I'm not stupid. It choked immediately. Smoker spread his hands. See. Even a fox like you understands. Gyukimaru immediately looked constipated. According to you, Lord Odin is still a fool. No, no, there are so many people who like Lord Odin, they can't all be. He suddenly stopped talking. I can't go on. My master and my friends all like Odin. Damn it, what can I, Fox, do? I'm so happy. Smoker stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Don't be sad. Even though the people of Wanukuni are a little confused, at least you, a fox, are still normal. Gyukimaru forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Sir, I was the one who offended you before. Can you help me rescue Lord Hisong? Even though he's stupid, he's still my best friend after all. Smoker shook his head decisively. I refuse. I don't know him. Why should I take such a risk? Emission himself had already learned about it, and the prisoners looked down on him, so there was not much wool to be taken from Tuden prison. The promise I made to Quinn was just a casual remark. Gyukimaru said anxiously. I can pay you. Smoker said with disgust. You have to steal even the fried tofu, how can you have anything good? Advertisement. I have weapons, lots of good weapons. Weapons. Smoker looked around and picked up a sword dropped by the samurai, this kind. Gyukimaru leaned forward to take a look. That's about right. This knife is also top quality. Bang, bang, bang. Smoker grabbed the blade and broke it into pieces like noodles. Sorry, I'm not interested in this kind of toy. Gyukimaru was stunned. But apart from a room full of weapons and a body of leather, I have nothing left, and I don't even know where to get my next meal. You are also a samurai, don't you want to fulfill the righteousness between me and Lord Kawamatsu? Smoker was stunned. You are a fox, instead of learning how to seduce others, you actually learn how to use moral kidnapping. It's a pity that I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. I'm sorry, I became a samurai just to make a living, what's the point of being kind and righteous? But don't you want to save this country that is in dire straits? I'm sorry again, it doesn't matter to me what this country is like or whether the general is Orochi or Odin. Smoker nearly choked on the Gyukimaru, and he was so anxious that he suddenly had an idea. By the way, Master Warrior, I still have one of the magical fruits I ate back then. I wanted to give it to the master, but he was caught by Kaido. I never saw him again, and I hid the fruit. Fruit. Smoker was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Devil fruit. Gyukimaru nodded. Yes, it is a fruit that is so hard to eat that I can become a human after eating it. Smoker was shocked. How is it possible? How can two devil fruit appear at the same time? Suddenly remembered his devil fruit. Sorry, just ignore me, go on. I hid the fruit in a very secret place. Only I can find it. As long as you are willing to save Lord Kawamatsu, I will give it to you. Oh, just go and give it to me. That's right, it's such a dangerous matter. I don't ask you to rescue Lord Kawamatsu. As long as you are willing to go, I will be very grateful. Smoker looked at Gyukimaru in surprise. Haha. Little fox, you're quite courageous. Okay, with your courage and the devil fruit, I promise you.